Chapter 252, Disappearance. Chapter 252, Disappearance. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, K. Kermit. Lu Lan was leading the way. Without his sword embryo, AI Huey's ability to detect dangers was largely weakened. Fortunately, they still had Lu Lan. Under Lu Lan's lead, they twisted and turned along the streets and roads, but were always able to find a less dangerous route. Lu Lan was very sensitive to blood spiritual force, therefore, he could feel the blood fiends from a distance. This ability was currently playing an important role. If they really couldn't avoid a blood fiend, then the craftsmen would stop and hide themselves first, after which AI Hui would sneak up on the blood fiends and kill them. Finally, they would be able to continue their forward march. Fortunately, the blood fiends they met were not at all strong. Gnashing their teeth and gathering their energy, the craftsmen behind them carried the gold needle and closely followed. At this moment, everyone was pushing themselves. The sinkhole is not far away. The leader of the craftsmen encouraged them loudly. The shout boosted everyone's spirits. Finally, they were just 1 block away from the sinkhole. Moreover, there were no blood fiends on the street. But then, Lu Lan suddenly stopped at the crossing, so AI Hui and the craftsmen followed suit. Lu Lan said, "AI Hui, there are 5 blood fiends there." "So many?" AI Hui asked in surprise. He glanced at the street and said, "But Lu Lan, I don't see any." "Then they are hiding somewhere. So let's take another route." Lu Lan and AI Hui were talking loudly. Hearing their discussion, the 5 people who were hiding to ambush the group were speechless. They'd thought they were hiding well enough and didn't expect their enemies to notice their existence so effortlessly. How did AI Huey's sand puppet find them? Blood fiends? They were regarded as blood fiends? Having just transformed from beasts to human beings, they were extremely disgusted to be treated as blood fiends from the bottom of their hearts, especially the young men like Wei. He almost rushed out on impulse. They were all looking at Old Lei and waiting for his instructions. Old Lei was experienced enough to keep his composure. Although he'd been laughing at Yan Hai just now, he didn't underestimate AI Hui at all. He was surprised that they'd been seen through, but chose not to rush out. Young men like Wei felt angry when they heard themselves being treated as blood fiends, but Old Lei believed this might be a good opportunity. They could take advantage of the mistake. He thought fast about how to use this advantage. Hearing AI Hui say that they were going to the sinkhole, Old Lei became more relaxed. The street they were hiding in was the only shortcut to the sinkhole. If they did not take this route, they would have to go a long way around. Old Lei was not at all in a hurry. He was also curious about the big pillar, as he had a feeling that the pillar must be something important. He was sent to the casualty barrack early, before the plan of treating the city as a piece of cloth was announced, so he knew nothing about the gold needles. Still, his keen sense of smell made him realize that the pillar was unusual. Meanwhile, seeing AI Hui talking to his sand puppet, Old Lei was a bit surprised. It seemed that this sand puppet was unusual too. He became vigilant about anything unusual. After a while, AI Hui walked to the leader of the craftsmen and told him something. Since they were too far away, Old Lei couldn't hear it clearly, but he did see that the leader's expression was a bit weird. Weird? What had he said? Old Lei tried to guess the content of their conversation, but didn't have the slightest idea. Yan Hai glared at Old Lei with enmity. "I am the team leader," thought Yan Hai. Why was he being isolated by the others? They must envy him for being trusted by Sir. We'll see. If the mission fails, then you will know how frightening Sir can be, thought Yan Hai to himself. He made up his mind that if this really happened, he would not intercede on their behalf. He had cursed Old Lei in his heart thousands of times, but as he was the weakest member and one who feared AI Hui the most among the 5, he didn't dare to rush out either. He witnessed the battle of the streets himself, the horrible scenes of which still haunted his dreams. Old Lei waited patiently. It was not at all necessary for them to rush out. In his eyes, it was their most critical moment. Once they were targeted by elementalists, they could only attract more enemies. The level of hatred elementalists had for blood elementalists and blood fiends was totally different. If they were discovered by an elementalist, only death would follow. That was why Old Lei didn't give any orders, so the others continued to wait silently. AI Hui didn't move for a while. Old Lei didn't move either. He was patient and calm, qualities he believed an experienced hunter should possess. He had been through too many battles, and with his rich experience in battlefields, he knew it was best for them to wait under such circumstances. After a while more, AI Hui still didn't move. Old Lei began to wonder what this guy in front of him was doing. In such a chaotic and dangerous moment, the other elementalists were either putting up a desperate fight or hiding themselves. Despite that, Ai Hui was standing still in a place threatened by a growing crisis and could be attacked by blood fiends at any moment. Was he thinking about the philosophy of life? This was weird. Old Lei thought hard, but still couldn't understand. He narrowed his insightful eyes and stared at Ai Hui as if he wanted to pierce him with his sharp stare. Wait! His eyes suddenly widened. Where was Ai Hui's sand puppet? The sand puppet that looked unusual? He glanced over the whole place, and was astonished to find that the sand puppet had disappeared right under their noses. Right at that moment, Ai Hui began to move. It appeared that after thinking for a long time, the stone man was finally bestowed life. Ai Hui moved and the three craftsmen who were carrying the pillar also moved after him. A flash of vigilance flashed across Old Lei's eyes. Wait! The craftsmen were now standing at the spot where the sand puppet had disappeared? Then a craftsman disappeared. And the pillar disappeared. And the other two craftsmen also disappeared. Ai Hui turned around and waved his hands in Old Lei's direction, then also disappeared. They'd noticed them long ago. Old Lei stood up abruptly and felt surprised and bewildered. He didn't know what had happened, but since they had already discovered his presence, it was meaningless to hide any longer. Thus, he decided to take the initiative to attack. Old Lei walked out from where he was hiding together with the others, whose expressions revealed their confusion. What they'd seen just now was really weird. They walked cautiously toward where Ai Hui had been standing. They were afraid that Ai Hui was playing tricks to lure them out. When they walked closer, they were stunned to see a huge hole leading deep underground. Especially Old Lei, whose face was dark and red. No wonder he is called the Lightning Blade. Hearing his name alone made us too frightened to move, and they were able to effortlessly dig such a big tunnel under our noses. What a shame. I'm wondering what others will say about us if they hear what happened today. Yan Hai couldn't help taunting Old Lei. Actually, he was more than happy to see him being fooled. The more shameful Old Lei was, the happier he was. Bang! The next minute, Yan Hai's face was kicked hard. Like being bumped by a beast, he directly flew out and fell into a pile of ruins, losing consciousness. Old Lei drew back his leg as if nothing had happened, but the anger on his face made him look like a furious lion that would eat anything and anyone it met. The others saw this and all looked away at once. They also feared Old Lei's ruthlessness and cruelty. Without saying anything, Old Lei jumped into the tunnel, leaving the other three looking at each other in hesitation. Should we just leave that guy alone? You want to take him with us? No. He is too talkative. It's annoying. Then just leave him there. Having made up their minds, the other three jumped into the tunnel one after another and soon caught up with Old Lei. They were surprised at how broad the tunnel was. How had they dug such a deep tunnel within such a limited time? It was not an easy job even for a sand puppet. Sure Wei couldn't help murmuring, "Sand puppets are so strong nowadays?" Hearing his words, Old Lei scolded him in rage. Shut up. Talk less. Before he finished speaking, a cold light abruptly rose from under his feet as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, was almost at his throat. An ambush. Old Lei was so scared that all his hair stood on end. He quickly stepped backward while crossing his hands in front of his throat protectively. Dragon's Pine was originally aiming for Old Lei's throat, but suddenly bent like a boneless snake and unexpectedly stabbed into his chest. Ding! The sound was like hitting a stone with iron. Ai Hui felt like he had stabbed an iron ingot. The sword pierced only 2 inches into the chest and couldn't go further. Old Lei's face was all red. Having blocked the stab, his raging energy and blood sloshed around in his chest. Ai Hui didn't expect Old Lei's skin to be as solid as iron. Although he himself had attained copper skin, he could not reach Old Lei's level. Nevertheless, since Ai Hui had made great progress in swordsmanship, when he felt the resistance from the sword point, he slightly shook his wrist before even realizing it. The sword vibrated like the tongue of a poisonous snake. Oblique slash. In less than 1 second, Ai Hui slashed 8 times like lightning. Without any complicated changes, the moves were simple and fast. The improvement in his swordsmanship was thoroughly reflected in this attack. The sword rays of the 8 slashes overlapped like a high-speed, rotating circular saw. The dragon's pine that stuck in Old Lei's chest suddenly moved forward. Feeling heat in his chest, Old Lei looked down and only saw a blood mist exploding from his chest that blurred his vision. He growled in fury and kicked out hard with his right leg. But once again, there was nothing. Although Ai Hui was close, he was like a phantom. The next minute, he felt a stabbing pain in his leg. It had been pierced by the sword. He could even feel the parts of the sword that were piercing into his muscle. This sword was weird. It was a soft sword. He protected his head and throat. As long as these two were safe, he didn't need to worry about losing his life. Suppressing the fear rising in his heart, he quickly stepped backward. He could hear his companions scolding in steps behind him. They were not far away. As soon as they caught up, they could turn the situation around. They were advantageous in number and would be able to kill this damn lightning blade. Old Lay roared in his heart. He was protecting his head with his arms, but this also blocked his sight. Therefore, he didn't see the dragon spine sneaking in the darkness like a poisonous snake, and didn't know that lethal danger was quietly approaching closer and closer. The sword rays around the dragon spine were becoming stronger. The sword was quivering slightly. When the sword point stabbed into the wound on Old Lay's chest again, it quivered fiercely and the sword rays reached their peak. The next instant, the accumulated energy gushed out from the sword point. Crescent moon. A crescent moon formed, rushed forward, and exploded in Old Lay's chest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 253, Fierce Fighting in the Tunnel. Chapter 253, Fierce Fighting in the Tunnel. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, K. Kermit. Dawn. The grave sound of an explosion sounded out from Old Lay's chest. A crescent moon penetrated Old Lay's chest and exited from his back together with a bloody mist. The blood elementalist who had rushed forward to help had no time to dodge and could only protectively cover his vital parts with his arms. Those who had survived the bloody fight at the casualty barrack were all cruel and ruthless people. The injury didn't freak the blood elementalist out, but infuriated him instead. With a stifled groan, he took the initiative to attack. Curving his body at a weird angle, he stepped on the vertical tunnel wall. He passed by Old Lay like a ghost, and before jumping onto the ground, bent his leg like a folding knife. He was fast, all these moves were done in the blink of an eye. Previously, he had been moving silently, but when his leg chopped down, the sharp whistle of wind it produced could be heard all over the tunnel. Puff! His leg cut down like a sharp knife and plunged into the ground. The solid rocks broke like bean curd. In the dark tunnel, the expression of the blood elementalist changed drastically. Nothing. How was it possible? His attack had been fast, without any delay, and it covered a large scope, so he had been pretty sure that he could land the blow on Ai Hui. Despite all that, he'd failed. Where was Ai Hui? Did he withdraw immediately after succeeding? Suddenly, he felt something at his back like a needle with a sharp chill in the air. His body froze and eyes widened in disbelief. He thought of one possibility. Ai Hui hadn't retreated. Instead, he'd gotten closer to Old Lay in order to hide himself behind Old Lay's figure. That meant Ai Hui was right behind him. Even though Ai Hui was his enemy, the blood elementalist couldn't help but admire his reaction and flexibility. Meanwhile, a chill rose in his chest. Unlike Old Lay, he knew of Ai Hui but had still been confident because of his own rapid advance in fighting skills. This unimaginable improvement was supernatural and greatly helped build up his confidence. Therefore, even though their enemy was Ai Hui, he'd still believed that they had a chance to beat him. Now, however, he finally realized how frightening and dangerous Ai Hui could be. They had been on the losing side of the confrontation since the very beginning and their moves and attacks had all fallen within Ai Hui's expectations. Ai Hui would have spoken highly of him if he'd known that the blood elementalist figured everything out almost instantly, but he was now curled up and closely clinging to Old Lay's back. His sharp elemental energy had cut open the skin on the blood elementalist's back. The blood elementalist didn't even feel any pain because the sword ray was too sharp. The blood elementalist made a harsh decision. Before his pain started to spread, he stepped hard with the leg that was stuck in the ground and pushed himself backward. His back was pierced by the sword, but it also smashed into Ai Hui like a wall. Ai Hui hadn't expected him to be so resolute in killing him even at the cost of sacrificing his own life. Right at that moment, another blood elementalist caught up with them. This blood elementalist's fist was surrounded with red, bloody light, which made it look like a red drill. He punched Ai Hui using all his effort because he was freaked out by Ai Hui's swift and mysterious movement. A bloody light suddenly appeared around his body, arousing an upsurge in his power. He saw the space in the tunnel was limited, so he took the initiative to start a head-on confrontation with Ai Hui. This was because they had the advantage with their superiority in number. In the blink of an eye, Ai Hui was caught in a dangerous situation where he had enemies in front and behind him with nowhere to hide. At this moment, the dragon's spine in his hand suddenly bent like a spring. The force of the blood elementalist's backward attack almost pressed the sword to the limit. But with the sword buffering the impact, the blood elementalist's power was largely reduced. Then Ai Hui loosened his grip on the sword and it sprung out like a loosened spring. The huge elasticity pushed Ai Hui backward. With force, his back that was near Old Lay's chest trembled violently. Arching fish back. The tempestuous elemental energy and force from the dragonspine sword swatted the unconscious Old Lay like a huge wave. Bang! Old Lay's chest was dented. In the next second, he flew out like a stone struck by a wildly running beast and heavily dropped to the ground. It was too late for the blood elementalist to reclaim his force, so his fist punched forward without any restraint. His fist, surrounded by the bloody light, collided forcefully with Old Lay. The frightening sound of broken bones reverberated throughout the tunnel. The wounded blood elementalist became completely discouraged and freaked out. All their attacks were within AI Huey's expectations. Along with the force from the sword, he jumped forward with all his effort in hopes of escaping. He felt that the sword stabbed into his back was like a toothed saw, leaving behind great pain as it was pulled out. Despite this, he couldn't care. All he wanted to do was run away. He rushed forward and was about to break away from the sword, when he felt the saw-like bone sword suddenly come to life. The feeling was so strong that all his hair stood on end. An even stronger danger alert broke out in his heart. He had a hunch that his life was coming to an end. No! Feeling intense frustration, he knew that there was no way back. Streaks of bright blood traces lit up on his body, each of which was about the size of a copper coin. They spread all over his body, including his face, nape, and arms, and flowed slightly. If AI Hui had the time to count, he would notice that the number of blood traces was exactly 9. As the blood traces lit up, the blood in his body boiled and became as bright as lava. It sensed the external invasion and squirmed like a monster to rush at the dragonspine sword stabbed in his back. He didn't know why he was doing this. It had not been long since he'd gained the ability to agglomerate blood traces, but at this moment, his counterattack seemed to come from an intuition buried deep in his body. The blood in his body flowed quickly. If AI Hui could see through him, he would have seen numerous blood streaks appear in his body that stretched from each of its corners to the point of the sword. When the blood touched the dragonspine, it abruptly triggered a bizarre chime from the sword. The chime was like the hiss of a blood snake. The sword was excited to feel the smell of its kind. Meanwhile, the end of the bandage on AI Huey's wrist also rose like a snake and twined weirdly around the sword hilt. The hissing chime stopped all of a sudden and the mysterious dragonspine sword suddenly became like a stove poker. This happened so abruptly that even AI Hui was surprised. The bandage. It had just absorbed the blood of the girl in red, and AI Hui hadn't had time to check if it had caused any changes. The bandage was a blood refinement object. Therefore, it could devour blood. This was not a secret, but just because of this feature, the bandage had saved AI Huey's life many times. If it were not for the bandage, he would have already died in the blood disaster. That's why he had been keeping a watchful eye on it. After careful observation, he found that the bandage was becoming more and more fastidious about blood. For example, it had no interest in the blood of ordinary blood fiends at all. It only acted when there was some special blood, such as the drop of the girl's blood, which was extremely weird. AI Hui didn't expect that the bandage would move this time, and he felt the fear the dragonspine held toward the bandage. That's right, if dragonspine was a living thing, then it would feel fear. Its unique quality was revealed in such specialties. All of a sudden, AI Hui became curious about the bandage. What had it been in the cultivation era? It was a pity that Mistress had also come across it by accident and thus knew nothing about its origin. All these thoughts flashed through AI Huey's mind within an instant while the mysterious red blood shone and then quickly merged into the bandage. Then, like a successful hunter, the bandage retracted silently and tied itself into a knot at AI Huey's wrist. If he hadn't seen it himself, AI Hui would have thought that what happened just now was his imagination. AI Hui retook control of the dragonspine and was surprised by the feeling at its point. The blood elementalist in front of him was totally lifeless. His blood traces, which had been bright red, were now gray and gloomy. Whoosh! Hearing the whistle of wind approaching from behind, AI Hui stepped lightly to the side. Old Lay, who was limp and feeble from head to toe, flew past AI Hui. AI Hui could still see a streak of incredulity in his widened eyes. Seeing his two companions killed within the blink of an eye, fear flashed in the other blood elementalist's eyes and he shouted, "Sure way! What are you doing?" Before he could finish his words, AI Hui rushed at him like a beast pouncing on its prey. The blood elementalist had to retreat step by step and put up a desperate fight to withstand AI Huey's attack. The sword moves were as fast as a violent storm. There was nothing magnificent, but all the ordinary sword moves were fast, precise, and powerful. The dragonspine seemed to be alive in AI Huey's hand. It could bend freely and thrust out at a weird angle. What was more annoying were the 7 small swords, which were like a colony of bees that would sting anyone who showed the slightest flaw in his movements. In an instant, the blood elementalist was covered with wounds like a blood man. "Sure way, help!" The blood elementalist could never finish his words. The dragon's pine sword curved weirdly and slid into the gap between his arms. Puff! Blood splashed. The body of the blood elementalist stiffened as the sword pierced his throat. He fell on the ground with a loud crash. Shi Wei trembled all over. He never thought that Ai Hui could enjoy overwhelming superiority throughout the battle. He felt his throat dry up and stammered, Ai Hui, I was compelled. I didn't want to be your enemy. Can you let me go? Ai Hui knew his face. He said calmly, I know you. You are a student at Central Pine Academy. Feeling soothed by Ai Hui's calm tone, Shi Wei spoke more fluently. Great. I was afraid you wouldn't know me. Since we are classmates, would you please let me go? If you want to survive, then surrender. Ai Hui looked into his eyes calmly and said in a low voice, I will send you to Mayor's residence. You will not die, but will be observed and have the opportunity to get medical treatment. No, I won't surrender. Ferocity and cruelty flickered in Shi Wei's eyes. He was struggling. Then one of us will die here, you or me. Ai Hui raised his sword and walked slowly toward Shi Wei. Seeing Ai Hui approaching put great pressure on Shi Wei, who was putting up a last-ditch struggle. The lights of fear and danger flickered on his face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 254, Ai Hui's Rage. Chapter 254, Ai Hui's Rage. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, K. Kermit. The blare of the alert indicating that the city's defenses were destroyed in the booming earthquake interrupted the A1 unit team members who had been resting. The signal immediately caught their attention. The warehouse of the mayor's residence. Duanmu Huanghan knew the map of Central Pine City very well. He gave a precise judgment of the signal's location at once. Before orders were given, everybody already began to act. Fatty took his heavy shield and put down his face armor. Duanmu Huanghan began to adjust his clothes and limber up his fingers, while Jiang Wei and Sang Jijun arranged the bow strings and filled their quivers. In less than 1 minute, the A1 unit was assembled. Let's head to the warehouse of the mayor's residence. The A1 unit members rushed out of the training hall like a flood. Just after stepping out onto the street, they became stunned by the number of blood fiends ahead of them. They regained their composure before long and moved toward the warehouse of the mayor's residence. Each of them was extraordinarily resolute. As the most powerful team in Central Pine City, they were like a sharp blade. Fatty was armed to the teeth and walked in front with the heavy shield in his hands. The other members stood in 2 rows behind him. Once Fatty blocked a blood fiend's attack, they would rapidly rush out and kill it from 2 sides like scissors. Duanmu Huanghan stood in the air behind Fatty to take overall control. The ever-changing, viridescent flower kept disrupting the beast's pace. The long-range attack team led by Jiang Wei and Sang Jijun was either keeping the other blood fiends from getting any closer or jointly killing those whose scope of movement was being restricted by the close combat fighters. Release. With each order given by Jiang Wei, a bunch of blood fiends would be killed by a rain of arrows and lights which fell to the ground with large booming sounds. If the blood fiends they encountered were too powerful, they would shoot out 1 arrow using their joint effort, the power of which could be astonishing. They had become more and more familiar with tactics and had also improved their coordination. Now they were like a highly effective killing machine. No beasts could survive and bodies were left on the road wherever they went. The A1 unit's performance greatly boosted the morale of the elementalists they passed along the way. The team was calm and didn't stop for a second, steadfastly heading toward the warehouse of the mayor's residence. Not surprisingly, such a performance attracted the attention of the blood elementalists hiding in the dark. The A1 unit deserves its name. Shall we join the fight? Are you seeking death? They are right at their peak and we will only get our heads broken and bleed out. Then we just watch and do nothing? No need to hurry. They are human beings, so they will tire and feel fatigue. We have so many blood fiends as our death squads, the A1 unit will exhaust all their elemental energy against them. When they are tired and their elemental energy is used up, then it will be our harvest time. Good idea. In the air, Duanmu Huanghan suddenly turned his head and looked in the blood elementalist's direction. The blood elementalists immediately shut up. After a while, when they cautiously looked out, the A1 unit had already left. Is that Duanmu Huanghan? He is awesome. He found us. Duanmu Huanghuan's glance disenchanted the blood elementalists. They were now vigilant about his capabilities. Someone was hiding in the dark and peeping on us just now. Duanmu Huanghan suddenly told Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei was startled and asked, Who? I don't know, Tuanmu Huanghun said coldly. Leave them alone. The first thing is to get to the warehouse as soon as possible. Humph, I knew those two guys were unreliable. Jiang Wei had already gotten used to Duanmu Huanghuan's arrogance, so he said nothing and simply smiled and nodded. The team continued to move towards the mayor's residence. At the warehouse gate, Shi Shueman was surrounded by 3 blood elementalists who were standing in a triangle formation. Never thought we could catch such a big shot. Surrender now, goddess. I'm too strong and will feel pity if I unintentionally hurt you, said the blood elementalist standing in front. The other 2 were also smiling unkindly. They glanced up and down Shi Shueman, whose hot figure could not be hidden even though she was in the armor. Their greedy gazes that were fixed on Shi Shueman's splendid face revealed their dirty minds. In the past, Shi Shueman was a goddess in their hearts who was awe-inspiring and inviolable, but now that they knew there was no way back, they could no longer restrain their evil thoughts and inner lust. Staring at the one who had spoken just now, Shi Shueman felt he looked very familiar. He was tall and strong, a fine-looking man with sword-shaped eyebrows and star-like eyes. His clothes were already ragged, but Shi Shueman recognized that they were the uniform for guards in the mayor's residence. Then she remembered his name, Liao Nan, one of the bodyguards from the mayor's residence. They'd once fought together. She knew he used to be calm and taciturn, and the mayor put him in an important position. It was said that he'd been wounded later. Shi Shueman's pupils contracted. Casualty Barak? You were wounded soldiers from the casualty Barak? You're truly a goddess. They all say that women with big breasts are brainless. You have big breasts too, but you are not brainless, said another blood elementalist, voice dripping with sarcasm. He had a pair of triangle eyes and his eyeballs kept rolling. You all became blood elementalists? Shi Shueman was shocked. Yeah. Liao Nan laughed. No one wants to die. Living in degradation is better than death. I'm all alone and carefree anyway. It's not bad to be a great blood elementalist. You don't hate them? Shi Shueman asked. For what? They have all died. Can hatred keep me alive? Liao Nan laughed again. You destroyed the city's defenses? Liao Nan shrugged. We are blood elementalists now. We do what blood elementalists are supposed to do. Shi Shueman clenched her cirrus so hard that her fists became white. Surrender now. You have no chance to win. There was no expression on Liao Nan's face. If you are willing to join us, I believe Sir will give you a chance. I'm different from you, Shi Shueman said lightly. Liao Nan gave her a look of pity. You will soon know that many results are worse than death. Cut the crap. Resist if you can. The one with triangle eyes whistled flirtatiously. You can shout out loudly. I'll like it. He had hardly finished speaking when the other blood elementalist could not hold himself back any longer and groaned while pouncing on Shi Shueman. This guy was like an iron tower, and his pulsing muscles indicated his unimaginable power. His stretched arms glowed with bloody light and reached out towards Shi Shueman like pliers. Shi Shueman seemed to be scared by his powerful pounce and stepped back subconsciously. The Iron Tower blood elementalist's expression became more ferocious as he was aroused by the fear on Shi Shueman's face. Feeling hot and dry in his body, he couldn't help leaning forward. He was itching so badly in his heart that he couldn't wait to hold the goddess in his arms and abuse her. Just at this point in time, however, a cold light flashed in Shi Shueman's eyes. Her foot that was stepping back suddenly stopped and stretched forward, taking a step as fast as a flash. Then, swish! She disappeared from where she was standing. A figure appeared in front of the Iron Tower unexpectedly. More frighteningly, it was glowing slightly. At first the Iron Tower's face changed, but then he burst into laughter. He didn't try to dodge at all, and stretched his arms wrapped in bloody light to embrace her. He was confident he could clamp down on her as long as he could catch her, and by then, Shi Shueman would be fair game. For this end, he wouldn't mind getting injured. His capacity to recover was good enough anyway. Streaks of blood traces appeared on his skin and he was covered with a strong bloody light which contained a metallic luster. He looked like a man made of iron and copper. He was confident, he could feel that his muscles were even more solid than metal. Cirrus stabbed into his body without any fancy tricks. Inside the tunnel, Ai Hui walked closer and closer, casting a shadow of death on Shi Wei. Shi Wei was struggling. He could not see any fluctuations on Ai Hui's emotionless face. Ai Hui was like a killing machine approaching him to take his life. The pressure was so strong that he felt as if he was being put on a guillotine, the blade of which was slowly pulled up. The breath of death was so close, his death penalty was likely to be pronounced at any time. He felt he was going to collapse. No. He didn't want to die twice. I surrender. He breathed heavily and didn't even notice that his clothes were completely soaked by his own sweat. When he shouted out those two words, he felt relieved and relaxed. No matter what would happen in the future, at least he'd survived this time. Ai Hui's sword was at his throat, causing goosebumps to pop out on his skin, but to his relief, Ai Hui didn't kill him. Tell me what you know, Dot. He could get no information from Ai Hui's poker face. After a while, Ai Hui finally finished his interrogation and Shui heaved a sigh of relief. During the interrogation, Ai Hui asked many questions about the details and didn't give him any time to think. Some questions were also asked repeatedly. Moreover, as long as Shui hesitated even a little bit, the sword would once again approach his throat. As a result, Shui didn't dare to play any tricks and honestly told him everything. Then he relaxed. Now he was not at all nervous, because he knew that what Ai Hui had said was reasonable. Keeping him alive could bring them more benefits, so they didn't need to kill him. But he had to better control his emotions. The intent to kill deep inside him could hardly be soothed, driving him to be extremely eager to initiate an attack. Meanwhile, the cowardice and fear made him struggle and not dare to take any action. Could he escape from Ai Hui? He believed it was almost impossible. Ai Hui reminded him of Sir Tian Quan. Maybe he was not as powerful as Sir Tian Quan now, but in terms of making their enemies desperate, they were quite similar. He took it for granted that Sir Tian Quan's strength was unfathomable, but why was Ai Hui so powerful? He could not figure it out. Just when he was going out of his mind, he felt a chill at his throat and in the next second, he fell into infinite darkness. The headless body fell in a pool of blood while Shui's head dropped on the ground and rolled away. His eyes were still open and his face was left with his astonishment before death. Ai Hui's figure merged into the darkness. After a while, he heard the fearful voice of the craftsman's leader. I thought you wouldn't kill him. I lied to him. Ai Hui was emotionless. Cold light flickered in his eyes in the darkness. He had appeared to be calm while asking Shui questions, but deep down he'd actually been greatly shocked. When he learned that the 45 blood elementalists were those who had survived the internecine killing in the casualty barrack, he had already made up his mind. As one of the 45 survivors, Shui could not have possibly been as harmless as he'd acted. The next move was so important that the slightest mistake could not be made. Ai Hui would not take the risk. But a furious fire burned inside his heart. He was more wrathful than ever. He must kill Tian Quan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 255, Liao Nan. Chapter 255, Liao Nan. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, K. Kermit. The Iron Tower blood elementalist stood like a statue in astonishment. The point of the snow-white cirrus was stuck against his chest. Sure Shuemon was still in position to rush forward, but remained motionless. The sounds of fighting were deafening in central Pine City, but here at the warehouse gate, there was only dead silence. Liao Nan and the triangle-eyed blood elementalist's expressions were frozen. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear. The Iron Tower blood elementalist looked down with difficulty, like rusty machine. Even such a simple action required almost all his effort. His eyes were vacant with astonishment and incredulity. The snow-white cirrus was surrounded by white fog. The figure at the other end of the spear was blurred in his vision. The tip of the spear, made of firmament iron, was crystal clear, like a sapphire. Its blade, which was as thin as a cicada's wing, reflected his pale face. On his chest, cracks spread like a spider web from where the spear point was poking. This was really like broken porcelain. His body turned out to be as fragile as porcelain. He had always been confident in his body. Only now did he realize that such confidence was ridiculous. But it was too late to learn this, and the powerful attack had been too abrupt. He didn't feel rage or unwillingness, however, only freedom. Such an ending was not bad for him. His body that was as heavy as an iron tower fell backward, throwing up a dust cloud. Once again, everything fell into silence. Sure Shuemon recovered her spear slowly. She looked tranquil, as if she hadn't done anything special. There was no trepidation or anxiety on her face. Her eyes were calm, as if she was in her own family's training hall. As the descendant of the Sure family, I'm honored to have fought with you using the move, Cloud Whale. Her voice was clear and sonorous. Waving cirrus in her hand, the girl looked at them peacefully. A streak of fear flashed across the triangle-eyed blood elementalist's eyes. Just now, he'd said those lascivious words on purpose to get his companion aroused, so that the idiot would initiate an attack first. He didn't care about that idiot's death at all, but Sir Shuemon's strength was indeed outside of his expectations. That spear move just now was stunning. Clap, clap, clap. Liao Nan applauded. With excitement and admiration, the former mayor's bodyguard said, "I'd heard of the Sher family's inheritance, hydromancy, which covers everything related to the water attribute. Having seen it myself just now, I have to admit that it really lives up to its reputation. That spear move was as powerful as a mountain and could hardly be withstood. Cloud Whale deserves its fame. What's more, the spear move is forceful. As a girl, you didn't weaken its power at all, and instead added to its glory. I really admire it." Liao Nan gave a salute with respect. Sher Shuemon was indifferent. She stood still with the spear in her hand. The triangle-eyed blood elementalist said coldly, "Stop that nonsense. Let's fight back together." Together? Liao Nan laughed out loud. "I dare not. The bad example is right in front of us. You'd better go your way and I'll go mine." The triangle-eyed blood elementalist didn't really care about his words, simply giving him a grim smile and saying, "If so, then enjoy your time with your goddess. I'll leave first." Then he bent his knees and bounced up. Like a flash, he immediately disappeared behind the dilapidated walls. Sher Shuemon became less anxious in her heart and slightly moved her fingers that were tightly holding the spear. Although she had seemed to utilize that spear move effortlessly, in fact it had consumed a great deal of her energy. The surging energy and blood inside of her chest were only soothed after a while. That move was called Broken Sea, indicating that the sea would be broken by the bump of a humpback cloud whale. With this move, she could gather all her strength and elemental energy from the 8 palaces at the point of the spear, which would create an astonishing destructive power. The spider web-like cracks were its unique feature. The power of Broken Sea correlated with the number of elemental energies one could control. Every 8 elemental energies would drive its power to a higher level. Sher Shuemon was only able to control 8 elemental energies. Practicing Broken Sea was extremely difficult, and only those who had achieved elemental internalization could do so. Sher Shuemon was already pushing herself to utilize this move, after which she needed about 30 seconds to recover every time. During the recovery period, her fighting strength was 0. She had noticed the precautions the 3 blood elementalists took against each other, so she decided to bet on her judgment. It was a risky bet, since if she was besieged and caught in a dogfight, the situation would be dangerous. Fortunately, she won. Her attack had scared the 2 who were still alive and one of them left. Now only Liao Nan was here and her strength had recovered, which was a perfect ending for her. But just as she felt a bit relaxed, what Liao Nan said next made her nervous again. "I know you are buying yourself time. I'm familiar with the distress signal of a 1 unit, Liao Nan said with a spurious smile on his face. Sher Shuemon was not swayed by him and tightly held Cirrus in her hand. As long as Cirrus was with her, there was nothing to fear. No matter how disadvantageous the situation was, she would not lose her courage. "Let's fight if you want." The flickering light of the explosions in the distance lit up Sher Shuemon's cold and perfect face, which attracted Liao Nan's attention like a magnet. Liao Nan looked at her as if he was looking at the most beautiful masterpiece in the world. Suddenly, he said, "Do you know what happens when an elementalist is infected with blood poison?" "What do you mean?" Sher Shuemon frowned. Liao Nan spoke in a relaxed tone and even had a smile on his face, as if what he was saying had nothing to do with himself. "As long as you are infected by the blood poison, your mind will be eroded by it and you will finally descend into a beast. No, not beast, but half a beast and half a human being. You will have some remaining consciousness, but your body will be dominated by the beast. You will be irritable and eager to kill. Yes, you will not be able to control yourself. It's more miserable than death." Sher Shuemon was shocked by what he said. To any survivor in the central Pine City, the casualty barack was something that no one wanted to mention. They didn't know how to face the fate of the casualties. Neither did Sher Shuemon. It was too desperate. Therefore, hearing what Liao Nan was saying, her heart shivered. The only way to stay alive at this point of time is to become a blood elementalist. Liao Nan paused and then burst into laughter. "I'm not saying this to seek your sympathy. I'm satisfied with what I am now. Of course, it was hard to accept at the very beginning, but now I have let it go. I'm free from care anyway, so why not choose to stay in this world as another form of being?" Sher Shuemon didn't say a word. Eyes downcast, she suddenly burst out with a strong intent to kill. "Oh, calm down." Liao Nan smiled. "I know what's in the warehouse. It will be terrible if you act on impulse and damage the things in there. Sir Shuemon, who was about to rush out, suddenly froze. Yes, he was right. The gold needles in the warehouse must not be damaged. She saw the mayor and the dean leave in the direction of the embroidery workshop, so she could only depend on herself now. Now, Master Han's plan of treating the city as a piece of cloth was their only hope. Compared with the golden needles in the warehouse, Liao Nan was of no importance at all. Then let's continue. Liao Nan looked up to glance at the sky and leisurely said, "It's my great honor to talk with goddess like this. I never had such an extravagant hope before. That's why I said maybe there would be a chance if I change my way of being. Do you have any understanding of blood elementalists?" Sure Shuemon felt a flicker of interest in her heart, but she didn't say anything. Liao Nan continued, "If one wants to transform from a blood fiend man into a blood elementalist, he has to be able to agglomerate blood traces." The feeling was spectacular at that time. It was just like drifting up and down in the blood sea of the netherworld, then hearing a voice calling your name. After that you can't help walking towards the shore, and once you step onto land, you come back to this mortal world. Sure Shuemon only hoped that Duanmu Huanghan and the others would arrive sooner. Liao Nan was not annoying. Instead, he had an elegant and collected demeanor. Plus, she was very sympathetic about what he had encountered. Nevertheless, she intuitively disliked him for no reason. Suddenly, Ai Hui's figure appeared in her mind. That guy was not at all elegant and was always sarcastic and mean, however, you could always see the eagerness for life in that bastard's eyes. It was so strong and firm that nothing could influence it even a little bit. More importantly, there was not the slightest hint of confusion in his eyes. In Liao Nan's eyes, there was only confusion, decadence, and annoyance towards life. Was it because of what he had been through? Yes, it was understandable that Liao Nan might have become what he was today after such a traumatic experience. Not everyone was like that bastard who could never be influenced by anyone or anything. A glimmer of a smile flashed across Sher Shuemon's face. Noticing the smile on Sher Shuemon's face, Liao Nan cheered up. With more sincerity, he said, "After you can agglomerate the god trace, what you call the blood trace, then blood spiritual force can be produced and you become a blood elementalist. Not everyone is equally talented, so the blood elementalists are different too. Basically, there are 3 categories." Sher Shuemon suddenly asked, "Which 3? Liao Nan smiled faintly. "The first is called Godguard. A Godguard's body is being constantly tempered by blood spiritual force, which, compared with elemental energy, is far more effective. Your training speed can be largely boosted and your body will become invulnerable. Neither swords nor spears would hurt you. Some gains great improvement in speed, some in flexibility, some in strength, and some in self-healing ability. Most blood elementalists, about 60%, fall into this category. How about the second category? The second is called God Shaman. They are more sensitive to the surrounding environment and are good at communicating with the nature. They can summon spirits and train blood demons. To be a God Shaman requires a lot of talent, so only 3 out of 10 people are qualified. But the rarest category is God Priest, who is well versed in psyche attacks. They can create illusions to control enemies' minds. Less than 10% of blood elementalists can become a God Priest. Their attack patterns are hard to predict. If you encounter them, you'd better run for your life. This suddenly reminded Sher Shuemon of the frightening girl in red. She was very likely to be a God Priest. She suddenly asked, "Why are you telling me all of this?" Liao Nan raised his eyebrows and said with ease, "Although we belong to different sides, I don't want you to be killed so soon. The battle has just started and it's sure to last for a long time. If you die in the early stage, I'll feel lonely. I hope you can live longer." "I will." "We belong to different sides," said Sher Shuemon seriously, her eyes downcast. Then, she raised her head, her eyes were cold. "That means we are enemies. Get beheaded." The cold and clear voice was filled with power. Sher Shuemon's spear stabbed out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 256, Liao Nan beheaded. Chapter 256, Liao Nan beheaded. Translator, Cynthia Editor, X. Liao Nan had not expected that Sher Shuemon would suddenly take action. He was shocked to see the spear swiftly piercing toward him. Sher Shuemon's super quick assault created a stream of lights that gradually enlarged in Liao Nan's eyes. Liao Nan's pupils constricted abruptly. As he rapidly retreated, his palm lit up with red light and slapped at the spear, but it was instantly penetrated by the all-like spear. With a muffled groan, Liao Nan sped up sharply and reappeared several meters away. He looked at the bloody hole on his hand and deeply asked, "Why? No matter what you say, we are enemies. So, why not cut the crap?" Sure Shueman said indifferently. Her voice was as chilly as the morning mist. Liaonan asked, "As long as I'm a blood elementalist, you just can't let it go? No exception?" "Maybe there will be." Her calm and clear voice revealed no emotion. Looking directly into Liao Nan's eyes, she said, "But it won't be you." Apparently, it was all my wishful thinking. Liao Nan pulled himself together. Suddenly, a bloody glow flashed in his eyes. "Then I won't be lenient anymore." Liao Nan took a step forward and disappeared unexpectedly. The look on Sure Shueman's face hardened. As the end of Cirrus shivered, she jumped upward abruptly. Clink! Sparks splashed in the air. Sure Shueman felt a blast of power come through the end of the spear, which made Cirrus almost slip out of her hands. She grasped Cirrus with all her strength, spun in a circle as a result of the impact, and stabbed the spear again into the air. Clink! Another radiant spark bloomed in the air. This time Sure Shueman was prepared. After a slight jolt, she stamped hard, dashed like a lightning bolt, and once more stabbed the Cirrus skyward. A transparent ripple appeared in the atmosphere. The look on Liao Nan's face became serious. The spear move used by Sure Shueman seemed to not be fancy or complicated, but he could not help gravitating toward the spearhead. He saw an illusion that the space around the point of the spear was collapsing inward like a moth flying to a flame. He could not stop his slap from approaching. Clink! This time, the force generated by the spear was stronger than the previous ones. It was so powerful that Liao Nan lost feeling in his arms. Sure Shueman deserved to be called goddess. Liao Nan genuinely admired Sure Shueman in his heart. She was called a goddess not only because of her unparalleled beauty, but also due to her strength that largely surpassed her peers. Once, he had fought together with the A1 unit, so he had witnessed Sure Shueman's might. She was indeed strong at that time, but definitely could not compare to what she was today. The power he had obtained through death could not at all compete with the progress Sure Shueman had achieved. Was this the superiority of those so-called aristocratic families? Liao Nan's mind was filled with jealousy and a little bit of anger. He roared in fury, a bloody glow flowing around him. The speed of his attacks accelerated, which generated red lights shining all over the sky. Sure Shueman stood calmly on the ground. Her moves slowed down, and each strike was extremely simple as well as lucid. With each move, a cloud of bloody glow faded away. Without the protection of the glow, Liao Nan's hands collided solidly with the spear. Liao Nan was rocked by every collision. Sure Shueman's moves became more and more fluent. She felt as if she was silently swimming in the stratosphere like a whale. There was no splendid radiance, but spectators could sense the incomparable power hidden under the serenity. Sure Shueman found inspiration. The humpback cloud whale was the overlord of the sky. They had no natural enemies, which allowed them to freely swim in the sky without any obstacles. As the overlords, they did not need to care about other creatures' thoughts. All they needed to do was swim silently. I'm the center. A brilliance emerged out from Sure Shueman's eyes as her spear moves became slower and crisper. Liao Nan sensed the pressure increasing steeply as if he was in a horrible whirlpool. Enormous power pressed against him from all directions. No matter how he changed his attacking angles, his hands would slap upon the spear without exception. The force from the spear was so strong that each collision could numb his arms. What kind of spear move was this? Liao Nan now realized that Sure Shueman had become so strange and so strong. His mind was disturbed for a moment and so was the surrounding space. Liao Nan's expression changed, as he felt something was about to happen. The snow-white cirrus dashed out from the clouds like a humpback whale. Then, without any fancy moves, it directly jabbed toward him. The ambient space seemed to freeze, and Liao Nan felt that he had no way to dodge. Taking a deep breath, Liao Nan's chest promptly compressed, while his arms grew much thicker and stronger. Veins crawled all over his hands, resembling a pair of blood-made net gloves. Liao Nan gradually pushed out his hands while exhaling. When her spear in Liao Nan's hands clashed, Sure Shueman's body was shocked, while Liao Nan's hands exploded like watermelons. The weirdest thing was that the blood net gloves covering his arms abruptly wrapped backward before flying toward Sure Shueman. Liao Nan showed a flash of complacency on his face. As a blood elementalist, he could always recover as long as it was not a fatal wound. The blood elementalists who were good at healing could even restore themselves immediately. Liao Nan could not do that, but he did not care about it at all. As long as the blood net could cover Sure Shueman, it would be impossible for her to get rid of it. After he awakened as a blood elementalist, some abilities hidden in his body had swarmed into his mind as memories. His blood was different from the others, it could be separated from his body and absorb the elemental energy from other elementalists. When Sir Shuemon saw the blood net, her pupils suddenly constricted. The memory of the time and the tunnel emerged before her eyes. She had almost been swallowed by those crazy blood streaks. If it had not been for the bastard who saved her. An inexplicable mood rose in her heart, but she stopped it immediately. Killing intent flashed in her eyes. Being beaten by the same problem twice was not her style. Withdrawing her cirrus swiftly, Sir Shuemon grasped it bizarrely. She gripped the end of the spear with one hand, the body of the spear with the other like she was holding a bamboo pole, and stabbed forward with a spin. Bang! Air exploded ahead of the spear, forming an air shield dome in the sky. Bang! The blood net crashed on the dome air shield and was blocked by it. At the same time, Sir Shuemon stepped back, easily breaking the attack of Liao Nan. She had been thinking a way to break an attack like this and finally came up with this solution. The most terrifying part of these blood streaks was that they could swallow and absorb elemental energy. That was to say, elemental energy was useless when facing the blood streaks. Therefore, she had to find another solution, which was the air shield. The theory behind an air shield was quite simple: compress the air to form a dome-shaped shield. The air shield was a popular technique. It provided a low level of protection, but when coping with something special like toxic smoke or mist, it had an outstanding performance. Blood streak attacks lacked great impulsive force, but they corroded elemental energy, which theoretically made the air shield the best choice for defense. Real combat also confirmed the theory. Liao Nan was shocked. He had not expected that Sir Shuemon would easily break his killing move. He could not figure it out, but he realized that the situation was now quite dangerous for him. Consequently, he bit his tongue and transformed into a streak of bloody light, fleeing away as quickly as possible. Sir Shuemon had not anticipated that Liao Nan would be so decisive. Before she could react, Liao Nan had already dashed dozens of meters away. It was too late for her to chase him. Just then, a strip of white blade glow cut toward Liao Nan from behind a pile of ruins. It arrived so fast that Liao Nan was chopped into two parts before he even realized it. The upper part of his body flew several meters away before falling heavily to the ground. Wang Jin came out from behind the ruins and walked to Liao Nan, who was still alive. Wang Jin said seriously, "No matter what reason you have, betrayal is a capital crime. You were my bodyguard, so I will end your life." Then, he beheaded Liao Nan without any hesitation. Wang Jin gave a thumbs-up gesture to Sir Shuemon and said, "Good girl." Sir Shuemon was a little shy and asked, "How is Master Han?" Wang Jin answered agreeably, "We arrived in time. There were 5 blood elementalists. The Dean and I killed 4 of them. The last one was severely injured before he escaped. Next, we escorted Shouchuan to the embroidery workshop. The Dean is there with them and I came over to see how things are going." Only now did Sir Shuemon notice that Wang Jin's left arm dangled about his waist. Shocked, she asked, "What happened to your arm?" "It's not a big deal. Compared to what I have been through before, this is nothing," Wang Jin said lightly before sighing. "I am no match for you youngsters. Nowadays the youngsters like you are marvelous. You are the leaders of the future." Sir Shuemon was filled with deep respect for Wang Jin. What he had been through, as he just mentioned, referred to the Battle of the Dawn. "How many blood elementalists are there?" Sir Shuemon asked. "I have no idea." The mayor shook his head. His tone was sad, and his eyes were full of sorrow. "I went to the quarantine barracks. No one was alive." Sir Shuemon was astonished. All of a sudden, the ground began to quake from the agitation of an elemental energy blast. About 2 minutes later, the elemental energy gradually became stable. Wang Jin said merrily, "AI Hui has inserted the first gold needle." Knowing this, Sir Shuemon's cold expression melted and her face beamed with joy. Duanmu Huanghan and the others also arrived at the warehouse at this point. When they saw that Sir Shuemon was safe and sound, they felt a sense of relief. Fatty looked around and asked, "Where are Ai Hui and Lulan?" "They have just inserted the first gold needle successfully," Sir Shuemon said happily. Everybody else was excited to hear the news. Altogether there were 9 gold needles, so there was still a long way to go before the final success. However, the first victory was still a good sign. After a gold needle was injected into a vital node, it would integrate with the elemental energy of the universe. In that case, blood elementalists would not be able to destroy it anymore. Ai Hui brought his craftsmen back. They still looked excited. "Let's inject the second gold needle right now," someone shouted. "It's not time yet." The leader of those craftsmen explained, "We can only do that after the first node becomes totally stable." Then, we can activate the second node. How long will it take? AI Hui asked. No more than 1 day, the leader of craftsmen answered while shaking his head. Based on the plan, the time gap between inserting 2 gold needles should not exceed 1 day. Hearing that, everybody's excitement wore off. For them, the longer they waited, the more casualties they might suffer. Then we wait. Let's start to arrange our defensive line, AI Hui said deeply and commanded Shi Shueman. Everybody looked at AI Hui. AI Hui said with gravity, blood elementalists will definitely notice this big-scale elemental energy fluctuation. I predict they may attack the warehouse. Everybody present knew that the most horrifying time of the battle in Central Pine City had begun. Next, no matter if it was day or night, even each second would be soaked in blood. Looking into the distance, AI Hui had a feeling that they were under the watch of somebody hiding in the shadows. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 257, A handsome guy cannot be made an enemy. Chapter 257, A handsome guy cannot be made an enemy. Translator, JL Editor, X. AI Hui was extra cautious. He sent someone to check out the situation, but did not find any tracks. However, at this point in time, he no longer had time to bother about those that were acting on the sly. Time was very precious. Once AI Hui returned, he immediately took over the command of the A1 unit. The warehouse was the core of the operation, so he started planning the layers of defense. After hearing AI Hui report on the blood elementalists, the atmosphere became heavy, especially after hearing that there were no survivors in the quarantine barracks. Death was no longer scary. How many people had died in Central Pine City? The survivors were less than 50% of the population now. They were used to seeing death. Nevertheless, they could not accept the fact when they heard the news. The injured soldiers from the quarantine barracks were once their comrades. Everyone felt guilty and upset that the injured soldiers could only wait for their deaths following their injuries from battle. Now, they still had to endure such cruel torment by being forced to kill each other. After Tian Quan destroyed their bodies, he continued to destroy their faith and conviction. The A1 unit only consisted of students. They were unable to imagine the cruel reality. When they heard that there were 5 survivors who gave up on their lives, they were no longer able to control their emotions and many of them sobbed silently. Wang Jin seemed to age suddenly and was in a daze. While there were no alternatives to the quarantine barracks, he was still burdened by guilt as he was the one that gave the order. At the front line, no one would give up on their companions. Even when he broke his leg in the past, his comrades carried him back. He was unable to persuade himself that it was not his fault, but rather in service to the greater good and without other alternatives. Shi Shueman's face was as white as paper. She trembled slightly, and there was a hint of fear in her eyes. She had never thought that there would be such a dreadful incident in the world and had not understood the suffering that Liao Nan had been referring to. AI Hui stood quietly. He did not console them, nor did he know how to console everyone. 1 month ago, they were just normal students, merely naive and innocent teenagers. However, AI Hui felt that he should say something. Not because he wanted to, but because time was running out. Life was cruel. It did not provide the time to digest sorrows. I know that everyone is upset, but now is not the time to be upset. We do not have much time left. AI Hui's voice was clear and distinct in the midst of deathly stillness. Tearful faces looked up at him in a daze. In their eyes, AI Hui was still calm as per his usual self. His thin, yet structured, face did not display any hint of emotion. The whole city knows about the plan to treat the city like a piece of cloth. Tian Quan and his team will definitely know about this too. The activity of the elemental energy waves was too obvious just now, and we are unable to hide it. Tian Quan will definitely try to sabotage our plans. The indifferent voice was like a narrator explaining an incident that had nothing to do with them. While it was harsh, the others still felt a sense of peace. There are 2 ways for Tian Quan to sabotage the plan of treating the city like a piece of cloth. The first would be to destroy the gold needles. The second would be attacking Mistress. That's right. The voice belonged to Wang Jin, who stood rigidly. Wrinkles and signs of hardship could be seen on his face. While his face was pale, he did not forget his duty. His voice was hoarse, yet forceful. Tian Quan is relying on his subordinates and the blood fiends. They will use the blood fiends to expend our elemental energy and strength. Blood elementalists are the best at taking advantage of a crisis. We should not give them the opportunity to do that. AI Hui's gaze fell on the mayor. The mayor's gaze was steady, yet powerful, and he emitted an indescribable aura. It was like the mayor was emitting light. Ai Hui did not know why, but he thought of dried twigs burning. Burning? Ai Hui looked pensive. The warehouse is not a good place for defense. We should change it to the mayor's residence. I will fetch Master Han and Shaochuan later. We should reduce the areas that we need to guard. Gather the survivors. Let the streets be used by Tian Quan. While there are many blood fiends, they are not organized. There are few blood elementalists, and they will definitely not use them to attack us. Their only chance to attack us is when we nail in the gold needles. Wang Jin said all this in one breath. The mayor residence was only 300 meters away from the warehouse, and it was not really difficult for them to transfer the gold needles. The defense of the warehouse was much weaker than the mayor residences. Considering the fact that they had to endure until all the 9 gold needles were inserted, Ai Hui felt that it was better for them to move the needles to mayor residence. Let's go and nail the gold needles. Shi Shuemon took the initiative and stood up. The A1 unit was currently the best squad in Central Pine City, and they were duty-bound. Wang Jin looked toward Ai Hui. He knew that Ai Hui's opinion was more important. All right. Ai Hui replied. Wang Jin heaved a sigh of relief. Ai Hui was someone who was very capable. Except for the fact that he did not have a strong sense of responsibility, he had no other faults. If only Ai Hui had a strong sense of responsibility like Shi Shuemon. Then it is decided. Wang Jin declared. Everybody scurried off and started doing what they were supposed to do. Wang Jin walked out of the warehouse and looked up at the sky. He prayed silently, hoping that Vice Division Leader Yu could endure for a longer period of time. A loud clap resounded from the heavens as green light enveloped the whole sky like a tornado. Countless dismembered limbs and body parts dropped down from the sky like raindrops, but there were none around Yu Mingqiu. At the moment, Yu Mingqiu's expression was filled with excitement, and his eyes were bright as he looked for new targets. Within the vicinity of 300 meters, however, there were none to be seen. No more? That's it? Yu Mingqiu muttered to himself. He did not lower his voice. Those who had better base levels could hear him clearly. Yu Mingqiu was not content. He lifted his bow and continued to search for targets. His bow was primitive. 3 dark green branches as thick as his thumb were twisted and bent to form the body of a bow. The bowstring consisted of slender vines, and there were still a few fresh leaves on the vine. This wooden bow was not eye-catching, but possessed an imposing name. Blue Dome of Heaven. When the Blue Dome of Heaven was first created, it immediately became famous throughout the world. The blood birds fled when they saw Yu Mingqiu approaching. There were some defects on Yu Mingqiu's azure wings, but he paid no attention to them. He flew in a circle, but there were no bloodbirds that dared to battle with him. He stood blankly, and after a moment, his crazy laughter was heard throughout the sky of Central Pine City. A handsome guy cannot be made an enemy. 1. How can anyone not understand such a simple theory? When a man is standing, all the birds will flee. His comments were laced with disdain and they spread among Central Pine City's sky like a violent storm. The elementalists who were still hanging on strenuously had a boost to their morale. The dean was guarding the embroidery workshop, and his face was filled with admiration. He was also affected by Yu Mingqiu's valiant battle spirit. It was no wonder he was the youngest vice division leader in the 13 divisions. His capability had no limit. However, after he heard Yu Mingqiu's speech, the knowledgeable dean paused for a moment. In a hesitant tone, he asked Mingqiu, "A commander cannot be made an enemy, what a nice phrase." He was referring to the word commander, right? A smile appeared on Mingqiu's pale face. He is referring to being a handsome guy. Dean. Mingqiu looked up into the sky at Yu Mingqiu, who looked like a war god. When she was young, her big brother was always studying diligently and did not have time to play with her. It was big brother Chiu who played with her, bringing her up to the mountains to catch birds and to the rivers to catch fish. So many years had passed, but brother Chiu was still the same as before. Lost in thought, she suddenly thought of Li Wei, and her gaze grew dark. Currently, there was a woman at a corner on the ground who focused on Yu Mingqiu in the sky. Several times, the red-dressed girl wanted to make a move, but was hesitant. While Yu Mingqiu looked like he was in a pathetic situation, such combat was truly exhausting. It was unfathomable that he could endure for so long. It was reasonable to say that Yu Mingqiu was like an arrow at the end of its flight. However, the red-dressed girl still had some doubts. Unlike the others, Yu Mingqiu's master was the best wood elemental grandmaster. She understood how elementalists worked and knew how formidable a grandmaster could be. Yu Mingqiu definitely had skills that could save his life as a last resort. However, looking at his condition, it was apparent that he had gone crazy. It was impossible to reason with a crazy person. If Yu Mingqiu had thoughts of destroying everything, she was going to die as well. Her injuries were quite substantial. Furthermore, she had a new target now. That target was Ai Hui. She was heartbroken when she was forced to use the tree spirit's blood in the tunnel. However, her pain gave way to shock when she saw Shi Shuemon. How was Shi Shuemon still alive? When the tree spirit's blood invaded one's body, the person would become a tree and grow rapidly. She never imagined that the tree spirit's blood would fail. She jolted with shock when she saw Ai Hui and felt the aura of the tree spirit's blood on Himi. Immediately, she knew that Ai Hui was the key. She was stirred up by this discovery and more interested in Ai Hui than Shi Shuemon. This was not the first time that Ai Hui had dispelled the blood poison. It was as if Ai Hui was very familiar with blood spiritual force and had many secrets. The highest probability was that there was some form of blood-refined artifact on Ai Hui's body. The blood-refined artifacts left behind after the cultivation era were the most well-preserved artifacts, but there were slight differences between blood spiritual force and actual spiritual force. As such, not all blood-refined artifacts were usable. Furthermore, ancient blood refinement was much more in-depth than the current blood refinement that they practiced. There were many things that she did not understand. It was not an easy feat to find an artifact that she could use. However, Ai Hui was too alert. He seemed to have discovered that he was being spied on. The red-dressed girl was astonished. Ai Hui was constantly surprising her. To prevent alerting Ai Hui's attention, she retreated immediately. First, she decided to examine what exactly Ai Hui had just done. Just now, the elemental waves in the tunnel were very strange. She also saw a few blood elementalists. They had just awakened recently as blood elementalists and had not learned any spells. They could only battle based on their instincts. There was a competitor concealed in Central Pine City who was worthy of her. She did not show her face to her competitor, hiding further instead. The threat of her competitor was comparable to an elementalist. It was even more dangerous when her competitor was at an advantage. She thought for a moment and decided to take a look at the source of the elemental waves. What were these fellows trying to do? 1. A play on the Chinese word. Can mean handsome or commander. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 258, Dividing the Troops. Chapter 258, Dividing the Troops. Translator, JL Editor, X. The red-dressed girl found the place where the elemental energy waves originated. Surprisingly, it was the same place where she crossed paths with Ai Hui last time. Only then did she realize Ai Hui's objective of traveling to the tunnel earlier. Walking a few circuits around the location of the gold needle, she was puzzled. However, she was not worried as she knew that she had just arrived in Central Pine City, and there were many things that she was still unaware of. She walked out of the pit quietly. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the movement of a stone from the ruins not far away. Yan Hai woke up in a daze, aching all over. He was trapped in the middle of the rubble and surrounded by darkness. Slowly, he tried to recall what had happened. Instantly, he was filled with fury. That damn old Lei. Wait until he returned. He would definitely report this incident. He exhausted his strength to climb out of the rumble. He was covered in dust and looked disheveled. This was simply too embarrassing. The hatred in his heart intensified. Old Lei was now ranked as an enemy. Yan Hai silently swore to himself that he would get his revenge. Upon climbing out of the debris, he was met with the glaring sun and had to squint his eyes. Blood elementalist? A sweet voice sounded from above him. Yan Hai's body stiffened. Something was wrong. Out of the 45 blood elementalists, there were 5 females. However, this was not a familiar voice, so it had to belong to an elementalist. Yan Hai's heart jolted when he thought that he had fallen into the hands of an elementalist. Looking foolish with his eyes closed, Yan Hai suddenly spun into action. Making use of both his hands and legs, he quickly shot out. His actions were as fast as lightning. The average person would not have time to react to his speed. Yan Hai did not meet with any obstructions for the first 10 meters. He involuntarily released his breath, but did not have the chance to rejoice when his body was suddenly pulled back without the ability to continue rushing forward. Yan Hai was terror-stricken and turned his head. A bright red silk cloth was wrapped around him like he was a dumpling. Following this, he felt a tug and flew backward. He fell heavily on the floor. It was a harsh fall and made his head spin. After a moment, Yan Hai regained some of his wits. Without hesitating, he got on his knees and begged, "Have mercy on me. Have mercy on me. I like people who know how to adapt to circumstances." A sweet and languid voice rang across the air. Yen Hai gathered a few ounces of courage and lifted his head secretly to take a peek. He was dumbfounded by what he saw. The lady in front of him was like someone who came out of a painting. She wore a red dress while looking beautiful and alluring. Her languid and charming aura made his heart speed up involuntarily. How could there be such a beautiful lady in this world? Looking at Yen Hai's dumbstruck expression, the red-dressed girl covered her mouth and laughed lightly. "Who is your master?" Her voice was enticing. However, upon hearing the word master, Yen Hai immediately regained his wits. While he felt dominated by the beauty of the red-dressed girl, his fear toward Tian Quan was carved deep into his bones. Yen Hai asked in a trembling voice, Who are you?" The red-dressed girl replied while smiling, "You have no right to ask questions as a captive. If you are unwilling to say, I will just hand you over to the elementalists of Central Pine City. Surely they would give you a hearty welcome." Yen Hai's face paled. He would rather be killed than fall into the hands of Central Pine City's elementalists. The elementalists there hated blood elementalists to the core. If they saw a blood elementalist, they would tear him to pieces without a second thought. When he heard the two words, hearty welcome, Yen Hai's face became even paler. The hatred between both parties was beyond any point of redemption. If it came to that day, it would also not be an easy task to simply die. "Hold on." Yen Hai stammered, "Fairy, are you a blood elementalist too?" He rejoiced. That's right. If the red-dressed girl was an elementalist, she would have killed him long ago. "I am." The red-dressed girl smiled and creased her eyebrows. Her expression was adorable as she continued, "You have yet to answer my question?" Yen Hai blurted, "It is Sir Tian Quan." When the words left his mouth, Yen Hai was filled with regret. He did not know what had happened, but it was like he was possessed. He did not think before answering. "Oh, Tian Quan." The red-dressed girl suddenly seemed to see the light. She threw a dazzling smile at Yen Hai. "We have time to slowly discuss this. I am very interested." Her sentence had not yet ended when the red-dressed lady folded up her red sleeves and disappeared along with Yen Hai. Wang Zhen was very efficient. Along the way, he continuously gathered the younger elementalists. The battle raged in every corner of Central Pine City. At this point, none of the people held any hopes that they would remain unscathed. As a result, this made them more determined when fighting back. While the blood fiends caused many casualties, this did not kill the people's morale. Pretty soon, Wang Zhen gathered a group of elementalists and arrived at the embroidery workshop. After he explained the plan to the dean and Mingxiu, he was surprised by their answer. "Mayor, you are very considerate, but my teacher is unable to move." Mingxiu bitterly laughed. "Unable to move?" Wang Zhen stood rooted to the ground. Next to him, the dean was also caught by surprise. It was also the first time he had heard of this news. Mistress Han has been meditating since the start of the plan. Mingxiu's voice trembled. The plan of treating the city as a piece of cloth requires the ability of a grandmaster. Mistress Han is merely a master and there is still some disparity. Mistress Han has already started meditating and is unaware of the affairs of the world. She has instructed Mingxiu not to disturb her. When the 9 specific nodes have been activated, she would naturally awaken. Could it be that Master Han is trying to break through the Grandmaster barrier? The dean turned pale with fright. Apart from this, there were no other options. Mingxiu paused for a moment before she continued, "Mistress Han knows that there is not much hope. She instructed me to pass on the message to Mayor and Dean that if she fails to break through, she would still complete the task of treating the city as a piece of cloth." By the last sentence, Mingxiu's eyes were red and teary. Wang Zhen and the Dean stayed silent. They understood the true implication of the last sentence. If the breakthrough failed and Teacher Han still wanted to complete the plan, she would have to pay a huge price. It was possible that the price would be her life. Compared to the chance of success for breaking through to be a grandmaster, there was a higher possibility of her losing her life. If that is the case, we need to make some adjustments to our plan. Wang Zhen cut straight to the point and said gravely, "Now, we have 2 areas that we need to guard. The first is the embroidery workshop and the second is the mayor's residence. We will do some simple division of the troops. The dean and I will take a group of people to guard the embroidery workshop. The mayor's residence and the gold needles would be handed over to Ai Hui. Let him know he can act as he deems fit." He had yet to finish his word when a few blood fiends were spotted at the end of the street. An elementalist soared into the sky and flew toward the mayor's residence. Now that the sky was guarded by Yumingqiu, it had unexpectedly become the safest place in central Pine City. Ai Hui sat on the rooftop of the mayor's residence and was greeted by a view full of ruins. Clouds of black smoke rushed skyward. Ai Hui was all too familiar with the landscape before him. This was central Pine City. This was their battleground. How could a soldier be unfamiliar with his battleground? Yet, Ai Hui was also familiar with another side of central Pine City. The image of a peaceful, but lively, street flashed past his mind. The streets were lined with shops and also many training halls. Flags outside the training halls fluttered in the breeze. The scene that flashed past in his mind seemed like it was just yesterday, but it also seemed like eons ago. Ai Hui missed those days, but he knew that they could no longer return to the past. Intermittently, sounds of explosion boomed out from many directions. The battle was still taking place. The process of shifting from the warehouse to the mayor's residence was smooth, and they did not meet with any mishaps. Looking at Shi Shuemon, who was busying about, Ai Hui could not help but smile. The Iron Lady was always meticulous, strictly impartial, and incorruptible. He was always assured when he delegated tasks to her. It was not that Ai Hui did not have a mind of his own. Rather, there were many miscellaneous things that he was unwilling to do. For example, how should they organize the newly joined elementalists? In such instances, completing the task might not bring about the desired effect. However, if they did not complete the task well, the effect would certainly cause endless trouble. Ai Hui always steered far away from such tasks. In this aspect, however, Shi Shuemon was always patient. Lu Lan sat next to Ai Hui. Initially, Fatty wanted to go up as well, but he was kicked down by Ai Hui. If Fatty were to come up, the rooftop would definitely collapse. Ai Hui, can we win? Lu Lan tilted his head and asked. Lu Lan has no confidence? Ai Hui replied to Lu Lan with a question. Lu Lan replied, because Lu Lan has calculated and the probability of success is very small. Ai Hui's interest was piqued. Lu Lan, you are so useful. You can even calculate this? Tell me, what are the odds of succeeding? Lu Lan replied, Ai Hui, not even 10%. Ai Hui was somewhat surprised. Such a small percentage? He quickly responded while nodding his head, okay, seems like that is the case. However, we can't help it. No matter how small the hope, there is still a hope. We still need to do our best. If we manage to get it right, then we will have made it. Even if there are a few deaths, we won't be on the losing end. Ai Hui will not die. Lu Lan said loudly and seriously. Ai Hui loudly chuckled. Lu Lan's current expression was like an innocent and naive child. Lu Lan will help Ai Hui. Lu Lan will not let Ai Hui die. Lu Lan replied earnestly. Ai Hui nodded his head while smiling. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Lan is brilliant. With Lu Lan's help, Ai Hui will definitely defeat all the blood fiends and kill all the blood elementalists. And we will live until a ripe old age. Sang Jijun, who was in the courtyard, shouted, Lu Lan, come back home with me if we succeed. This sentence sent the courtyard into chaos. Jijun, how could you snatch my Lu Lan? Big sister, while you are our respected and beloved big sister, we will definitely not concede regarding Lu Lan's case. Lu Lan, I love you. Lu Lan, I will find you a female sand puppet. That is too treacherous. Brothers, let's beat this chap into a female sand puppet. Looking at the chaotic courtyard, Ai Hui could not help but smile. After the commotion, the initially stern and restrained atmosphere became lively. Ai Hui was the most relaxed when he was with Lu Lan. His guard would always disappear without a trace when Lu Lan was around. The elementalist who had just descended brought with him the latest news. Ai Hui heard the news that Mistress was unable to move, and that they had to guard both the embroidery workshop and the mayor's residence. If the mayor and the dean took a group of elementalists to guard the embroidery workshop, the task of guarding and placing the golden needles would fall on Ai Hui and the others. The situation was worse than he thought. However, Ai Hui maintained his composure, looking the same as his usual self. Suddenly, a craftsman rushed into the courtyard. With a happy expression he declared, the first point has stabilized. Ai Hui gathered his thoughts and was preparing to jump down from the rooftop when the alarm suddenly rang. Ai Hui stared ahead. The blood fiends had arrived. The blood elementalists had definitely arrived too. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 259, The So-Called Path. Chapter 259, The So-Called Path. Translator, JL Editor, X. After hearing Yan Hai's stammering recount, the red-dressed girl finally made sense of the situation in Central Pine City. Treating the city as cloth. I can't believe that there's actually such a capable person in Central Pine City. Seems like I should hold them in higher regard. Central Pine City has concealed many talents. Treating the city as a piece of cloth, the Lightning Blade, the A1 unit, Wang Xiaochuan, and Han Yuqin. It is incredible that all of them are from Central Pine City. Yes, yes. Yan Hai nodded his head like a chick pecking on grains. He had recovered from his initial fear and realized that the red-dressed girl did not have any intention to kill him, so his brain immediately jumped into action. In a flattering tone, he continued, "Miss, you have such good foresight. If all the things you mentioned succeed, it might actually leave a legacy in Central Pine City's history. However, as we are here, they will not have a chance to succeed." Ha ha ha, dot. The red-dressed girl glanced at Yan Hai. "You seem to be rather confident." "My lady, with you and Master Tian Quan, the blood elementalists would definitely be confident." Yan Hai was buttering her up without a care in the world. "Tian Quan?" The red-dressed girl laughed coldly. "His base level has reached his limit." Yan Hai trembled and asked timidly, "Miss, what do you mean?" "You don't understand." The red-dressed gave a hint and continued, "Previously, Tian Quan took on an approach in strengthening himself and did not use any external force to help. The route that he chose is extremely dangerous. If there are any slight mistakes, he will fall into the deep abyss with no hope of reprieve." How did he manage to endure so many stages of God refinement? Because he was resolute and undaunted by death. As a result, he was able to persist and attain what he has today. However, due to his current injury, his mind is no longer as resolute, and he has lost his spirit. It is impossible for him to achieve any further achievements. When Yan Hai heard this, he had chills in his heart. He asked feebly, "Is it that serious?" "Sir Tian Quan's capability is incomprehensible. I am unable to tell. God refinement was simply blood refinement." The blood elementalists felt that the word blood sounded too demonic and was not impressive enough. As such, they renamed it God refinement. Following the increase of blood elementalists, such minute details were slowly gaining the attention of people, unlike in the past. Even the title of God elementalist was starting to get popular. "On what basis do you think you are capable of seeing it?" The red-dressed lady said bluntly, "The road of God refinement is extremely difficult and dangerous. While the road for an elementalist is long and slow, there are limits to the transformation. It is easy to train and mishaps seldom happen. However, the road for blood refinement is equivalent to climbing a precipitous cliff. While the view is incomparable, you are met with many obstacles and dangers. You consider the word God is a word that attracts people. Little do they know that there is actually a profound theory behind the word." Yan Hai listened attentively. He knew that such an opportunity was hard to come by. What do we mean by God? Being detached from life and death as well as being one with heaven and earth like God. In this aspect, we are no different from the elementalists. They also believe that they have a common origin with heaven and earth and they will live forever. In short, they are following the path of the cultivators from the past. However, we are different. We walk in between the path of life and death. We treat life and death as an integral whole, that they are similar. Our theory is profound. Walking between life and death is akin to walking on a tightrope between high cliffs. Below our feet is an unknown abyss. In order to succeed, our hearts and minds must be resolute. We must not hesitate, else we will definitely fall into a situation with no hope of reprieve. Yan Hai was alarmed after hearing what she said and forced to laugh. Wouldn't this mean that they are unable to make any mistakes? God makes mistakes too. The red-dressed girl continued unhurriedly, "Making a mistake is all right, and as long as the heart is resolute, there will be a chance to survive. To be alive after dying. To become a god overnight. This is something that is unique to us, blood elementalists. Compared to us, the training of the elementalists is much stupider. Why are we still not able to match up against them then?" Yan Hai asked subconsciously. Through the red-dressed girl, he learned that his partners had died in the battle. He could not believe his ears. He could feel that after he became a blood elementalist, God elementalist, his strength had improved tremendously. Old Lei and the rest were even stronger than him. Otherwise, they would not have treated him like that. However, all four of them were dead. "You guys?" The red-dressed girl smiled. "Even though you have managed to grow the god traces and become a god elementalist, you have not practiced any god spells nor do you have any suitable weapons. If you are able to defeat the lightning blade just like that, then he isn't someone to be feared either." When Yen Hai heard that the opponent was the lightning blade, his bewildered expression cleared. His doubts were cleared as well. If Ai Hui was the one they were dealing with, then the conclusion was a given and nothing out of the norm. The Battle of Longstreet had left an lasting impact on Yen Hai. Yen Hai was glad that he had managed to escape due to Old Lei's kick. Regarding Ai Hui, how much do you know? The red-dressed girl suddenly asked. Not much, Yen Hai replied weakly. Say what you know. The red-dressed girl's voice was melodious but commanded attention. Yes. Yen Hai did not dare to miss out any details and narrated what he knew. The battle was in full force at the mayor's residence. Ai Hui and Shi Shuemon were jointly attacking a blood ape. This blood ape was the same flaming ape that they had encountered in the Heaven Pit previously. It was defeated in Central Pine City last time and had barely managed to escape. Initially, the blood ape did not dare to enter Central Pine City. However, given that Central Pine City's defense were destroyed and the enticing lure of the elementalists, it gave into temptation and entered Central Pine City once more. They had had the aid of the mayor and dean previously, but at the moment, they had no other people to help them. Ai Hui, Shi Shuemon, and Duanmu Huanghan rushed forward. The others were trying to stop the advancement of the other blood fiends. Compared to seeing it at a distance like earlier, Ai Hui was able to better comprehend the formidability of the flaming ape at a closer proximity. Bang! Ai Hui's dragon's pine collided with the palms of the flaming ape. At the point of contact, the dragon's pine suddenly curved, like a spring that was compressed. Chi, 7 small swords intertwined, formed a lightning net, and flew toward the flaming ape's face. The flaming ape was fearful of the thunder and lightning. It lifted one of its palms to protect its face. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of the lightning colliding on the flaming ape's palm was heard. The flaming ape's palm was numb and the fear on its face became more intense. Ai Hui made use of the recoil from the dragon's pine and rebounded up into the air. When he was airborne, he felt that his right arm was numb. The flaming ape's strength was incredibly shocking. He also confirmed something else. The flames had a suppressing effect on him. Was fire able to restrain metal? In the basics class, enhancement and restraint of the 5 elements were common sense, but these properties were also the most amazing transformations for the 5 elements. In previous battles, the traits of enhancement and restraint were not obvious. Following the increase in Ai Hui's base level, the concentration of elemental energy in his body also increased. His metal attribute became increasingly prominent. As such, the effects of enhancement and restraint became more distinct. If he were to achieve elemental externalization, the metal attribute in his body would become even stronger, while the effects of enhancement and restraint would become even more prominent. All living things had weaknesses and enemies. Ai Hui did not find this strange. He was thinking of how to counter this. A ferocious glare flashed past the flaming ape's eyes. When it wanted to rush forward, the tip of a spear pierced at its throat. It had to halt its tracks and threw a fist toward the spear tip. Boom! A smothered, but loud sound was heard throughout the residence. The flaming ape appeared sluggish as Shi Shuemon retreated a few steps back. Both parties were re-evaluating their opponent. The flaming ape opened its eyes wide. It did not understand why the delicate figure in front of it contained such tremendous strength, but it was more concerned with the smell the other party was emitting. The smell of water. Just as fire restrained metal, the element that could restrain fire was water. Facing an opponent on equal ground whose attribute could actually restrain it, the flaming ape was extremely fearful. Shi Shuemon remained calm and collected. Her eyes sparkled like the stars. That collision had increased her confidence. Her strength was increasing practically every day. Her gains from the blood crystals seemed to differ compared to the others. Like the cirrus she wielded, her looks were deceiving as well. Her petite body contained a tremendous amount of strength. Occasionally, she would worry that such a change was a bad thing. How can a girl just grow in strength? What happens if her legs become chunky? What happens if her arms expand? Of course, these were just fleeting thoughts. She fought every day with all her might and had no time to seriously think about all these minor issues. Through that strike just now, she realized how much she had improved. After the battle with Liao Nan, she gradually started to find a battle style that belonged to her. The same set of spear movements could have a different effect when different people executed them. From a young age, she knew that people had to find a battle style that belonged solely to themselves, just like people had to find a pathway that only belonged to themselves. She thought that she was starting to find her own road. Her eyes brightened as she saw the fear in the flaming ape's eyes. She took a step and thrust out Cirrus, courageously continuing her advance. The flaming ape loosed ferocious roar and shot out its fist. Boom! The collision resulted in an even louder sound. Sir Shuemon retreated further than before. Her arms were numb, but her eyes became brighter again. A drop of fresh blood seeped out of the flaming ape's fist. Just when it was about to drip to the floor, the blood became a flame that enveloped the ape's fist. The color became darker and emitted a high heat. The ground beneath the flaming ape was burned red. Everyone was shocked into oblivion by the collision. Sir Shuemon's figure was graceful. Even though her body was covered by the armor, it was unable to conceal her perfect figure. Regardless of the angle, Sir Shuemon and the word sturdy did not seem to be correlated. She only emitted gentleness, albeit her gentleness was cold. But what did they just see? Dumbstruck, Ai Hui gaped. He had just clashed with the flaming ape. Even he, who had attained the level of copper skin through training, found it difficult to deal with the flaming ape. Yet, Iron Lady could meet the ape's force with force. To meet force with force. Oh, to hell with it. Ai Hui was shocked speechless. Although he had always referred her to as Iron Lady, he had never imagined that such a dainty lady would be a brute force freak. To be able to meet the ape's force with force, if she was not a brute force freak, then what was she? She was a young lady from an influential family who used elemental ingredients to rinse her mouth, alright? She was a talented goddess who had the ability to captivate countless men, alright? She was someone who practiced an abstruse and inexhaustible absolute art, alright? Why did she have to snatch the rice bowl from us, people who can only rely on brute force and are struggling to get by? The world was too cruel. Ai Hui sent a pitying glance in Fatty's direction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 260, Dilemma. Chapter 260, Dilemma. Translator, JL Editor, K. Kermit. Yen Hai watched the ongoing battle at the mayor residence from far away. His mouth was agape and he wore a shocked expression. A small and dainty young lady and a flaming ape which was as big as a small mountain collided repeatedly. The visual impact that it brought totally undermined any knowledge he'd previously had. A freak was definitely hiding in that dainty body. That was what Yen Hai thought. Compared to the blood elementalists, the blood fiends had a greater advantage. They had gone through millions of years of transformation. The world bestowed upon them the rule of survival. The flaming ape had already formed the god traces. Those god traces allowed it to control flame. It had transformed into a completely different creature. Its blood was hotter than lava and the energy it accumulated was distributed throughout its body. Just like smelting iron with fire, the original strong body of the flaming ape became even stronger. Despite this, it was unable to restrain Sir Shuemon. All of Central Pine City was in ruins. There were no high-rise buildings to obstruct his vision. He could clearly see the fierce battle that was happening at the mayor's residence from a far distance. In the battle, Sir Shuemon fought more courageously. Cirrus was like a snow-white whale that charged around violently. There were no gaudy moves and the elemental energy was concentrated and held back. The weirdest part was that Cirrus did not produce any sound. It was like a huge whale that had its mouth wide open and could swallow up everything. Such a brilliant goddess. The red-dressed lady was slightly moved. Her spearmanship is on a totally new level. It is no wonder that she is a genius from the Sure family. To be on the next level indicated that Sure Shuemon had started to comprehend her training and was developing her own sense of style. In accordance with her age, Sure Shuemon would be graduating from the induction ground this year. Even the red-dressed lady was impressed by the fact that Sure Shuemon was able to achieve such a profound level in her spear movements at her age. A totally new level? Yen Hai was more shocked than the red-dressed girl. How old is she? Isn't she graduating only this year? Hence, she is a genius, replied the red-dressed girl casually. Look at them meeting force with force. How can she possess such tremendous strength? Yen Hai's heart was filled with many doubts and was stunned by such strength. Yes, all the elementalists who were watching the battle were also shocked by the visual impact. Because she has a solid foundation. The red-dressed lady's tone held a hint of respect. To be able to have such a solid foundation is not easy. You will understand this reasoning in the future. Yen Hai did not dare to ask further. Despite the fact that the lady was always smiling at him, he knew that she would not have any mercy on him, just like Sir Tian Quan. The red-dressed girl's gaze shifted from the flaming ape to the whole battleground. This was her first time seeing the A1 unit in action. She was impressed by the A1 unit's battle style. Snares and traps surrounded the perimeter of the mayor residence. She was astonished that a sand puppet was actually the one controlling the snares and traps. What blew her mind was that the sand puppet was extremely smart. The traps were not intended to kill or injure directly, but rather to delay the arrival of the blood fiends and create more opportunities for the team attacking from a further distance. The solid floor beneath the blood fiends' feet would suddenly become loose sand. These subtle changes affected them greatly. When that happened, the arrows would envelope the blood fiends like raindrops. About 1/3 of the fleeing blood fiends would then fall into the snares. Those that managed to avoid the snares would encounter the second line of defense, the elementalists that formed a defense line around the perimeter. They formed a small group and constantly thrusted out attacks. They were like a sharp razor blade which nobody dared to pass. The red-dressed girl slightly feared the combat ability that the A1 unit displayed. Through Yen Hai, she knew that it was due to the blood crystals. The discovery of the blood crystals had changed Central Pine City's situation tremendously. The influence of the blood crystals was like a wave of ripples that kept expanding. In fact, it was having a lasting influence and impact on both sides. As the elementalists were unable to create elemental food with just the blood crystals, then if not for the fact that resources in Central Pine City had been depleted, the strength of the elementalists would have increased even more tremendously. The blood of God was not the only force pushing the progress of the battle, the elementalists were also using all their means to quickly adapt to the new battleground. Due to the existence of the flaming ape, there were no other strong blood fiends in the surroundings. The smaller and weaker blood fiends had been driven out by the flaming ape. If there was a slightly stronger blood fiend, Fatty would rush forward to the front line. Those elementalists who were near him would then weave in like a pair of scissors and attack. Of course, Fatty did not know that Ai Hui was laughing at him in secret. Even if he knew, he would not want to prove himself. Even if the world collapsed, shouldn't it be those who were taller and more capable that provide the support? In any case, there was Ai Hui, Shi Shueman, and Bangwan. He would just follow and drift along. Fatty held onto the shield and forcibly prevented the blood fiends from attacking. Currently, the impacts the blood fiends made were practically nothing to him. After a few consecutive successes in blocking the blood fiends, Fatty's level of confidence increased tremendously. He was like a moving wall and the blood fiends had to pass him to attack the others. The strongest flaming ape was being attended to by Ai Hui and Shi Shueman. The rest of the blood fiends were lackluster, most of them being injured or dead upon facing the retaliation of the A1 unit. With the support of a few elementalists nearby, there were just a few blood fiends left. The blood fiends were on the losing end. Fatty started to slack off and was left with nothing much to do. If not for the fear of incurring Ai Hui's wrath, he would have wanted to start a small gambling den where he could gamble. Ai Hui was getting stronger and stronger. He should be able to have a better life in the future and definitely live to a ripe old age, Fatty thought lazily. Fatty was happy and felt that Ai Hui deserved a better life. He was always so hardworking and attentive. Ai Hui has never harbored any complaints as well. He shall share some of Ai Hui's glory. The mayor's residence was the sturdiest building in Central Pine City. Fatty also needed to act as the last defensive wall around the mayor residence. The red-dressed girl was dazzled and impressed by the coordination of the A1 unit. This was the first time that she witnessed such excellent coordination, and they were just a group of students. If they were able to make it out alive, they would definitely become the backbone of the Avalon of 5 elements in the future. Should we go forward and help? Yen Hai asked. Why should we help? The red-dressed girl asked, astounded. We are all blood elementalists. Yen Hai replied feebly. The red-dressed lady merely shot a glance toward Yen Hai and did not show any signs of going to help. Yen Hai was aware that he had said the wrong thing and quickly shut his mouth. He did not dare to utter another word. The blood elementalists who were hiding in a corner were met with a dilemma. They had never imagined that the A1 unit would be such a strong and capable team. They were the best in Central Pine City. Yet, they had to attack. Another person who was ready to show his hand was Ai Hui. He had found a solution. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 261, Ai Hui's Discovery. Chapter 261, Ai Hui's Discovery. Translator, TYZ Editor, K. Kermit. Ai Hui was surreptitiously observing the flaming ape. No one dared to say that he or she understood the blood fiends well, including Ai Hui. Different blood fiends had different fighting capabilities and characteristics. One could only identify their specific weaknesses through observation. Shi Shueman and the flaming ape were engaged in a furious battle, giving Ai Hui the opportunity to observe the enemy. The flaming ape was undoubtedly powerful. Its 6-meter-tall body gave it terrifying strength, and instead of being slow and clumsy due to its sheer size, it was also nimble and agile. Its shiny metallic hair prevented it from getting injured easily, and even though the flaming ape appeared abnormally irascible and violent, its flickering eyes revealed its craftiness. Looking at it, the flaming ape did not seem to have any weaknesses. In the wilderness, this type of dire beast was the most troublesome and no one wanted to encounter it. However, Hui knew that there was no such thing as a dire beast without any weaknesses in this world. He carefully observed the flaming ape's every movement and the changes in its body. Sure Shuemon's attacks were forceful and rapid, allowing no room for the flaming ape to dodge. Both of them were fighting with brute force. Furthermore, due to the flaming ape's elemental weakness to Sure Shuemon's water element, it was not an easy task for the former to deal with the latter. The flaming ape needed to go all out in its attacks. Thanks to the flaming ape going all out, Hui was able to pick up more details from its body. Especially its blood traces. Its flame-shaped blazing blood traces were covered by its thick and coarse hair, making them very difficult to spot. As the blood fiends continued to evolve, their bodies became more impressive, but not in the sense that their powers became stronger. Instead, their weaknesses were reduced in number. For example, the blood traces on low-level blood fiends were very distinct, but after they evolved to a higher level, their blood traces would become darker and less distinct. The flaming ape's blood traces grew under its hair, making them extremely hard to spot. The hair also acted as a form of protection for the blood traces. Fortunately, the flaming ape's blood traces could still be seen. Even though Hui's eyesight was not as sharp as the sword embryo's, he still could capture many small details. Hui noticed a weird phenomenon. The flaming ape's blood traces were expanding and contracting faintly, as if they were breathing. Whenever this phenomenon happened, the flames on the flaming ape would burn more intensely. The higher-ups were unable to provide much information on the blood traces, but there had been many discussions on them. Everyone fought blood fiends every day, so they could directly experience and understand the blood traces for themselves. The mainstream belief was that the blood traces were the blood fiend's source of power. This idea matched very well with the old prisoner's conjecture. The old man felt that blood traces were the blood fiend's weakness. The flaming ape's performance had verified these conjectures. However, just this information alone was not enough. Duanmu Huanghan did try using the viridescent flower's vines to attack the flaming ape's blood traces, but to no avail. The flaming ape did not mind its blood traces being attacked at all. At that moment, Hui noticed an easily overlooked detail. The blood traces did not breath all at the same time. On the contrary, the breathing followed some kind of unique pattern. After observing a while more, Hui knew he was right about the blood traces. For example, the first blood trace to light up was the one that was near the flaming ape's heart. Hui suddenly realized something. The breathing pattern of the flaming ape's blood traces reminded him of the circulatory cycle revolution in elemental energy training. If he replaced the blood traces with the palaces, wouldn't it be a circulatory cycle revolution? Could there be a mechanism like the circulatory cycle revolution in the body of the flaming ape as well? A burst of excitement erupted within Hui. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Spiritual force needed to be channeled through the meridians of a body using the circulatory cycle revolution as well. The current version of the circulatory cycle revolution for 5 residences and 8 palaces was based on the cultivation era's version. The only difference was that the cultivation era's version of the circulatory cycle revolution was much more complicated and detailed. Hui believed that the blood fiend's version of the circulatory cycle revolution would not be too complicated. The blood elementalist's circulatory cycle revolution would be similarly simple. A body's meridians had to be slowly developed and expanded from a young age. They could not be fully formed in only a day's time. The few blood elementalists that Hui had encountered used to be quarantined casualties. How could it be possible that they had had the time to learn something as complicated as the circulatory cycle revolution? If that was the case, a bold idea arose in Hui's mind. Was it possible that the blood of God borrowed the training system of 5 residences and 8 palaces from the Avalon of 5 elements? Initially, he felt his idea was ridiculous. However, upon second thought, he realized that it was possible. The greatest advantage of the 5 residences and 8 palaces circulatory circle revolution was its simplicity. Hui started to make conjectures based on this ridiculous idea and imagined the blood traces as palaces. In other words, the flaming ape had 9 elemental energy palaces on its body. The energy channeling path should start at its heart, followed by its left abdomen, subsequently to its back, and then to its right knee. Stab its right knee! Hui suddenly yelled. Sure Shuemon was too slow and did not react in time. She did not expect Hui to suddenly open his mouth. By the time she could react, it was too late. She had absolute confidence in Hui. Even though that rascal's character might be terrible, he must have discovered something if he'd yelled like that. The thing that surprised Sir Shuemon was that Ai Hui had remained silent for the last few rounds of attacks against the flaming ape. Initially, she and the flaming ape were evenly matched, however, Ai Hui's distraction caused her to become immediately suppressed. The flaming ape was abnormally sharp. When it sensed that Sir Shuemon was distracted, it immediately exploded with a burst of strength. The flaming ape bellowed and clenched both its fists. The blood trace on its back lit up and blazing flames erupted, forming a pair of fire wings. Before it even finishing bellowing, the flaming ape increased its speed sharply and surged toward Sir Shuemon like a flaming shadow. Duanmu Huanghan, who had not really done much during the battle, had a cold glint sweep across his eyes. He spread out his fingers like a blossoming flower in an instant. Viridescent flower, perennial lock. Numerous viridescent flower vines shot out from the ground and devoured the fire-winged flaming ape like green floodwater. A towering green cage stood tall and straight in the middle of the field. The perennial lock appeared too suddenly. Without a single sign, it appeared out of nowhere on the field. Boom! Surging oil-like flames gushed out of the perennial lock. The secured, green cage burst into a sea of fire, resembling a heap of burning dry grass. Duanmu Huanghan did not continue to attack. He did not have any advantage against the flaming ape. He had achieved his objective by executing the perennial lock. A gigantic figure engulfed in flames walked out from the sea of fire. Its enormous body was filled with an imposing aura. As it moved forward, an aura of killer intent pervaded the air. Sir Shuemon remained unflustered. Even when the flaming ape looked so terrifying, the young ponytailed girl did not show any intention of retreating. She held her spear tightly and slightly lowered her body, looking like a leopard about to pounce on its prey. Ai Hui's eyes became brighter and brighter. The flaming ape bent its knees slightly and the flames in the air were extinguished. All of a sudden, a dazzling blaze erupted through the air as the flaming ape charged ferociously towards Sir Shuemon. Right knee! Even though Ai Hui's voice was not loud, it could still be clearly heard amidst the deafening explosions and the ear-splitting roar of the flaming ape. Sir Shuemon's eyes slightly lit up, however, the next moment, she squinted her eyes. The dazzling blaze in the air was blinding her vision. Soon, her vision went dark as a gigantic figure appeared before her eyes. The flaming ape's charging speed this time around was much faster than before. Without any hesitation or intention to retreat, she struck out her spear firmly. Cirrus shot forward like a whale swimming silently in the depths of the ocean. The surging and overpowering blaze collided heavily with the streak of concentrated, white-colored spear glint. Both Sir Shuemon and the flaming ape subconsciously squinted their eyes, bracing for the incoming explosion in shockwave. With two such terrifying forces colliding against each other, a colossal explosion was about to take place. Crack! The sound resembled an eggshell being smashed. The white spear glint pierced through the surging blaze and a wisp of blood mist spurted out. Without having enough time to dissipate, the wisp of blood mist was devoured by the blaze. Everyone was shocked by this scene. They had thought that it was going to be a fierce collision, but it turned out like this in the end. The flaming ape, which had lost its balance, smashed heavily to the ground, causing crushed rocks and flames to fly everywhere. The flaming ape's right knee and everything beneath it had completely disappeared. The flaming ape's flames began to dim. It rolled in the rubble while howling in grief nonstop, looking extremely pathetic. It looked completely different from its previously domineering self. The epic turn of events caused everyone to be dumbstruck once again. The turn of events was far too abrupt. Duanmu Huanghan cast a glance at Ai Hui with a bewildered look on his face. He did not see what exactly had happened when Sir Shuemon struck out her spear. He also did not understand why it had to be the flaming ape's right knee. Why was there such a huge difference in demeanor between the current flaming ape and its previous self? Countless questions ran through his head, but very soon, these questions completely disappeared and were replaced by a single statement: she is indeed someone I have to catch up to. Yen Hai, who had been observing from afar, was filled with shock. Miss, what happened? After a long while, he did not hear Miss's voice. Subconsciously, he turned his head around and he was dumbstruck. Miss's face was filled with indescribable incredulity. Her face was pale white, looking as if she had seen a ghost. Her facial expression contained shock and even a hint of fear. Yen Hai muttered with a blank look on his face, Miss. Ai Hui walked to the flaming ape and took a closer look at it. The flaming ape was rolling on the ground and groaning, appearing to be suffering pain. At this moment, Sir Shuemon also returned to her senses from her battle state. When she saw the flaming ape in agony, she was astonished. Upon taking a closer look, she understood what was going on and her face turned slightly pale. The flaming ape was in so much pain because the flames that engulfed it were burning its body. It had completely lost control of the flames on its body. The power that once belonged to it had become the cause of its death. The surging flames began to extinguish. The scary part was that the color of the flames was turning bluish. Like a melting candle, the flaming ape's flesh melted, burned, and then disappeared. In the blink of an eye, a ghastly white skeleton and several blood crystals were left on the ground. Sure Shuemon did not move. She looked on blankly as Ai Hui picked up the blood crystals and pounded the skeletal remains of the flaming ape. Poof, the skeletal remains turned into ashes. The previously formidable flaming ape had been reduced to ashes. Ai Hui picked out 3 remaining bone pieces from the ashes. These 3 bone pieces had irregular shapes. They were bright red, resembling lava that had not completely cooled off. Holding them in his hands, they felt extremely hot. Ai Hui was somewhat unhappy. Why were the spoils of war always something Fatty could use? This had also happened last time with the lava spider. Sure Shuemon was filled with doubt. Just as she was about to ask Ai Hui about it, she suddenly heard Lulan's warning. Ai Hui, be careful. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 262, Protect Ai Hui. Chapter 262, Protect Ai Hui. Translator, TYZ Editor, K. Kermit. A gray shadow wriggled forward along the ground. It was extremely slow. Using the surrounding rubble as camouflage, it avoided everyone's attention. It suddenly stopped in its tracks, and like water seeping into sand, the gray shadow permeated the shadows cast by a nearby pile of crushed rocks. The fall of the flaming ape had captured everyone's attention. Even Ai Hui did not notice what was going on beneath his feet. Ai Hui, be careful. Lulan's warning sent a cold shiver down Ai Hui's spine. Before he could react in time, his feet sank downward as if he had stepped into quicksand. A gloomy and cold aura penetrated his legs and rapidly spread up his body. The turn of events had been too sudden, catching Ai Hui off guard. By the time he could react, both his feet had lost all feeling, becoming completely numb. What was that? The gray color extended through Ai Hui's legs. They now looked extremely odd and scary, resembling 2 dried-up branches. Ai Hui suddenly remembered Shui mentioning that there was a type of blood elementalist that could summon and nurture blood demons. Could this be a blood demon? A chill entered his bone marrow, causing him to swiftly lose control of his body. Ai Hui tried channeling his elemental energy to expel the chilling gray shadow, but to no avail. The situation worsened instead. The elemental energy was like nourishment to the gray shadow, allowing it to spread through Ai Hui's body faster. In the blink of an eye, the gray color extended as far as Ai Hui's waist. The lower part of his body resembled a gray-colored, immovable stone statue. Everyone panicked. The previously cool-headed Sure Shuemon was at a loss. What exactly was the gray shadow? What should she do? Ai Hui was just within her reach, and yet, she did not know how to save him. Fatty's facial expression changed drastically. Without a second thought, he dashed wildly toward Ai Hui. The yellow light in Lulan's eyes flickered frantically. He was doing his best to analyze the gray shadow. Suddenly, he took out a blood crystal, following which, his palm turned into quicksand and devoured it. The yellow light in his eyes became brighter. A trace of blood spiritual force was inserted into midnight. Numerous mysterious veined patterns appeared on the translucent, sparkling sand core, causing it to operate frantically. In the distance, more and more blood elementalists were emerging from the dark and approaching the mayor's residence. This was their best chance to advance. Ai Hui was their most feared opponent, the one they least wanted to engage in combat. By suppressing Ai Hui, their pressure was significantly relieved. So much for the legendary lightning blade. A repulsively ugly and sly-looking blood elementalist sneered. His facial expression was sinister and his smile contained a hint of evil. Meanwhile, Ai Hui felt as if there was an invisible, cold hand gripping his body tightly from within. He could not help but groan. At this moment, a sneer appeared on the sly-looking blood elementalist's face. All of a sudden, he yelled, "Kill Ai Hui first." The other blood elementalists all rushed toward Ai Hui at the same time. It was no secret who the core of the A1 unit was. Anyone who had witnessed the Battle of the Streets knew how dangerous Ai Hui was. Sure Shuemon was very powerful, Duanmu Huanghan was very powerful, and the A1 unit was also very powerful. However, in everyone's eyes, Ai Hui was the only one who could single-handedly change the outcome of a battle. All the blood elementalists made the same decision and charged towards Ai Hui from all directions, resembling a rain of fast-flying arrows. Biting cold killer intent filled the air as all the blood elementalists locked onto Ai Hui. Without any hesitation, Shi Shueman stepped out and stood in front of Ai Hui to defend him. Duanmu Huanghun descended from the sky and defended Ai Hui from another direction. The earth-quaking rumbles spontaneously came to an end as a thick, heavy shield plunged ferociously into the ground, causing soil to fly everywhere. The heavy shield was then steadily erected. Fatty used one of his shoulders to support the heavy shield and arched his body slightly, preparing to defend Ai Hui against the charge. Jiang Wei's hair stood on end. He felt somewhat suffocated and his body shivered involuntarily. The enemy had premeditated this. Their goal was to kill Ai Hui, but Ai Hui, who had triumphed in almost every single battle, was encountering an unprecedented danger. If anything was to happen to Ai Hui, Jiang Wei returned to his senses and cleared his throat. With all his might, he yelled, "Protect Ai Hui!" The A1 unit looked as if they had just awoken from a dream. Everyone's face was flushed. The enemy's target was actually Ai Hui. Protect Ai Hui! Everyone roared in anger. Close combat fighters rushed towards Ai Hui while ranged fighters pulled their bowstrings with all their might. Twang, twang, twang. The sounds of bowstrings snapping resounded through the air. The sound was terrifyingly concentrated, resembling a storm. No one was holding back. They were going all out on their attacks. The blood elementalists felt as if they had stirred up a hornet's nest. The sky-covering rain of arrows troubled them greatly, on top of which, the imposing manner of the flooding students put an immense pressure on them. The blood elementalists felt as if they were dealing with a pride of angry lions that was about to rip them to pieces. The blood elementalist controlling the gray shadow involuntarily changed his facial expression. He was stunned by the A1 unit's grandeur. Yan Hai was also greatly stunned. It was a dog-eat-dog world among the blood elementalists, without the slightest bit of trust between them. Everyone guarded against each other instead. However, even in a life-threatening situation, the members of the A1 unit still went all out to save Ai Hui. All of a sudden, Yan Hai felt envious of them. The A1 unit was indeed different. The red-dressed girl's gaze was filled with shock. She was surprised by how beloved and respected Ai Hui was. Her impression of Ai Hui was not that of a team player. She saw him as antisocial and introverted, on top of which, he exuded an inharmonious aura. It was incredible that someone like him could garner so much trust and respect from everyone else. Every time she saw Ai Hui, she would have a surprise waiting for her. Ai Hui was like a renewable treasure chest. Every time she opened it, there would be a new treasure inside. What other secrets did this fellow still hold? The red-dressed girl was filled with curiosity. In terms of fighting capabilities, Ai Hui was inferior to Yumingqiu. Despite this, the red-dressed girl was more interested in Ai Hui. That blood elementalist was a god shaman and his gray shadow was a very unique type of blood demon. This was the red-dressed girl's first time seeing it. Compared to spirit guards, god shamans were much rarer and the qualifications needed to become one were much higher. Blood demons were fished out of the Yellow Springs using a dark spell and the god shaman's soul as the bait. The wisp of evil aura that was fished out was the demon. Upon fusing with the god shaman, the demon would feed on his or her blood and eventually become a blood demon. Meticulous nourishment and tempering would make the blood demon increasingly powerful. To repay the god shaman, the blood demon would use its various remarkable abilities to assist him or her. According to blood refinement manuals from the cultivation era, there were 90,000 species of demons in the Yellow Springs. The type of demon that a god shaman obtained depended on his or her soul's attributes. This was why the qualifications for becoming a god shaman were much higher. The red-dressed girl could not determine how powerful the blood demon was, however, from the looks of it, it seemed quite extraordinary. If a god shaman was to possess a blood demon in the blood of God, he or she would receive a lot of preferential treatment. What will he do? The red-dressed girl was rather curious. She did not care whether or not Ai Hui could overcome the blood demon. Even if he had all the talent in the world, if he could not overcome this trial, then what was the point of having high expectations for him? Ai Hui was very calm. He was meticulously analyzing the damages done to his body by the gray shadow. He was 100% certain that this was one of the blood demons that Shi Wei had mentioned. Unfortunately, Shi Wei had not had much understanding towards god shamans. He'd only known about blood demons. If it was any other ordinary individual, why would he or she know about such an ancient entity? However, Ai Hui knew. Swordsmen were a very weird type of cultivator. They mastered swords and could use anything under the sun as a sword. Ai Hui was glad that he'd read many weird swordplay manuals when he'd been in the swordsman school. He had merely been reading them to while away time and had not expected to one day be saved by them. The blood demon was a dark entity, so its bane was light entities. AI Hui jolted. It just so happened that his body contained a light entity, lightning bolts. He suddenly pointed his dragon's pine sword forward and brandished it. Since the lower part of his body was numb and could not move, his swordplay looked extremely weird. Once his sword started moving, AI Hui could feel the elemental energy being channeled. He was silently overjoyed. The 7 daggers danced close to his body like swimming fishes. Numerous electric currents ran through his entire body. The electric currents were accompanied by a strong paralyzing effect. However, AI Hui felt energized as the feeling of being paralyzed was completely different from having no feelings at all. The gray shadow was disintegrating bit by bit. That sly-looking elementalist's facial expression changed drastically. With his eyebrows beating with sweat, he yelled, "I can't hold on any longer, faster, kill him." Currently, the battle was extremely intense. The blood elementalists did not expect the A1 unit to put up such a fierce fight, resembling injured wild beasts that were making their final struggle. The A1 unit's offense was extremely powerful, slowing the blood elementalists' progress. The resistance that the A1 unit put up was abnormally tenacious. Upon hearing the sly-looking elementalists yell, the blood elementalists knew that it was time for them to go all out. Sir Tian Quan had already mentioned that if they lost this battle, there would be only one ending for them. Some kind of wild beast's roar erupted from each blood elementalist's chest. Their bodies began to undergo a terrifying transformation. Like inflated balloons, their body size suddenly increased and thick, coarse hair grew all over their bodies. Some had metallic skin, some had snake scales for skin, and some even had tree bark for skin. All their skins were extremely hard and durable. Razor-sharp claws grew out of their fingers and their eyes became hollow. Their blood traces turned unusually bright, emitting glows that were of various colors all over their bodies. Now, all of them looked like the flaming ape as they became tremendously intimidating. Kill! An unclear yell accompanied by howls and roars resounded through the air. One of the blood elementalists ran through the rain of arrows like a berserk rhinoceros and dashed towards the heavy shield beside AI Hui. Previously, when Fatty watched the blood elementalists transform, his facial expression had already changed. Now, when he saw a blood elementalist charging wildly towards him, his face turned deathly pale. The ground trembled. Every step the blood elementalist took was immensely heavy, causing Fatty to almost lose his balance. The blood elementalist's distorted, hair-covered face expanded rapidly in the terror-stricken Fatty's vision. The blood elementalist's scarlet eyes were filled with viciousness and his ghastly white teeth were extremely sinister. Fatty's limbs went soft and he almost sat down on the ground. His mind went blank and his legs subconsciously prepared to retreat. Suddenly, his body froze. The one behind him was AI Hui. AI Hui. It was as if lightning struck him and returned him to his senses. He saw the blood elementalist leap into the air with a callous look on his face, resembling a wild beast pouncing on him. AI Hui, you must survive. The words that he'd shouted at AI Hui's back before entering the Avalon of 5 elements suddenly appeared in his mind. Aha! He was like a wild beast that had been pushed to the brink of death, crying out hysterically. Every muscle in his body was trembling and his squinty eyes were tightly shut. His arched, thick body was firmly propped against the heavy shield and the soles of his feet were dug deep into the ground. Elemental energy erupted from his body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 263, Excitement. Chapter 263, Excitement. Translator, TYZ Editor, K. Kermit. Boom! A huge shock wave swept across the entire battlefield like a hurricane, covering up the other noises. Dazzling radiance erupted from the surface of the heavy shield and engulfed the battlefield, distorting the airspace and blinding everyone's vision. The radiance dispersed while the sound of the collision still lingered in the air. The thick and solid shield could once again be seen. A deep indentation marred the shield's surface and the soil around it had disappeared. An astonishing, 3-meter-deep trench had appeared beside the heavy shield. Huff! Puff! Heavy panting could be heard from behind the heavy shield. Fatty's body was trembling while his muscles twitched involuntarily. Dark red blood oozed out of his nose and mouth. Fatty was still propping his shoulder against the heavy shield. His eyes were fixated on the plowed soil beneath his feet. His gaze was very weird. Even though it appeared dazed, it also contained zeal, incredulity, and excitement. Did he actually block the attack? He really did block it. How did he do it? Fatty gathered his thoughts. His fear disappeared and was replaced by confidence and excitement. It was as if he was being imbued with some kind of power, even his body had stopped trembling. For the first time in his life, Fatty felt that he was powerful. His gaze was resolute as he stood in front of Ai Hui, protecting him. In his memories, Ai Hui was always the one fighting ahead, holding back the enemies. Hiding behind Ai Hui during a fight had become Fatty's habit. It was not easy for him to step up to the challenge. He did not know whether or not Ai Hui would waive off his debt. Fatty spat out the blood in his mouth and restabilized the heavy shield in front of him. The blood elementalist who'd attacked him also had bloodstains around his nose and mouth. His condition was no better than Fatty's. His gaze became abnormally vicious, staring at Fatty as if he wanted to devour him. In the past, if Fatty was to face such a sinister and vicious gaze, he would tremble in fear. This time around, however, he did not feel at all scared. He loosened his wrists and straightened his body, then, all of a sudden, he made a beckoning sign to the blood elementalist, taunting him to attack. Upon seeing what Fatty was doing, everyone was at a loss, especially the members of the A1 unit. They were dumbstruck. Was this really Fatty? After making the gesture, Fatty suddenly felt weak. Was he crazy? Or was he trying to provoke the opponent? Smack! A sharp and crisp sound made everyone's face turn blank. Fatty had given himself a tight slap to the face. The slap was unusually loud and clear. What was this fellow doing? Fatty's previous two actions had baffled everyone. Even the blood elementalist in front of him was at a loss. After his beastification, his intelligence had dropped significantly, causing him to be unable to understand why Fatty would taunt him and then give himself a slap immediately after. Could it be a pre-ritual to some kind of powerful move? The blood elementalist was in a daze, but very soon, the vicious and bloodthirsty look returned to his eyes. With a roar, he pounced towards Fatty again. Fatty quickly withdrew behind the heavy shield. Just as the blood elementalist was about to collide against the heavy shield, an evil smile flashed across his eyes. The supposedly powerful and heavy collision became a light one instead. He rested his palms gently on the surface of the shield and prepared to use the strength from the charge to propel himself around the shield. However, he never expected the wall-like heavy shield to spin around all of a sudden. Spinning Carapax shield. A sturdy and spinning shield-type inheritance appeared in Fatty's hands. Everyone's impression of Fatty was that of a cowardly, lazy, and sly individual. Even though he was quite useful at times, there wasn't much about him that was attractive. Very few people knew that Fatty's training intensity was among the top 3 in the A1 unit. Even Fatty himself did not know it. Since the day Ai Hui met Fatty, the former had been designing high-intensity training plans for the latter. These training plans were even forced onto Fatty. With Lulan supervising his training, Fatty had no way out. Initially, Fatty had resorted to tricks to evade the training, but Ai Hui's strict punishments had prevented him from continuing to do so. After Fatty started to drink elemental soups, Ai Hui noticed his potential and silently increased the intensity of his training. Fatty, who did not know what was going on, could only clench his teeth and endure. Everyone liked seeing Fatty clench his teeth, but not without Lulan by his side supervising him and when he was enduring through his trainings. Usually, Fatty was a fun-loving and covetous fellow. He was always filled with an unusual happiness. No one had noticed Fatty's training intensity. Everyone only heard Ai Hui emotionlessly meting out punishments on him and laughed it off. Everyone seemed to ignore the fact that Fatty had endured hundreds of sets of punishments that were meted out at the slightest pretext. The blood elementalist lost his balance, looking as if he had stepped on a patch of slippery moss. Thump! His face smashed squarely onto the surface of the shield and his body spun along with the spinning shield. Fatty felt something smash into his shield. Following the instructions in the manual of the spinning Carapax shield, he lifted the shield up and used the centripetal force from the spinning shield to slam it heavily onto the ground. He had practiced this move for an unknown number of times. He executed the move flawlessly. If the move was unacceptable, it definitely would not be able to escape from Lu Lan's eyes and more punishments would be waiting for him. Smooth, natural, and unforced. Snap! Some sort of sound rang across Fatty's ears. The spot where his shield had landed did not feel like it was made of soil. Fatty quickly lowered his head to take a look. Surprisingly, there was a head on the ground looking at him fixedly. Fatty's eyes widened unexpectedly. His body quivered as the confidence he had previously vanished into thin air. Thump! Fatty's legs gave way and he fell on his butt. God damn it, why was there a head on the ground? It was at this moment that he realized that the blood elementalist had somehow ended up on the ground beside his feet, and that when he'd slammed his shield down, it had landed on the blood elementalist's neck. Given the immense weight of the shield, no matter how tough the blood elementalist's neck was, it would not be able to withstand the force generated from the slamming of the shield. The snap he'd heard just now was the sound of the blood elementalist's neck snapping. Upon seeing what had happened, the other blood elementalist's facial expressions changed. The snap they had just heard sent a cold shiver down their spines. Then, when they saw that Fatty was scared witless, they were filled with extreme hatred. How dare he pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger to this extent? It's too exaggerated. Given the ruthlessness of that move, they believed that they would have also failed miserably if they'd been in the shoes of that blood elementalist. Right now, you still dare to pretend to be weak. Are you trying to lure us next? A lot of blood elementalists looked down on Fatty's character, showing deep disdain for him. Despite this, not a single blood elementalist dared to charge in Fatty's direction anymore. Other battlefronts were becoming extremely intense. As usual, Sir Shuemon was fighting force with force. Even when facing 3 blood elementalists in one go, she had no intention of retreating. After abandoning all the complicated moves, her spearmanship became more prudent and systematic. Currently, she was adopting a defensive position, but the 3 blood elementalists did not yet back down. Duanmu Huanghuan's performance did not lose out to Sir Shuemon at all. The form of his viridescent flower was ever-changing. Sometimes it erupted from the ground, sometimes it appeared out of thin air behind everyone, and sometimes it appeared in mid-air. It was appearing and disappearing unpredictably. The 3 elementalists looked somewhat helpless. They did not dare to move too fast. First, if they moved too fast, they might get tripped by the numerous small green vines that suddenly appeared beneath their feet. Second, green flowers might suddenly appear and block their vision, causing them to lose their balance. Losing their balance was not an issue to them. The main issue was the killer move that followed up their loss of balance. For example, if they moved too fast and their necks were caught by the green vines, they would lose their balance and strangle themselves to death. They had never met such a treacherous opponent before. The 200 meters that were between them and AI Hui were the hardest 200 meters they had ever traveled in their lives. There were traps set everywhere. The floating, white-clothed young man must have been the most despicable person in the world. Duanmu Huanghan casually set innumerable treacherous and deadly traps in succession. Very soon, 3 blood elementalists realized that this fellow did not want to fight them head-on. Even though their opponent was treacherous, his firepower was not strong. The 3 of them could not be concerned with anything anymore and wildly charged forward. However, by the time they were about to reach Duanmu Huanghan, they had become battered and exhausted, then found themselves trapped in an encirclement. Duanmu Huanghan had been delaying their pace so as to wait for the other members of the A1 unit to arrive. The 3 blood elementals suddenly realized what was going on. So, this was that fellow's main objective. But then, they began to sneer silently. Even though a huge number of the A1 unit's members had arrived, their individual fighting capabilities were obviously inferior to the 3 blood elementalists. Hence, there was no need for them to be scared. Just because there were more people on the enemy side did not mean that the enemy would definitely win. If the enemy side's fighting capabilities were not on par, then there was no point in them having more people. The 3 elementalists failed to see the cold glint that flashed across Duanmu Huanghuan's long and narrow eyes. Very soon, the 3 of them realized that their anticipated massacre of the A1 unit's members did not happen. After half a minute had passed, they had not managed to kill even one person. They felt as if they were caught in quicksand, extremely helpless. The unpredictable vines and green flowers were extremely powerful in such a chaotic battle. They did not expect Duanmu Huanghuan's greatest strength to be not his offense, but rather, his control over the battle's tempo. Starting from the day Duanmu Huanghan had joined the A1 unit, his viridescent flower had progressed through a completely unorthodox path which differed greatly from those of the other Duanmu family members. In the A1 unit, AI Hui was in charge of the unit's direction. Sir Shuemon was in charge of the unit's offense, and the one in charge of battle's tempo was this devilishly handsome, brash young man. The way he controlled the battle's tempo was very unique in the sense that he achieved control by disrupting his enemy's tempo. Duanmu Huanghan seemed to have a flair for destruction. He was naturally treacherous and did not look like someone who came from a prestigious family. No one had taught him how to do so. He was treacherous by nature. When the A1 unit's members arrived, the battle came under his control. He licked his lips and a hint of zeal lit up in his eyes. He suddenly realized that this was the perfect chance. He was standing in front of AI Hui and protecting him. Wasn't this the perfect chance to show off his fighting capabilities to AI Hui? As Duanmu Huanghan thought of this, he became excited. That hateful fellow was always the one that showed off his fighting capabilities in front of him. Every time, all he could do was endure the humiliation. Today, he finally had the chance to reverse their positions. Ha ha ha. Duanmu Huanghuan's handsome face was filled with zeal and excitement. AI Hui, I know you're aware. Come on, open your eyes and take a good look at the most perfect, viridescent flower in this world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 264, Impossible to Stop Halfway. Chapter 264, Impossible to Stop Halfway. Translator, TYZ Editor, K. Kermit. The viridescent flower was omnipresent. Enchanted green vines meandered about the battlefield unpredictably while lovely and delicate green flowers blossomed on them, resembling an inkwash painting, elegant and beautiful. Surprisingly, there was a wide variety of flowers. There were radiant chrysanthemums, beautiful peonies, ravishing plumflowers, and elegant orchids among others. They blossomed on the meandering green vines, blending in harmony. The flustered members of the A1 unit calmed down. Only they knew that the different types of flowers had different meanings to them. The chaotic battle scene immediately became clear and orderly, sharply increasing their offensive threat. The blood elementalists quickly felt the change in the situation. If they had previously compared their situation to being in a pool of quicksand, then their current situation could be compared to being in a meat grinder. Their opponent's offensive execution was clear and precise while their own offense was often disrupted. From the three blood elementalists' perspectives, the green vines had become exceptionally scary, resembling a monster that had countless tentacles. In the blink of an eye, there were several wounds on their bodies. Even though these wounds were not fatal, they were enough to make the blood elementalists felt a strong sense of danger. How did the A1 unit become so powerful? The blood elementalists found it very difficult to accept reality. They knew about the A1 unit before and had even had several interactions with them before becoming blood elementalists. The three of them had been brimming with confidence before this battle as they'd known about the A1 unit's fighting capabilities. Despite that, what happened during the battle gave them a huge shock. How did the A1 unit become so strong? A blood elementalist who could no longer hold on hurriedly sent out a signal to request support. It's a pity, the red-dressed girl sighed faintly as she watched the battle from afar. Similarly, she could see the terrible situation Tianquan was in right now. Yen Hai was startled. He asked, "Miss, what's there to be pitied?" "I'm pitying Tianquan," the red-dressed girl replied with a casual tone. "Sir Tianquan?" Yen Hai was startled again. "Don't tell me Miss feels that Sir Tianquan will lose this fight?" Yen Hai had a deep fear of Tianquan. He saw with his own eyes how Tianquan did the impossible. From his perspective, Sir Tianquan's powers were deep and unmeasurable. He also possessed terrifying schemes. How could an individual that possessed both brawn and brains lose? Even though the battle had entered a deadlock, the blood elementalist side had not yet shown any signs of defeat. Why would Miss assert that Sir Tianquan would face defeat? Deep down, Yen Hai did not want Sir Tianquan to lose. He felt that Sir Tianquan had treated him quite well. "Do you know what we need the most right now?" the red-dressed lady suddenly changed the topic. Yen Hai did not know if the "we" that Miss mentioned referred to the god elementalists or her and Sir Tianquan. He did not dare to ask and put on an attentive appearance. "It's a matter of heart." The red-dressed girl's eyes glittered like the stars in the night sky. When the elementalists train, they consolidate what they have learned at every step. They have the talent needed to progress steadily. Having this talent allows them to start from a higher point. However, even with talent, they still diligently work hard. Persistent effort overcomes all difficulties. For the path of a god elementalist, it's a completely different case. We don't talk about talent. It doesn't matter even if your body is scarred and battered. We travel between life and death, walking on a tightrope. We need the power of understanding. Life and death are unpredictable. The essence of the path of a god elementalist is to develop his or her mind. Yen Hai did not really understand what Miss was saying, but he knew that she was trying to teach him something. He felt extremely grateful and replied respectfully, "Your lowly servant will always bear Miss's words of wisdom in mind." This realization of mine came about accidentally. The red-dressed girl smiled. "It is thanks to Tianquan. Without him, how could I have come up with these words of wisdom?" Yen Hai's face was filled with shock. He did not know how Mrs. realization was linked to Sir Tianquan, however, he did know that he himself was too low-leveled. Right now, he still found it very difficult to understand these profound and mysterious words, but he had a feeling that Mrs. words contained extremely powerful knowledge that might be of great help to him in the future. He did not dare to lose focus and kept repeating Mrs. words in his mind, without missing a single one. The red-dressed girl returned to her usual demeanor and chuckled. However, Tianquan is a ruthless and determined individual. He definitely will not admit defeat easily. "Miss, should we?" Yen Hai hesitated for a while before he continued speaking. Provide some assistance to Sir Tian Quan. Assistance? The red-dressed girl shook her head and replied, he doesn't need assistance. Yan Hui shut his mouth. The red-dressed girl cast a glance at Yan Hai and continued, Tian Quan's resolution must have wavered because of his injuries. That man from the infantry division was indeed an extraordinary individual. Tian Quan must have already returned to his senses. If he wants to continue progressing, he must win this battle. Otherwise, he is destined to die. Upon hearing these words, Yan Hai was dumbstruck. He asked again, why can't he make a comeback? Because this is the path he chose. The red-dressed girl was lost in thought. He always put his life on the gambling table. It is because of his determination that he was able to make it so far. With his determination, he was able to survive the rounds of blood refinement. If he escapes, he will lose his determination and the gamble, so the next time he carries out blood refinement will be the day he dies. The red-dressed girl spoke the last sentence with absolute certainty. Yan Hai was blown away. He felt that the path of a god elementalist was profound and mysterious. There is something that you must remember, the red-dressed girl said faintly. Yan Hai hurriedly bowed his head respectfully and replied, please enlighten your lowly servant. You have to complete the path you chose even if it's going to kill you, the red-dressed girl said plainly. A shiver went down Yan Hai's spine. These words were enlightening. He seemed to have realized something. The blood in his body began to boil, something that he had never felt before. Yan Hai stood on the spot and did not move a single inch of his body, resembling a wooden statue. The red-dressed girl cast a glance at him, then withdrew and shifted her gaze to the battle in the distance. Hiding in the dark, Tian Quan's face was ashen. The battle he'd expected to be an absolute victory suddenly entered a mysterious deadlock. Before the battle, he had emphasized Ai Hui. He felt that Ai Hui was the most threatening individual in the A1 unit. As long as he could get rid of Ai Hui, the rest were just a mob that would fall like dominoes. In the end, he did not expect the most threatening Ai Hui to fall into a trap while the rest of the A1 unit, whom he had previously regarded as a mob, erupted and put up a strong fight. Should he take action himself? Tian Quan's face was filled with uncertainty, unable to make a decision. There were still 4 blood elementalists beside him. Should they take part in the battle? He had invested a lot this time around. He already felt that it was overkill to use 8 blood elementalists against a mere A1 unit, however, the eventual outcome was completely outside of his expectations. He did not intend to reveal himself. Yu Mingqiu was like a sharp sword that hovered in the sky, waiting to strike at any moment. Tian Quan had personally witnessed Yu Mingqiu's prowess. He did not want to give his life for Yu Mingqiu to test his arrows. Yu Mingqiu being caught up by the bloodbirds in the sky was a God-given chance to Tian Quan. It was the reason why he had planned this operation. Furthermore, for the sake of this operation, he had deployed a total of 12 blood elementalists. The rest of the blood elementalists were carrying out their respective missions in various parts of Central Pine City. The death rate of the blood elementalists matched well with what he had expected. When people first became blood elementalists, their fighting capabilities would rise sharply, however, since they did not train with their new powers at all, they would not know how to use them. Even though their fighting capabilities were greater than those of the ordinary elementalists, they were too few. Sending 45 blood elementalists into the enormous Central Pine City was like throwing a handful of sand into a lake, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the moment, he could only sense the presence of 28 blood elementalists. It would not surprise him if the missing blood elementalists had been killed. He did not consider them to be of importance. They were merely used to create chaos in Central Pine City. What Tian Quan did not expect was that there were some blood elementalists who escaped from the battle. They had disappeared into the woods outside of the city. If not for the fact that the battle was getting increasingly intense, Tian Quan would not let them off. Right now, however, he did not have the time to pursue them. This was a painful lesson for Tian Quan. It was far too difficult for him to supervise 45 people. He had underestimated the situation and also did not have the relevant experience to conduct such a strategy. The biggest reason for his failure was that he'd chosen an unfamiliar strategy at such a critical moment. With Yu Mingqiu's arrival, his plan was further disrupted. The bloodbirds in the sky were supposed to play an important role in his plan. Central Pine City had never before faced a legitimate aerial threat. The sudden appearance of the bloodbirds would have been enough to cause devastating losses in the city. He had not expected Yu Mingqiu to come and single-handedly clear out the sky above Central Pine City. Without the biggest aerial threat, the survivors in Central Pine City were able to organize themselves and fight against the blood fiends. All of them were very experienced in dealing with blood fiends. Even though there was a huge number of blood fiends, the survivors did not collapse like Tian Quan had expected. This had also directly caused huge losses among the blood elementalists. Their enemy was not really powerful, but they had an advantage in terms of manpower. It was all that goddamn Yu Mingqiu's fault. Tian Quan cursed Yu Mingqiu an unknown number of times. However, at this point of time, no matter how much he cursed, it would not help the situation at all. Given the current situation, it was impossible to stop the operation halfway. He was somewhat vexed. He was far too anxious. The plan of treating the city as a piece of cloth needed 9 golden needles to be nailed in 9 specific locations. Right now, only 1 had been nailed and there were 8 more left. He would have enough time to strike, but 8 of his blood elementalists were currently being held up by the A1 unit. If he gave up now, the 8 blood elementalists would die for nothing. Losing another 8 blood elementalists would worsen his situation. After hesitating for a while, Tian Quan made his decision and gave the signal to attack. The 4 blood elementalists hiding nearby him moved silently to the battlefront like 4 ghosts. After devouring the blood crystal, the glow in Lu Lan's eyes suddenly stopped flickering, following which, the bright glow in his eyes began to dim and become dark red. His dark red eyes made his pale white mask calmer and more callous. At this moment, he was like a statue, not moving or making any noise. There was no wind, but Lu Lan looked as if he was disintegrating into a gust, sweeping up a sandstorm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 265, The Reappearance of Dust Fall. Chapter 265, The Reappearance of Dust Fall. Translator, TYZ Editor, X. Without any warning sign, a sandstorm swept across the battlefield. The surroundings suddenly darkened and everything seemed to be spinning. This caused the blood elementalists that were charging toward AI Hui to lose their sense of direction. What was going on? The 4 elementalists turned pale with fright. Their communication link with Tian Quan had been completely cut off. Right now, they felt as if they were in a desert where sand was endlessly blowing everywhere. In other people's eyes, the battlefield had become extremely weird. The sandstorm swirled around the 4 elementalists, blinding their vision. This caused them to move clumsily and looked extremely hilarious. Tian Quan's eyes widened as his facial expression changed drastically. How could a sand puppet have such a technique? This was a blood elementalist's technique by right. Elementalists used elemental energy, so their attacks were actually variations of elemental energy. Blood elementalists were different. Blood spiritual force was an energy that lay between spiritual force and elemental energy. It was about tempering the mind and using the body as a vessel to contain it. If one described what the elementalists practiced as fullness, then what blood elementalists practiced could be described as emptiness. Blood elementalists were specialized in illusion-related techniques. Since they also specialized in tempering their minds, they also had an extremely strong resistance against illusion techniques. All 4 blood elementalists had fallen into the trap. Could the person that set off the sandstorm be some kind of elite from the organization? If that was the case, how would Tian Quan not feel shocked and afraid? Similarly, the red-dressed girl, who was watching the battle from afar, was flabbergasted as well. Bewilderment could be seen in her eyes. That technique was a typical blood elementalist's technique. Why would it appear in this place? Her gaze then shifted to the spot where AI Huey's sand puppet had been standing just now. Surprisingly, that spot was empty. A sand puppet that knew how to execute a blood elementalist's technique. Previously, the red-dressed girl knew something was unusual about the sand puppet, but she could not put her finger on it. It was not until now that she was truly shocked. It was already weird for a metal elementalist to bring along a sand puppet. It was even more weird that the sand puppet knew how to use a blood elementalist's technique. She looked at the motionless AI Hui and felt intrigued by him. This fellow seemed to have a lot of enigma to him. I hope you don't die too early. The red-dressed girl's mouth curled into a smile. A wisp of sand blew past AI Huey's ears. AI Hui, Lu Lan can only last for 3 minutes. Lu Lan's voice rang across AI Huey's ears before the wisp of sand disappeared. 3 minutes. AI Hui remained calm, looking as if he had not heard what Lu Lan said. The sword in his hand did not stop moving at all. Looking at him now, other people would have thought that he was resisting the blood demon, but no one knew that he was actually feeling out the blood demon instead of resisting it. The cultivation era had long passed, ancient books had decayed, and inheritances were destroyed. No longer relevant in the current times, the legacy of the old world had changed beyond recognition. But why the blood of God? It was because the blood of God not only wanted to revive the glory of the cultivation era and inherit the wealth from that era, but they also wanted to transform the ancient powers and create new powers. The blood of God was ambitious. To them, the practice of blood refinement from the cultivation era and the wood elementalists from the Avalon of 5 elements were their soil and nourishment, respectively. They had long since made up their minds to create something of their own. Initially, Aihui thought that the god of blood's objective was to overturn the Avalon of 5 elements. However, as time passed, his way of thinking changed. He felt that the god of blood not only wanted to topple the Avalon of 5 elements, they also wanted to establish their own empire and start their own era. There might even be a possibility that they wanted to establish an era that lasted for millions of years like the cultivation era. Aihui did not know why he would think this way, but he definitely felt strongly about it. Was the blood elementalist's blood demon similar to the one mentioned in those swordplay manuals? Aihui did not know, so there was therefore nothing better than experiencing it for himself. At this moment, Aihui was abnormally calm. He was trying out different methods to test the blood demon's reaction. The aura of chilliness was an important characteristic of the blood demon. It was not a typical chill. Extremely bone-piercing, it resembled the cold wind that rushed from the depths of an ice cavern. It had already been verified that elemental energy was useless in expelling the blood demon. Initially, Aihui thought the blood demon could devour elemental energy. However, after studying it for some time, he discovered that it actually corroded elemental energy. After being corroded by the blood demon, elemental energy would lose its vitality and become uncontrollable. To an elementalist, this unique characteristic of the blood demon was extremely dangerous and deadly. It was obvious that the human body had no resistance against blood demons. Even a tempered body could not stop a blood demon from invading it. Aihui, however, discovered something peculiar. The blood demon actually reminded him of the sword embryo. However, instead of possessing the blood demon's aura of chilliness, the sword embryo possessed a razor-sharp aura. Aihui seemed to realize something. The sword embryo was formed by essence, breath, and spirit. Could the blood demon be formed by something like these as well? Those swordplay manuals had mentioned that demons were formed by 9 spirits. The 2 words 9 spirits were far too vague for Aihui to make any sense out of them. On the contrary, he knew more about essence, breath, and spirit as he had nurtured a sword embryo before. It was a pity that the manual was worn out and did not contain complete information on the sword embryo. As such, there were a lot of areas that he did not really understand. He noted down this observation as he felt it would be a good starting point for him. Blood demons love the presence of vitality. From Aihui's conjecture, if a wood elementalist was to encounter a blood demon, it would be a headache for him or her. Among the 5 types of elementalists, the one that was most unafraid of the blood demon would be a fire elementalist. The scorching flames in a fire elementalist's body were the bane of the ice-cold blood demon. On the contrary, the vitality within a wood elementalist's body was nourishment for the blood demon. It was about time. Aihui opened his eyes, straightened his back, and swung the dragon's spine in his hand upward. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from Aihui's body in all directions. 7 daggers floated around him. The tip of his sword was pointed up at sky, remaining motionless. Like a sword that had been unsheathed, a biting cold sword glow froze the surrounding air. At this point in time, Tian Quan, who had been contemplating whether or not he should personally take action, looked at Aihui dumbfounded. The nightmare-like memory had flowed through his mind like a flash flood. The red-dressed girl's eyes widened as she lost control of her facial expressions, looking as if she had seen a ghost. Beside her, Yen Hai's facial expression changed drastically. That familiar aura prompted his face to turn deathly white. He stuttered, "The Battle of... In the sky, Yumingqiu was like an impregnable fortress, effortlessly ripping the incoming waves of bloodbirds into pieces. Holding on by a single breath, his body was extremely exhausted. He was even surprised at himself for single-handedly guarding the sky above Central Pine City for so long. "Can I get promoted to the position of division leader this time around?" he muttered while panting heavily. His throat felt as if it had been doused in flames and smoke. He took out a jade-green bean and stared at it for a long while before popping it into his mouth. After a while, the color slightly returned to his face. His last heavenly elemental bean. There would be no more of this bean in stock. Alright, even if there were more available supplements, they would not come in the form of these heavenly elemental beans. The division was not wealthy enough to provide him with heavenly elemental beans. He had bought these heavenly elemental beans with his own money. Each bean cost 10 heavenly merit points. In total, he bought 10 heavenly elemental beans, which amounted to 100 heavenly merit points. He felt pain in his heart on the day he bought them, but now, he hated himself for buying so few. Heavenly elemental beings were the highest grade food that replenished elemental energy. Breeding them required time and effort. Furthermore, they could only be raised by extremely powerful wood elementalists. As such, they were extremely expensive. Even the crack troops of the 13 divisions would not be able to afford them. Only someone like Yuminchio could afford them. A trace of vitality returned to his 8 dried-up palaces. He straightened his body and looked at the distant horizon. It was a pity that there were no clouds. Soaring freely through the boundless sea of clouds was an invigorating activity. Every time he saw the sea of cottony clouds, he wanted to dunk his head in. The sky was devoid of clouds, and the sun was scorching hot. Suddenly, his facial expression froze while he involuntarily shifted his gaze to the ground. It had been quite a while since he last observed the situation on the ground. It was not that he did not want to observe, but rather, he did not have the time to do so. Regardless, he was a nonchalant individual. The sky was his and the ground was theirs. If they could not hold on to the ground, then so be it. The energy undulations from the ground were extremely weird. Yuminchio was able to locate the source of the energy undulations very quickly, and he was stunned once more. They came from Mingxio's Jr. All of a sudden, his vision was blocked by a cloud that seemed to come from nowhere. Wait, why was there a cloud? A glint flashed across Yuminchio's eyes. His gaze swept across the area without discovering anything. There was not a single cloud in sight. On the ground, Ai Hui pointed his sword upward. Swoosh! The 7 daggers that were hovering around him shot skyward and buried themselves in the sea of thick clouds. As the 7 daggers entered the thick layer of clouds, numerous silvery lightning snakes sparked off in the clouds and frantically gathered toward the 7 daggers. In the blink of an eye, the 7 daggers were surrounded and engulfed in densely packed, stacked lightning bolts. The 7 daggers resembled 7 spindles that were fully wound with silvery threads. Ai Hui's eyes lit up abruptly as a solemn look swept across his face. At this moment, his entire body was dazzling with radiance, preventing anyone from looking at him with their naked eyes. His clothes fluttered on their own without the presence of the wind, appearing extremely imposing. Right now, he looked like a deity that had descended from the heavens. Suddenly, he swung his dragon's pine downward. Dust fall. The 7 daggers in the sky were attracted by the motion of the dragon's pine and hurriedly shot down. Buzz! 7 dazzling and space-distorting lightning bolts struck down from the sky. The aura of destruction that engulfed the city was cleared instantly, bringing light and warmth to the city. One of the lightning bolts struck Ai Hui's body. Ai Hui's body twitched, and he felt an indescribable discomfort. The blood demon in his body dissipated instantly without even having the chance to wail in pain. The body of the blood elementalist that was controlling the blood demon trembled as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Then, he collapsed on his back and became lifeless. The other 6 blood elementalists were struck by the lightning bolts. Their bodies froze and were severely injured. Apparently, lightning was the bane of blood spiritual force. This was the first time they had been struck by lightning bolts. They could not help but want to escape. In the end, 2 escaped while the remaining 4 died. Shi Shueman and Duanmu Huanghun had witnessed this move before, but the lightning bolts this time around were much slimmer than the ones from the Battle of Longstreet. The lightning bolts that time were indeed spectacular. Meanwhile, out of the 3 men that Lu Lan had entangled, 2 were killed and 1 escaped with grievous injuries. In the sky, Yuminchio was startled. Did the clouds below him just rumble with thunder? After a while, the clouds dissipated. The scene on the ground entered his vision and his facial expression froze. The battle had ended? The battle had ended after a mere thunderclap? How could these fellows end the battle with just a thunderclap? How come the battle in the sky would not end despite him fighting almost to death? It was not fair. Who was the division leader here? Oh, wrong, vice division leader. He almost forgot again. The red-dressed girl was petrified. She could hear Yen Hai muttering absent-mindedly, of Longstreet. The aura from the lightning bolts had caused her to palpitate in terror. Even though the aura was not really that strong, it was enough to strike her with fear. The Battle of Longstreet. She had heard these 5 words several times and felt an indescribable reverence for them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 266, Success. Chapter 266, Success. Translator, TYZ Editor, X. Even though Ai Hui's Dust Fall was much weaker than the one from the Battle of Longstreets, its intimidation factor to the blood elementalists was much stronger. These blood elementalists were still casualties from the quarantine barracks then, so they had not witnessed what had happened during the Battle of Longstreet. Lightning was a natural bane to blood elementalists, striking fear in them. The arrogance derived from the sharp increase in their fighting capabilities had received an enormous blow. This had at least calmed the chaotic Central Pine City, boosting everyone's morale. Even though there were daily casualties among the survivors in Central Pine City, nobody's confidence wavered. They strongly believed that the time for victory would soon come. This surging morale allowed them to drive the blood fiends out of Central Pine City once more. The plan to treat the city as a piece of cloth was unexpectedly proceeding smoothly. The lightning bolts from the sky had struck fear into the blood elementalists' hearts. This allowed the A1 unit to nail the gold needles without any further obstruction from the blood elementalists. Some of the members conjectured that the blood elementalists must have realized that things were not going too well for them and escaped into the woods outside of the city. From the continuous battles, everyone had obtained a lot of blood crystals. However, the other materials in Central Pine City had already run out. Without these materials, the blood crystals could not be directly absorbed. Otherwise, everyone's fighting capabilities could rise to a higher level. Not only did these materials run out, but the supplies in Central Pine City were running low as well, especially weapons. Right now, Jiang Wei, Sang Jijun, and the other archers did not dare to be excessive with their arrows since there was no more spare ammunition. Regarding the food supply, the situation was a bit better, but only a bit better. During the initial period of the blood catastrophe, there were many casualties. This reduced the consumption of the food supply and allowed it to last until now, but the food supply was still considered low. Wang Jin had no choice but to deploy some manpower to search for food among the ruins. Due to the presence of blood fiends, however, their efficiency was quite low. Anyone who possessed common sense would know that the plan to treat the city as a piece of cloth was the last hope. Otherwise, they would starve to death. The blood crystals were very valuable and could be exchanged for heaven merit points. However, as of now, they were rather useless. Ai Hui had a multitude of blood crystals, but all he could do was look at them. Luckily, Lu Lan could still use them. Ai Hui was a bit shocked that Lu Lan could use the blood crystals, but there was nothing to be surprised about since Lu Lan was different from other sand puppets to begin with. As for Shi Shueman and the other, they kept on praising Lu Lan. Omnipotent Lu Lan. The seventh gold needle. Ai Hui muttered to himself as he watched the gold needle being nailed to the ground. The faces of people around him shone with radiance. Ai Hui, 2 more gold needles, someone yelled, sparking off a wave of cheers. Everyone followed Fatty in chanting Ai Hui's name. After going through so many trials and tribulations together, the A1 unit's members treated each other like brothers. It had been 3 days since the previous battle. 7 gold needles had been nailed and everyone could clearly sense that the elemental energy field in Central Pine City had changed. It was as if the elemental energy that had been lying dormant in the city had awakened, causing the air to fill with energetic elemental energy. Every survivor's face was filled with confidence and fighting spirit. The darkest time had passed. The blood fiends were becoming increasingly stronger, and the number of casualties continued to rise. Battles continued to occur, and there were still people dying every now and then. However, despite all of this, the survivors' confidence remained unwavering. They strongly believed they would obtain victory. The vigorous elemental energy in the air was like fresh, clean air. It nourished everyone's wound-riddled bodies. Everyone also discovered that their training efficiency rose significantly. Yu Mingxiu, who guarded the sky, could clearly observe the situation on the ground. Watching over from above, he could see that the blood aura that engulfed Central Pine City was becoming fainter. It was as if the elemental energy that surrounded the city had undergone a tremendous transformation. Yu Mingxiu was extremely surprised. His master was a grandmaster, so the knowledge and experience that he had been exposed to were extraordinary. However, even so, he had not come across such a phenomenon before. The energetic elemental energy in the air condensed and flowed in an indecipherable manner, forming a unique cycle that even Yu Mingxiu, himself, found incomprehensible. Yu Mingxiu immediately realized its usefulness. The vigorous elemental energy field was good for training. If there was another city like the current Central Pine City, where the elemental energy field was so vigorous, it would attract countless elementalists. In the Avalon of 5 elements, any place that was good for training would be packed with people. One such place was the Silver Mist Sea. From the Silver Mist Sea, powerful currents of metal elemental energy flowed downward through the Great Silver Mist River to Pallet Cloud Village. 70% of the population and 90% of the cities were gathered on the 2 coastlines of the Silver Mist Sea. This was all due to the fact that the closer a city was to the Silver Mist Sea, the better it would be for its inhabitants' training and its production efficiency. The powerful currents of elemental energy from the Silver Mist Sea were a necessity to workshops and factories, just like how fire was essential to a smithy. One unique characteristic of elemental energy was that it was very stable in nature. In other words, it was not vigorous enough. When it was not vigorous enough, the rate at which it could be absorbed and used was very low, resulting in a low training efficiency for elementalists. Everyone knew about this weakness of elemental energy and had been thinking of ways to resolve it. Establishing the Avalon of 5 elements was one of the many ways. Take the Silver Mist Sea as an example. Countless damaged weapons were thrown into the river valley to excite the metal elemental energy within them before the river delivered the vigorous metal elemental energy to the entire Silver Mist Sea. This was a grand engineering project. The current Silver Mist Sea and Silver Mist River were formed through generations of accumulated effort and hard work. Yet, other than the 2 river banks of the Silver Mist River, the other places within the Silver Mist Sea were sparsely populated and unsuitable for living. Currently, the 2 river banks of the Silver Mist River were well developed and did not have much empty land. If those other places were like the current Central Pine City, they would definitely attract a huge number of elementalists. Regardless of their profession, elemental energy was the basis for elementalists. Farmers were not the only ones that needed Mother Earth for their livelihood, as elementalists also needed her. Even though the Silver Mist Sea contained an immense amount of energy, it still faced the risk of its energy being completely depleted. For example, a lack of discarded artifact remnants would directly cause a lack of metal elemental energy in the Silver Mist Sea. A lot of cities could forge the same gold needles that Central Pine City had forged. Central Pine City was just an insignificant small town with limited resources in the Avalon of 5 elements. If the city could be popularized. Yuminchio was very excited. If all of these could be achieved, then Central Pine City would become well known for making such a great contribution. He remembered the mayor had previously mentioned that the designer and implementer of this plan were AI Huey's master and mistress, respectively. Mingxiu's Jr. was indeed extraordinary. Yuminchio was not stupid enough to ask for the plan details. Right now, what mattered the most was getting through this crisis. He believed the higher-ups would not turn a blind eye to the impact that the gold needles had on Central Pine City's elemental energy field. Similarly, AI Hui did not ignore the impact of the gold needles either. He waved his arm and instructed, "Everyone, make good use of the time to train and recover your energy." Everyone was used to him not saying anything motivational. On the contrary, they felt at ease. After working together for so long, everyone was connected on a deep level with each other. Without any hesitation, they started training. Lu Lan, supervise Fatty, AI Hui instructed Lu Lan without even turning his head. "No problem, AI Hui," Lu Lan replied cheerfully. AI Hui was quite shocked by the fact that Fatty was previously able to kill a blood elementalist. He clearly knew Fatty's fighting capabilities. Other than brute strength, Fatty did not have many spectacular skills. Usually, he was timid and lazy. How would one not find it surprising that he killed a blood elementalist by himself? It seemed that Fatty did have some potential. Promptly, AI Hui increased Fatty's training intensity and ignored his grumbles. AI Hui, himself, also tried to make full use of the time he had. His fighting capabilities had improved greatly, especially his swordsmanship. Other than the last move of the sword pill, he was very proficient in executing the Crescent Moon and Dustfall. Crescent Moon was used as a long-ranged offensive weapon. Even though the lightning bolt ability of the Dustfall technique had an intimidating effect, its destructive power was not as impressive as the Crescent Moon in reality. Of course, it was a different case for the blood elementalists. Lightning was the natural bane of the blood elementalists, so the Dustfall was extremely threatening to them. He had some ideas about the last move of the sword pill, Night Epiphyllum, as well. However, he was still far from success. AI Hui was not anxious. Day by day, his understanding toward swordsmanship grew. The success of Dustfall had significantly and especially enlightened him. Dustfall differed from the usual sword moves. It more closely resembled the sword moves that the ancient swordsmen used. Naturally, when compared to the moves of those swordsmen, its power was much weaker. The improvement in swordsmanship could only be achieved through persistent hard work. AI Hui was still working on this himself. As his understanding toward swordsmanship increased day by day, he started to devise more and more basic moves like the E-oblique slash and Misty Strike. With the destruction of the sword embryo, his swordsmanship instinct had actually become stronger instead. However, his instinct was still filled with uncertainty. To purely depend on instinct was to wager his life on a gambling table. AI Hui did not want to do that. Instinct could help him create more basic sword moves, allowing him to have a deeper understanding of swordsmanship. He did not know how other people trained, so he could not think of anything else other than sticking to this stupid method. There were very few sword inheritances nowadays. He had not collected the inheritance that the mayor previously rewarded him and wanted to collect it only after he left this place, provided he was still alive by then. Learning a new inheritance in a short period of time would not be of much use to him at his current critical junction. Sometimes, due to all the blood crystals and heaven merit points, we would think about life as a moderately wealthy person if he survived this catastrophe. If he really survived this catastrophe, he planned to return to the old territory with Fatty. His dream of becoming an elementalist had been achieved, and he also experienced being a hero. The other troublesome issues should be left to those geniuses to settle. Upon witnessing the deaths of countless people and an entire city reduced to ruins, we realized there were indeed places that were worse than the wilderness. He should bring Master and Mistress and find a place to lead a simple life. Master was like a candle flickering in the wind, old and ailing. When Mistress completed the plan of treating the city as a piece of cloth, the damage inflicted to her body would most likely be irreversible as well. Yeah, the old territory was quite good. He did not have any family members, so he could move somewhere near Fatty. He also had some money and could bring Master and Mistress back to the old territory and open an embroidery workshop there. Senior Mingxiu would come along, of course. Right now, Hui's biggest wish was to accompany Master and Mistress through the twilight years of their lives. He glanced at the snow-white bandage, which was wrapped around his wrist tightly, and discovered that there was a blood trace on it. This was left by the mysterious drop of blood from the red-dressed girl. The shape of the blood trace was somewhat weird, resembling an eye. We did not know if this was just a coincidence or something peculiar. Alright, he would have to wait until everything was over before investigating it. Everything would have to wait until he lived through this catastrophe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 267, Shattered Blood Traces. Chapter 267, Shattered Blood Traces. Translator, YH Editor, X. Tian Quan did not give up. He was someone who had returned from the verge of death. The obstacle he currently faced was nothing compared to what he had experienced in the past and was not enough to throw him into despair. There were 16 blood elementalists under his command, but half of them were injured. While blood elementalists were much more tenacious compared to regular elementalists, their capabilities were still affected by injuries. The consecutive failures that these injured blood elementalists had faced were a huge blow to their morale. With morale at an all-time low, more and more of them were deserting from Tian Quan. This batch of blood elementalists were elites who were carefully selected, and as such, had very keen intuitions. They were quick to figure out that Tian Quan's method of controlling them had loopholes and managed to exploit these to escape. Seeing their comrades escape sent the morale of the remaining blood elementalists plummeting even further. Loyalty to the group was dead. Those that remained would definitely seize any opportunity to slip away. What went wrong? Tian Quan could not figure out why nothing was going according to plan. Sir, your face? A surprised voice rang out from among the blood elementalists. My face? What's wrong with my face? Tian Quan subconsciously touched his face and felt something wet. His hand froze. Aghast, the other blood elementalists looked at Tian Quan. Tian Quan looked at his fingers and saw that they were stained with blood. The blood was a dusty red color and had a foul rotting stench. His eyes revealed a deep, troubling fear while his fingers trembled slightly. He could tell without looking that the blood traces on his face had become like the withered rings of a rotting old stump. The traces had broken in many places, becoming shattered and leaking the dull, grayish-red blood that stained his hands. Shattered traces. Tian Quan's mind blanked as he fully registered what was happening to him. The skin on his forehead shriveled up rapidly, forming deep-set wrinkles that densely covered his entire forehead. His head full of black hair gradually turned white while his large biceps shrank and his spine hunched. In the blink of an eye, Tian Quan had aged several decades. The blood elementalists who witnessed this transformation stepped back in horror. It was as if they were staring at a monster. Not knowing what was going on served only to amplify their fears. Shattered blood traces? Why? Why is this happening? Tian Quan's dry, hoarse voice was filled with fear and panic. His tone had completely changed. He was utterly racked with fear and felt like a cornered beast. Shattered traces were an indication that a blood elementalist's training had gone down the wrong path and something feared by all blood elementalists. Ruptured blood traces marked the beginning of the end, as the blood elementalist would lose the power he had attained. The vital energy of the blood would begin to seep out via these broken blood traces, causing the blood's color to dull. Over time, the blood elementalist's blood would turn into a clear liquid. At this point, the blood elementalist's life would come to an end. The shattering of blood traces only occurred when one's training had gone horribly wrong. Where had he gone wrong? Tian Quan forced himself to calm down, completely ignoring the blood elementalists who were already fleeing in all directions. The other blood elementalists were scared off by Tian Quan's transformation. The biggest consolation that forming blood traces had given them was their increased strength. After seeing Tian Quan's abrupt deterioration, they finally understood that the path of a blood elementalist was not that easy after all. In fact, it was even riskier. Although training as an elementalist was relatively slow, it was much safer and would definitely not result in something this terrifying. They were unsure of what would happen to Tian Quan, but were certain that he was unusually weak at this point. A few of the blood elementalists stared at Tian Quan with hatred in their eyes. None of the survivors were grateful to Tian Quan. In fact, their hatred toward him was something they all shared. Because of Tian Quan's accumulated strength, they were afraid that he would have some sort of a backup plan. A few of them hesitated for a moment before deciding to slowly retreat. They took off for the forest the moment they saw Tian Quan's groggy, weakened state. Tian Quan's vitality continued to decline as he carefully sieved through his memories to recall his recent actions. He remembered something that immediately roused him from his thoughts. Why had everything he attempted to accomplish ended unfavorably ever since he entered the city? Because he had chosen the wrong path right from the get-go. He had never attempted to recruit strength from external sources before. Although he appeared to have planned everything adequately and appeared to have accomplished his recruitment easily, everything was actually pretty messed up. He could clearly see the hatred burning in the eyes of the deserters and knew that they would tear him into pieces at the earliest opportunity. When did this begin? His battle with that infantry division warrior had left him physically injured and mentally shaken. Soon after, he chanced upon Yu Mingqiu gravely wounding Situ Zhong and became even more alarmed. After entering Central Pine City, he witnessed the Battle of Longstreet, which made him feel even more fearful. Retreating step after step had created fear in his heart, making him filled with trepidation. Although it looked as though everything was within his control, obtaining strength from external sources was the clearest sign that he had lost confidence in himself. This was his inner demon. As his self-confidence wavered, his inner demon grew stronger. He was soon overwhelmed by fear. The precarious balance between life and death was ever so mysterious. As his blood-spiritual force transformed, this balance tipped over, resulting in the loss of his attained power and the rupturing of his blood traces. It would seem that his will had been robbed from him during that fateful encounter with the infantry division warrior. Tian Quan had lost his indomitable spirit. His pupils suddenly became clear as he extended his legs and leaned on his left arm. Tian Quan's stance made him look like a three-legged beast. He twisted his body and tapped his right fist against his tailbone. Pop! A crisp popping sound could be heard as a bloody glow appeared on his tailbone. One by one, he tapped each vertebrae in his spine, causing a series of popping sounds and blood-colored lights to appear on his back. Tian Quan stood up and straightened his spine. The wrinkles on his face had completely vanished, and his skin regained its original moisture and smoothness. Only his full head of white hair remained. The spinal blood had saved his life. As a god guard, Tian Quan's training focused mainly on his body. He would store traces of blood within his vertebrae during his daily practice. He had only done this as a backup plan, but little did he know that it would save his life today. Despite training for so long and undergoing round after round of blood refinement, the spinal blood he had managed to store was merely as thin as a strand of hair. Although the amount of spinal blood was minuscule, the power it possessed was incredible. Once utilized, it swiftly stabilized his condition. Tian Quan sighed lightly. He used to think that he was a fearless person, but he finally realized just how much of a coward he really was. Was this a bad thing? Tian Quan did not think so. Rather, he felt that it was something favorable. Detecting his cowardice and better understanding himself at this early point was a good thing. Perhaps this was the real purpose of training. Moreover, it was not as though he had no chance. He could defeat his inner demon by achieving victory. The reversal of life and death. Coming back from the dead was what Tian Quan was capable of accomplishing. Victory was the one true explanation for everything. Tian Quan suddenly raised his head. The elemental energy waves in Central Pine City had become unusually intense. AI Huey small group was nailing in the 9th gold needle. Tian Quan walked unhurriedly through the ruins. The 9th gold needle, muttered the lady in red. Having witnessed her transformation with his own eyes, Yen Hai looked at the lady in awe. Her presence had become ever so fleeting and unpredictable. It was as though she had become one with the dense mist amid mountaintops, mysterious yet ephemeral. The lady had grown much stronger. He had never seen her train but could feel the changes she had undergone. Yen Hai inexplicably thought of something that the lady had previously said to him. Although it was beyond his understanding, Yen Hai knew that the key to her progress lay within it. He secretly committed the words to memory, noting that he could not grasp it because his level was too low. Remarkable. The lady in red looked impressed. She looked up at the sky and watched the waves of light dancing about layer after layer. This light show was the result of the intense elemental energy fluctuations. Still looking up, the lady in red abruptly said, "It's time for us to go." "Go?" asked Yen Hai, at a loss. "Withdraw from Central Pine City," the lady in red explained as she retracted her gaze. "The entire city's elemental energy has been activated. The sky, the earth, and even the plants. We'll have to retreat further away so as to avoid being trapped within it." The lady in red and Yen Hai quietly left Central Pine City. They found a mountain that directly overlooked the city and began their observation. When the ninth gold needle was fully nailed into place, the vibrantly chaotic patterns in the sky above Central Pine City abruptly changed into a brilliant whirlpool of multicolored light. The different colored lights fused and expanded, slowly spreading across the sky and becoming more distinct. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elemental energies combined to form a perfect 5-element ring in the sky. The abnormally powerful elemental energy waves roused Yu Mingqiu from his exhaustion. He had reached his physical limit and could not help but wonder how he actually managed to guard the city's sky with his strength alone. As the battle on the ground raged on, so did the battle in the sky. Toward the end, Yu Mingqiu was fighting purely by his combat instincts. This ordeal was finally over. He shakily descended back to ground level, landing heavily with a stagger and plopped backward right onto his rear. His gaze swept up to look at the 5-element ring in the sky as he sat there, too tired to even lift a finger. After putting in so much effort, he wondered if there were any bonus rewards awaiting him. It's not going to be my problem if things start to go awry again. The most handsome person is going to sleep now. Darkness swiftly engulfed him the moment he closed his tired eyes. Yu Mingqiu's wretched-looking state gave everyone around a shock. They heaved a huge sigh of relief when he started snoring loudly. His performance over the past few days had earned everyone's unwavering respect. The city could not possibly have lasted so long without him protecting the sky, let alone have had the chance to install the needle. The 5-element ring in the sky started to stabilize. The ferocious blood fiends became terrified and hastily escaped the city. Looking down from the skies, one would see the red tide rapidly receding out of the city. After a moment of silence, loud cheers rang out all over Central Pine City. Amid the cheering, an exhausted AI Hui sat heavily on the ground. "Master, mistress, the 9 gold needles are in place." In his mind's eye, he saw his master excitedly explaining the plan to treat the city like a piece of cloth and subconsciously smiled. Around him, his team members were all over the place. The A1 unit had carried out the most important missions in this battle. They had relentlessly pressed onward, tapping into every last bit of energy and breath they could muster. Now that their missions were completed, they could finally collapse and take a breather. Although they were completely drained, everyone's eyes were glued on the Jade Embroidery Workshop. The Jade Embroidery Workshop opened its tightly sealed door. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 268, Counterattack. Chapter 268, Counterattack. Translator, Irene. Editor, Pranav. Han Yuqin felt as though the whole of Central Pine City's eyes were on her. She wore a solemn expression, and the subtle wrinkles on her face had vanished. It was as if she had suddenly reversed time and returned to being 12 years old. The elemental energy within a 3-meter radius around her was similar to crackling volleys of firecrackers, and the exploding rays of light were blossoming like stars in the night sky. It was as if she was surrounded by a silver river where countless stars were born and destroyed. As she unhurriedly advanced, Han Yuqin resembled a spirit descending into the human world, her strong aura enveloping the whole city. The 5-element ring, which was swiveling in the air, suddenly froze. The city's elemental energies were utterly calm, they were all subdued by her alone. Her movements were gentle, the ground beneath her feet quietly graced her landing like a bowing earth dragon. The paths on both sides became adorned with budding plants and blooming flowers, and in the blink of an eye, numerous fruits could be seen sprouting on branches. Unknowingly, layers of cloud gathered in the sky and rain began to gently drizzle down like threads of silk. A ray of sunshine, surrounded by flames, pierced through the clouds and landed on her body. Golden winds swept across her back, transforming into a silver cape. Such a breathtaking scene was happening live before everyone's eyes. The guards knelt to the ground. Even Wang Zhen and the dean were in a half-bow position, only Wang Shouchuan remained standing. Wang Shouchuan's aged face was glowing, and his eyes were unable to conceal his adoration. Although he was accustomed to his wife's usual brilliance, no moment could compare to the scene before his eyes. His wife was now like the world's most beautiful fairy. Her stunning face, which was surrounded by stars, easily overwhelmed him, and the memories of his youth started to uncontrollably flood his mind. Wang Shouchuan observed his wife with sentiment as she ascended into the air with light steps. With such a wife, it could be said that he had lived his life with no regrets. By being able to fulfill her request and push her up the stage at this moment, it could be said that he had lived his life with no regrets. Yes, he had no regrets. Wang Shouchuan gave a content smile. Han Yuqin understood her husband's smile. She looked at her aged man with clear eyes, which were as soft as water, and bowed. "Thank you, husband." Her expression then became solemn once again. "Mingxiu, follow me. It may benefit you in the future." "Yes." Mingxiu's eyes were red as she responded in a low voice. The star-like specks of light from the five-element ring resembled waterfalls of light. The light had transformed into a colorful flight of steps in front of her. It was as if a rainbow was hanging down from the sky. Central Pine City was absolutely silent, everyone was stunned by what they had seen. Was this the power of a grandmaster? The elemental energies of nature were tamed like her servant, obeying her commands. Ai Hui was in shock. He looked on blankly as his mistress departed. Was this a grandmaster? The operation of nature's elemental energies had completely deviated from common sense, his understanding of elemental energy had been overturned. Theoretical descriptions of a grandmaster's power could not compare to the profound experience in real life. Central Pine City's elemental energies were now in his mistress' hands. Nobody was able to utilize even a bit of elemental energy. In other words, the whole city was under his mistress' control. She could easily kill anyone within the city, executing a massacre wouldn't require any effort. It was only now that Ai Hui finally understood why the land under a grandmaster's watch was unshakable. Perhaps a grandmaster wasn't any much different to those strong figures in the ancient cultivation world. Quan Tian raised his head and glanced at Han Yuqin before retracting his gaze. There was a flickering, ominous glint in his eyes. Even if he were to confront an extremely powerful person like Han Yuqin, he would not cower in fear. He had nowhere to retreat. Right now, he was only relying on the spinal blood he had accumulated to sustain himself. If he escaped now, his blood traces would thoroughly crumble, and the fresh blood in his body would transform into dead blood before finally becoming clear water. All trace of his existence in this world would disappear, and even his soul wouldn't have a chance to escape. He had to win. Only victory would allow him to reverse his fate. Even if he couldn't make a complete recovery, he could at least stabilize his blood traces. In the past, he had felt that the way of God was difficult and dangerous, but it was only now that he genuinely understood its unpredictability and murderous nature. He could feel the blood spiritual force within his body being rejected by Central Pine City's elemental energy, and the elemental energy in the air was akin to incorporeal knives that incessantly cut him. Wounds continued to appear on his face, arms, and body, and as he moved forward, he resembled a ragdoll covered with scars and bruises. His body was crisscrossed with countless fresh, red scars. What was strange, however, was that not a single drop of fresh blood seeped out of these wounds. Tian Quan's expression didn't change, it was as if he had no sense of touch. He knew he had to hurry up since the city had already begun to show signs of rejecting blood spiritual force. Once Han Yuqin started, he would be in a worse situation as the rejection would grow even more intense. Tian Quan was like a shadow as he silently advanced. He knew that this was his last chance. With unprecedented focus, he executed his shadow figure with much better skill than usual. He appeared outside the embroidery workshop without attracting any attention. The workshop's guards were kneeling to the ground, and everyone's focus was on Han Yuqin. Wang Zhen and the dean were gazing at the sky in shock. There wasn't anyone else within a 3-meter radius around Tian Quan. Tian Quan's target was Wang Shouchuan. Han Yuqin was currently exuding a terrifying momentum, causing Tian Quan to acknowledge that he definitely wasn't her match. However, by now, all the gold needles in Central Pine City had been erected, and only by blocking Han Yuqin could this whole plan be stopped. What could he use to stop a grandmaster? Wang Shouchuan. Only by taking him down could he possibly stop Han Yuqin. Her earlier gaze was clearly brimming with longing and emotions. It was obvious that she wouldn't sit silently and watch Wang Shouchuan die in his hands. Mingxiu had been Tian Quan's initial target, but unexpectedly, Han Yuqin had taken Mingxiu with her, leaving him with only one choice, Wang Shouchuan. It was much easier to control an old man with no fight left in him. Tian Quan held his breath, and his eyes turned into an empty, ashy color as his body transformed into a shadow. The shadow had no temperature and heartbeat, all signs of life vanished. This shadow stuck closely to the ground and slowly approached Wang Shouchuan. When Tian Quan had been small and weak, this method of attack was his expertise. And as he grew stronger, this move became much more destructive. There wasn't anything awe-inspiring about shadow figure, but in his hands, it became exceptionally dangerous. Is this a grandmaster? Wang Jin muttered to himself as he stared absent-mindedly at Han Yuqin, who, at this moment, was like a spirit that had descended to earth. It wasn't only him. The dean by his side was in a similar daze. His mouth was open, but no sound came out. The sight before them was simply too breathtaking and impactful. A few moments earlier they had been battling with the blood fiends, but in the blink of an eye, the entire situation had reversed. The blood fiends had retreated in a tide. Victory had never felt so real. The plan of treating the city as a piece of cloth had been well supported by them to begin with, but to speak the truth, they had been concealing their confidence because they had no other choice. But now, victory was right before their eyes. Looking at the goddess like Han Yuqin, no one could question her plan any longer. He suddenly sensed something. At the same time, Han Yuqin, who was already in midair, felt something as well. Her face changed slightly as her gaze hardened. The dean jerked his head and saw a black, shadowy ball springing up from the ground and pouncing towards Wang Shouchuan. Tian Quan's view of Wang Shouchuan magnified rapidly. Almost simultaneously, a stone wall rose steeply from the ground and obstructed his path. Densely packed and sharp stone thorns lay atop the wall. An ominous glint appeared in Tian Quan's eyes, and he let out a low growl, like that of a wild beast on the verge of death. Without dodging, he crashed head-on into the stone wall. Bang! The stone wall shattered, and from the rubble, a black shadow shot out and struck Wang Shouchuan. Han Yuqin, who was floating in midair, suddenly turned around. As Tian Quan struggled to stand up, his abdomen ached. He had been stabbed by a thick stone thorn. It was as if he felt nothing, though, as he gripped Wang Shouchuan's neck with one hand and used the other to pull the thorn out from his body. He then carefully placed Wang Shouchuan's figure in front of him, his palm firmly grabbing onto his neck. An eerie arc formed at the corner of his mouth and became increasingly curved. Success! He had succeeded. The silent smile gradually turned into an unbridled, wild laughter that resounded throughout Central Pine City. Both Wang Jin and the dean's faces became a deathly white as they understood Tian Quan's intent. Despair crawled up onto their faces. Throughout his entire life, Tian Quan had never felt as happy as he did now. So what if you're a grandmaster? So what if I made the whole city my enemy? His laughter suddenly stopped. He grabbed Wang Shouchuan and started to float upwards slowly. I'm sorry I disrupted your show, but this is good as well. We can have a nice talk. The whole city could hear the arrogance and satisfaction in his voice. Her face ashen, Han Yuqin roared, let him go, Tian Quan's fingers punctured Wang Shouchuan's throat, who resembled a choking fish as his body trembled and jerked uncontrollably. Her husband had never suffered in such a manner. He was just a normal husband. Han Yuqin's heart was also trembling. Mingxiu's face paled as she covered her mouth with her hands. Tears blurred her vision. Why? Is this heartbreaking? What a loving couple, Tian Quan commented leisurely. He had already taken the initiative and grabbed a hold of his own destiny. And just like in the past, he was always the final victor. So what if you're a grandmaster? His thoughts were remarkably clear, and his body flourished with vitality. Taking a quick glance at his previously declining condition, he discovered that his blood traces were speedily stabilizing. His flesh was like dry mud being moistened by the rain. The familiar strength returned to his body. What a fascinating feeling. Victory was so sweet. When we saw Tian Quan and his teacher, it was as if his head had been dealt a massive blow. All was black before him. But just after a second, he quickly recovered, and an indescribable fury exploded within him. He had never before felt such rage. Never before. He obviously understood Tian Quan's intention, and he knew what was about to happen. And it was precisely because he knew that his body began to involuntarily shiver. He had never before felt such fear. He would rather face his own death than what was going to happen next. His whole body was shuddering and shaking. The entire A1 unit was stunned by the sudden change of events. In fact, the whole city was dumbfounded. Earth-shattering bellows immediately followed after a short period of deathly stillness. Release him if you have the guts. Bastard! I'm going to hack you to pieces. Tian Quan laughed aloud as he witnessed the explosion of the elementalists and the deafening clamor. It felt so good to see these helpless people, who viewed him as their enemy, be unable to do anything. It felt so good to crush and bury all their hopes. Such despair was enchanting. Sure, Shuemon's face was beyond pale. She looked at the sky in disbelief and was at a loss. She looked toward Ai Hui subconsciously. She did that whenever she felt a loss for what to do. Ai Hui was still trembling and breathless, it was as if he was drowning. His shaking hand groped around subconsciously, and upon touching the dragon's pine inferno, it was as if he had grabbed hold of a life-saving rice straw. He fumbled about, his shaking palm stroking the sword's blade. It was only when he found the sword's hilt that his trembling hand finally calmed down. Ai Hui, too, had now calmed down. He was going to save his master. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 269, A Devastating Ending. Chapter 269, A Devastating Ending. Translator, TYZ Editor, K. Kermit. You stay here. After giving a brief instruction, the red-dressed girl floated towards Central Pine City like a wisp of red smoke. The turn of events for Tian Quan had been too sudden. She could not help but go to take a look. It would be a pity if she didn't join in the fun. She was very clear on what Tian Quan was going to do next. She was more curious about what Ai Hui's reaction would be. Ai Hui's background was no secret, everyone in Central Pine City knew about it. Right now, he was a legendary figure in Central Pine City, everyone's favorite topic to chit-chat about in their free time. Obtaining all of Ai Hui's information was a piece of cake. He came from the old territory and spent 3 years in the wilderness as laborer. He then entered the induction ground as an overaged student. Eventually, he became the disciple of Wang Shouchuan and learned embroidery from his mistress. Reportedly, Ai Hui had a deep relationship with both his master and mistress. He would definitely take action. Her interest in Ai Hui far surpassed anyone else's. That fellow could not be analyzed logically as he always came up with different surprises. No one knew what he was going to do next. Holding the dragon's pine, Ai Hui dashed towards Tian Quan's location. The sound of wind surged past his ears like thunder. At this point of time, Ai Hui felt abnormally calm. He held his sword, slouched his body, and flew along the dilapidated street. It was as if he did not feel the fatigue from the previous battles. His brain was working at an unprecedented speed as he tried to think of a way to save his master. There must be a way. He told himself that. Tian Quan's purpose in holding master hostage was to stop mistress from completing the plan of treating the city as a piece of cloth. Mistress had an unyielding character and the only way for Tian Quan to make her surrender was to torture master. Ai Hui forced himself to focus on thinking through the situation. He did not dare to be distracted as any moment of distraction would cause him to feel a heart-twisting pain. His facial expression resembled that of a granite statue, motionless and without emotion. There was no point feeling angry or sad now. At this point in time, what he needed to do was stay calm, achieve absolute calmness. Letting his emotions affect his decision would be totally unhelpful to the current situation. He forced himself to stay calm and allowed the palm that was clenching the sword hilt to turn white. He first had to get close to Tian Quan because he lacked long-range offensive attacks. The sudden attack would only work if he could prevent Tian Quan from sensing his presence. Very soon, Ai Hui confirmed his plan of attack and decided to approach Tian Quan silently from the right side of his back. Even though he needed to make an extra effort to reach that position, he did not mind as it would be advantageous to his attack. Tian Quan was using his right hand to hold his master. If he could attack fast enough and hack Tian Quan's right shoulder, he might be able to save his master. He was not feeling too well. His body was extremely weary and his elemental energy was almost depleted. Despite this, he still decided to get close to Tian Quan first. Only by getting close to Tian Quan would he then have the opportunity to strike. Ai Hui suppressed his last trace of anger. Like an experienced hunter, he started to close in on his prey. He did not think about what would happen if he failed. Various plans appeared in his mind and he tried to find the loopholes in each plan. There was only one chance with no room for failure. He lowered his waist and used the debris as cover, beginning to execute his plan. We have nothing to talk about. Han Yuqin's facial expression returned to normal and her tone was tranquil and calm. My husband might be in your hands, but if you think that you can use him to threaten me, that would be a big mistake. We have lived for many years and as long as we can save Central Pine City, we don't mind sacrificing our lives. Let him go and I promise to let you leave this place. Let me leave this place? Tian Quan smirked. I think Master Han has mistaken my intention. I'm the one who would let all of you leave this place. You see, all along we haven't had many conflicts between us, so why bother fighting amongst ourselves? As long as all of you are willing to retreat from Central Pine City, you all will be able to leave this place safely and Teacher Wang will also be safe and sound. His tone was calm and unhurried. Even though he was facing a grandmaster, he did not show the slightest bit of fear, displaying an elegant demeanor. He could feel the blood spiritual force in his body transforming. An endless stream of energy was flowing into the depths of his body. A feeling of euphoria gushed into him. He was overjoyed. If he could obtain victory, he would definitely attain a breakthrough in his base level. Since you're so arrogant, there's nothing for us to talk about, Han Yuqin replied with a solemn tone. My husband and I each have 1 foot in the grave. If we die, then so be it. Die? Tian Quan put on an astonished face, as if he'd heard something incredible. Why would I let both of you die? How can a dead person have value? Furthermore, there are many things in this world that are more terrifying than death, and I happen to be specialized in them. Following which, his left hand pulled up Wang Shouchuan's left palm and spread his fingers. Crack, dot. One of Wang Shouchuan's fingers had been crushed. Wang Shouchuan's body squirmed. The intense pain made him want to struggle, but the hand grabbing his throat was like a metal pincer, rendering him immobile. He could not make any sound and his body trembled uncontrollably. Bastard! Anger erupted upon Han Yuqin's face. Her aura of killer intent pervaded the air. You see, it's just the beginning and Master Han already can't take it, teased Tian Quan. Do you wish to kill me now? It seems giving your husband some enjoyment is a good idea. How? Do you want to give it a try? Crack. Another of Wang Shouchuan's fingers was crushed. Han Yuqin's entire body trembled and the elemental energy around her began to undulate. Her cape fluttered and the heavenly glow that was shining on her became unstable. You have been husband and wife for so many years, it would be too cruel if you were to kill him with your own hands, but what can you do about it? This world is supposed to be cruel. You can't do it, right? Actually, if you think about it, how can the life of an old fogey be compared to the lives of the many people here? If he dies, then so be it. Doesn't everything come with a price? Han Yuqin trembled even harder. The glowing, multicolored stairs beneath her feet started to dim. The cracking sound rang across Ai Hui's ears. Ai Hui stopped in his tracks, but quickly recovered his pace. His facial expression did not change and his movements remained silent, appearing as though he was unaffected by what was going on. He reached his target's position. He raised his head and looked at Tian Quan in the sky. Right now, Tian Quan was not only holding his master's neck with his right hand, his left hand was also holding his master's left hand. There was no point in only hacking off Tian Quan's right arm. The worst thing was that the elemental energy in Ai Hui's body had depleted. When the golden needle was being nailed, the A1 unit had encountered several blood fiends and had fought an intense battle. Everyone, including Ai Hui, was extremely exhausted. There must be a plan. Ai Hui told himself. Do you need help? A faint voice suddenly came from behind Ai Hui. Ai Hui froze. He abruptly turned around and the beautiful image of a red-dressed girl appeared before him. Her long red sleeves were drifting like 2 traces of red smoke. Her beautiful eyes looked deeply at Ai Hui and her luscious red lips curled into an alluring smile. It was her. 1,000 yuan. Ai Hui's eye pupils dilated. You're the first one to compliment me and say that I'm beautiful, even though I paid 1,000 yuan for it, the red-dressed girl blinked her eyes intently. Perhaps we can make a deal. Ai Hui stared at her, not saying a single word. Don't stare at me like that, you look so fierce, the red-dressed girl put on an innocent look and stuck out her tongue. You don't have much time left. Suddenly, a ravishing scarlet plum blossom appeared on her snow-white forehead. The blood plum blossom drifted out of her forehead and landed in her palm. Its bright shine resembled that of her red lips. This costs more than 1,000 yuan. Once you eat it, you will become capable of killing him off. Of course, since this is a deal, there's a price to pay. I will collect some interest from you. The red-dressed girl's face turned white while her gaze seemed to be in stupor. Ai Hui did not respond. Even though I am somewhat taking advantage of your current situation. The red-dressed girl's smile became increasingly sweet. You don't have many choices left. This is your only way out. The glistening plum blossom displayed an indescribable demonic aura. Tian Quan's excited voice resounded through the air, sounding as if he had thought of something fun. I have just thought of a better way, dot. He squinted his eyes and a sinister sneer appeared on his face. Han Yuqin's reaction was far more intense than he'd expected. the elemental energy surrounding Han Yuqin was becoming chaotic. From this, Tian Quan had come up with a conjecture that Han Yuqin's status of Grandmaster was a temporary one. She did not go through a legitimate breakthrough. She must have used some special technique to temporarily raise her base level. Right now, her emotions were under intense provocation, causing her to lose control of her temporary base level and elemental energy. On the contrary, the blood spiritual force in Tian Quan's body continued to rise. He was excited as he sensed that he was about to achieve a breakthrough. In his eyes, Han Yuqin was like a whetstone. One could only come across a pseudo-grandmaster level whetstone serendipitously. Achieving victory in this confrontation was the key to his breakthrough. It would be a memorable event for him to use the corpse of a pseudo-grandmaster as a stepping stone to achieve his breakthrough. He gave a pondering smile, resembling an executioner tightening the noose on a prisoner's neck. How about I turn him into a blood elementalist? A drop of blood seeped out from Tian Quan's fingertip and stayed there like a dewdrop. Pfff. Along with the drop of blood, Tian Quan's taut finger suddenly plunged into Wang Shouchuan's shoulder. I'm actually doing this for his own good. His vitality is weak and he doesn't have many days of life left. Becoming a blood elementalist will allow him to live a bit longer. You see, both of you can still spend the rest of your lives together. Such a heartwarming scene. An elementalist and a blood elementalist living together to a ripe old age in conjugal bliss. Han Yuqin's face was filled with agony. The dazzling rainbow stairs below her feet had completely collapsed. The elemental energy around her body started burning with a crackle. Even her hair looked as if it was burning, gradually disappearing. Shouchuan, you must help me. This was her favorite sentence that she had always said to Wang Shouchuan when they were young. She was always arrogant and brash, but as long as she said this sentence, he would never reject her. Countless memories swept through her mind like a tidal wave. The more heartwarming they were, the more pain she felt. It was because of her that he ended up like this. Ignited by the chaotic elemental energy, her overflowing tears were mixed with blood and fire, flowing down her cheeks. Tian Quan released the hand that was grasping Wang Shouchuan's neck and held his arm instead. Terrifying streaks of blood traces appeared on Wang Shouchuan's face. He shrieked in pain, "Kill me, kill me." Kill you? We will have to see if Master Han is ruthless enough to do it or not. Tian Quan sneered as he tightly held Wang Shouchuan's body. Kill me. Wang Shouchuan's scream became a blur. Upon hearing his master scream, Ai Hui emotionlessly took the glistening blood plum flower and popped it in his mouth. Just as the red-dressed girl revealed an insidious smile, Ai Hui said coldly, "I will destroy the blood of God." The red-dressed girl's smile froze. Blood of God. How did he know about the blood of God? Ai Hui did not look at her anymore. Clenching the dragon spine in his hand, he turned around and faced Tian Quan's direction. His body was filled with a mysterious power, emitting an unusual ice-cold aura. His craggy face had deep and distinct lines, looking grave and stern. He appeared as if he was witnessing a farce that had nothing to do with him, completely emotionless. Mistress was on the brink of collapse. An image of his master flaunting his plan like it was some kind of treasure appeared in Ai Hui's mind. The pride on his master's face seemed to tell Ai Hui that he had no regrets if he died as long as he could help his wife. His master's body was struggling non-stop. His low, deep shriek was filled with agony, despair, and the desire to die. Since he desired death, would he have no regrets only if he died? He would rather be dead than see his works destroyed? He would rather be dead than see his pride crushed? Just yesterday, Ai Hui had still been thinking about bringing his master and mistress to the old territory and opening an embroidery workshop there for them, to accompany them through their twilight years. There were no more twilight years. Ai Hui felt that he had fallen into an endless abyss. The freezing darkness engulfed him, but he knew that there was one last thing he had to do. He had to defend the pride of his master and mistress. The red-dressed girl's eye pupils shrunk abruptly when Ai Hui disappeared into thin air. Given her strength, how could she not see how Ai Hui disappeared? The sky suddenly darkened as night fell upon the city. Splendid radiance blossomed in the dark night. When the night epiphyllum blossoms, the dark night shall descend. Numerous epiphyllum flowers floated down from the sky, forming a rain of light that resembled a poignant painting. Tian Quan's eyes suddenly shrunk. The blood spiritual force in his body erupted. Just as his body was about to go to work, it froze abruptly. He lowered his head and looked at his chest. A sword had pierced through his chest. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Wang Shouchuan's body relaxed and looked at the blade sticking out of his chest. He recognized it as Ai Hui's sword. The struggle on his face faded like a receding tide. A peaceful look appeared upon his face as blood foam spurted out from his mouth. His mouth curled into a smile. He could not see Ai Hui, but he still spoke with an unclear tone. Good boy. Han Yuqin stared blankly at Wang Shouchuan. Wang Shouchuan turned his head with difficulty. His vision was blurry and he could only see a vague figure. He felt as if he had returned to the day he'd first met her when he was just 18 years old. The timid young man had not dared to look her straight in the eyes. They'd walked together and grown old together. But it was a pity that they couldn't die together. He used his last bit of strength and waved goodbye to her. Upon seeing Wang Shouchuan closing his eyes peacefully, Han Yuqin's tears once more flowed out uncontrollably. A long whistle resounded through the air. Intense, sword-like sunlight pierced through the thick layer of cloud and darkness once more. Flames started to burst into existence around her body. The 5 elements bracelet hovering above her head started to spin. The elemental energy burned her body. She looked like a phoenix standing in the midst of blazing flames, serene and majestic. Her delicate hands glided through the air and a beam of light shot out. That was her thread and needle. Numerous beams of light gathered from all directions and swirled around her body, resembling a shoal of fish that frolicked in the sea. Her slender, snow-white arms rose above her head as she spun her body, looking as if she was dancing and singing. Shouchuan, this is what you taught me. Shouchuan, this is the work that you put your heart and soul into. The light beam swirled along with her body, then shot up into the sky, flying swiftly towards every corner of Central Pine City, and plunged into the ground. Central Pine City was like an enormous piece of cloth while the light beams were throbbing needles and threads, shuttling back and forth through the city. The red-dressed girl's facial expression changed dramatically and she hurriedly retreated. The color of blood that had engulfed Central Pine City faded. Plants and trees emerged from the ground and grew rapidly at visible speeds, spreading the color of lush green throughout Central Pine City. The debris and ruins began to wiggle. Then, as if there were a pair of invisible hands moving and repairing them, the debris disappeared and the buildings returned to their initial state, as good as new. Time seemed to be turning back. Central Pine City had returned to its former glory. A dazzling glow engulfed all of Central Pine City. Tian Quan, who was pierced by the dragon's pine, disintegrated into ashes before he could even scream in pain. Wang Shouchuan's body also disintegrated into ashes, leaving one intact arm behind. Ai Hui instinctively caught his master's arm and descended from the sky. A luster landed beside Ai Hui. It was Han Yuqin. Her body was engulfed in flames and her flesh continued to melt. She looked at Ai Hui and said, "Good boy, master and mistress need to thank you." Her gaze contained an array of emotions. Gratitude, thankfulness, pity, and worry. If not for Ai Hui, everything that they had worked so hard for would have gone down the drain. All the lives that were sacrificed would have been meaningless. The pain and suffering Ai Hui had to go through for making this decision far exceeded what anyone could imagine. Ai Hui pursed his lips tightly. Ai Hui, you are very capable, help mistress to take good care of your senior Mingxiu. Master. Mingxiu sobbed. Han Yuqin took Wang Shouchuan's arm from Ai Hui. As usual, she tightly interlocked her fingers with Wang Shouchuan's. With a gentle look on her face, she reminded Ai Hui, mistress has to go now. Ai Hui, Mingxiu, bury me and your master together. A burst of flames shot up into the sky. Her body was completely devoured by the flames. Only the hand that was holding Wang Shouchuan's hand did not burn. When the flames had extinguished, 2 tightly clasped hands remained. Ai Hui was stupefied. He carefully picked up the pair of tightly interlocked hands. A bean-sized drop of rain landed on his hand. In the blink of an eye, torrents of rain came pouring down. In a short period of time, the city was shrouded by rain and fog. The plan of treating the city as a piece of cloth was a success. The 5 elemental energies in Central Pine City had united. Blood fiends and blood elementalists could no longer stay in the city. Central Pine City was finally safe. However, not a single bit of joy could be found on anyone's face. No one had expected the last battle to be so devastating. Upon witnessing how Wang Shouchuan and Han Yuqin sacrificed themselves and died in such a manner, everyone was filled with complex feelings. Sure Shueman looked at Ai Hui with concern. He was digging a grave in the rain. He rejected everyone's help and dug the muddy, water-filled grave together with Mingxiu using their bare hands. Sure Shueman simply could not imagine the pain and grief Ai Hui was feeling now. Fatty suddenly blurted out, in the wilderness, whenever I dug a grave, Ai Hui would never help me. He doesn't help dead people dig their graves. He always said that it doesn't matter if a dead person is buried or not. Everyone was speechless. AI. We carefully placed the pair of tightly interlocked hands into the grave and then properly covered them up with soil. Mingxiu handed over a wooden tablet and AI. We wrote the inscription "The Grave of Master and Mistress" on the wooden tablet in crooked handwriting. He carefully stuck the wooden tablet into the soil. He kneeled before the grave and stared at it, allowing the rain to smack him across his face like a stone statue. He had lost his master and mistress. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 270, 3 years later. Chapter 270, 3 years later. Translator, TYZ Editor, K. Kermit. 3 years later. Silver Mist Sea, Peace City. Peace City was a new and developing medium-sized city at the lower reaches of the Silver Mist River. 90% of the cities in the Silver Mist Sea were distributed across the Silver Mist River. The size of a city depended on the reach of the river it was located at. There were a total of 42 cities in the upper reaches of the river, and more than half of them were large-sized cities. The city located at the far end of the river's upper reaches, which was also considered the center of the Silver Mist Sea, was called Silver City. This city was the largest city in the entire Silver Mist Sea. At the middle reach of the river, the number of large-sized cities reduced sharply. They were replaced by dispersed small-sized and medium-sized cities. At the lower reaches of the river, it was hard for one to even see a medium-sized city. The river's lower reaches were mainly filled with small towns. There was nothing weird about this. Towards the lower reaches of the Silver Mist River, the metal elemental energy in the river became extremely thin. After the metal elemental energy was divided among numerous cities in the middle reaches and upper reaches of the river, only leftover metal elemental energy was left over for the river's lower reaches. Naturally, capable and experienced elementalists were not willing to stay in such an area. Nowadays, the water level of the Silver Mist River was continuing to drop. The successive battles over the last 3 years had caused the collection of artifact remnants to become increasingly difficult. Without a large supply of artifact remnants, the amount of metal elemental energy in the Silver Mist Sea declined sharply every year. This could be verified by the number of times the Silver Mist Sea opened its sea lock per month. Before the Blood Catastrophe, the sea lock would open twice, once at the start of the month and again at the end of it. Surging metal elemental currents would carry a huge amount of artifact remnants and flow along the expansive river channel that led to Pallet Cloud Village. Nowadays, however, the sea lock of the Silver Mist Sea would only open once a month. Today's metal elemental currents could not be compared to those of the past. Peace City's flourishing had started 2 years ago. In the past, Peace City was rather famous for its special local product, blackshell mica. Blackshell mica was a unique crossbred species between mica species from the Silver Mist River and Peace City. As they were black in color and contained the gloss of shellfish, they were named blackshell mica. Blackshell mica was a fantastic dual-type material. It was both metal attributed and water attributed. The reason why Peace City could become the only medium-sized city in the lower reaches of the Silver Mist River was its strategic geographical location. It was located on the border of the Silver Mist Sea and Pallet Cloud Village. During the 3 years of war, instead of withering, Peace City prospered. It had jumped from a small-sized city to a medium-sized city, all thanks to its strategic location. Compared to the Silver Mist Sea, Pallet Cloud Village was less affected by the war. Unlike the Silver Mist Sea, which needed a huge amount of artifact remnants to generate metal elemental energy, Pallet Cloud Village's Cloud Spring did not need man-made means to increase its supply. The Avalon of 5 elements was only left with the Silver Mist Sea and Pallet Cloud Village. Between these two places, their relationship had become much tighter and their trade ties had strengthened significantly. Fire Prairie and Yellow Sand Corner had fallen into the hands of the Blood of God. Due to the enmity between the Avalon of 5 elements and Blood of God, the possibility of them having trade relations was zero. It was a different scenario for the Jadeite Forest. When the Jadeite Forest first established independence, the Avalon of 5 elements reacted strongly. However, with Grandmaster Dai Gang overseeing the place, the Duanmu family's support, and the completely intact Deathgrass and Truewood divisions, the Avalon of 5 elements, whose power had been greatly reduced, could not do anything about the Jadeite Forest. The higher-ups of the Avalon of 5 elements also realized that it would be disastrous if they were attacked from both sides. Hence, they took the initiative to display goodwill towards the Jadeite Forest. Similarly, the Blood of God also did not want to be attacked from both sides and thus also needed to get into Jadeite Forest's good books. Reportedly, the Blood of God and Avalon of 5 elements had sent out their own diplomatic missions to win the support of Jadeite Forest. Even if they could not win Jadeite Forest's support, they could at least prevent them from supporting the other side. The Jadeite Forest was benefiting from both sides and did not have to worry about its trade being cut off. The products from Fire Prairie and Yellow Sand Corner were transported to Jadeite Forest, then from Jadeite Forest to Pallet Cloud Village, and finally to the Silver Mist Sea. Despite the relations among the three factions, this trade route was unusually busy. Being situated at a spot the trade route must pass through, Peace City flourished rapidly. Numerous companies would set up branches and warehouses in these small towns where trading caravans would pass. Sea Pacific Enterprise was considered a rather powerful company. Not having many customers in the afternoon, Su Qingye felt extremely sleepy. A shop assistant walked over and said, "Qingye, I heard that Dragon Rice Training Hall has opened a branch here. Tomorrow is its opening day and there's going to be a performance. Do you want to go together to take a look?" Dragon Rice Training Hall? The one in Silver City? Su Qingye became slightly awake. Other than the one in Silver City, where else is there a Dragon Rice Training Hall? The shop assistant sneered. "I'm not going." Su Qingye shook his head. "Tomorrow I'm going to the training hall to practice my swordplay." "Qingye, don't you intend to switch to a different training hall? Given Dragon Rice Training Hall's capability, you will definitely be better off there." The shop assistant egged Su Qingye on. "I'm not switching," Su Qingye mumbled. "Alright then, I shall go myself." The shop assistant shrugged his shoulder. Su Qingye was an elegant and handsome young man. He was kind-hearted and affable. He was not harsh and snobbish towards his subordinates and hence, everyone liked him and behaved more casual around him. After being disturbed by the shop assistant, Su Qingye's sleepiness had completely disappeared. At his age, he should have been attending school at the induction ground, but after the start of the blood catastrophe 3 years ago, the induction ground had become a disaster area. There were not many survivors from that place. In the past, children that were of appropriate age had to study at the induction ground. With the loss of the induction ground, everyone had no place to attend school. The Fire Prairie and Yellow Sand Corner had fallen into the hands of Blood of God, the Jadeite Forest had become an independent faction, and the 13 divisions had undergone assassinations, mutinies, ambushes, terrible losses, and many rebuilding processes. Given these successive major events, coupled with the 3 consecutive years of war, how would the higher-ups have the time to think about rebuilding the induction ground? The loss of the induction ground had resulted in the rise of training halls. Unlike those influential aristocratic families, most families did not have an abundance of resources and famed teachers. Training halls had become their only option. Even though these training halls could not be compared to the induction ground, they were still able to teach the students a lot of things. Furthermore, these training halls taught their students very practical techniques that could be used in an actual battle, which was extremely suitable for the current situation. The flourishing of Peace City attracted many elementalists to set up training halls. Right now, there were hundreds of training halls in Peace City. Every month, prominent training halls would set up branches there. In many people's eyes, Peace City's market possessed great potential. Initially, Su Qingye had not attended a training hall and instead worked at his family-owned company. Sea Pacific Enterprise was not really huge and did not have many customs. His parents felt that it would be best if he did not fight on the front lines and inherit their business instead. However, the war did not show any sign of ending and instead became increasingly intense as the days went by. The war between the Avalon of 5 Elements and Blood of God had extended from Yellow Sand Corner and the Silver Mist Sea to the Old Territory. The huge population of the Old Territory and the enormous amount of artifact remnants there had become the resources that both sides fought for desperately. The unresolvable enmity between the two sides reached a boiling point. The internal situation of the Avalon of 5 Elements had also become unstable. The conflicts between the new citizens and the aristocratic families became increasingly fierce. During the process of rebuilding the 13 divisions, there were rumors that the candidates for division leaders were being selected from aristocratic families. This had stirred up strong resentment among the new citizens. Jadeite Forest seized the opportunity to bring in a prominent figure selected from the new citizens. In such unstable times, the livelihood of businesses was severely threatened. Trade routes were no longer safe, the number of desperate crime doers increased, and public security began to worsen. The worst thing was, it was very difficult to hire guards. Lives were lost at a terrifying rate on the front line. Those who were capable would be deployed there. The 13 divisions, which held an abundance of resources, also held a huge captivating power over those talented and ambitious young men. Joining the war was the fastest way for one to progress in power and status. Those who stood out during the blood catastrophe 3 years ago had become powerful and prominent individuals in the Avalon of 5 Elements. This was something that one could not achieve during peacetime. Blood-filled war provided ambitious individuals with a grand platform on which they could perform. Those capable elementalists were not willing to stay in a small place like Peace City. Those companies that were under the wings of the aristocratic families did not need to worry about these problems. Those small-sized and medium-sized companies like Sea Pacific Enterprise, on the other hand, needed to settle these problems by themselves. In chaotic times, those who were rich but did not have the ability to protect themselves would become targets for covetous people. On a particular day, a terrifying crime occurred in Peace City that shocked the entire city. Red Jewel Enterprise had hired a batch of guards, but it turned out that the guards were bandits in disguise. Their company was robbed of everything and all of the 300 members in their clan were killed. The next day, Su Qingye found himself a training hall to enroll into. The safest way was to train and nurture their own guards. The training hall that Su Qingye had enrolled in had a very weird name. On the first day of his enrollment, he'd already felt that the teacher was someone who had an eccentric temperament. That training hall was opened 3 years ago in Peace City, not too long after the blood catastrophe broke out. It was one of the first few training halls that were set up in Peace City. It was a small training hall, with only one teacher and a sand puppet. The teacher was very young, around 20+ years old. It was likely that he'd come to Peace City to set up a training hall after he'd been injured during the blood catastrophe. That was before Peace City had flourished. There was also a workshop in the training hall. Su Qingye felt that the teacher was more interested in the workshop than the training hall itself. Perhaps the workshop was the teacher's full-time job and the training hall was his part-time job? Su Qingye was not in the mood to look after the shop. After saying goodbye to one of the employees, he left. When the young master wanted to slip away from his job, the employees of course did not dare to complain. Su Qingye stepped onto the street and summoned his sand puppet, which then transformed into a sand leopard. Su Qingye mounted the sand leopard and rode it. 3 years ago, when Su Qingye's father saw that the teacher had a sand puppet, he mistook him for an earth elementalist and paid a considerable amount of tuition fees for his son to enroll in the training hall. When Su Qingye's father found out that the teacher was a metal elementalist, he was extremely vexed, but since the tuition fees had been paid, his father had no choice but to give the training hall a try. Su Qingye had stayed in that training hall until today. Actually, the sand leopard was not really suitable for riding as its movements were extremely jerky. Despite that, Su Qingye felt that riding on a sand leopard was cool. The streets were bustling with activity. The prosperous Peace City did not have any trace of having been through a war. Other than the fully armored elementalists that flew through the sky, bringing about the smell of war and blood, this place was like Xanadu. Su Qingye had asked the teacher before, what was war like? In the end, he'd been punished by the teacher to do 600 sets of quicksand lunges, causing his legs to turn numb. He almost had to crawl home. From that day onward, he did not dare to ask about this kind of thing anymore. He became even more curious. After all, his teacher was only 20+ years old. After making several turns, he finally arrived at a secluded area and a dilapidated warehouse-transformed training hall appeared before him. Beside the main entrance of the training hall, there was a huge wooden signboard that had 3 words written on it. Swordsman Training Hall. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 271, The Lost Time. Chapter 271, The Lost Time. Translator, TYZ Editor, X. The crude bathtub was filled with a black medicinal water, giving off a pungent smell that pervaded the air. Suddenly, the tranquil water surface bubbled as a craggy, stern-looking face slowly floated up. The black medicinal water slid off both sides of the face, resembling a sea monster that emerged from the sea. Splash! A half-naked guy sat up from the bathtub. "Ai Hui, how do feel?" Lu Lan asked as the dark red glow in his eyes kept on flickering. "Very terrible," a lazy voice replied. As Ai Hui stood up from the medicinal water, the black liquid trickled along his well-defined muscles as it flowed. His body was not powerfully built and even looked somewhat lean. However, any movements he made or any slight twitches of his muscles would involuntarily release a dangerous aura. On the left side of his dripping wet chest, there was an image of a glistening, beautiful, blood-colored plum blossom. 25% of my elemental energy has been devoured by it. Aigui stepped out of the bathtub, picked up a clean towel from the wooden rack, and wiped off the medicinal water on his body. With a casual tone, he said, 1,000 yuan must have been a loan shark in her previous life. The interest she collects is even more ruthless than mine. Lu Lan believes that student Bangwan wouldn't think so, Lu Lan replied with a serious look on his face. Ai Hui, who was putting on his clothes, laughed out loud. An immoral fellow like him has no right to criticize others. How's our Ingrate doing recently? From the news, he doesn't seem to be doing well. Lu Lan continued, recently, there has been quite a lot of news regarding student Bangwan. Immediately, Ai Hui became excited. Choose some headlines and tell me. With a bang, Lu Lan transformed into a row of rolling words made of sand. The Jadeite prince spent his whole night in a brothel. The Jadeite prince heavily drunk. The Jadeite prince drowning his sorrows with alcohol. Ai Hui was slightly shocked. He owes someone money again? With a bang, Lu Lan transformed into another row of rolling words. Duanmu Kong, my son is a prodigy. Daigang, Huang Han is a genius, he needs to find a girl that can match up to him. The Avalon of 5 elements, Jadeite forest and Avalon of 5 elements are of the same roots, we ought to cement the old ties by marriage, but... Blood of God, in this new era, the Duanmu family needs to bring in a contemporary young mistress. Jadeite forest, we will take these opinions into serious consideration. Ai Hui could not help but laugh when the image of Duanmu Huanghan drowning his sorrows with alcohol appeared in his mind. He was rejoicing in Duanmu Huanghuan's misfortune. Ha, he has to pay for whatever mistakes he made. Qingye is here. Lu Lan transformed back into his usual form with a bang. When Su Qingye walked into the training hall, the first thing he saw was an eye-catching message tree that looked extremely ancient. Every time he saw this message tree, he could not help but purse his lips. The teacher was so young, but why was he so old-fashioned? This message tree looked like a defective product that was picked up from a rubbish heap. Nowadays, there were various types of cool and trendy message trees. Some were decorated with dazzling lights, while others could even simultaneously project images and talk. His teacher's ancient message tree, which only allowed written messages, had been outdated for an unknown number of years. His teacher was like an old man. Su Qingye cursed his teacher silently in his heart. However, when he saw his teacher, he quickly straightened his body and greeted him respectfully, "Teacher." Ai Hui glanced at him and asked, "There's no lesson today, so why are you here?" "Teacher, Dragon Rice Training Hall is setting up a branch in this city," Su Qingye replied enthusiastically. "Dragon Rice Training Hall?" Ai Hui shook his head. "Never heard of it before." Su Qingye widened his eyes and stared at his teacher. However, his teacher's facial expression remained calm, appearing not to be lying at all. Su Qingye raised his voice and asked, "Teacher, how come you don't even know about Dragon Rice Training Hall? It's one of the biggest training halls. It's a mega training hall that has more than 50 branches." "Is it? Wow, they are really powerful." Ai Hui raised his eyebrows and put a surprised look on his face. However, his acting skills were too poor, and he did not seem sincere at all. "Teacher, how can you be so unambitious?" Su Qingye was slightly annoyed. "It seems that you are very free." Ai Hui looked at Su Qingye intently. "Today is such a beautiful, sunny day. Let's see, what would be the most suitable thing to do on such a day?" The moment Su Qingye saw his teacher's gaze, he could sense that something was not right. Then, upon hearing his teacher's question, he immediately turned listless. He lowered his head and replied listlessly, "Training." "That's right." Ai Hui's face brimmed with approval. He turned around to Lu Lan and instructed, "Lu Lan, give him 200 drill sets of the sand puppet counter technique. He can go home and have his dinner only if he successfully counters more than half of the attacks." "No problem, Ai Hui," Lu Lan replied cheerfully. The sand puppet counter technique was one of the most commonly used survival techniques for Earth elementalists. This technique involved using the sand puppet as a shield to block an enemy's attack before carrying out a counterattack. The difficulty of this technique was very high. Whenever a sand puppet was attacked, especially when the attacker was very powerful, the connection between the sand puppet and the Earth elementalist would be broken. Hence, it would be very difficult for the Earth elementalist to use the sand puppet to carry out a counterattack afterward. He had to successfully counter more than half of the attacks. Su Qingye's face turned ashen, and he stammered, "Teacher, tonight there will be guests coming over to my house, so I can't be late. For the sake of your guests, you must put in more effort." Ai Hui made an encouraging gesture and cheered him on. "Qingye, come on." Lu Lan happily cheered for Song Qingye as well. Ai Hui waved his hand and left the training hall. Peace City had changed significantly since the day he first arrived. When he had just arrived, Peace City was just a small town like Central Pine City. Now, it had become a prosperous city that bustled with activity. The city was mostly made up of water elementalists and metal elementalists. Most wood elementalists had chosen to seek refuge in the Jadeite forest with the Duanmu family as their leader. Meanwhile, the ambitious deep-sea enterprise, which was mainly established by new citizens, was trying to build a commercial empire. As for fire elementalists and earth elementalists, their situation was now extremely dire. After the Fire Prairie and Yellow Sand Corner fell into the hands of the Blood of God, materials that could be easily bought in the past were currently very hard to find on the market. The dire situations of the fire elementalists and earth elementalists had even affected the Avalon of 5 Elements rebuilding plans for the 13 divisions. This was also why the higher-ups of the Avalon of 5 Elements tacitly allowed trade between the Blood of God, the Jadeite Forest, and the Avalon of 5 Elements. Even though trade existed, the prices of various materials had become much more expensive than before. The less affluent earth elementalists and fire elementalists could only go to the wilderness and hunt for dire beasts. For the past 3 years, we had been observing the Blood of God from the shadows. The Blood of God's methods were far more vicious than he had anticipated. The surrender of the Icy Flames Division had also exceeded everyone's expectations. The Icy Flames Division's division leader, Ibai, used to be everyone's idol in the Avalon of 5 Elements. No one had foreseen him leading the Icy Flames Division to surrender to the Blood of God. Nowadays, whenever we thought of how people in Central Pine City used to call him Ibai, he could not help but sigh. The Ardent Flower Division was an unyielding division, but they eventually came to a grisly end. Everyone in the division, including the division leader and vice division leader, was killed. The Mountain King Division and Lord's End Division fell into the hands of the Blood of God almost without any resistance. When the Blood of God brought the family members of the 2 divisions onto the battlefield, both the divisions crumbled effortlessly. However, after the unscrupulous and ruthless Blood of God conquered the Fire Prairie and Yellow Sand Corner, their style of operation changed. The Blood of God began to actively promote God elementalists, provided free materials, and built God Academy. Every child that was of a certain age had to start practicing God elementalism. They opened official positions to the public and groomed those talented God elementalists. They disregarded the family backgrounds of the candidates and attracted a lot of citizens from the old territory. In addition, they also banned their people from using elementalists to practice God elementalism and replaced the source with blood fiends so as to obtain blood crystals. In 3 years' time, the public perception of the Blood of God had changed completely. The higher-ups of the Blood of God were extremely mysterious. The one who usually took care of the Blood of God's daily matters was a young man named Bei Shuisheng. Reportedly, he was frequently sick since young and was an extremely fragile individual. Nonetheless, he still managed to gain the trust of the Emperor of God Nation. All of the bold and decisive measures were carried out by him. In the Blood of God, he was known by many as the Little Advisor. In the Avalon of 5 Elements, he was known as the Sick Tiger. Most elementalists feared of him. In the Blood of God, Bei Shuisheng enjoyed high prestige and was revered by many. Even though there were countless talented individuals in the Blood of God, all of them still obediently followed his orders. Under the management of Bei Shuisheng, the Blood of God was becoming more prosperous with each passing day. On the contrary, the Avalon of 5 Elements was on the decline. The conflicts between the new citizens and the aristocratic families were growing increasingly intense as the days passed. The lack of training grounds for earth elementalists and fire elementalists had become a serious problem. The estrangement between the old territory and the Avalon of 5 Elements, caused by the thousands of years of aloof and remote regard by the latter toward the former, had put the Blood of God in an advantageous position over the Avalon of 5 Elements in their war. The Avalon of 5 Elements could not win the trust and support of the old territory citizens. The proclamation of independence by the Jadeite Forest and Avalon of 5 Elements compromise on this issue had encouraged many powerful aristocratic families to work toward their own independence as well. Even the notion of expanding and becoming an independent state in the wilderness had attracted many families. No matter where or when, the notion of occupying and becoming the king of a piece of land would always hold a captivating power over anyone. When compared to the thriving Blood of God, the Avalon of 5 Elements was like a critically damaged wagon. Whether or not the Avalon of 5 Elements emerged victorious or defeated, we did not care at all. His enemy was the Blood of God. Compared to 3 years ago, the Blood of God had now become a colossus. Its resplendence outshone the Avalon of 5 Elements, but we had not forgotten about the Battle of Central Pine City. There was still a lush and verdant city that stood empty and alone amid the sea of blood. Initially, the Avalon of 5 Elements tried to propagandize the Battle of Central Pine City. As the war progressed, however, there were more and more epic battles as well as more and more emergent heroes. The Battle of Central Pine City was soon forgotten by many. Few people still remembered the lone city situated in the war-torn, blood-filled induction ground. Only when Sir Shuemon's name was mentioned would people remember the existence of Central Pine City. After all, that was the battle that made her famous. Sir Shuemon's greatest achievement in the Avalon of 5 Elements during the past 3 years was becoming the disciple of one of the last extant great grandmasters, Enmuta. Besides the Iron Lady, the rest of the A1 unit was also doing quite well. Occasionally, we would see their names appearing in the news. The Blood of God was extremely vicious in attacking the induction ground to directly exterminate the younger generations of the Avalon of 5 Elements, cutting off their reserves. The A1 unit, which had the best war achievements among all student units, became the Avalon of 5 Elements' main target to nurture and foster. One could anticipate that the members of the A1 unit would become the backbone of Avalon of 5 Elements in the future. We felt happy for them. As for Fatty, after he returned to the old territory, he had been leading a satisfying life. He was still a kind soul after all, gathering the family members of the laborers that died during their 3-year stint in the wilderness. He then formed a stronghold with them and started a business. Reportedly, his business mainly dealt with artifact remnants and had expanded significantly, becoming rather lucrative. On account of Duanmu Wanghun, the blood of God did not seek trouble with Fatty either. Thus, he had been leading a comfortable life. After knowing that everyone was leading a rather good life, Hui was very happy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 272, see you later. Chapter 272, see you later. Translator, TYZ Editor, X. Hui casually waltzed into a particular shop. When the boss of the shop saw Hui, he immediately yelled, "Brother Wang! Has the thing I want arrived?" Hui asked amicably. His fake name was Wang Han, which he came up with to commemorate his master and mistress. "It has arrived, it has arrived. Whatever Brother Wang wants, I will rack my brains to get it for you," the boss replied excitedly. The boss had a round face and a pair of pea-sized eyes that were filled with cheerfulness. Whenever he talked, his entire face would become unusually animated. However, Hui did not dare to underestimate the boss based on his jovial character. After staying for nearly 3 years in Peace City, he had yet to have an adequate understanding of the boss. There were numerous companies in Peace City, and none of their backgrounds were simple. It was a pity the Qingye's family only dealt with big businesses, else he would patronize the Sea Pacific enterprise. The boss took out a box, placed it on the counter, and pushed it toward Hui. Hui opened the box, and a chilly gust blasted his face. In the box, there was a square-shaped ice brick. The ice brick was sparkling and translucent, a bit smaller than the box itself, and gave off wisps of frosty white gas. Inside the ice brick, there was an ink-black cloud frozen within. Star-sinking ink cloud, one of the best ink clouds. It is stronger and more durable than black clouds. Since it is very heavy, it can't be used to make azure wings, yet it's very suitable for making small-sized shields, such as buckler shields or arm guards. Its strength lies in its malleability, but its weakness lies in its low defensive rating when compared to those customized defensive materials. The boss talked non-stop. He was familiar with all kinds of materials. What impressed Hui the most was that the boss would not only praise the strengths of a particular material, he would also elaborate on its weaknesses. He was a businessman with a good conscience. "How much?" Hui closed the box and asked bluntly. 200,000 metal elemental energy points or water elemental energy points. If you have fire elemental energy points or earth elemental energy points, then it will be 100,000 points of each. Alright, do I pay now or can I use weasel bristle arrows as mortgage? Hui nodded his head. The price was reasonable. Peace City was very close to Pallet Cloud Village, and there was an endless stream of trading caravans that traveled to and fro between these two places. As such, the local products from Pallet Cloud Village were not that expensive. Nowadays, the Avalon of 5 Elements used elemental energy and blood crystals as its currency. After the war broke out, the previous currency had completely collapsed. Elemental energy storage bean pods allowed elemental energy to quickly replace the traditional yuan as currency. Training, war recovery processes, workshop machinery, and everything else needed enormous amount of elemental energy. This was why elemental energy could be used as currency. Since the Fire Prairie and Yellow Sand Corner had fallen into the hands of the Blood of God, there was a scarcity of fire elemental energy and earth elemental energy. Therefore, these two energies were worth a lot more. After the Blood of God promoted the rearing of blood fiends and started the mass production of blood crystals quickly became their currency. Sometimes, life worked in a funny way. Even though the Blood of God and the Avalon of 5 Elements were arch-enemies, both of them used the other's currency as well. Blood crystals play a significant role in elementalist training, and the god elementalists needed to use elemental energy for their training as well. "Weasel bristle arrows," the boss answered without hesitation as a wide smile spread across his face. He had been waiting for Hui to say this. 20 weasel bristle arrows. "I will have them sent to you in a few days' time," Hui replied. Weasel bristle arrows were actually an upgraded version of the bunny hair arrows. Since they were more powerful than bunny hair arrows, their price was higher as well. "No rush, no rush." The boss beamed. Brother Wan's weasel bristle arrows are really powerful. It's just that its name is somewhat awkward sounding. Weasel bristle sounds common. Right now, everyone has given it another name, see you later. See you later? AI Hui was baffled. Weasel bristle arrows are known as 10,000 point arrows. When you buy this arrow, you will lose tens of thousands of points. It's so expensive, so who would use it unless it's the most critical moment? Even if one wants to use it, he or she will only use it during the later part of the fight. Hence, the arrows were renamed as see you later, the boss chuckled. Note, in Chinese, see you later sounds like 10,000 point arrows. It's a pun. See you later, this is a good name. AI we found it funny as well. Brother Wang, can you give me slightly more arrows? The boss whined, every month you give me so few arrows, and I don't even have enough for my regular customers. Nowadays, I don't even think about how to make money off these arrows, but rather, I think about how not to offend my customers. Last month, there was a regular customer that I have known for 10 years, and he almost destroyed my store just because I didn't have enough of these arrows to sell to him. I really can't offend any more customers. Don't think I don't know how much you sell one arrow for. You can earn at least 10,000 points for one arrow, which is a lot more than what I received. Boss, put yourself in my shoes, I still have to take care of a training hall. AI we cast a look of disdain at the boss. Your training hall? A disdainful look appeared on the boss's face this time around. How much money can you make with that training hall? How many students do you have? You're not doing a decent job. Why don't you take advantage of the ongoing war and earn more elemental energy points? Nothing is more practical than elemental energy points. The more you have, the sooner you can heal the injury in your body. You're still so young, and you can't continue wasting your life like this. AI Hui had bought a lot of medicines from this shop and did not hide the fact that he was injured. AI Hui merely smiled and did not retort the boss. The wound to his body could not be solved with elemental energy points alone. Even now, he and Lu Lan had not yet determined what exactly this blood plum blossom was. It appeared to be a parasite that was devouring AI Hui's elemental energy, greatly slowing down AI Hui's training progress. However, the surprising thing about the blood plum blossom was that it kept on improving AI Hui's body. AI Hui's strength, reaction time, level of sensitivity, and other physical attributes had improved significantly. The weirdest part about this whole process was AI Hui's recovery ability. His recovery ability was similar to that of a blood elementalist's. Any open wounds he had would rapidly close up and heal without leaving a single scar. As long as he could not get rid of the blood plum blossom, half of his life would be in the hands of 1,000 yuan. At this moment, a lightly armored woman entered the shop and asked, "Boss, do you have see you later?" Upon hearing this, the boss winked at AI Hui. AI Hui smiled, picked up the box, and prepared to leave. I'm very sorry, you have to make a reservation for see you later. The process of making the arrows is very difficult and complicated, so there's a limit to how many can be produced in one batch. The boss spread out his arms with a helpless look on his face. As AI Hui walked past the woman, he was able to take a closer look at her. She wore purple light armor, and her short hair made her look neat and tidy. She looked somewhat pretty, but seemed a bit arrogant. 30,000 points per arrow, do you have it or not? AI Hui stopped in his tracks as his face turned red. Customer, please come in and we will talk about it. The boss immediately conceded to the woman. AI Hui cursed in his heart. This bastard obviously still had a stock of the arrows, yet he dared to say that he did not enough even for his regular customers. Bullshit. After AI Hui walked past the woman, he turned around and silently mouthed 2 words at the boss. Price increased. The boss's face turned white as he understood what AI Hui meant. Feeling pleased with himself, AI Hui pushed open the door and left the shop. After leaving the store, AI Hui did not immediately go back to the training hall and walked toward the riverbank. By the time the Silver Mist River flowed to Peace City, the river water had become very thin. The Silver River water began to turn halfway transparent as well. This was something that could not be helped. The Silver Mist River flowed through countless cities in the upper reach. It was already considered lucky that the river was not totally cut off by the time it reached Peace City. An elevated passageway that connected the 2 opposite riverbanks was built to make things easier for people that wanted to collect water or fish artifact remnants from the river. People no longer called the discarded artifacts sea remains. They just called them artifact remnants. Artifact remnants could be used to make things such as weapons, defensive equipment, armor, or azure wings. The emergence of blood crystals immediately made artifact remnants extremely valuable. The shores on both sides of the river were filled with people. Today was the day that the sea discharge was supposed to arrive. In the past, the the sea lock of the Silver Mist Sea was opened on the first day and the 15th day of the month. Now, the sea lock was only opened once a month on the first day. Since Peace City was located on the lower part of the Silver Mist River's lower reach, it was already the 17th day of the month by the time the sea discharge arrived. Usually, there were few artifact remnants in the Silver Mist River. Despite the dilution of the sea discharge by the people living in the upper reach, this was the only chance for the people living in Peace City to make profits off of it. Luckily, the metal elemental currents in the Silver Mist River were razor-sharp. There was no way people could throw a fishing net into the river to haul up artifact remnants. Otherwise, there would be nothing left for the citizens of Peace City. Naturally, the Silver Mist Sea contained the greatest number of artifact remnants. However, the Silver Mist Sea was extremely deep, making it difficult for one to angle for these artifact remnants. Furthermore, the entry fee for the Silver Mist Sea was very expensive because only heavenly merit points would be accepted. 200 heavenly merit points would allow one to stay in the sea for a day and a night. How much profit an individual could make would depend on his or her capabilities. Regardless, not many people would do such things since 200 heavenly merit points was a huge sum of money. Instead of finding a place to sit down, we walked up the flight of stairs leading to the mountain beside the elevated passageway. This flight of stairs was not that tall, only around 50 meters. After walking up this flight of stairs, there was a leveled hillside with various sized 3-leaves bamboo carts parked upon it. We walked up to the smallest 3-leaves bamboo cart and yelled, "Hey, old gal, nut." A tall and very skinny man, old gal had a small pinch of a goatee under his chin. His eyes were squinty and slanted, resembling the eyes of a thief. When he saw he chuckled. "Ha, I knew you would come. Just now, I rejected a few guys who wanted to rent my cart just to wait for you to come." "Great. Don't worry, I will pay more for the fare," smiled. Old gal had excellent driving technique. His control over the 3-leaves bamboo cart was unusually stable, and was his regular customer. "It's okay if you don't pay for the fare." Old gal laughed. With a single glance, I could tell that the few guys who wanted to rent my cart just now are newbies. They can't be compared to you, you're the legendary king of anglers. Every month I have to depend on your red packet to survive. Recently, my business has not been too good. If it was in the past, when there were 2 sea discharges per month, I would have led a comfortable life. According to the custom here, anyone who was able to haul up artifact remnants would have to give a red packet of money to his or her driver. This meant that these elemental drivers would benefit from their customers' good luck as well. Among the artifact remnant anglers here, was a rather famous one. He would only appear when the sea discharge arrived and would have a good haul every time. All the anglers called him the king of anglers, which implied that he would never go home empty-handed. Upon seeing many people standing nearby began to walk over and greet him. These people were mostly businessmen that bought the artifact remnants that were hauled up. Every time, would sell the artifact remnants directly to them if he did not need the remnants. Since was renowned for angling up artifact remnants, these businessmen paid great attention to him. Mixed easily with these people. Even though these businessmen were not tycoons, they were still travelers who frequently obtained bizarre and fantastic artifacts. There were also a few unfamiliar young men that took a second glance at After old gal finished smoking, he patted his cart and said, "Brother Wang, get ready. It's about time." Plucked a grass straw from the ground and put it in his mouth to chew. Then, he jumped into the bamboo cart with the box in hand. His ears were extremely sharp as he could already hear the roar of the sea discharge coming from afar. The moment old gal stepped into the cart, his jovial demeanor disappeared and was replaced by sullenness. The 3-leaves bamboo cart gracefully flew up from the ground, resembling a lithe and agile swallow. The rest of the 3-leaves bamboo carts on the hillside started their engines as well. The whooshing sound from the spinning clover above the roofs of the carts started to blend together. Like a pitch-black colony of bees, they flew above the river. As Huey's cart soared above the river, he could clearly see a dazzling silver tidal wave surging toward them from the upper reach of the river. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 273, King of Anglers. Chapter 273, King of Anglers. Translator, TYZ Editor, K. Kermit. Old gal's 3-leaves bamboo cart was a cheap, 2-seater model. In his hands, however, it was unusually live. Not a single bit of the upward thrust force generated by the high-speed spinning clover on the cart's roof was wasted. As the body of the cart leaned forward slightly, the cart flew forward like a dragonfly skimming across a pond. Old Gao did not gather with other people and flew toward the upper reaches of the river. We noticed that a 3-leaves bamboo cart was following behind them. The people on the cart were the unfamiliar ones from earlier, but he did not really care about them. Ever since he became the king of anglers, there would be people following him whenever he was angling for artifact remnants. Some felt that he was lucky while others felt that he knew where all the good spots were. Hence, they thought that nothing could go wrong as long as they followed him. Hui did not really mind these people following him. After all, he did not own the river and the river was so huge. Where they wanted to go had nothing to do with him. After a few times, however, these stalkers realized that their profits did not increase much and so the number of people following Hui decreased significantly. This must have been the first time that these unfamiliar-looking youths had come to Peace City. The rumors about Hui must have piqued their interest. Hui knew their driver, Oldly, who was a well-known blabbermouth in the area. The quality of his bamboo cart was much higher than Old Gao's, but his driving techniques were inferior. Hui withdrew his gaze after taking a glance. He was happy to see these kinds of spectators. People like them were usually potential buyers. They were willing to part with their money and would buy anything that piqued their interest. They were getting closer to the sea discharge. The deafening roar of the sea discharge resounded through the river, masking all other sounds. "Get ready!" Old Gao yelled at the top of his voice. Hui remained silent. All the distracting thoughts in his head disappeared in an instant. At this moment, the people on Old Lee's cart broke out in discussion. "If you all want to watch people angling for artifact remnants, it's much better to do it in Silver City." "Such a small wave, it's so boring," grumbled a youth that was around 15 years old. As he grumbled, he rolled his eyes as well, revealing his impatience and arrogance. "Shut up, you're the only one who grumbles. If you don't want to watch, then get lost," an older guy berated that youth. The youth quickly shut his mouth. Clearly, he was afraid of this older guy. The leader of this group was a girl. She was beautiful, graceful, and gentle-looking. Like a bright moon surrounded by a myriad of stars, she sat in the center of the group of people. She spoke gently with a smile on her face. "As compared to the elders in the family, we are of very little value. If we know of any way to help the family, then we should do it. There are so many talented individuals hidden in this world. Wouldn't it be a good thing to serve our family?" "I can't see anything special about this guy," the youth continued to grumble, refusing to admit his mistake. Peace City is located at the lowest part of the river's lower reaches. This is where the number of artifact remnants in the river is at its smallest. Despite this, that person is still able to obtain the nickname King of Anglers and is known by many as an extraordinary talent. If we can hire him and bring him to Silver City, how big of a haul would he have? If we bring him to the Silver Mist Sea, how big of a haul would he have? It's easy to obtain blood crystals, but it's difficult to obtain artifact remnants. Tell me, did your weapons and armor drop from the sky?" The girl laughed softly, not feeling annoyed at all. The youth was speechless. After a while, he then apologized. "All right, I was wrong." A look of admiration appeared on everyone's faces. The girl continued, "In chaotic times like these, we are like a boat sailing against the current. If we don't forge ahead, we will be driven back. If we don't strengthen and distinguish ourselves from the rest, we will be eliminated and devoured by society. There are many reputable talents in this world, and it's very difficult to hire them. These extraordinary individuals keep a low profile, which is actually good for us. Good preparation is the key to success. The elders are racking their brains for the family. We, as the younger generation, should do everything to the best of our ability and not slack off. Big sister is right." A look of embarrassment appeared on everyone's faces. The girl chuckled when she saw everyone's reactions. At that moment, Oldly cast a glance at them and blurted out, "I can tell that all of you are the descendants of prestigious families. However, it's not that easy to hire Brother Wang." Upon hearing this, a few young ones among the group became unhappy. The girl, however, did not show any sign of anger. On the contrary, she asked with curiosity, "Oh? What do you mean by that?" Oldly remained silent. Upon seeing Oldly's reaction, the older guy immediately understood what was going on. He threw an elemental energy beam that was worth 500 points at Oldly and said, "You better not entertain us with some rumors you heard from other people." While controlling the bamboo cart, Oldly turned around and caught the beam, appearing as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Following which, he chuckled. "I definitely wouldn't dare to do that. Let's see, everyone in this area knows about Brother Wang. Of course, today isn't the first day that everyone knows him as the King of Anglers. Previously, there were a lot of people trying to hire him. Reportedly, betting on anglers is getting popular among the cities in the upper reaches, and a lot of people from those cities took an interest in Brother Wang's angling skills. They were willing to pay him 200,000 elemental energy points per month, on top of which there would have been a red packet for every artifact remnant that he hauls up. Even outsiders like us were green with envy when we saw what was being offered to him, but he rejected them? Astonishment flashed across the girl's eyes. For an elementalist that had merely attained elemental internalization, a month's salary of 200,000 elemental energy points was a huge amount. Such a salary was enough to hire a veteran elementalist who had attained elemental externalization. It was very difficult for an elementalist who had nearly attained elemental internalization to draw such a salary. There were many elemental internalized elementalists who earned more than 10,000 points. The average starting salary for an elemental externalized elementalist was around 80,000 points. For those elementalists who were veterans or had unique skills, they could draw a monthly salary of 200,000 points. Some powerful individuals could even draw a monthly salary of more than 500,000 points. He rejected them. Oldley shook his head and looked somewhat proud. He comes here once every month and every time he has a haul. If he's lucky, he can make around tens of thousands of points off the artifact remnants. He has a training hall and a workshop, so he doesn't need to put himself under that kind of restriction. That's true. Not only did the girl not retort to Oldley, but she also nodded her head in agreement. Then, she changed the topic and asked, he has a training hall? Yes, he opened his training hall before Peace City became so prosperous. It was actually the first training hall in the city, but he doesn't really put much effort into it. The enrollment fee is expensive, so he doesn't have many students. Oldley sighed. Even though he doesn't take my cart, I'm not angry with him. There's nothing I can do about it. After all, Old Gao has better driving skills than me. Brother Wang is a nice person. Oh? He's going to start soon. Oldley's words caught everyone's attention. They shifted their gazes in unison toward the front. They were still skeptical of the rumors about AI Hui. Old Gao's driving techniques were extremely good. He could fly the cart very low and still maintain its stability. The surging metal elemental energy in the Silver Mist River was razor-sharp. As the cart got closer to the surface of the river, the metal elemental energy's effect on the cart would become stronger, significantly increasing the difficulty of controlling the cart. AI Hui was wearing very weird-looking gloves on his hands. On every one of the gloves' fingers, there was an extremely fine silver thread. The silver threads were very long and all of them were rolled up. The tip of each silver thread was split into 5 hooks, resembling a soft claw. Wearing the gloves, AI Hui began to throw down the silver threads. AI Hui was extremely focused as the 10 silver threads entered the river. At this point in time, the height of the sea discharge was less than 100 meters. The bamboo cart was flying extremely low, appearing to be level with the peak of the sea discharge. On Oldley's cart, the older boy nodded his head and said, he's snatching the peak. He's rather skillful. The peak of the sea discharge had the biggest impact and contained the most artifact remnants. However, the metal elemental energy at the peak had the highest volatility, so the difficulty of hauling artifact remnants out of it was also extremely high. Those who dared to snatch the peak were usually skilled anglers. AI Hui was fully concentrated as the sea discharge was about to crash into him. The razor-sharp metal elemental energy was like numerous daggers whizzing in the air. The bamboo cart was almost level with the sea discharge and looked as if it would be hit. If they were to get hit by the sea discharge, they would definitely die. Only those whose base levels were above the master level would survive a fall into the Silver Mist River. The razor-sharp metal elemental energy could easily shred one to pieces. Boom, dot. The shiny sea discharge resembled a tidal wave of countless knives that were dazzling in the light. It brushed past the bottom of Old Gao's bamboo cart with a distance of merely a few centimeters. AI Hui did not lose the slightest bit of his concentration. He was extremely confident in Old Gao's driving skills. Suddenly, the 10 silver threads that were connected to his gloves tightened as an enormous force passed through them. AI Hui's hands remained motionless. Within the sea discharge, the hooks on the tip of each silver thread spread open and transformed into powerful claws. The 10 claws were very close to each other, lining up in a row. AI Hui slowly channeled his elemental energy into the silver threads. The spread open hooks on the tip of every silver thread resembled the flexible tentacles of an octopus. Suddenly, one of the tentacles made contact with an object. The silver thread the tentacle belonged to immediately shot upward with the claw tightly holding onto the object. Following this, another silver thread made contact with an object and AI Hui instantly reacted to it, grabbing it with the claw of that particular silver thread. Boom! The sea discharge whizzed past Old Gao's cart. After waiting a while longer, AI Hui did not haul up anything else. After procrastinating for a while, AI Hui flicked his wrists upward and the 10 silver threads rolled back up to him. 2 artifact remnants were caught by the silver threads. Ha, 2 red packets. Old Gao whistled. We took a look at the artifact remnants in his palms. Both of them were not really huge, around the size of his thumb. One was bronze-colored while the other one was black. We shook his head and said, "The artifact remnants are getting smaller and smaller." "It's considered not bad that you still managed to haul up some artifact remnants," Old Gao replied. "It's getting increasingly difficult to collect artifact remnants these days. In the past, they used to be rubbish that no one wanted, but now they have become so expensive. If this goes on, I think that all the artifact remnants in the river and the sea will be gone. Reportedly, people are throwing metal elemental ores into the silver mist sea. How can that be compared to artifact remnants?" We carefully put down the 2 artifact remnants and threw 2 elemental energy beans toward Old Gao. The color and luster of these elemental energy beans were different from the usual ones. These beans were dazzling with a golden radiance. These were the elemental energy beans that were worth 10,000 points each. Before the blood catastrophe, elemental energy beans were rare objects that could only be exchanged with heaven merit points. As the war progressed, the supply of elemental energy beans was completely used up. The Elders Guild spent a huge amount of manpower and resources into developing the technology to mass-produce elemental energy beans. Even though they did not manage to develop consumable elemental energy beans in the end, they did manage to develop elemental energy beans that could store energy. This type of elemental energy bean could not replenish elemental energy simply by eating it, however, they could store elemental energy that had been refined. The elemental energy in these beans could then be transferred into one's body through the circulatory cycle revolution when he or she was training or resting. Even though the beans could not be used directly during battles, they were still very practical. Initially, a lot of elementalists channeled their elemental energy into the beans during peacetime and then used the beans to replenish their elemental energy when they rested during battles. Eventually, everyone began to use the beans to exchange for items. Eventually, this practice was popularized and the elemental energy beans became a form of currency in the world of elementalists. Old Gao was grinning from ear to ear. He'd made 20,000 elemental energy points in a day, an achievement that everyone would be envious of. "Let's go back now." "All right." The people on Old Lee's cart were dumbstruck. How could it be possible? The girl was also shocked. Angling for artifact remnants was seen by many as a job that required a lot of patience. Before one could have a haul, he or she must wait for a long period of time. Given Huey's speed, was he snatching the artifact remnants? The girl could not help but take a look behind her. On both river banks, densely packed anglers had not even started angling, and yet, Huey had already gone home. King of anglers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 274, Demonic Remnant and Unyielding Bamboos. Chapter 274, Demonic Remnant and Unyielding Bamboos. Translator, TYZ Editor, K. Kermit. Huey was slightly disappointed that the group of people on Old Lee's bamboo cart did not approach him to buy the artifact remnants. He had no idea that they had not yet recovered from the shock of seeing his performance just now. On the contrary, the businessmen waiting on the hillside were used to seeing such a performance. They crowded around Old Gao's bamboo cart before it even landed. For a large city like Silver City, there were many more artifact remnants in the market. The pavilion closest to the water enjoyed the moonlight first. Ever since people discovered the value of artifact remnants, the contest over artifact remnants had become increasingly intense. The Silver Mist Sea was under the tight control of the Elders Guild and various aristocratic families could not get a share of it. As such, whenever the sea lock was opened and the sea discharge was released, various families would come forth and plunder the river. The most lucrative part of the vast Silver Mist River's upper reaches had been divided among the various aristocratic families. If one was to look down from the sky, he or she would realize that this part of the river was marked with various aristocratic families' labels, forbidding outsiders from angling for artifact remnants. Similarly, the middle reaches of the Silver Mist River could not avoid facing the same fate. The most lucrative parts of the middle reaches were being occupied by various local tyrants. The Silver Mist River was like a mouth-watering cake. The aristocratic families took the larger portions of the cake while the tyrants took the smaller portions. Even the Elders Guild had their hands bound and could do nothing about this situation. After all, they had the entire cake in the Silver Mist Sea. It was very difficult for even adept anglers to base their livelihood on artifact remnant angling if they did not join the aristocratic families or the local tyrants. There were also some new citizens uniting together to take part in this contest. They might be able to put up a fight against the local tyrants, but against the powerful aristocratic families, they simply stood no chance at all. For the past 3 years, countless bills to ban aristocratic families and tyrants from hegemonizing the river had been submitted to the higher-ups, but none of them had passed. The new citizens were very unhappy, but could not do nothing about it. Peace City, the city located at the lowest part of the river's lower reaches, had even fewer artifact remnants available to them. Most of the artifact remnants sold on the market were acquired from the cities at the upper reaches. Naturally, their prices were exorbitant. Every time, the artifact remnants that AI Hui hauled up would fetch pretty good prices. Eventually, he sold the bronze-colored artifact remnant for 120,000 points. As for the black artifact remnant, he kept it as he could sense a cold aura of killer intent coming from it. That was a demonic remnant. A demonic remnant was an artifact remnant that possessed a vicious aura of killer intent. Demonic remnants were the remnants of ancient sanguinary weapons, and the murderous aura they possessed was highly concentrated. Demonic remnants were highly favored by god elementalists. If a god elementalist was to possess a demonic remnant, he or she would save effort and produce better results in nurturing blood demons. There were also some god elementalists who increased their blood demon strength by feeding them demonic remnants. The rising blood of God was rich and powerful. They had numerous nouveau riche and could directly increase the price of demonic remnants, making them extremely expensive. Demonic remnants were also equally very useful and important to elementalists, especially in the aspect of weapon forging. Currently, the most popular weapon forging technique was to fuse artifact remnants and blood crystals. "Brother, can I take a look at the artifact remnant in your hand?" An unfamiliar voice suddenly rang through the air, raising the eyebrows of the surrounding artifact remnant businessmen. Excitement flashed across some of their faces. They knew AI Huey's temperament very well. He would only sell things that he did not need. AI Huey cast a glance in the direction of the voice, and to his surprise, it came from that group of people that were following him just now. They had returned to the hillside while he was trying to sell his bronze-colored artifact remnant. The voice belonged to a seemingly earnest man. "I'm sorry, this is not for sale." AI Hui shook his head at the man. "Is that a demonic remnant? I need a piece of demonic remnant urgently. If brother can part with it and sell it to me, I will be extremely grateful to you. You can quote me a price, be it elemental energy points, blood crystals, or materials." The man did not give up on AI Huey's demonic remnant. Demonic remnant. Upon hearing these two words, the surrounding businessmen broke into a commotion. Everyone's eyes lit up. A demonic remnant was actually hauled up in Peace City. They knew about the value of demonic remnants very clearly. AI Hui was slightly vexed. He did not expect the other party to be so persistent and even recognize it as a demonic remnant. The burning gazes from the surrounding businessmen gathered on AI Hui. He calmed down and replied, "Yes, this is indeed a demonic remnant." The surrounding businessmen exploded into a frenzy. "Brother Wang, you have to sell it to me. I want this piece of demonic remnant. Give me a price." "What do you mean by you want it? Brother Wang, how long have we known each other? Today, you do as you see fit. Regardless of how much money you quote, I want this piece of demonic remnant. Give me a price." 300,000 points. The scene descended into chaos. Everyone shut up. An arrogant roar exploded like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. This roar was surging with elemental energy. Whoever let out this roar was extremely powerful. A teenager who was around 15 years old pushed the crowd aside and spoke in an arrogant and unhappy tone. "How dare you all vie with us? Are you all tired of living?" Even though he was very young, he was adept in his mastery over his elemental energy. His background was definitely not simple. Everyone who did business here was a shrewd individual and could tell that the group of people was not to be provoked. The teenager walked toward AI Hui and snorted, "I want this piece of demonic remnant." AI Hui unhurriedly kept the demonic remnant into his clothes. Upon seeing this, the teenager's face flushed with anger. Just as he was about to open his mouth and say something, an older boy beside him stopped him and pulled him behind his back. With an apologetic look on his face, the older boy told AI Hui, "I'm really sorry, I have failed to discipline this kid. This demonic remnant is really important to me, and my younger brother is just being anxious for me. Sir, please forgive him if he has offended you. I am willing to pay 500,000 elemental energy points for this piece of demonic remnant. Sir, are you willing to part with it and sell it to me?" The surrounding businessmen did not say anything. 500,000 points for a piece of demonic remnant was a reasonable price. Rich and powerful. Everyone was glad that they had not offended this group of people just now. AI Huey's face relaxed slightly. This older boy did not seem too irksome, and 500,000 points was indeed a pretty good price. AI Hui thought for a while and replied, "Forget about the elemental energy points. If you want this piece of demonic remnant, exchange it for 12 unyielding bamboos." Unyielding bamboo was an extremely rare and high-grade material. Its biggest strength was its sturdiness and durability. It could withstand a terrifying amount of force without bending at all. The bamboo got its name from its unyielding nature. One unyielding bamboo was usually priced at around 40,000 points. 12 unyielding bamboos would amount to 480,000 points. It might appear that AI Hui was suffering a loss, in actual fact he was making a gain. Occasionally, one could find 2 or 3 unyielding bamboos on the market, however, it was nearly impossible for one to buy 12 unyielding bamboos in one go. Unyielding bamboos needed to be grown in an extremely harsh natural habitat, and the success rate of the ordinary elemental externalized wood elementalists who produced them was very low. They could only be produced by wood elementalists that were well experienced and adept in the mastery of elemental energy. Upon hearing AI Hui's request, the surrounding businessmen did not say a word. They could afford to pay 500,000 points, but 12 unyielding bamboos were not something they could fork out in such a short period of time. The older boy was slightly startled by AI Hui's request. But he nodded his head without any hesitation. "No problem. However, I don't have the unyielding bamboos with me now. I'll have to trouble you to come along with me to the Evergold enterprise." To other people, getting 12 unyielding bamboos might be a problem. To him, however, it was a piece of cake. At this moment, realization dawned upon the surrounding businessmen. Evergold Enterprise was the #1 enterprise in Peace City. It had strong, robust financial resources and an enigmatic backer. Reportedly, the enterprise was tightly linked to some influential figure in Silver City. Everyone broke into a discussion. Could these people be the young masters of Evergold Enterprise? AI Hui did not expect them to be from Evergold Enterprise. He had stayed in Peace City for nearly 3 years, and he definitely knew about Evergold Enterprise. Evergold Enterprise had a rather good reputation, and he did not really hear many scandals about them. Okay. AI Hui nodded. Along the way, the older boy kept making insinuations, but AI Hui remained unmoved. AI Hui, however, managed to learn something. The older boy's name was Fu Renxian and the seemingly arrogant teenager's name was Fu Yanwu. According to AI Hui's observation, the decision-maker of the group was the girl who had not spoken a single word the whole time. He caught Fu Renxian shifting his gaze to the girl a few times. This group of people should be from Silver City. There were a few times where Fu Renxian hinted at hiring AI Hui, but when he saw that AI Hui remained unmoved, he shut his mouth and did not talk about it anymore. When they reached Evergold Enterprise, AI Hui received the 12 unyielding bamboos, bid them farewell, and left the place. When Fu Yangu saw AI Hui walk out of the main entrance, he asked puzzledly, "Big sister, I thought we wanted to hire this fellow?" The girl laughed bitterly and replied, "All the while, he didn't show any sign of interest and did not lower his guard. There's no way we can persuade him. Furthermore, it might not be a good thing if we do manage to hire him." Fu Yangu was even more puzzled and asked again, "Why? Given his artifact remnant angling skills, I think he's even better than that old fogey." The girl sighed softly and replied, "Precisely, he is too good." "How much money would we have to give him until he finds it appropriate?" "If he hauls something every time in Peace City, then the number of artifact remnants he would haul up in our part of the river would definitely be a lot. If we don't give him enough money, he will not be happy. If we give him too much money, our family will not agree to it. We can never pay an angler too much money. What about other anglers? Once the status quo is broken, the other anglers will definitely complain about it. Don't tell me we have to solely depend on him in the future? What if he leaves us? We have such a big family and we are like a huge boat that needs stability to last a long time. Breaking the customs for a short-term gain is like suddenly breaking the oars of a boat after having traveled thousands of miles. We would be mixing up our priorities." Fu Yangu was speechless. Even though he was an impulsive individual, he was not stupid. He was clever enough to understand what the girl was trying to say in an instant. This person is very smart. He knows that his capabilities will bring him troubles in Silver City. No one will dare to hire him or let him fall into the hands of others. That's why he came to a place like Peace City. Every month, he will not make a huge profit or attract attention to himself. His age is around the same as mine. He is an experienced and cool-headed individual. We can't underestimate him. How is he experienced and cool-headed? I can tell with a single glance that he is a boring person. He never talks at all, Fu Yanwu mumbled. Even if we can't hire this capable individual, we can still befriend him. The girl smiled. I will pass down the instruction. Fu Ringxian nodded. After leaving Evergold Enterprise, excitement was written all over AI Huey's face. Today was a lucky day. He had not expected to obtain the troublesome unyielding bamboos so smoothly. Just the thought of the star-sinking ink cloud and unyielding bamboos made him felt exuberant. When AI Hui reached the training hall, Jingya had already gone home. Lu Lan, let us get ready to work. AI Hui, have you gotten all the materials? I have gotten the star-sinking ink cloud and the unyielding bamboos. Lu Lan is coming. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 275, Visitor. Chapter 275, Visitor. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, KLKL. The workshop was ablaze with lights. AI Hui had spent a long time preparing for this, especially for the materials. The star-sinking ink cloud and the unyielding bamboos were the last two important materials. In the heavy sand crucible that was purchased for a high price, 9 red flowers, resembling the shape of flames, were piled up in order like a tower. Those were fire flowers picked up from the Black Plain at the foot of the Calabash Mountain in the Fire Prairie. Every September, the Calabash Mountain would spew out flames that covered the whole Black Plain like a heavy snow. Once the flames fell on the earth, they would take root and grow into delicate fire flowers. The Calabash Mountain eruptions usually lasted for a whole month. When it was October, the immense Black Plain, that used to be desolated, would be covered with bright red fire flowers. The towering Calabash Mountain rose straight up in the distance, the peak of which was always shrouded by smoke and clouds. Together with the sea of red flowers, the whole picture was indeed a feast for the eyes. Every year in October, many visitors would go to the Fire Prairie to enjoy the sight of the flower sea on the Black Plain. Although desolate, the Black Plain contained fire elemental energy in its soil, which was exactly what the fire flowers needed for growth. The blooming period for fire flowers was not fixed. It could be as short as a few days, or as long as many years. Flower pickers would start their work in October to look for mature blooms in the sea of fire flowers. Although the Fire Prairie was now in the hands of the blood of God, it kept erupting every year, and fire flowers could still be seen in the markets. The quality of fire flowers was dependent on the number of petals it had. The flowers with 3 petals were of the lowest quality, while those with 9 were of the highest. What AI Hui used were 6-petaled fire flowers. Water from Silver Mist River ran through the conduit of the crucible and dropped on the fire flowers. The stacked fire flowers then began to burn. The flame was not intense, but very stable and quiet. Besides, it could burn for a long time, usually more than 10 hours. Lu Lan threw a green elemental energy bean into the flames. The bean contained 1,000 points of wood elemental energy, and the flames began to turn a bit transparent in the crucible. Then Lu Lan kept throwing the rest of the beans, and after he threw the 22nd one into the crucible, the flames became completely transparent and could hardly be seen with naked eyes. But Lu Lan could still see it clearly. He reminded AI Hui, the fire is very stable. Hearing what Lu Lan said, AI Hui began to put the materials one by one into the crucible. He'd gotten the materials ready long ago. Silverlight iron, blackshell mica, blood crystals, and so on. Lu Lan's eyes kept flickering. Whenever AI Hui put in some materials, he would throw in some elemental energy beans of different colors. Elemental energy of different attributes surged in the crucible, and the color of the liquid inside kept changing too. It was sometimes deep blue, sometimes bright purple, and maybe sometimes rust red. They were very well coordinated, and everything had gone smoothly so far. The liquid in the crucible became as clear and transparent as water. Perfect. AI Hui licked his lips. He was a bit excited to see the clear fluid concoction inside the crucible. But he also knew that as for the whole plan, there was still a lot to do. Lu Lan held the heavy sand crucible and poured half of the concoction out into the ice tank. Then he threw 12 of the unyielding bamboos into the crucible and kept boiling. Blub blub blub. Small bubbles came out of the unyielding bamboos now and then. Starting from now, the unyielding bamboos needed to be heated in the concoction for 6 hours. AI Hui carried the box with the star-sinking ink cloud inside to the ice tank. AI Hui opened the box. The dark and heavy star-sinking ink cloud was quietly frozen in the ice cube. Star-sinking ink cloud was one of the clouds with the highest densities. Its name indicated that even stars would sink if they struck against the cloud. The most common usage of star-sinking ink cloud was to make armors and shields, especially scale armors. Apart from its outstanding protective properties, star-sinking ink cloud had excellent ductility like clay, and could be molded into any form. AI Hui broke up the ice cube and threw the star-sinking ink cloud into the ice tank. Soaked by the fluid concoction, the cloud began to diffuse like an ink stick, producing streaks of black substances in the liquid. Aihui widened his eyes and stirred the liquid with a hair-thin silver wire. An extremely thin thread of black silk was lifted up. Aihui quickly pinched the black silk and infused his elemental energy into it. The thin silk solidified in the air. Then he tied a knot at a spinning wheel with this ink cloud silk proficiently. Next, he turned the spindle with one hand, and put the other hand softly on the ink cloud silk. Elemental energy flew along his fingers into the silk at a constant speed. Aihui's metal elemental energy quickly hardened the ink cloud silk. Anyone who saw this scene would be so shocked that their jaws would ricochet off the ground. Reeling silk from cocoons was a skill that embroiderers were proficient at. And now Aihui had carried it forward. This was one of Aihui's most familiar skills, and as soon as he'd thought of star-sinking ink cloud, this idea occurred to him. Since the star-sinking ink cloud could be made into any form, like clay, why couldn't it be made into silk? With Lulan's help, this bold idea was finally realized. Aihui did it all with great accuracy, no matter if it was the infusing speed of elemental energy or the speed with which he turned the spindle. Aihui was definitely an expert in reeling silk. His masterpiece, the weasel bristle arrow that was called "See You Later," was an upgraded version of the bunny hair arrow and was more powerful. To make this kind of arrow, he also needed to keep reeling silks with even greater difficulty. The shape of a gem cocoon was like a gemstone. After it was melted into liquid, complicated techniques would be needed to produce thin silks out of it. But no one ever heard of someone reeling silk from star-sinking ink cloud. Aihui was focused. Neither his gestures nor his elemental energy had any fluctuation. Even his breath and his heartbeat were so stable as if he was a machine. Lulan was observing the flames carefully. The surface of the unyielding bamboos in the crucible began to turn crispy with many small holes like a honeycomb. Time slipped away quietly. When Aihui began his work, Su Qingye, exhausted, walked slowly step by step to go back home. His sand puppet was even more frazzled. It fell loose on the ground and was crawling like a turtle after him. Suddenly, it occurred to Su Qingye that today was the day when his teacher would go to fish for treasures, upon which he was very vexed. Watching his teacher fishing for treasures was always his favorite. Although he had watched it many times, he never felt bored. His teacher was different from anyone else. The treasure fishing process was very short, but it was extremely amazing. Especially when Qingye saw the jealousy on other anglers' faces, he would feel very complacent. If he had remembered this earlier, he would never have mentioned the Dragon Rice Training Hall. Now he was assigned more training courses, and he would even miss the treasure fishing. What bad luck! His teacher was definitely a demon. The amount of training he arranged for Su Qingye always made him reach his physical limit. Even his sand puppet would be exhausted to the extent that it had no strength to maintain its form at all and fell apart every time. His sand puppet was kind of disappointing. Su Qingye felt disheartened. Just look at his teacher's sand puppet. He was skillful and smart. When practicing with Lulan, Su Qingye always felt like he himself was the sand puppet. So far he hadn't had the chance to practice with his teacher, not even once. His teacher said he could practice with him when Su Qingye could defeat Lulan. Okay. This was something too far away, and he didn't need to think about it for now. When he saw the signboard of his family's enterprise, Sea Pacific Enterprise, he was so happy that he almost burst into tears. Su Qingye moved slowly into the gate. Seeing his miserable look, the assistants were all delighted and guffawed loudly. Although Su Qingye was their young master, he was so good-tempered that no one was afraid of him. He himself was not angry either, as he knew in fact they were just envying him. The school fee was very expensive, and out of the whole enterprise, he was the only one who could afford it. The swordsman school had been open for a long time since there was no other training hall in Peace City. Therefore, its business was supposed to be flourishing, but the name, swordsman, made it sound unreliable. Besides, most people shrank back at the sight of its high cost. Maybe it was because Su Qingye had arrived home, he felt his energy had more or less recovered. Sea Pacific Enterprise was not a major enterprise in Peace City, so it was not large. The shop and their house was in one building connected by a passage, shop in the front and residence at back. Su Qingye, who was still very tired, walked toward the residence. He wanted to discuss with his father to ask if he could get a more powerful sand puppet. He had already been training so hard. There was no one in the living room. If his father was not in the living room, he must be in the study. It suddenly occurred to him that there would be guests today, and his father had told him to stay at home. Therefore, he decided to snoop around first to see what was happening. Just as he had walked stealthily to the door of the study, he heard the cold and clear voice of a woman from inside the room. Yellow Sand Corner and the Fire Prairie could hardly be taken back within such a short period of time, and the Earth and Fire elementalists were very dissatisfied. The Elders Guild was also badly battered. Some time ago, there was a proposal to establish a lesser Avalon of 5 elements within a scope of 5 cities, so that Earth and Fire elementalists can have somewhere to practice. And in this way we can retain somewhat elementalists too. The Earth and Fire elementalists are still concerned about joining the blood of God. After all, not very many people are eager to become God elementalists. The Wood elementalists are more than willing to go to the Jadeite forest. That means. Su Qingye clearly heard some wild excitement in his father's voice. Yes, it's Peace City. To build a lesser Avalon of 5 elements, we must first of all have 2 connected cities, one is of metal attribute and the other is of water attribute, which makes Peace City and Cloudridge City the only choices. As to the remaining 3 cities, we need to open up the wilderness to build the cities of wood, fire, and earth. In this way, the 5 cities will be connected end to end and once again a harmonious 5 elemental cycle will be created. Only by doing so will elemental energies be produced endlessly. Unless something unexpected happens, the possibility that the Elder's Guide will pass the proposal is higher than 70%. That's why so many people came to Peace City recently. Su's father suddenly understood why. They all had different sources, and came to take up a place for themselves. Sea Pacific Enterprise is one of the earliest enterprises, so you really have a head start. Suddenly the woman stopped talking, and shouted loudly, "Who, idot?" Su Qingye, who was focused on overhearing their conversation, shuddered from hearing the shout. In the next instant, the door of the study was totally pulverized, and Su Qingye was shrouded by piercingly cold light. Su Qingye's mind was blank, and he reacted by instinct. The sand puppet that had fallen loose behind him suddenly jumped in front of him, and meanwhile he rolled away on the ground. The ray of light pierced the sand puppet, leaving a deep hole on the ground. The sand puppet, with a big hole in his chest, abruptly transformed into a sand spear and stabbed toward the woman. Qingye! Su Qingye's father was startled. A thin and white hand slapped the spear apart effortlessly, and then a short-haired woman's neat and tidy face appeared in Su Qingye's line of sight. When she heard the name, her expression was relaxed, but she still looked surprised. The sand puppet counter technique was good. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 276, Work completed. Chapter 276, Work completed. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, KLKL. The black-colored ink cloud silk had a fine and smooth texture. We tried to pull it hard but it didn't break. Then he put the ink cloud silk on a sheet of iron and chopped it hard with his dragonspine. After a flash of sword light the iron sheet broke in two, but the silk was still intact. This is a great success. Lu Lan said cheerfully. Yes, we're half done. We put the silk in front of him and observed it carefully. Seeing no marks on the silk at all, we couldn't help smiling. Lu Lan's eyes widened. You are really skillful. No one has ever reeled silk from a star-sinking ink cloud. This is an extraordinary invention. Oh, really? Not even once. Of course not. I've never seen a record of it in any book. If so, how shall I price it to match its value? You want to sell it? I thought you were going to use it yourself. Lu Lan's eyes widened in confusion. Oh, I mean in the future. Hui closed his eyes and his expression indicated his self-satisfaction. In the future, it will definitely sell for an amazing price. Lu Lan glanced at the crucible and interrupted Hui's imagination. Hui, the unyielding bamboos are ready. Hui abruptly came back to his senses. Lu Lan picked out the unyielding bamboos from the crucible. The surface of the 12 unyielding bamboos was covered with small honeycomb-like holes, and its original color of cast iron black had turned gray. Lu Lan held one unyielding bamboo in his left hand, making a fist with his right hand to hold the other end of the bamboo. Hiss! His right fist suddenly transformed into quicksand that was revolving around the bamboo at a high speed. It was polishing the bamboo like a high-speed grinding wheel. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The workshop was filled with stridulation and sparks. Lu Lan looked down at the bamboo attentively. The light in his eyes flickered rhythmically. His moves were stable and well-ordered. A thin, glittery, silver-colored bamboo appeared in Lu Lan's hands. The silvery bamboo now was as thin as a finger. It only weighed 1/3 of its original weight, but was 6 times stronger than before and could bear amazing power. Besides, its tenacity was greatly improved, and could be bent like a bow. All these features were totally different from what it originally was, and no one could associate this new kind of material with unyielding bamboos. AI Hui began his work too. He wove the black-colored ink cloud silk along the thin bamboo sticks. AI Hui was very proficient and skillful, as if he had done this many times before. It was true, as this scheme was decided after lots of discussion with Lu Lan. Compared with the previous material processing, the weaving technique was the easiest part because he could practice it beforehand. AI Hui had practiced many times, and was very confident he could finish it perfectly. The bamboo sticks had successfully thinned out, taking shape in Lu Lan's hands, then they were given to AI Hui and quickly disappeared in the black ink cloud silks. Once he had started, AI Hui's playful expression was all gone. Instead, he was fully focused and his eyes were glittering. Having polished all 12 bamboos, Lu Lan began to enjoy watching AI Hui's techniques. The ink cloud silks jumped here and there with AI Hui's flexible fingers between the bamboo sticks, moving aesthetically at an amazing rhythm. Embroidery had a far-reaching influence on AI Hui. AI Hui was not really an embroiderer, but the embroidery skills and theories were like fertile soil that kept producing nutrition for him. A big black wing appeared in front of AI Hui. Even though the whole work was not finished yet, this wing alone had shown its distinguished qualities and glory. Different from ordinary azure wings, which were light and agile, it was heavy and powerful like the wing of a demon from hell. AI Hui was so skillful. Lu Lan's eyes were full of admiration and worship. Actually, AI Hui had bought several azure wings from markets before for practice. As Peace City was the city of Silver Mist Sea that was the closest to Pallet Cloud Village, it was convenient to buy azure wings here. But AI Hui was not satisfied with any of the wings he bought. So he finally decided to make a pair of azure wings himself. As a result, AI Hui and Lu Lan began to study the method of making azure wings. But Lu Lan didn't expect that AI Hui would choose star-sinking ink cloud as the raw material. This was probably the last material one would use to make azure wings. But in AI Hui's unconstrained design, it was perfect. Woven together by the ink cloud silk, the 12 unyielding bamboos constituted the black skeleton of the wing. If it was fully stretched, the length of the wing was more than 6 meters. It now looked like the wing of a black bat that exuded an aura of ferocity and massacre. AI Hui sighed in relief. And fatigue appeared on his face. He had been working for 4 hours before he finally finished weaving. This speed was achieved only after more than 20 sessions of practice beforehand. The skeleton is finally finished. AI Hui stretched himself. The elemental energy within his body was used up. Lu Lan brought the elemental soup that he had prepared, and AI Hui drank up every single drop before he wiped his mouth and began to admire his masterpiece. Lu Lan said sincerely, "This is beautiful, AI Hui." The thin, unyielding bamboos were like the skeleton of the stretched wing. If one took a closer look, he could see on the translucent surface of the wing many complicated but delicate patterns, some of which could only be seen at certain angles. These embroidery patterns were not for decoration only, but could also facilitate the flow of elemental energy. AI Hui named it Elemental Trace. It originated from his teacher, Wang Shouchuan's plan of treating the city as a piece of cloth that he designed for Central Pine City. In this plan, there were a lot of carefully designed patterns to dredge and guide the flow of elemental energy. AI Hui had in mind every detail of the plan, and had been trying to perceive and understand its deeper implications for the past 3 years. With Lu Lan's help, he had gained a lot from it. When making the See You Later that had been selling very well in the market, AI Hui also utilized similar techniques. He wove the special patterns with gemstone silk, which could significantly improve the power of the arrows. AI Hui knew that there were spiritual traces in Cultivation Era, and God traces for God Elementalist. Therefore, he simply called this pattern Elemental Trace. He also knew that the original copies of his teacher's plan, including the structural drafts of the 9 gold needles, were all sent to the Elders Guild. AI Hui felt his elemental energy was almost recovered when the day began to dawn. That was when they realized that they had been working for a whole night. AI Hui said with a high spirit, "Lu Lan, is the gemstone silk ready? Let's finish all together." "Yes, it's ready." Lu Lan brought out a box which was full of gemstone silks. The gemstone silks looked like glass fibers but were more shiny and attractive. The silks in the box were all 3 inches long. Gemstone silk was the silk produced by gemstone silkworms, and it was the main material needed to make See You Later. Gemstone silkworms were very ugly, and their skin surface was all gray with numerous black spots. But their cocoons were extremely beautiful like gems, hence its name. The gem cocoon was very solid. After the silk took shape and hardened, it continued to crystallize. That was how the silk gained gem-like luster and intensity. Gemstone silk was made through a process of melting gemstone cocoons into liquid, wire drawing and crystallization. That was why the length of gemstone silk was always short, usually no longer than half a meter. For the next step, we had to do it together with Lu Lan. They both were proficient at weaving gemstone cocoons and ink cloud silk. Soon they both made a black leaf in their hand. The leaf was about 3 inches long and resembled the shape of a sword. The gemstone silk, which was harder, became the veins of the leaves, while the black ink cloud silk constituted their bodies. Even on the surface of the 3-inch leaf, exquisite elemental traces could be clearly seen. They didn't stop at all, and continued to weave. As time went by, there were more and more leaves like these. Finally, when the number reached 360, which was a lucky number, they stopped. Then they attached the black-colored leaves to the translucent azure wing, which changed its appearance. As the number of leaves that were attached to the wing increased, the azure wing became more and more full-fledged. Done! Hui and Lu Lan high-fived. Both of them were enchanted by their elaborate work. Previously, the black yarn wing with a clear skeleton awoke a sense of danger, but now with the leaves, it became much milder. With the thickly dotted leaves, which looked like real feathers, the azure wing resembled an ordinary black wing of a bird. The luster of the gem silk also added to the brightness and delicacy of the dark star-sinking ink cloud. Hui, it's beautiful. Lu Lan admired. Hui also marveled, yes, for such a good azure wing, I'm wondering how much we can sell it for. Aren't you going to give it a try? I'm going to sleep. Hui stretched and yawned in fatigue, feeling quite sleepy. Wait until I wake up. Lu Lan, no matter what happens, don't wake me up. No problem, Hui. Lu Lan said in a cheerful tone. When the sun began to rise, the quiet Peace City gradually became bustling and lively. The assistants of the companies opened their gates and cleaned up their doorways. More and more people flowed into the streets. The fully loaded bamboo carts took off one after another. They constituted mighty fleets in the sky and started their journeys. Huaijuan looked up at the numerous bamboo carts in the sky and was actually enjoying the new experience. Compared with the Peace City, the Silver City was more prosperous. But it was too enormous and delicate. Everyone there was extravagant and everything was luxurious. In contrast, the Peace City was much simpler, but more lively. She was glad that she came to Peace City. Su Qingye was already used to this kind of scene. It's not the weekend today. Otherwise, there would be even more bamboo carts. Huaijuan turned her eyes back to him and asked, has your teacher woken up by this time of the day? Of course. Su Qingye glanced at his aunt. In Peace City, even kids have woken up by now. His father told him that she was his aunt. Su Qingye felt awkward, as they were of similar age. However, having witnessed the powerful fighting capabilities of this aunt, Su Qingye didn't dare to say anything. But last night Aunt Huaijuan spoke highly of his sand puppet's counter technique, which made his father very gratified. Besides, as his aunt had already destroyed the sand puppet, his father finally agreed to buy him a new one. Earlier this morning, his aunt said she wanted to pay a visit to his teacher. Huaijuan could sense from his tone that Su Qingye was not convinced. But she didn't pay much attention. Instead, she asked, Qingye, what kind of person is your teacher? At the mention of his teacher, Su Qingye immediately became excited. He began to brag about how skillful he was, and about his unparalleled swordsmanship and how he got the nickname of King of Anglers. Light flickered in Huaijuan's eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 277, Target. Chapter 277, Target. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, KLKL. Su Qingye was never aware that he had an aunt. And now, all he knew was that this aunt was from Silver City. His father told him that she was a capable person, and asked him to learn from her and follow her directions in training. She would give him training directions? Su Qingye didn't really take it seriously. He hadn't even finished half of the training tasks arranged by his teacher. Compared with Hua Xiaoyun and Zhou Wan, who were his companions in the training hall, he was already the slowest. Hua Xiaoyun was a water elementalist who lived in the adjacent Cloud Ridge city and came to the training hall twice a week. She could always come up with cunning ideas, and Su Qingye believed she was the cleverest of them three. Zhou Wan was a person of few words and he was of metal attribute. Ever since he learned from his teacher that keeping his sword in hand could improve his proficiency, he had never put his sword aside, even when sleeping. Of the three students, Su Qingye was the most unlucky one, as he was of earth attribute. Nowadays earth and fire elementalists were fellow sufferers. Those without wealth and power could hardly survive in such an era. Su Qingye was the slowest in training of them three, for which he was always depressed. Finally there was someone who would like to listen to his complaints, so he poured out his grievances all at once. Huaijuan was a bit curious. Your teacher only teaches swordsmanship? Then how do you get trained? You all practice the same inheritance of sword? Of course not. We are of different attributes.
Su Qingye took it for granted. I practice sand puppet swordsmanship, Zhouwen practices heavy swordsmanship, and Hua Xiaoyun rosy cloud swordsmanship.
Huaijuan was surprised. 3 inheritances? Su Qingye shook his head. My teacher said they're not inheritances, but only training plans.
Huaijuan uttered a sigh of relief, and thought to herself that she was probably thinking too much. Although swordsmanship was becoming increasingly popular and had attracted more students these years, there were still very few well-known inheritances of swordsmanship so far. Su Qingye continued, our teacher said we are still young, and the most important thing is to lay a solid foundation, with which we can create our own inheritances of swordsmanship, but... Speaking of this, Su Qingye's eyes were filled with longing.
Huaijuan couldn't help laughing out. Create your own inheritances? That's not as easy as you imagine. This is nonsense. Su Qingye was unhappy. Nonsense? Isn't it?
Huaijuan asked disapprovingly, all the inheritances are passed from generation to generation and have gone through constant improvement during the process before they become what they are today.
How can your teacher think it's so easy to create an inheritance? Who does he think he is? At first I thought he was different. But now it seems that he is only a swaggerer. So forget it. Let's go home. You go home yourself. I'll go to the training hall. Su Qingye was extremely angry.
But since his father had asked him again and again to listen to what his aunt said, he tried to calm himself down and replied coldly. You don't need to go to a training hall with such a teacher. Huaijuan said patiently, you are still young, and haven't seen the real world outside or a real expert.
It's easy for you to be cheated by someone's blandishments. You can just learn from me. It will be much more effective than any deceitful teacher. Su Qingye's patience ran out and he said, I'll never learn from you. Having said this, Su Qingye ran away without looking back. Huaijuan was a short-tempered person without much patience. Seeing Su Qingye's obstinacy, she didn't even bother to persuade him. Although she had promised his father to help Su Qingye on his training, she was more than happy now that she didn't need to, since this was Su Qingye's own decision. Therefore, she began to stroll through Peace City alone. The see you later arrows she bought yesterday aroused her interest in this small border town. The 10 see you later arrows had been packed and sent to the Silver City in a trade caravan. She bought them not for her own use, but on someone else's request. She'd never heard of such a weird name before. It was said that the arrows were popular within a small circle. It was always out of stock and very hard to buy. A noble who heard that she was coming to the Peace City specifically asked her to buy some for her. Since it was a noble's request, she didn't dare to slight it, and began searching for it the first day she arrived. Seeing the busy trade caravans, she thought to herself that maybe she could get some useful stuff here. Besides, she would stay here for a long time anyway, so it was necessary for her to get familiar with the city. The Silver City and the Peace City were at the two ends of the Silver Mist River, but they were of totally different local customs and practices. She had abundant traveling experience, had been to numerous places and watched the decline of many cities. The 3-year war had a profound influence. While everywhere else was destitute and going through economic depression, the flourish and vigor of the Peace City cheered her up. Suddenly, she noticed a group of people ahead. It was led by a graceful, pretty lady surrounded by her young companions. They were also here. She was surprised, and lowered her head, walking past them as if she was going somewhere in a hurry. I never expected we could get a demonic remnant. We are so lucky. Yeah. Fortunately, Big Sister insisted on watching them fishing, otherwise we would have just missed the opportunity. That king of anglers is really skillful. Huaijuan heard their conversation and laughter, and the words demonic remnant caught her attention. Before she came to her senses, the crowd of people had already left. When Su Qingye, who was filled with anger, arrived at the training hall and heard the yelling inside, his rage suddenly disappeared. Having been practicing like this for almost 3 years, he felt training was already a part of his life. All his rage and distracting thoughts were gone, and instead the only thing he was thinking about was Zhouwen was earlier than him again. He felt a bit unhappy. As soon as he walked into the training hall, he caught sight of a thin figure. Of all the 3 students, Zhouwen had the most straightened family background. His parents had passed away. As an orphan, he couldn't even afford the tuition, so he had to sell himself to their teacher for 10 years to pay off the tuition. Their teacher was too good-hearted. Su Qingye was born in a merchant family. He knew that in such troubled times there were too many orphans like Zhouwen who had nothing at all. Zhouwen was unsociable and eccentric. All he did every day was practice like crazy, and simply treated everyone else like air.
What made Su Qingye most dissatisfied was that this guy was far more hardworking than himself. However, his foundation was too weak, so his overall capacity was the weakest of them all. The strongest one was Hua Xiaoyun. It was said that her grandmother once served in Rainbow Division and later retired due to injury.
Good morning, Qingye. Su Qingye was happy to hear Lu Lan's cheerful voice.
He smiled and replied, "Morning, Lu Lan." They all liked Lu Lan very much, especially Su Qingye. He was an earth elementalist, and his affection towards the sand puppet was like an instinct.
Su Qingye asked, Lu Lan, is teacher in? He is having a rest. Lu Lan answered, Qingye, you have finished 54% of your training plan. Keep going. Su Qingye suddenly remembered his aunt's words for no reason, and asked, Lu Lan, is it difficult to create an inheritance? Yes, Qingye.
Lu Lan nodded. Any inheritance is the result of profound accumulation of practice and talent.
Su Qingye was confused. Then why did teacher ask us to create our own inheritances in the future? Do we give up simply because the thing we are going to do is difficult? Lu Lan asked, we do something not because it is easy, but because it is our objective, don't we? Su Qingye's face flushed with embarrassment.
Suddenly he heard a sniff from someone beside him, and it turned to be Zhou Wen, who stopped practicing, held the sword in his hand and looked at Su Qingye with scorn. He said coldly, coward.
Su Qingye became furious. Zhou Wen, are you looking for trouble? Zhou Wen was emotionless. I hope you will not whine for mercy.
Oh, so I think we can adjust our training plan today.
How about a real combat match? Lu Lan's smiling eyes were like two crescent moons.
Sure. They both blurted out simultaneously, which made them dislike each other more.
Where is your sand puppet, Qingye? Lu Lan asked. Su Qingye was a bit upset and said, it was destroyed yesterday.
If so, to be fair, let's do this in the sandpit.
Zhou Wen, will you please use a soft sword? Is that fine? Lu Lan asked. No problem. Su Qingye answered loudly.
He was thinking fast to balance the advantages and disadvantages. Although his ability was largely reduced without the sand puppet, fighting on sand was advantageous to him. Besides, Zhou Wen usually practiced with a heavy sword, so he could not adapt to using a soft sword within a limited period of time, which was also in Su Qingye's favor.
Zhou Wen simply said, okay.
Seeing that they both agreed, Lu Lan said with a broader smile, the result of the confrontation will be kept in your records.
Hearing what Lu Lan said, both of them became more serious.
The results of daily confrontations was worth a large proportion in their performance score, and would directly influence their teacher's final judgment of their performance. Anyone whose performance was scored as excellent would get their teacher's special tuition, have Lu Lan as training partner and be awarded with equipment tailored by the teacher. The heavy sword Zhou Wen was using was a reward.
Start.
Hearing the word, the two figures immediately came to blows. A crowd of people walked past the lane.
An assistant wearing the costume of Evergold Enterprise was leading the way.
When they arrived at the gate of the training hall, the assistant said reverently, Sir, this is the training hall of Wang Han.
Thanks. Fu Rinxian said. The assistant got a tip from him and left happily. The crowd looked at the dilapidated training hall up and down.
The gate of the training hall was open, and they could hear shouts from inside now and then.
But apparently there were very few people in it. Swordsman Training Hall.
Fu Yanghao looked at the wood board and read it out aloud.
Then he frowned and said, This is a training hall? It's so shabby. How can you open up a training hall just by hanging a name board in front of a shabby warehouse?
Yesterday they had asked the person in charge of the enterprise for information about Wang Han, and learned that Wang Han had a training hall in the Peace City. They were all interested in taking a look. After all, his performance at the Silver Mist River was so amazing yesterday. But when they came to his training hall in high spirits, it was a great disappointment to see nothing but this poor warehouse. A streak of disappointment flashed in the lady's eyes too, but she soon adjusted herself and smiled. Since we are here anyway, let's go inside and have a look.
Then she walked towards the gate first.
Seeing this, the others had to follow her lead and walked in. In the training hall, they saw two youngsters fighting against each other fiercely, and a sand puppet was standing by. The sand puppet said nothing, but only gave them a glance and then turned back to watch the two students fighting. Only two students. Fu Yanhao was speechless. This was the worst training hall with the least students he had ever seen. He thought of the Dragon Rice training hall in the Silver City, which was magnificent and majestic, almost like a small city.
The lady's eyes fixed on the two students.
As if no one was around, the students were totally uninfluenced and devoted themselves to the confrontation. After a while, the lady couldn't help but let out a soft yelp of surprise. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 278, The Youth in the Cold Palace. Chapter 278, The Youth in the Cold Palace. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, KLKL. The towering palace looked sullen and majestic. Emotionless godguards stood at each side of the palace gates like sculptures. They looked tiny compared to the tall and grand gates. Looking into the palace through the vermeil palace gates that were open wide, one could see no end, only gates after gates. The palace was empty. There were no guards on patrol or maidservants coming in or out. The floor of the palace was made of burnished blackish gold slates. Under the sunshine, the glittering surface added to its luxuriousness. In comparison, the stone carvings along the road were unadorned and simple. The lifelike images on the stone carvings depicted devils in the haunted night. The devils all looked ferocious, vicious, gloomy, or cunning. The whole palace was extremely silent. No sound could be heard, but anyone in it could sense an unspeakable pressure. Even the blood fiends didn't dare to utter a sound, but were only crouching at the top of the wall quietly. Deep in the spacious palace and under the dome, a youth with long hair trailing over his shoulders was sitting at the high throne silently. The dense patterns of blood spread from every corner of the hall to the high throne located at the center of the hall. The youth looked gentle and frail. His eyes were closed, and his face was pale. The most arresting part was his long hair that flowed to his waist, the ends of which were as white as snow. He was Beishu Weisheng, the well-known sick tiger of G-Blood Nation. No sound could be heard inside the palace. Only incenses were burning. The youth slowly opened his eyes. His dark pupils were placid and deep. Suddenly something black flew inside the palace. It turned out to be a vigorous goshawk with dark red eyes. The goshawk landed on the long desk in the palace and spitted out a red blood ball. The young man forced a smile. His pale face made him look even frilier. He left his seat and walked to the table. His loose black robe that dragged on the floor was spotlessly clean. "It's so inconvenient without message trees," the youth murmured. The blood of God had been trying to create their own message trees, but achieved no success so far. There were huge differences between blood spiritual force and elemental energy. Therefore, the message tree couldn't be used in God Nation. Previously, someone proposed to make use of elementalist captures to re-enable the functioning of message trees, but taking confidentiality into consideration, the proposal was denied. Now in Blood of God, letters were usually passed by bloodbirds, which was a very primitive method compared with the message tree. The Avalon of 5 elements had a history of more than 1,000 years. In this aspect, the Blood of God was still weak in its foundation. Even though in terms of fighting capacity, it was not inferior to the Avalon of 5 elements at all, there were still gaps in other aspects. Beishu Weisheng had ordered to increase manpower on this, but so far the progress was still slow. He himself was clearly aware that it was useless to push them anyway. The message tree was the result of many years of study and another few hundred years of improvement. If there was anything in the Avalon of 5 elements that could compete with the cultivation era, the message tree must be one of them. The Blood of God even tried the paper crane that was utilized in cultivation era, but compared with message trees, its efficiency of message delivery was still slower. Although the paper crane was not a perfect choice yet, it was still usable in the context that the creation of message trees in the Blood of God was slow. After all, blood spiritual force was also spiritual force, and could power the paper cranes without limitation. The key problem was materials. However, at the moment, bloodbirds were a safer choice. Beishu Weisheng raised his hand and touched the blood ball with his pale and thin finger, and the blood ball immediately transformed into a bloody light and merged into his body. Beishu Weisheng closed his eyes and read it carefully. After a while, he opened his eyes and laughed out gently. "Lesser Avalon of 5 elements? How did they think of it? But it's a good idea anyway. Interesting." He began to write something fast at the table. Before long, he finished writing and folded the letter carefully. The goshawk flew in front of him and swallowed the folded letter before it spread its wings and flew away. The goshawk was like a signal indicating the start of a day. Afterwards, bloodbirds kept flying in and out, bringing various matters to his table. He stretched himself first before devoting himself to work. His reading and writing speed was fast, and the instructions and comments he wrote were short and concise. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. After about 2 hours, he stopped and rubbed his temples, looking tired and exhausted. Then he stood up and walked down from the high throne to stretch his limbs. The work for today was done. He could take a rest. The sunshine was cast on the ground from outside the gate, drawing a clear-cut boundary between light and shadow behind the gate. Beishu Weisheng stopped and sat down in the shadow absent-minded.
This was his favorite daily activity. He only spent 2 hours dealing with his work every day, and for the rest of the day, he would look outside the palace like this. He had ordered to open all the gates so that he could look out. Gates after gates. He could see no end of the long blackish gold slate pavement and the stone carvings. The outmost gate in his eyes was only the size of a sesame seed. The outside world was the same size as a sesame seed to him too. He rested his chin in his hand, and looked at the outside world fascinatedly. Sometimes he smiled with some expectation, as if something interesting occurred to him. The high dome roof behind him was cold and lonely. At Swordsman Training Hall in Peace City, Fu Yonghao was impatient. Why did they have to watch two kids fighting against each other? He couldn't bear to stay here, even for one more minute. The war lasted for 3 years, and many things were different from before. The cruelty of the war was pressing on everyone's heart like a mountain. Under such pressure, the pace of life had become much faster. Whether it was training or life, it was no longer what it was like in those years. In the past, an elementalist who had attained elemental externalization could be counted as a master hand. Nowadays, however, the number of such elementalists had more than tripled compared with 3 years ago. Everyone was practicing desperately and spared no efforts to find shortcuts to a higher base level. Blood crystals, elemental food, anything that might be helpful to training had already been studied so many times by numerous people. In troubled times, your strength was the only thing you could depend on to survive. Those who fell behind would only be eliminated. To be eliminated meant death. But since Big Sister didn't say anything, no matter how impatient Fu Yonghao was, he dared not make any trouble, as he always regarded her with reverence and fear. The confrontation ended up in a draw. Su Qingye and Zhou Wen first used up their elemental energy, and then their physical energy. Neither of them could accept such a result, but the only thing they could do now was sitting in the sandpit weak and limp and glaring at each other in fury. Having announced the result, Lu Lan looked towards the group of people and said, "Nice to meet you. Welcome to Swordsman Training Hall. Anything I can help you with?" Fu Rinxian, who was relatively older in age, asked, "Is Mr. Wang Han here? We heard that this training hall was opened by him and we are here to visit him." "I'm sorry. He is having a rest, and may not be able to meet you." Lu Lan expressed his regret. Fu Yonghao had been bored to death for too long. Hearing what Lu Lan said, he immediately became angry. What does that guy want to do? How dare he send a sand puppet to? Shut up! The lady stopped him harshly. Fu Yonghao ducked his head at once and dared not say anything else, although his face was still filled with anger. The lady bowed slightly to Lu Lan and said, "I sincerely apologize for my brother's rudeness." "It's all right." Lu Lan shook his head, "but my master cannot meet you indeed. Would you please come again next time? If that's the case, we will pay a visit some other day." The lady was very polite. Then the rest of the crowd left after her. As soon as they stepped out of the training hall, Fu Yonghao couldn't help murmuring, "Big sister, do we have to do this? It's simply a shabby training hall." The lady's face looked dark. "Yonghao, if you continue like this, you will get into trouble sooner or later." "Same old story." Fu Yonghao whispered disapprovingly. Then the lady turned to Fu Rinxian. "What do you think, Rinxian?" Fu Rinxian was a modest person. He thought for a while and said, "Although the two students were not skillful enough, their swordsmanship is rather exquisite." A streak of disappointment flashed across the lady's eyes. Although Fu Rinxian was sober and modest, his ability was only mediocre and could hardly take over the family business. Meanwhile, Fu Yonghao was too irritable and flippant. If he could not change his character through hardship, he could hardly achieve any success. It was a pity that she herself was a female. One of them is an earth elementalist, and the other a metal elementalist. The earth elementalist had no sand puppet with him, but could utilize the sand in the sandpit to motivate his sword moves. The metal elementalist was using a soft sword, but if you took a closer look, you would see that his sword movement was drastic and he apparently used it as a heavy sword. The sword was a soft sword, but his moves were heavy. Having heard Big Sister's analysis, the impatience on their faces was gone. Whether it was sand sword and soft sword, the sword gleams were very clear. But did you notice that there was hardly any fluctuation of their elemental energy? Besides, taking their elemental energy level into consideration, I have to say that the duration of their confrontation was too long. Fu Rinchuan's face became solemn. After Big Sister pointed it out, "We do realize so." Fu Yonghao was unwilling to admit, so he said, "They are just two kids. Do you have to treat them so seriously?" Big Sister replied, "The tiny elemental energy fluctuation and long confrontation duration indicated their high efficiency in the usage of elemental energy." What kind of person cares about the usage efficiency of elemental energy? Only those who have been in actual combats many times. Therefore, it seems that their teacher, Wang Han, must be a person of superb swordsmanship and has abundant real combat experience. Besides, this person is also good at fishing artifact remnants, but chooses to dwell in such a remote and unknown city.
He is not simple at all.
You are right, Fu Rinxian agreed, we have never heard of this name either. The lady suddenly said, Yanghao, you also practice swordsmanship. Fu Yanghao was a bit confused at first, then he was a bit excited and asked.
Why? Do you want me to test his ability?
No, she shook her head and said, you will bring money and gifts to the training hall and learn swordsmanship from Wang Han, starting from tomorrow, but. These words shocked everyone present. Fu Yanghao almost couldn't believe his ears and stammered, I go to the training hall.
Yes. The lady nodded and said indubitably, this Wang Han swordsmanship is excellent.
You must study hard from him. Fu Yanghao was vexed, big sister.
I have already decided.
The lady said without looking back at him. In the swordsman training hall, Ai Hui woke up with a start. Face looking pale, he stood up, walked to the mirror and took off his clothes. The blood plum flower on his chest became hot and more beautiful.
Ai Hui, it's transforming.
Lu Lan was standing at the gate, and his eyes were glittering. Then he passed a leaf to Ai Hui and said, news from the message tree. Ai Hui put on his clothes and took the leaf. Danger flickered in his narrowed eyes. With the dragon's pine in his hand, he strode over to his azure wings.
Lu Lan, I'll be going out for a while.
Okay, Ai Hui. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 279, Starry Gem Swordwings. Chapter 279, Starry Gem Swordwings. Translator, Cynthia Editor, KLKL.
Fierce wind howled past his face. Ai Hui was excited about these new azure wings, the force of which had largely exceeded all the azure wings he had ever used. The new azure wings that he designed together with Lu Lan had a beautiful name, Starry Gem Swordwings. Different from other azure wings that were agile and light, it weighed 23 kilograms, which was over 5 times heavier than normal azure wings. Meanwhile, the force it could produce was as amazing as its weight. It could generate spectacular force, and its carrying capacity could be compared with that of some transport wagons.
Its tremendous force allowed Ai Hui to fly at a much faster speed.
However, this enormous advantage in terms of speed came at the expense of its turning and hovering ability.
Compared with ordinary azure wings, the Starry Gem Swordwings were less flexible and stable when turning and hovering.
But Ai Hui thought it was worth it, because he was more used to the one-strike-to-death way of fighting. Dogfight was not his style. Unlike other azure wings, its extreme design could provide high speed, but it also increased the difficulty in control and the pressure to his body. However, those were not Ai Hui's concerns, because his body was different from ordinary people. The blood plum blossom had changed his body, which made him more like a blood fiend in human shape, so he could easily bear the shockwaves brought by the high speed of the new azure wings. The leaves on the wings were 360 pieces of small swords, for which Ai Hui had particularly designed special moves. In order to enhance the sharpness of the small swords, Ai Hui mingled a mass of gemstone silks in them. The power of see you later arrows already proved how sharp this kind of silk, that was made from Ai Hui's special reeling techniques, could be. And the other purpose of adding the gemstone silks was to disguise himself. The appearance of the sword wings and the texture of the star-sinking ink cloud were out of the ordinary and too conspicuous. The gemstone silks were effective in covering up these features, for it possessed the unique characteristic of producing halos of different colors. These halos could shield the texture of the starry gem sword wings. Ai Hui landed somewhere in the wild where nobody was around. The azure wings on Ai Hui's back turned into snow white and shined with holy and pure white radiance. When they flapped, the wings would generate luminous spots which were starry and white, creating a beautiful scene.
Ai Hui smiled.
He took out an elemental energy mask and put it on his face, which turned him into a gloomy middle-aged man with a scar on his face. For the sake of safety, Ai Hui didn't purchase one from the market. Instead, he asked Lu Lan to make this elemental energy mask. Ai Hui took off his clothes and wore them inside out. The original inside layer was as white as snow, and now it made him look pure and holy. Then he infused his metal elemental energy into his hair, which immediately changed silvery white. Those rough short hairs were like pieces of small swords. His occasionally squinted eyes, together with the scar on his cheek, signaled danger. He unwound the dragon's pine from around his waist and took a broadsword that was wider than his palm. He flew again into the sky at a slower speed, with the starry gem sword wings flapping rhythmically. He seemed extremely unruffled. Silvery hair, broadsword, white clothing, cruel scar, cold eyes, and glowing wings. Wherever he went, he was too distinctive to be forgotten. The elementalists and trade caravans on the way were attracted by him and wondered about his identity. Ai Hui was not disturbed by them at all. Before long, he arrived at the Cloud Ridge. The Cloud Ridge got its name because of the clouds winding around those endless mountains all year round. It was located at the border between the Silver Mist Sea and the Pallet Cloud Village. Having flown past the Cloud Ridge, Ai Hui saw the Pallet Cloud Village in front of him.
Those soaring mountains were not obstacles for elementalists.
Flying over the Cloud Ridge, Ai Hui felt a blast of cool, refreshing mist blowing on his face. This was not the first time that he had flown over the Cloud Ridge, but he enjoyed diving in the Sea of Clouds every time. The trade caravans normally flew over the Sea of the Clouds at a higher altitude where they could see further and travel safer. Flying over the Cloud Ridge and tracing the meandering mountain downwards, he saw a busy city, which was Cloud Ridge City. Like all cities along the trade routes, thanks to the flourishing of trade nowadays, the Cloud Ridge City and the Peace City had grasped the opportunity to develop rapidly. The scale of the two cities had been expanding almost every day. The Cloud Ridge City was free from wars. There was only prosperous trading and bustling trade caravans. Some trade caravans that prepared to land in the Cloud Ridge City started to descend, but the majority continued their journey without stopping. They were fully loaded with local products of Silver Mist Sea and flew to cities farther away like the Jadeite Forest and the Blood of God.
For those who believed in money, wars didn't just result in ruins and destruction, they also brought opportunities and wealth.
Ai Hui also flew to the Cloud Ridge City breezily.
This time his destination was Magic Cloud City.
Ai Hui knew very little about the city, except that it was located in the backland of the Pallet Cloud Village. It was far from here, and Ai Hui didn't know the exact route to the city, so he decided to travel with the trade caravans that were heading in the same destination. In this way, he could be more comfortable and save more time on the way. Ai Hui was familiar with the Cloud Ridge City because one of his students, Hua Xiaoyun, used to live here. Ai Hui's appearance was quite remarkable and attracted the attention many passers-by, but no one dared to walk close to him, because he looked dangerous and irritable. The air was filled with mist here, so water elemental energy was very active. The humid climate was a feature of the Pallet Cloud Village. Therefore, the luxuriant plants in the Pallet Cloud Village were only second to the Jadeite Forest. Fruit trees along the two sides of the roads bore an abundance of fruits that were fresh and tender. If someone felt thirsty, all he needed to do was inject a bit of elemental energy into a fruit tree, and then some fruit would drop. However, taking fruits without permission would get you fined over 20 points of elemental energy. Ai Hui was in no hurry, so he wandered idly on the street. The Pallet Cloud Village was famous for its variety of clouds. Underground fountains sprayed throughout the year, bringing a great amount of mist into the air, which eventually became unique clouds above the fountains. The fountains here were all different in nature, which resulted in different kinds of clouds.
Picking clouds needed special techniques.
Different picking methods were applicable to picking different clouds.
Cloud pickers here were as numerous as fishermen at the Silver Mist Sea. Cloud Ridge City wasn't superior for the number of fountains.
But the city was the home to the everlasting Sea of Clouds, which was the best place for picking clouds. Because the Sea of Clouds had a long history, those who were lucky enough might have the chance to pick cloud crystals that were also known as aged cloud ice. The formation of a cloud crystal required hundreds of years' nourishment from the mist, so they only existed in places which were suffused with mist throughout the year, like Cloud Ridge City.
But even in such places, aged cloud ice was still rare. As a result, finding some in the Sea of Clouds was not easy at all.
Local residents often tried their luck in the Sea of Clouds, but few of them succeeded.
The price of aged cloud ices was astronomical.
Ai Hui had thought of adding some into the Azure Wings, but once he knew the price, he immediately gave up on the idea. The Peace City and the Cloud Ridge City were located on the two sides of a mountain, but they possessed quite different styles and atmospheres. Even the habits of people living in these two cities were disparate. Most residents in the Cloud Ridge City were water elementalists, who were mild and had a good temper. In contrast, most residents in the Peace City were metal elementalists, who were straightforward and aggressive like fire elementalists, but not exactly the same.
Whenever metal elementalists had conflicts, they sought the direct solution of fighting each other without saying much. On the other hand, when fire elementalists had conflicts, they would squabble fiercely before fighting, and then put up a fight in a big way until the surroundings were all on fire. Nevertheless, those conclusions were not applicable to everybody. For example, Shi Shueman, a water elementalist, had a tough temper, while Fatty as a fire elementalist was as timid as a hare.
Ai Hui was lucky, for he quickly found a trade caravan that passed by the Magic Cloud City.
Their destination was the Jadeite Forest.
Although the frozen relationship between the Avalon of Five Elements and the Jadeite Forest had started to improve, those who had the ability to trade between them must have a remarkable background.
Getting a ride with an enterprise was very common.
The passenger had to pay certain fees, and most trade caravans were willing to pick them up since getting one more passenger wouldn't cost them much. But certain examinations were necessary before a trade caravan agreed to offer a lift. After all, the world was not at peace and there were more and more bandits nowadays. It would be troublesome for a trade caravan if they picked up a bandit accidentally. Large enterprises had less to worry about in this aspect, because they had renowned aristocratic families as their supporters.
Their force of protection was strong enough to deal with normal bandits.
The war lasted for only 3 years, and the 13 divisions had already attracted a variety of outstanding figures like a magnet.
Joining the 13 divisions was the best choice for those competent figures.
Apart from good compensation, there were a lot of rarities as well as many inheritances and even absolute arts that only existed in the 13 divisions. Few bandits were renowned masters, although in recent years the situation was changing.
May I know your name and where are you heading to, please?
Judging from AI Huey's appearance, the manager of the trade caravan knew he was not a normal person, so he was very polite.
I'm Chu Xiaoyang, heading to Magic Cloud City. His indifferent voice contained an indescribable chilliness with a pressurizing aura. Xiaoyang stood for the rising sun, while Huanhun stood for nightfall.
Meanwhile, there were 2 mu, which means wood in Chinese, in the character for Chu, which was 1 mu more than in Duanmu.
AI Hui believed the new name he made up was smarter than Duanmu, Huanhuan's name. That was definitely his deliberate trick. The manager looked surprised and delighted. Are you the Silver Wheel Swordsman? Chu Xiaoyang, the Silver Wheel Swordsman, was featured with silver hair, white clothes, and silver wheel-like sword.
He was one of the swordsmen who rose to fame in the last 2 years. Since swordsmanship became popular 2 years ago, a batch of powerful swordsmen suddenly emerged.
AI Hui said deeply, yes. When do we set off? Chu Xiaoyang was AI Hui's false identity.
In the past 3 years, he had done plenty of things under this identity, which made Chu Xiaoyang's name more and more well known. AI Hui was satisfied with the result. An arresting fake identity was easier to get people's trust than a real one without fame. It was better to deal with dangerous things with caution. The manager was excited. We are going to set off tomorrow morning.
It's our great honor to have you with us. This way, please. Madam will be happy to know that you are here. AI Hui said indifferently, leave me alone. He cast 2 elemental energy beams worth 1,000 points of elemental energy towards the manager and walked away.
AI Hui exuded a killing aura, and all the passers-by on the way chose to stay away from him. The manager had no intention of charging him at the beginning. After all, building up a good relationship with the famous swordsman was a better choice. But when he caught the view of AI Hui's back, he opened his mouth and said nothing.
Those celebrities were normally rebellious and moody.
This Chu Xiaoyang was apparently a ruthless one.
If they irritated him, good things might turn into bad things. He had to let his mistress know about that immediately.
The manager ran to report to her at once. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 280, The Auspicious. Chapter 280, The Auspicious. Translator, YH Editor, TYZ/K Kermit.
The swirling clouds that encased the mountain peak behind him were just like a peaceful horizon over a large ocean. The morning fog had yet to clear. Yet, the little city had already started to bustle with activity.
What elementalists had begun to replenish their elemental energy while shop assistants were hard at work transporting goods.
One bamboo cart after another were gathered together as they prepared to set off.
By the time AI Hui arrived, the caravan had already completed their preparations.
The steward who had been keeping watch quickly made his way forward.
Sir, this way please. He led AI Hui to a shockingly massive fiery floating cloud.
The steward noticed that AI Hui was assessing it and respectfully said, Madam informed us that you are a valued guest.
How could we possibly disregard you? Please.
The fire-red magic cloud exceeded 70 meters in length and was over 20 meters tall. Strands of red clouds continuously rolled up and dissipated into the air, a gorgeous sight to behold.
Quietly parked at the plaza, the fiery floating cloud was incredibly eye-catching.
AI Hui was able to deduce the financial resources of the trading caravan just by looking at the majestic-looking cloud in front of him. The sheer amount of material needed for it already commanded a great price, let alone the labor required to complete it. Walking towards the front of the stairs, AI Hui suddenly asked, Does this fiery floating cloud have a name? The steward courteously replied, Auspicious.
Great name.
AI Hui nodded his head and walked up the stairs, his face as calm as ever. Taking on the role of Chu Xiaoyang these past 3 years had accustomed him to handling such situations.
Walking into auspicious AI Hui was dazzled by the decorations inside.
There were no resplendent crystal chandeliers and no soft, magnificent fur carpets on the floor. There was, however, a gentle breeze and an elegant screen. AI Hui could see only a graceful silhouette through the screen, nothing more. The imperceptible fragrance that lingered in the air perked him up quite a bit. This amazing fragrance which calms the mind and replenishes elemental energy wasn't something that money could buy. The well-trained servants bowed uniformly to greet him. AI Hui was secretly surprised. Such lavishness reminded him more of influential families than commercial enterprises. However, AI Hui didn't concern himself too much about it. Who cares what sort of organization it was, he was only here to ride the boat. Upon reaching Magic Cloud City, he would leave without a word. Going around the screen, he saw a lady standing by the window, silently observing the busy situation outside. In one corner stood an old servant who gave AI Hui quite the shock. In his heart, AI Hui noted that the old servant's presence had been practically undetectable. Previously, AI Hui had only noticed the figure behind the screen. Such things rarely slipped past AI Hui's keen senses. This old servant was pretty impressive. The old servant was dressed in a simple blue robe and was impeccably groomed. He stood attentively at one corner and took a tall, yet relaxed posture. The old servant appeared to notice AI Hui's gaze and bowed to apologize. AI Hui's expression returned to normal as he returned the bow. Unable to detect the old servant's elemental energy fluctuations, AI Hui was unable to fully grasp his strength. Comparing base level alone though, the old servant was probably at least 2 levels higher than he was. After some thought, AI Hui decided that considering the Chamber of Commerce's financial strength, it'd be even weirder if they didn't have an expert holding the fort. This madam mentioned by the steward must be someone who was highly respected. AI Hui was fascinated by this fiery floating cloud since it was his first time on one this huge. Although the cloud looked thick and completely opaque from the outside, one could look out from inside the cloud without any hindrance whatsoever. The lady heard some noise and immediately spun around. AI Hui felt his field of vision become much brighter. The lady had a delicate and exquisite oval-shaped face. Her fair and defined neckline, coupled with her hair worn in a high double bun, imparted upon her an air of elegance.
Her eyes lit up upon seeing AI Hui.
It is with great fortune that I managed to chance upon the Silver Will Swordsman here in Cloud Ridge City. Your humble servant, not really a servant, it's a way of referencing herself down in front of an esteemed person, Xiao Shuren, has actually met Mr. Chu before. AI Hui bowed slightly to return her gesture. Xiao Shuren smiled and continued, there's still some time before we set off, kindly take a seat Mr. Chu. I hope you don't mind my embarrassing attempt at tea art.
Much appreciated. AI Hui graciously accepted her offer and sat down.
AI Hui only knew how to gulp the tea down, how was he supposed to fully appreciate Xiao Shuren's exquisite tea brewing skills? The only thing going through his mind was just how little tea there was in each cup. Such a small mouthful of tea wasn't enough for him to taste anything. Xiao Shuren's smile never once left her face, and as the saying goes, never beat a person who is full of smiles. What's more, AI Hui was about to hitch a free ride on their boat, so he effortfully restrained himself and patiently sat still.
After about 10 minutes, the trading caravan finally set off.
The fiery floating cloud gradually floated off the ground and was unexpectedly stable. The experience of flying on such a huge fiery floating cloud was extremely refreshing for AI Hui, especially the unobstructed view that he had from within it. He could see everything outside the cloud, from the bamboo carts around them to the scenery on the ground.
Xiao Shuren was an understanding individual. Upon noticing AI Hui's curiosity, she brought the fiery floating cloud to a higher altitude, avoiding the bamboo carts and widening AI Hui's field of view.
The cloud was so stable that if not for the passing scenery, AI Hui would think that they were stationary. A light breeze was constantly blowing through the cloud, making him feel carefree and relaxed.
After enjoying the experience for a while longer, AI Hui asked, "May I know where my room is?"
Xiao Shuren shouted for another servant, "Bring our esteemed guest to his room."
AI Hui followed the servant to the guest room. The room's decorations left him feeling warm and comfortable. Although it wasn't considerably luxurious, the room was huge and had a special area for training.
The servant informed, "Mr. Chu, this ship also has a specialized training hall which you may feel free to use."
AI Hui nodded, feeling quite satisfied.
He instructed, "Kindly do not call for me if there is nothing important." "Understood," the servant quickly replied. AI Hui closed the doors and promptly sat down to meditate. He knew that time was a scarce resource and had long adapted himself to practicing anytime, anywhere.
AI Hui would have attained elemental externalization if the blood plum blossom wasn't constantly consuming his elemental energy. Despite the presence of the blood plum blossom, AI Hui was still able to achieve elemental internalization through hard training. He needed one last step before he could attain elemental externalization.
The blood plum blossom made him a little worried because it appeared to undergo some sort of transformation as his base level rose. It now frequently became boiling hot, and AI Hui would feel his mind throbbing whenever this happened.
He had a feeling that the blood plum blossom would undergo a tremendous change when he finally achieved elemental externalization.
Although this hidden danger was present, AI Hui had no intention of giving up.
Achieving elemental externalization held more attraction than avoiding the potential dangers of the blood plum blossom. Attaining elemental externalization would bring his power to a whole new level.
He dismissed all his distracting thoughts and concentrated on his training.
Back in the ship's hold, Xiao Shuren retracted her smile. She gently held up her teacup and leisurely asked, "He Lao, do you think this Chu Xiaoyang is real?"
Standing in one corner, He Lao replied, "I can't say for sure if he's real or not, but he is quite alert. What I find strange though, is his low base level.
He has yet to break through to elemental externalization." Yet to attain elemental externalization? Xiao Shuren asked, momentarily stunned. She subconsciously continued, could this person be an imposter? Elemental externalization was becoming more and more mainstream in today's world. How could an expert like Chu Xiaoyang have only attained elemental internalization? On the contrary, I feel that he is the real Chu Xiaoyang, answered He Lao. An imposter wouldn't possibly have such a glaring loophole. It is hard to believe that the Silver Wheel Swordsman has only achieved elemental internalization, replied Xiao Shuren, clearly impressed.
She had faith in He Lao's judgment.
It is indeed rarely seen, He Lao nodded.
But outstanding swordsmanship or certain special inheritances can result in such a phenomenon. From what I know, there are more than 10 inheritances that suppress base levels in their initial phases.
Out of nowhere, Xiao Shuren asked softly, does He Lao think he's a threat or just someone harmless? It is still unknown at the moment whether he is a friend or a foe. He Lao lowered his volume.
But if he's going up against us, I'm sure he'll surely give himself away soon enough. You have handled him well, so I suppose he'll only go after the caravan if he wanted to cause trouble. Furthermore, he's on our ship.
We'll be able to take him down if he tries anything funny. He Lao spoke easily and showed no sign of worry whatsoever.
Xiao Shuren smiled. I would only dare to take such risks with you around.
He Lao chuckled. You're too kind, madam.
If this journey goes smoothly, we'll have overcome all the difficult issues in our way.
Nothing will stop us from achieving success. Without your hard work and detailed planning, the Chamber of Commerce would most certainly not have been able to achieve its position today. To us, this journey is like a fight to the death. Please rest assured that I will risk my life to make sure these goods are delivered. He Lao's voice became firm and resounding towards the end of his speech. The servants and bodyguards behind them remained unperturbed. AI Hui was deeply immersed in his training. Over time, the blood plum blossom more frequently entered a boiling state, and these states were lasting longer and longer as well. It had initially occurred once a month, but it soon became once a week and then once every 3 days. It was now happening every other day. The blood plum blossom was incredibly unorthodox.
It was completely different from all the other blood elementalist techniques that he had encountered before.
Even his trident-tested lightning had no effect on the blood plum blossom.
AI Hui had tried to utilize the lighting in his elemental energy to bombard the blood plum blossom. Upon realizing that it was capable of absorbing his lightning, AI Hui immediately stopped and was scared out of his wits. AI Hui had to carry out high-intensity practice every single day to maintain his current base level. The blood plum blossom ceaselessly devoured elemental energy and did not give AI Hui any respite. AI Hui had managed to maintain his elemental internalization for 1.5 months but had yet to reach the critical point for a breakthrough.
Attaining elemental externalization was a huge leap from elemental internalization. With it came a completely new level of understanding. People often got stuck at elemental internalization, unable to break through to elemental externalization. Prolonged periods of stagnation at this level could even cause one's base level to fall. Logically speaking, AI Hui shouldn't be out and about during this period of time, since undergoing a breakthrough might leave him in an awkward situation. The slightest issue could send his efforts down the drain or, in worse cases, cause him to become injured. He had obediently spent the last 1.5 months in Peace City by Lu Lan's side. AI Hui felt at ease with Lu Lan around. However, he had no choice but to leave and pursue the leads he found regarding the blood plum blossom. He couldn't be at peace as long as the blood plum blossom remained. Although it was only devouring his elemental energy for now, AI Hui had a nagging feeling that it would eventually start going after his life. He had to find a way to deal with it soon. Beautiful ladies were known to be ruthless. AI Hui's elemental energy training wasn't making progress.
He knew that becoming overly fixated with achieving a breakthrough would eventually see him splitting hairs. Recalling that the servant mentioned something about a training area on the ship, Hui picked up his broadsword and decided to practice his swordsmanship instead. Regardless of the type of weapon, practice was the key to perfection. Hui was delighted to find the training hall completely empty. Enjoying the peace and quiet, he quickly got to work. The past 3 years saw him scouring through countless swordplay manuals for a greater understanding of various sword seals and sword techniques. His understanding of swordplay grew more profound with each passing day. He began to have more and more original thoughts surrounding swordsmanship as well. His swordsmanship was on a whole new level. Hui was absolutely immersed in his training. He did not notice the elegant figure watching him from outside the training hall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 281, Karakoram. Chapter 281, Karakoram. Translator, Irene. Editor, TYZ/K Kermit. When the last sword ray vanished, Hui came out of his highly concentrated state of mind. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause sounded. Interrupted, Hui, who was still feeling the high from his training, raised his head somewhat unhappily only to realize that it was Xiao Shuren. Sir, your swordplay is exquisite. I have never seen anything like this. It's a new experience and a great honor. May I know the name of that swordplay? It was as if Xiao Shuren's eyes were emitting light. Her originally beautiful complexion carried an extra luster now. Her face was full of admiration, making it difficult for people to refuse. Xiao Shuren had confidence in her beauty. It was well tested and had never before failed her. Whenever she pulled this move, all the men would look at her as if they wanted to swallow her up. They would never reject any of her requests. Had ha. Hui chuckled. It was a pity that he had an elemental energy mask on. The scar on it, coupled with its fake smile, carried an indescribable gloom and coldness. Had ha? Xiao Shuren was stunned. What did that mean? Although she had been through many significant occasions, she was now at a loss and did not know how to continue. An awkward silence ensued. As though there was no one around, Hui kept his sword and prepared to exit. Xiao Shuren reacted, a fog rising in her eyes. As if she was going to cry, she asked in a pitiful voice, "Did I disrupt your training?" "That's right." Hui answered matter-of-factly. Xiao Shuren's body turned rigid. "That's right." "What's right?" Her cherry lips opened slightly, her complexion stiff. The speech she had prepared so meticulously was stuck in her throat, unable to come out. She had met so many reputable fighters, and no matter how displeased they might be, they would still smile and respond politely with, "Why do you say that, miss? It's such an honor to have you interested. Why were there such crude and unfeeling people in this world?" In that moment, this was all Xiao Shuren could think. Following which, she thought, perhaps it was because she wasn't beautiful today? If Hui could hear her thoughts, he would lament his misfortune. "Miss, just throw out a few 100,000 elemental energy points and he would be overeager to compliment your angelic beauty. Not to mention the swordplay's name, you could even get him to impart the skills with some negotiations." Thinking back, this was the same as how he treated 1,000 yuan. There was no pressure at all for him to do the same thing again. However, the guard at the entrance became agitated. "Outrageous! How dare you treat madam so rudely?" A guard dashed over aggressively. A righteous indignation filled his heart upon seeing his mistress being wronged. Seeing this person charging over, Hui's pupils shrank. He was unable to determine the man's intention, but as a seasoned fighter, he absolutely would not act passively. With a turn of the broadsword in his hand, he became like a spinning top as a round, silver disc swiftly appeared before this guard. Xiao Shuren's face changed greatly as she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Stop!" The guard only felt the anger of the silver sword ray sweeping over. An intense bloodlust shrouded his whole body as a sky-piercing whistle seemed to approach him. He had never before seen such an overbearing swordplay or felt such biting bloodlust. His mind went completely blank. Without any warning, the silver, raging wave dispersed like bubbles and left only the dumbstruck, pale-looking guard standing on the field. Hui's silhouette had already disappeared. Only at the end did Hui realize that he was still on someone else's boat. He restrained his attack. Seeing that Hui was gone, Xiao Shuren regained her composure. She also had no idea where He Lao came out from. "He Lao, what do you think?" Xiao Shuren asked calmly, without the slightest fear or panic. "Shouldn't be an enemy," He Lao muttered. Xiao Shuren nodded. That was also what she thought.
If an enemy had the intention to invade their circle, he would think of a way to get close to them, pull strings, and even gain their trust. However, that fellow was so cold and clearly expressed his disinterest in getting close to them. She asked directly, "Did you notice anything about his swordplay?" "Never seen it before." He Lao shook his head. The sword ray was like a silver disc, imposing and strong. Shocking indeed. With that outstanding sword technique, it's no wonder he could make such a big name for himself despite not having yet achieved elemental externalization. I can see that he has already mastered element internalization and he can break through to elemental externalization at any time. Once he breaks through to elemental externalization, his strength will naturally increase exponentially. Only, he has too heavy a murderous spirit. Xiao Shuren seemed to be moved by his words. He Lao has such high praise for him. He Lao replied, although swordplay has been slowly recovering its glory for the past 2 years and there are many swordsmen, only a few are able to attain a higher level of skills. Xiao Shuren asked thoughtfully, could Chu Xiaoyang be from Karakoram Sword League? Karakoram Sword League was an organization that had been established in these 2 years. Members boasted of being the successors of the Karakoram sect. Karakoram sect was an ancient and faraway sword sect in the cultivation era. It had ruled the cultivation era for over thousands of years and had a long history. The influential appearance of Zui Mo ended the regime of the Karakoram. But as time passed, the swordsmen started regarding Karakoram as the orthodox sect, instead of the more powerful and legendary Void Sword Clan. There were countless powerful sects that emerged throughout the history of the cultivation world, but none had ever been as legendary and resplendent as the Void Sword Clan. Not only did they raise an exceptional evildoer like Zui Mo, they had also raised geniuses like Wei Shang, Gong Sunxia, and many more. There had been supreme beings, unequaled swordsmen, and champion war generals. Every single disciple was impressive and well-known. Capability-wise, the Void Sword Clan never fell below 3rd place, but it wasn't a pure swordsmanship sect. Other than Senior Wei Shang, Zui Mo's training was complex and Gong Sunxia was famous for commanding in battles. As such, it wasn't surprising that swordsmen viewed Karakoram as the orthodox sect. Regardless of whether they were borrowing the reputation of Karakoram or of the Void Sword Clan, it wasn't of much use in the elemental energy era. They were simply too ancient and distant. If recovering the glory of the cultivation era seemed attractive, recovering the swordsman's glory was a little nonsensical. No one admired them for using Karakoram's fame, but people mocked them excessively instead. Nevertheless, the performance of the Karakoram Sword League shocked everybody. In these 2 years, the sword fighting trend was closely related to the promotional efforts of the Karakoram Sword League. They had gotten hold of a batch of swordsmanship inheritances and attracted and recruited a large number of elementalists in an unbridled manner. Then, after some introductory swordplay manuals started circulating in the market, elementalists found them formidable, instantly triggering the start of the sword-fighting trend. Elementalists willing to join Karakoram Sword League would receive guidance from powerful swordmasters. They wouldn't have to pay such a huge price to learn even higher-level, inherited swordplay as well. The sword manuals circulated by Karakoram Sword League were evidently written by experts, and as such, attracted a lot of conjectures from all over. Unexpectedly, however, Karakoram Sword League remained very low profile and did not make any big news. According to minor sources, however, there were a number of influences who placed their focus on Karakoram Sword League, but to no avail. Of course, these rumors hadn't been verified and no one knew if they were true or false. The swordsmen were linked to Karakoram Sword League in countless ways. Upon witnessing Chu Xiaoyan's excellent swordplay, Xiao Shuren naturally associated it with Karakoram Sword League. If he's from there, he probably holds a high rank, He Lao muttered. Karakoram Sword League usually keeps a low profile and the higher-ups are even more mysterious, but since you mentioned it, I actually think it's highly possible. Meeting Xiao Shuren's gaze, He Lao said in a low voice, it's not strange at all if Karakoram Sword League came for this. Xiao Shuren was stunned for a moment before her expression changed slightly. How could she have forgotten such an important thing? She mulled it over for a bit, her expression worsening. Karakoram is definitely interested in it. She was very certain now that Chu Xiaoyang was definitely a swordsman from Karakoram Sword League. He Lao muttered once again, where did Karakoram Sword League get the news from? Supposing that he is a member, why did he act so indifferently? They have many feelers and sources of their own. If Chu Xiaoyang is from Karakoram Sword League, why was he so cold? Xiao Shuran repeated He Lao's words. She had been managing the Chamber of Commerce for so many years, had garnered deep respect from all the members, and had surpassing talent. Either he's just a senseless person who has no knowledge of swords, or he doesn't even need to come close to seize the goods. Or, perhaps he was monitoring us and how many more thieves there are? The more Xiao Shuren thought about it, the more alarmed she was. He Lao was alarmed and fidgety as well. Let's take him down?
Or else our whereabouts will be exposed? Xiao Shurun calmed down, her gaze flickering. No, perhaps we can make use of this.
Ai Hui didn't know that his performance had actually led them to the Karakoram Sword League. Had he known, he would not know whether to laugh or cry. In the room, Ai Hui was coiling the bandage very seriously. He wrapped the bandage around his chest. It had a certain restraining effect when used against the blood plum blossom. This was the only discovery made in roughly 3 years. The bandage was a gift from his mistress, and he later discovered that it could swallow fresh blood. In the War of Central Pine City, the bandage had developed an eye-shaped pattern. Later on, unintentionally, Ai Hui found out that placing the bandage near the boiling blood plum blossom caused it to cool down quickly. Ai Hui then realized that the bandage could restrain the blood plum blossom. He became wild with joy at the time, but his later discovery calmed his feverish mind. If he used the bandage to suppress the blood plum blossoms break out, it would work for a short period of time before the flower flared up even more intensely.
Ai Hui had no way out at this point. This wasn't Peace City.
The boiling blood plum blossom made him irritable and increased his murderous intent. If he hadn't held back at the final juncture, that guard would have been sliced in half by his sword.
But the murderous intent, which had appeared within a split second, had alerted Ai Hui.
This operation was very crucial and mistakes were unpardonable.
Keeping calm was key.
An overpowering bloodlust would only turn him into a butcher, and butchers typically did not live long. In these 3 years, he had tried feeding the blood bandage.
Xu Xiaoyang wasn't someone who hadn't killed before.
In this chaotic world, popularity was derived from grappling and killing.
The bandage reacted only thrice.
It was exceptionally picky and was no longer that hungry bandage that took in everything. Having consumed 3 tonics, the blood eye on the bandage now had an eyebrow. He was curious how did the blood bandage really look like in the cultivation era. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 282, Meridian Sand. Chapter 282, Meridian Sand. Translator, Irene. Editor, TYZ/KLKL.
The commerce team flew continuously for numerous days and all was calm. Ai Hui couldn't be bothered making friends with Xiao Shurun and the gang and just stayed in his room to meditate. Being stuck on the edge of a breakthrough was simply too irritating, but Ai Hui also knew that he shouldn't rush it. Being hasty made things worse. Sometimes, he would sit and stare by the window and enjoy this rare feeling of contentment. He had been hustling and bustling for these 3 years and often wandered along the boundary between life and death. There was no time for him to appreciate the scenery and be lost in thought.
He had never forgotten about revenge.
He had been woken up many times from nightmares.
The bloodstained dragon's pine in teacher's chest, it was like yesterday.
Whenever he woke up at this point in the dream, an inexpressible grief and pressure befell him. It was as if the pitch-black, deep night had engulfed the fields, making it impossible to struggle free.
Falling into the abyss was his choice.
He wouldn't hesitate at all if given another chance. The abyss and the dark night were neither able to rescue nor destroy him. The blood of God was so tremendous, even more so than how it looked on the outside.
It was deep and profound.
Ai Hui took only Lulan and the message tree from Vanguard Training Hall when he left Central Pine City. He had a better understanding of the blood of God than most, and he knew how it was good at being forbearing and unscrupulous. Compared to it, Ai Hui was like a tiny cricket with no power to exact revenge.
Hope was slim.
But when it came to certain things, it was more about whether he wanted to do it, rather than whether he could succeed.
Luckily there was Lulan.
Thinking about Lulan made the corners of his lips turn up. Lulan was even stronger than before but remained pure and genuine. His vigorous, energetic voice always made Ai Hui feel encouraged.
Suddenly, the alarm went off, startling Ai Hui.
He looked out of the window and noticed a ball of white cloud flying toward him rapidly from afar. It looked aggressive and did not seem to harbor any good intentions.
But the team's reaction was fast. The transport wagon placed auspicious right in the center.
Elementalists with azure wings flew out one after another.
Ai Hui involuntarily furrowed his brows.
The situation did not seem right. That ball of white cloud wasn't a fiery floating cloud but one that belonged to a water elementalist.
The team's reaction was too quick, as if they'd already expected something like this to occur. Their defense was put up in a matter of seconds.
Ai Hui shivered when his gaze fell upon those guards. Their elemental energy waves were stable and steady, and the azure wings on their backs emitted a solid light, seemingly attesting to their abilities.
They were obviously elites and had clearly attained elemental externalization.
Such significant backup made it impossible for Ai Hui to believe that this wasn't pre-planned. At this point, we already knew that he was just afraid of getting dragged into this whirlpool, even though he had no idea what kind of whirlpool it was. Recalling well, he couldn't help but laugh and rejected the thought that this could be a trap. From start to finish, he'd been making his own choices, so no one was to blame. We didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky. He started to understand why he was being invited onto this fiery floating cloud. It wasn't because he was reputable, but rather because the other party wanted to keep him around. Indeed, a little embarrassing. We touched his nose and stayed well behaved in his room. Any action on his part might be regarded as threatening. He had a keen sixth sense and could vaguely detect the whiff of a faintly discernible odor outside the door. Lau's silhouette surfaced in his mind. We did not expect Lau to spy on him personally. That old fellow's capability was unmeasurable, and we did not wish to provoke him. Who knew that taking this vessel would lead into this? We sat leisurely by the window, watching the events unfold like a bystander. The team's display of strength was really something. We remembered the name of the enterprise, Great Way Enterprise. He had never heard of it before. Having stayed in Peace City for 3 years, he'd heard of most chambers, big or small, operating on the trade route. Even though he wasn't aware of every single enterprise, if the name had appeared a few times more often, he would have heard of it at least. Yet, he was certain that he'd not heard of Great Way Enterprise. It was unknown whether or not the other party was heading towards Jadeite Forest. Was somewhat puzzled and decided to find an opportunity to slip off midway. His priority was to head over to Magic Cloud City, so he had no time to waste on Great Way Enterprise. The arriving water elementalist was strong and he was hiding among the clouds without revealing his face. The cloud was about as big as auspicious and looked like a huge monster, its momentum tumultuous and oppressive. "Who has come?" A guard from the Enterprise spoke loud and clear. The other party did not respond. Instead, countless bright arrows shot out from the clouds toward the guards. The guards did not panic. They each did what they did best. Some used weapons to brandish a sheet of light screen, some were surrounded in eggshell-like light screen, while others laid out a sheet of sea of fire. Was dazzled by them all. Ding ding ding. The concentrated collision sounds never stopped. When the specks of light hit the guards' surrounding light rays, we saw clearly the shocking power of the light arrows. They were raindrops the size of green beans, were uncountable and covered an extremely wide area. The rain fell incessantly, filling the skies with sharp whistling noises. Smacked his lips. This was truly a large-scale moving fort. Attaining elemental internalization opened the access between the nature and the human body. Upon attaining elemental externalization, an elementalist can borrow the elemental energies from the nature to increase his powers. Where vapor filled the air, like in Pallet Cloud Village, water elementalists would undoubtedly best be able to unleash their powers. When far away, the environment played a major role in affecting one's combat abilities. The water elementalists at sea, earth elementalists in the desert, wood elementalists in the forest, fire elementalists in the midst of earth fire, and metal elementalists in the city, you were never to cross paths with them there unless necessary. They were enemies no one wanted to face. This person trained with clouds and mist. Where there was plenty of vapor, his abilities rose dramatically. But the guards of Great Way Enterprise weren't willing to be passive. They spread their azure wings and dispersed, before flying toward that ball of cloud from all directions. They were like an agile flock of birds drawing handsome light traces in the sky, their murderous intent intense. A blue fireball was thrown into the clouds. Boom! Like cotton, the cloud burst into flames, the blue blaze spreading across the clouds. Icy flames. A stifled groan sounded from within the clouds as they shook strongly like the vibrations of huge drums and gongs, causing everybody's ears to go numb. Was astounded as well. Up till now, he had discovered 9 types of icy flames, and the inheritances of these 9 types of icy flames were all in Icy Flames division at Fire Prairie. Icy flame, as the name implied, was cold. Generally water restrained fire, but icy flame was water's mortal enemy. Yibai commanded the Icy Flames division with help from the blood of God, and took with him practically every elementalist that practiced icy flames. Although Elders Guild had a backup copy of every Icy Flames inheritance, the most proficient practitioners of Icy Flames in this present age were all under the blood of God. The Elders Guild had wanted to rebuild Icy Flames division for a long time now, but had been unable to do so because of this. Tradition was treasurable for sure, but no matter how much it tried to replace old with new, the 13 divisions were forever the real masters. They could exchange skills and learn from one another. With many people training together, there were sufficient supplies of materials to create all kinds of new experiments. As such, in this aspect, Avalon of 5 Elements was behind by over 10 years, or even longer. Such a pity that, icy flames, division betrayed Avalon of 5 elements. A cold groan sounded from within the clouds as an immeasurable amount of water vapor gathered from all directions and inflated the cloud at a shocking speed. Where it was in contact with the icy flames, it transformed into a cloud whip and belted towards the elementalists in the sky. The cloud whip burned continuously but also grew at an even faster speed. The guards' faces changed. Even the fire elementalist who threw the icy flames was shocked as well, and he quickly retreated. Getting icy flames on himself meant trouble. Countless bright blade lights flew toward the small mountain-like cloud like fast javelins, their sharp, silver arrow light accompanied by balls of raging flames. But it had no effect, as if a clay ox had just entered the sea and disappeared. Among the many offensive attack moves, the balls of raging flames seemed unremarkable. The clouds and mist swallowed it up in one mouthful. Icy flames was slightly more troublesome, as the raging flames would only be restrained by a water elementalist. These elementalists were having a headache. Sure enough, the raging flames continued shrinking and melting. Clap! They collapsed and a ball of clear, yellow sand flowed out. This lump of yellow sand was abnormally dry. Once it fell and landed among the clouds, it started to absorb the surrounding vapor rapidly. It was like a yellow bottomless pit, as an immeasurable amount of clouds and mist were ingested non-stop. Meridian sand. The hidden, mysterious water elementalist between the clouds was, for the first time, emotionally stirred. He felt a hint of fear. Meridian sand was known to be the driest sand and was an extremely precious type of earth sand. It was made of sand, soil, and mainly rock, and had the widest range of uses in all sand types. Yellow Sand Corner was known for producing all kinds of sand, but even then, Meridian sand was extremely uncommon there. Ai Hui, who had been observing leisurely, stood up for the first time, his eyes opened wide. Uncommon meant expensive. Ai Hui was stunned by Great Way Enterprises' way of handling business. Because of Lu Lan, Ai Hui had a much better understanding of sand types and materials. Lu Lan had a very big sand core, but his body hindered his performance. Ai Hui had always wanted to upgrade Lu Lan's body, so he was very aware of the market situation with regard to sand materials. Ever since Yellow Sand Corner fell into the hands of the enemy, the price of sand materials rose at least 5 times, and some good materials just kept getting more and more expensive, without limit. Mostly, materials were out of stock and he couldn't buy them even if he wished. Meridian sand was one of those. If he could give Lu Lan the Meridian sand, Lu Lan would instantly become the water elementalist's mortal enemy. This was a material that Ai Hui had not even dared to set his heart on obtaining, yet Great Way Enterprise actually used it for battling. Watching it made Ai Hui bleed inside. He wanted so badly to dash up and fight the water elementalist, then snatch the sand over. A pity it was being abused this way. Meridian sand's formidability was astonishing. The small, mountain-like layers of cloud were actually being firmly sucked in by a small lump of Meridian sand, unable to struggle free at all. The clouds shrank rapidly and the water elementalist's body was finally revealed. It was a middle-aged man, his face overwhelmed with shock at this point. Losing the clouds as a shield, he had no strength to resist at all. A few guards had already closed in on him from different directions, ready to nab him alive. Suddenly, the middle-aged water elementalist revealed an eerie smile as a pool of fresh blood spilled out of his mouth. The guards' faces changed greatly. He increased his speed and charged over, but the water elementalist was no longer alive. Just then, He Lao's voice sounded. "Mr. Chu, Madam's requested a meeting with you." Ai Hui shivered inwardly, his scalp going slightly numb. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 283, Alighting. Chapter 283, Alighting. Translator, Irene. Editor, TYZ/KLKL. All was the same. The same seat, same incense, the old servant standing in the same corner, and Madame Zhao's movements were as graceful and cheery as before. The painting-like scene was inexpressibly quiet. The atmosphere was subtle, as if a fog was floating in the air, carrying a certain tension. Madame Zhao spoke suddenly. "What do you think, Mr. Chu?" "What do you mean?" Ai Hui responded. He was somewhat stunned by her stupid question. "That earlier battle. Could it be that you have no thoughts on it?" "Thoughts? My thoughts aren't important and I do not wish to get involved." Ai Hui conveniently added, "I have other matters to attend to and was just planning to bid goodbye." He would be a fool if he hadn't already understood the other party's apprehension. Although he wasn't clear as to what was going on exactly, he could tell from the battle crew's allocation that this was going to be a maelstrom. This wasn't something he could deal with. Plus, he had more urgent matters to handle, so how could he waste any more time here? It was best to get away from this maelstrom as soon as possible.
Madame Xiao stared intently at Ai Hui.
He sounded genuine with his words, his expression truthful. Could it be that Chu Xiaoyan's blending into the caravan was really without ulterior motives?
Mr. Chu's swordplay is excellent.
Perhaps you're from Karakoram?
No.
Ai Hui shook his head.
Madame Xiao seemed disappointed.
The initial stages of Karakoram's establishment was at precisely the same time its popularity surged, so those walking outside would never conceal their identity. She had wanted to borrow the assistance of Karakoram, but her hopes were dashed now. If Mr. Chu is worried, just feel free to stay for a few days before heading for Magic Cloud City. I'll send you back to your room. There was no doubt in her voice, and unknowingly, He Lao appeared by his side.
Ai Hui shivered inside.
This old man was of a different level and was not someone he should ever provoke. He knew it was pointless to say anything now, and he was feeling lazy anyway, so he went straight back into his room.
Things were not over. This battle was just the prologue. Waves of elementalists charged forward like ants.
While Great Way's preparation was sufficient, injuries quickly appeared and the number of casualties kept increasing. The most severe loss occurred on the 4th day, when 8 guards died and 6 got injured. This elementalist was superbly powerful, and in the end, the old man had to take on the task of inflicting a heavy blow to the opponent. Benefiting from 3 years of extensive travel, Ai Hui knew quite a lot about the more reputable strong players. He recognized this person. Shi Youguang became famous more than 20 years ago and was truly a capable earth elementalist. The old man's abilities shocked Ai Hui greatly. He had long felt that he was incomprehensibly strong but did not expect him to be powerful.
Shi Youguang's sand puppet was completely destroyed by the old man, and even Shi Youguang was badly injured.
Ai Hui was secretly glad that he did not try anything funny with that old man. But it seemed that the old man was injured as well. Shi Youguang's sand puppet launched a counterattack before dying, and its strike was very sharp and powerful.
Witnessing a battle between experts enlightened Ai Hui greatly.
It was a great learning experience.
The might of elemental externalization was thoroughly displayed by the two of them.
Especially that direct control of heaven and earth elemental energy, which fueled them with abundant elemental energy and increased their endurance exponentially. Plus, they had a profound understanding of elemental energy, and sometimes, weaker moves became outstandingly solid and powerful in their hands.
It really opened up Ai Hui's horizons.
Suddenly, he heard a knock on the door. He opened the door and He Lao said while carrying a pouch in his hand, "We're changing direction, so you'll have to be on your own for the later part.
This is a gift prepared by Madame. She's tired and won't be sending you off." The old man shoved the pouch into Ai Hui's hands. Ai Hui instantly knew what was going on. What gift?
He was simply a bit of bait, asked to dig his own grave. No wonder he wasn't allowed to leave these past few days. It was to save him for this moment. A bitter struggle had just broken out in the day, and in the middle of the night a member leaves slyly with such an obvious pouch, evidently trying to escape. It wasn't clear how many pairs of eyes were secretly watching.
Would he be able to escape? He had to run if he wanted to live. The faster he ran, the better he would be able to lure the elementalists away. Truly a cruel woman.
Ai Hui did not expect to get himself into this situation just by boarding this vessel. But he knew that if he did not agree, he was going to perish in this room today. Looking at the old man's gloomy appearance, it seemed clear that his murderous instincts had been triggered. "Pay up," Ai Hui spoke suddenly. The old man was stunned. He had expected Chu Xiaoyang to either be in rage or be silent or even rebel. Asking for money was beyond his imagination.
"I paid 2,000 elemental energy points as part of the transport fare, and now you're just going to tell me that I have to get off? Violation of the deal means compensation. I'm not being unreasonable, am I? How much elemental energy am I going to consume if I fly? Plus, the route is unsafe. What if I bump into a thief? How am I going to replenish myself with such a high consumption rate? What if I fall into the hands of the thieves? It would be a blow to the reputation of your enterprise." The old man stood by the door like a statue, stupefied. He turned around and left after a few seconds.
Ai Hui abruptly retrieved a seemingly unimpressive stone from the pouch and channeled a wisp of elemental energy inside.
The stone instantly lit up, but the slight glimmer vanished quickly.
Ai Hui stuffed the stone under his bed before returning to the door, standing motionlessly.
Not long after, the old man returned and threw a bag of elemental energy beans towards Ai Hui.
Ai Hui opened the pouch. It was filled with sparkling elemental energy beans.
The silver-colored light was mesmerizing, and the rich metal elemental energy odor hit him in the face. Each bean was very plump, sparkling and translucent.
It was of a decent quality, far beyond ordinary elemental energy beans. AI Hui immediately understood that these were rare essence elemental beans. It contained even purer elemental energy, and each bean costed more than 5,000 elemental energy points, 10 times more than an ordinary elemental energy bean. As if no one was around, AI Hui started counting the number of beans. There was 100. What a big move, he said suddenly without any ruthlessness, since it was meaningless and not of any help in the current situation. He put the beans away properly, carried the pouch and walked to the cabin door. It was already open and the wild wind was whistling. It was pitch dark outside, but he did not stop or hesitate. He leaped forward. AI Hui detected a few odors approaching him as soon as he made the leap. Without hesitation, he threw the pouch away. A few approaching black shadows turned around immediately and dove for the pouch. AI Hui did not utilize his azure wings yet, but instead, allowed himself to drop. When he was about 10 meters away from reaching the ground, the azure wings on his back spread open suddenly. The bright wings instantly became as dazzling as a torch. The powerful force resisted his downward momentum and slowed his body down before applying power. His whole body was like a sword of light, stuck to the ground and advancing violently. He had counted the number of beans not to estimate their worth, but so as to give himself time to think of the possible scenarios that could happen and how he could deal with them upon exiting the vessel. He was very clear about how dangerous the situation that he was about to face was. As such, the first thing he did was to dispose of the bag. While this did not remove suspicion, it could attract the hidden enemy's attention, again giving him more time to react. Great Way's caravan flew in the sky, so their pursuers would, too, stay in the air. Relying on his legs would not get him to fiery floating cloud. That being said, the number of enemies on the ground should be minimal. AI Hui's series of responses had been observed by Madame Xiao and He Lao. Chu Xiaoyang really has skills. He is able to adapt and is as sly as a fox. Madame Xiao exclaimed in admiration and couldn't help but sigh, not sure if what I've calculated is right or wrong. If Chu Xiaoyang lived, enemies would flock to the enterprise. Why blame yourself, madam? He Lao responded before adding indifferently, this guy is not bad indeed, but he's far from being able to become an enemy of the enterprise. An elementalist that has yet to attain elemental externalization is not a cause for worry, madam. But, his azure wings aren't bad at all. They're speedy. Hopefully he'd be able to help us attract more people. The stone AI Hui left under his bed became brighter suddenly. He Lao felt its intense elemental energy wave move and his face changed. Not good. Boom. AI Hui smiled upon seeing the sudden blossoming of splendid flames amid the darkness. That seemingly ordinary stone was an explosive created by Lu Lan from the blood crystal. It was relatively harmless to elementalists who had yet to attain elemental externalization, but was extremely suitable for destroying constructions or causing a stir. Items Lu Lan produced were always reliable. It wasn't that easy to deceive him. The caravan was in chaos. Countless guards ran out in succession as a small half of the vessel had been blown off. Under He Lao's protection, Madame Xiao remained uninjured. But she looked on at the mess before her, at the remains of her tea room and at the night sky, her face turning ashen. This ball of flame was simply too eye-catching. Plus, it was auspicious that had been blown up. Most of the hiding elementalists were attracted by the sight before them. By now, AI Hui was already miles away. The instant the flame blossomed, the dazzling azure wings on his back turned pitch black suddenly. AI Hui's silhouette merged into the darkness. Looking down from the sky, one could see the silver sword light advancing close to the ground and disappearing suddenly. He Lao was similarly ashen-faced. He did not expect to be blindsided by Chu Xiaoyang. The latter's words were like a slap to his face. It stung. He turned around and glared at that violent silver light. This damned bastard. These words escaped through the gaps between his clenched teeth. As he finished, that pencil-straight light vanished into thin air. The old man's face was filled with malevolence as it froze up suddenly. Without any signs at all, that silver light disappeared into the dark. All of a sudden, he recalled his mistress's words. Sly as a fox. He felt that it was greatly true at this point. He smelt a whiff of an indiscernible odor and was startled. He shouted in a stern voice, "Protect madam." Losing auspicious instantly changed their situation for the worse. Ineffably, a tinge of remorse surfaced in his chest. But there was no time for regrets. A fierce battle ensued. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 284, Ambush. Chapter 284, Ambush. Translator, Irene Editor, TYZ/KLKL. AI Hui concealed the light of his azure wings. The initial whistling of the wind stopped abruptly and the surging force of the wings softened and calmed down. Not only that, he was like a snake, constantly changing his direction and advancing in a haphazard manner. The far-away, dazzling light behind him would occasionally illuminate his silhouette, but he never once looked back. He no longer cared if the Great Way's caravan lived or died. He was already unlucky enough to get tangled in such trivial matters. It was simply a waste of his precious time to continue getting involved with the other party. He had things on hand and had no energy to waste on this. Whether or not the Great Way's caravan could survive, it would depend on their luck. Thinking about the elemental energy beans in his possession, AI Hui felt that he had gained a little after all. Unknowingly, he had already flown a few hundred miles. In order to get rid of his pursuers, he had deliberately altered his route as he felt like it. He wasn't familiar with the route anyway, so it did not matter where he went. A thread of light had already started emerging in the sky. He flew on for most of the night, which felt like an extremely long time. Even AI Hui felt rather tired and his speed had declined quite a bit. Nevertheless, his vision was clear as day. Flying close to the ground, about 7-8 meters away, easily allowing him to hide between the rocks and forest. Seeing a small slope in front, AI Hui's eyes lit up. He flew up and when he reached the top, he saw a rock. This is an ideal ambush location. He flew to the bottom of the rock, took off his clothes quickly, wrapped it around a stone slightly smaller than him, and placed it under the rock. He then flew away from the rock to a nearby tree. The thick treetop concealed him thoroughly. He grabbed the broadsword tightly and tossed an elemental energy bean into his mouth. Essence elemental beans contained exceptionally pure elemental energy, and the best way to consume it was to absorb and refine it slowly. Using it the way AI Hui was doing now was a waste of valuable resource since he would only be able to utilize less than 10% of its essence. But AI Hui's did not seem sorry. He felt a wisp of pure elemental energy circulating within his body and felt refreshed immediately. Sure enough, this deserved to be called the Essence Elemental Bean. It was said that elementalists who had attained elemental externalization would directly produce essence elemental beans when they had no money. It was this easy for high-level elementalists to earn money. It was his first time abusing an essence elemental bean like this. The result was exceptionally good. The strand of pure element within his body, released by the elemental energy bean, was congealed and gluey like mercury. When it circulated, his 5 residences and 8 palaces were rejuvenated. It was inexpressibly comfortable and his fatigue vanished. He crouched on the tree trunk, his eyes drooping low. His broadsword hung down, its tip pointing toward the ground. His breath was nearly undetectable, his body not moving a single jot. He was like a seasoned hunter, patiently awaiting the appearance of his prey. There was a brief instant, when he was on the run, where he captured a wisp of extremely weak wave of motion. This wisp of undulation was very faint and passed in a flash, but it was as if AI Hui had met a big enemy. He pretended not to sense it and continued on, changing directions non-stop. Even after flying unceasingly for a long time, he wasn't sure if he had managed to ditch the other party. AI Hui knew he had crossed paths with a troublesome opponent. As he was advancing forward, he was searching for a solution. His eyes lit up when he saw the slope, and particularly the terrain behind it. AI Hui waited for a whole 10 minutes, and when he captured a wisp of odor, he knew that prudence had saved his life once again. He remained highly focused, waiting for the right opportunity. Their locations changed constantly. The prey became the hunter, but the hunter was oblivious to this fact. Having flown for such a long time, both were largely exhausted, and since the pursuer had to identify the target's direction, their energy consumption was even greater. Through the thick tree crown, AI Hui finally saw his pursuer. Although it was blurry, that face startled him. Shi Youguang. He thought that Shi Youguang, who had been badly injured by that old man, was already far away. He did not expect him to be so persistent. He didn't know what it was that Great Wei had in possession for Shi Youguang to be so determined, not giving up despite his severe injuries. In fear of being detected, AI Hui squinted his eyes, leaving only 2 slits open. Shi Youguang looked extremely tired and his movements were evidently much slower than before he was injured. His injuries must have been very serious. On second thought, if Shi Youguang didn't get hurt, he wouldn't have chased after him. AI Hui knew very well that if he were to face unwounded Shi Youguang, there was no way he could win. Shi Youguang flew up the slope and immediately saw the perfectly positioned rock. That was the ideal ambush spot. That fellow wouldn't be laying in ambush, waiting to take me down, right? Shi Youguang was being cautious. The chase made it clear that the fellow was very sly and had lots of tricks up his sleeves. He had merely attained elemental internalization, but managed to get him, a strong elementalist that had attained elemental externalization, all tired. There had been a few times where he almost lost sight of the fellow as well. It would have been too embarrassing if that did happen. Luckily that fellow was of a lower realm and wasn't as capable. Otherwise, Shi Guang would have turned around. Shi Guang knew well that with his injuries, it was already impossible to profit from the puppeteer-like Great Way enterprise. If he was just a little careless, his life would be jeopardized. But he had already invested so much and even got hurt, so it would be a massive loss if he were to give up now. Shi Guang had planned to take down a lone-moving, injured elementalist to recuperate his losses. He then saw Ai Hui jumping out of the fiery floating cloud, but did not take action since there were quite a few fearful players who made a move. Who knew, that guy was incomparably sly and disappeared in a flash. Shi Guang then made his move quietly. Few knew that he was good at chasing, and those who knew were already dead. It was rare for Earth elementalists to be good pursuers, but Shi Guang had the skills to differentiate the changes in the ground elemental energy. Ground elemental energy was like a calm lake, and when an elementalist hovered over, ripples formed on the water surface. To others, these ripples were disordered, but to Shi Guang, they were information. The earth elemental energy on the ground looked very messy, but many ripples made it clear to him that his target had flown straight to where the rock was. Shi Guang was good at ambush to begin with, so he could tell right away that where the rock was the perfect spot. His opponent had detected him. Shi Guang was somewhat surprised but quickly calmed down. His target's cunningness exceeded every single elementalist he had met before. It shouldn't be strange even if that fellow managed to detect him. But if that was all to that fellow's abilities, so what if he knew where he was? Trying to lay an ambush? How naive. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he advanced confidently toward the rock. While his elemental energy had been greatly exhausted, he knew his opponent's was too. Even though his condition wasn't good, he did not feel pressured since he was dealing with a worn-out, elemental externalized elementalist. The disparity in realm is not easily compensatable. There was still no movement behind the rock. How composed. Admiration flashed across his face. To be honest, while his target wasn't considered very strong, his abilities in other aspects were actually uncommonly outstanding. Cunning, shockingly calm, and collected. If his target had been slightly stronger, Shi Guang would have aborted his mission. But now, the admiration in his eyes turned into ruthlessness. Die. Where the rock was, a bottomless pit appeared suddenly as the surrounding soil seemed to come alive. Mud vines appeared above the pit to form a big cage, covering the pit. Ai Hui went for it the moment Shi Guang made a move. He was like a noiseless bat, diving down for Shi Guang from the treetop. When the mud vines above the pit took shape, Ai Hui was already less than 30 meters away from Shi Guang. Shi Guang suddenly realized what was going on and his face changed completely. He had been tricked. The rock was just a diversion. His target's shrewdness turned his body cold, but for him to be this reputable, Shi Guang had experienced countless battles. While his situation was precarious, he knew that the thought of escaping would undermine his will and allow his opponent to take advantage of it. There was a subtle aura around the battle between strong players. Once his state of mind swayed, his abilities would be affected greatly. Coupled with the fact that he was injured, he would undoubtedly die. His only chance of survival was to meet his target face-on. Whatever trap became useless since it boiled down to abilities. Shi Guang was shook, as if he was a completely different person. His whole body oozed ferocity. Instead of retreating, he suddenly pounced on Ai Hui, his body transforming into a clump of quicksand in midair. A head seemed to be floating atop a pool of quicksand. And on Ai Hui's back, a sharp earth spear was raised, just like how a poisonous snake raised its head in the darkness, ready to deal a fatal blow. They were less than 15 meters away from each other. Shi Guang couldn't help but was slightly distracted by his target's eyes. Those eyes were cold, still, and without the least bit of panic and helplessness. Not good. Shi Guang's heart sank a little as a bad feeling rose within his chest. Before he could react, a glaring silver light exploded right before his eyes. This ball of light was so dazzling that he lost his sight right there and then. Everything was white. Ai Hui channeled nearly half of the elemental energy within his body into the starry gem swordwing, and it exploded with an extremely splendid silvery light. They were too close and the silver light appeared too suddenly, effectively striking Shi Guang, who was unprepared. Amid the glaring light, a bright yet non-conspicuous and silent swordlight emerged. The broadsword was soft and easy, making a slash across Shi Guang's neck. The head floated up lightly and unhurriedly. Ai Hui's elemental energy had been maxed out, and as he was descending, his legs softened and he almost kneeled on the ground. The battle was short, but Ai Hui had put all his wisdom and skills to use. His body was empty, but the moment he touched the ground, he dashed over to Shi Guang. Within 30 seconds, Ai Hui had already claimed all the loot. He wasn't out of practice. Ai Hui swept all the spoils of war and flew away speedily. The silver light from before was simply too dazzling and could have very possibly attracted other elementalists' attention. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 285, Panic State. Chapter 285, Panic State. Translator, Irene Editor, TYZ/KLKL.
Not even 10 minutes after Ai Hui left, two light flows broke through the sky as two silhouettes, one male and one female, landed on the ground. The man was tall and handsome, his eyes exceptionally clear and bright. He held a long sword and his gestures were graceful but fear-evoking.
Shi Guang.
Shock was evident in the lady's voice as she realized that the head on the ground belonged to Shi Guang. His expression was sinister and his eyes were wide open, a clear sign that he died with a remaining grievance.
The man squatted to inspect Shi Guang's head.
The slash was cleanly done and there was no signs of sloppiness. Looking at the headless corpse not far away, the man imagined the fight scenario in his head and his expression turned grave.
Outstanding swordplay. The lady asked curiously, perhaps one of your people? A swordsman from Karakoram?
The man shook his head. I heard that the thief is called Chu Xiaoyang.
Not one of us.
But we did observe him. His skills are pretty good, just that he has a low base level and has yet to attain elemental externalization.
Looks like he's actually much more powerful than we first thought.
Karakoram always had much interest in swordsmen who's somewhat famous. The man continued, I had thought initially that Great Wei's words were a diversion tactic, but seeing Shi Guang's corpse now, I'm quite convinced.
The lady asked in shock, don't tell me you too believe Great Wei's excuse?
It's a fact that Chu Xiaoyang managed to defeat Shi Guang, so he's really not as simple as we thought.
He has some hidden abilities. Moreover, he has a lot of wisdom. There's no way Great Wei would destroy Auspicious, which means that explosion was Chu Xiaoyang's doing. Is he really that powerful? The lady asked in disbelief.
Judging from his head and body, that fatal slash easily snapped Shi Guang's neck.
His head did not receive a big impact since it did not float far.
It is extremely challenging to execute such a heavy blow in a like manner during a frontal confrontation. The man then flipped Shi Guang's corpse over. His sword mastery was excellent and he could naturally tell that the perpetrator had an outstanding level of skills. Shi Guang's body was completely naked and the lady turned her head in revulsion. Shi Guang is not a simple fellow as well. Look at his corpse. A third of it had become sand. The man reached his hand out to press on Shi Guang's skin and a portion of quicksand emerged. It was a strange sight. A few minutes after dying, the elemental energy within a body undergoing sandification would gradually dissipate and the area of sandification would transform into quicksand.
He actually transfigured his own body?
The girl's voice became louder suddenly, her face full of fear.
Body modification was taboo yet by no means extinct. Essentially, elementalists' training was an energization process which deepened the elemental energy within their bodies. The faster the energization, the greater the elemental energy storage, which meant a better mobilization of the heaven and earth elemental energy. At the beginning, body modification was used to help disabled elementalists. Its effectiveness then became apparent since not only did the elementalists' abilities not decline, they actually became more powerful. Elementalists who transfigured their bodies could garner tremendous force in a short period of time and their initial training speed far exceeded that of the average elementalists. Some extremists began to use pure ingredients to modify their bodies in order to expedite the energization process. For a period of time, it was fashionable to have had one body modification done. But as the number of body-modifying elementalists increased, malpractice and abuse set in. No matter how exquisite the ingredients' grade was, they were ultimately man-made. The human body was rather amazing. With further developments, the foreign, man-made matter started getting rejected more apparently by the human bodies. The fatal part was that such repulsion would affect one's intelligence and temperament. Many elementalists who had undergone modifications started acting strange and irritable, and started developing a liking for slaughter. Within a short period of time, many cases of violence by transfigured elementalists shocked the whole Avalon of 5 elements. Eventually, the Elders Guild personally ordered the 13 divisions to hunt and take down those transfigured elementalists. From then on, transfigured elementalists were regarded as taboo and whoever followed their path would be killed. Hence, the lady was seriously in shock when she realized Shi Guang was actually a transfigured elementalist. The man wasn't surprised by her reaction. Instead, he nodded, and that's why I said Chu Xiaoyang isn't simple. The lady was now convinced. Transfigured elementalists were much stronger than normal ones and their survival means were weirder as well. Chu Xiaoyang must not be weak if he managed to take down a transfigured elementalist. Then let's head to Magic Cloud City? The lady asked. The man shook his head. No, let's keep our eyes on Great Way Enterprise. He muttered to himself, eyes flickering with wisdom and quick-wittedness. There's something suspicious here. If Chu Xiaoyang was a thief trying to blend into the Great Way's caravan and finally defeated Shi Guang down upon crossing paths when he was trying to escape, his first reaction should be to flee far away as opposed to loot. Of course, it's possible that he's a money grubber, but chances are low. Such a wise and crafty person should be able to control his emotions well. I'm starting to doubt Great Way Adot. He raised his head and revealed a confident smile. Let's watch. If the item is in Chu Xiaoyang's hand, they would definitely find a way to get it back. That will help us locate him as well. If they were lying, they would find ways to leave. The lady said sweetly, I'll listen to you. Aidwi had been flying nonstop and as fast as lightning for a whole day and night, changing directions a few times midway. When he was certain that no one was following behind, he stopped by an empty valley to rest. He could feel his whole body falling apart. After descending, he found an isolated corner before popping another elemental energy bean into his mouth to drive his elemental energy for the circulatory cycle revolution. That short fight had engaged all his wisdom, experience and perseverance and strength such that he almost collapsed from exhaustion during that moment of victory. However, he dared not stay long and quickly fled all the way here like a stray dog. A stray dog was a stray dog. He had no poise, but surviving was more important. To fly a day and night straight in that worn-out state, Aidwi had been completely relying on his excellent willpower. But he had already reached his limit. These past 3 years, he had been involved in many battles of different scales, but he never allowed himself to fall into such a pitiable state. The pure essence of elemental energy was like gluey mercury, circulating within his body. Hui's body was like dried-up mud, which tirelessly and diligently absorbed moisture from the rain. He seemed to have lost consciousness. It was his instinct driving the circulatory cycle revolution. One after another revolution transformed the pure elemental energy into wisps that entered his 5 residences and 8 palaces, and his limbs and bones. They were being absorbed by the flesh, and Hui's withered body began to sprout and flourish once again. An unknown number of revolutions later, the wisps of elemental energy steadily seeped out from every corner of Hui's body to rejoin the circulatory cycle revolution. Following it, they gradually turned into elemental energy sword pills, which were unique to Hui. When Hui woke up, he felt as though his whole body had been cleansed. It felt indescribably empty and pure. When he checked the elemental energy within his body, the elemental energy sword pills made clear, crisp sounds and the odor became abnormally introverted. If the pills from the past were somewhat thorny, the pills now were perfectly round and smooth without any sharpness. There was vigor within his body. His whole person became exceptionally clear and pure. It was his first time experiencing something like this. Just then, Hui's body jolted and his mind rumbled, as if a big gate had been opened within. He seemed to have seen countless silvery light pouring out like a flood from Silver Mist River, drowning him in an instant as his mind went blank. All of a sudden, the area between his brows lit up and a silver whirlpool gradually took shape. Elemental energy from his surroundings came pouring into the whirlpool from all directions. The elemental energy first entered and filled the Sky Palace, so much that Hui's brain felt overfed and was about to explode. Hui's remaining thread of consciousness told him that the most important thing to do now was to start the circulatory cycle revolution. Following the circulatory cycle revolution, the congested Sky Palace finally found an opening for drainage. The influx of elemental energy was simply too high, causing Hui's circulatory cycle revolution to lose control. A huge volume of elemental energy was like a havoc-wrecking deluge, destroying everything in its path and flooding whatever possible openings and crevices. The speed of the circulatory cycle revolution far exceeded what was usual. A black, fishy-smelling matter started seeping out of Hui's skin. This continued for a period of time before the black substance gradually faded. By now, Hui had already recovered his spirits and could feel the elemental energy within his body filling up. The absorption of elemental energy by his Sky Palace had also slowed down quite a bit, and the whirlpool between his brows started to shrink. Once the whirlpool between his brows closed up completely, he would attain elemental externalization. Just then, the blood plum blossom in Hui's chest lit up with a devilish bloody glow and started wildly sucking in elemental energy. The circulating elemental energy, which had practically come to a stop, began operating once again, and the whirlpool between his brows, which had started to close up, stopped shrinking. The sudden change of events caught Hui off guard.
The blood plum blossom was like a bottomless pit, greedily and incessantly swallowing elemental energy. The elemental energy within his body started operating quicker and quicker. What frightened AI Hui more was the fact that the elemental energy whirlpool between his brows had actually started to enlarge. AI Hui's body had already been cleansed by the elemental energy, and if the energy continued pouring in, his body would gradually collapse and combust under the powerful current.
Overdoing was as bad as insufficiency.
The surrounding elemental energy formed a halo around AI Hui, and elemental energy within a radius of about 2 miles gushed wildly toward the valley. An underground metal vein of ore exuded silk threads of silvery light, which seeped out towards AI Hui, who was above ground. AI Hui tried all sorts of ways, but the current within his body did not slow down, and the blood plum blossom wasn't affected at all as it continued absorbing the elemental energy avariciously. What oozed out from AI Hui's skin was no longer that black, fishy-smelling matter but drops of fresh blood. In the blink of an eye, AI Hui looked as if he was covered in blood. AI Hui's skin started to crack as silvery light seeped out.
It looked exceptionally scary.
Just then, the all-along quiet bandage seemed to have smelled the odor of a prey.
It moved.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 286, Woman in Red, Shiyu. Chapter 286, Woman in Red, Shiyu. Translator, Irene. Editor, TYZ/KLKL.
The blood-colored eye on the bandage lighted up slightly and looked alive.
It seemed as though there was a pair of invisible hands untying the knot around AI Hui's wrist.
Sha 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 was the sound made by the bandage rubbing against the shirt. The bandage was like an agile snake, coiling around AI Hui's body as it moved. Its tip started to tremble slightly like a snake that sniffed around constantly.
It quickly appeared on AI Hui's chest.
The blood plum blossom must have swallowed up a significant amount of elemental energy for it to look this plump and tender.
Its petals reached out, as if it was going to peel off from AI Hui's chest.
The bandage shot out like a white, sharp sword, and entered the heart of the blood plum blossom suddenly. The flower trembled, as if breaking free, but was unable to no matter how hard it tried.
A fine wisp of blood thread extended along the bandage and entered the blood eye.
The blood eye's light brightened significantly. The initial blurry and stiff eye now burst with life and carried a different kind of grace.
The flower's extended petal withdrew into AI Hui's body again.
Its once tender, beautiful, and lifelike appearance withered and dulled, becoming a dark red color.
The light cracks on AI Hui's body faded quickly and eventually vanished.
The light whirlpool between his brows shrunk rapidly until it closed up as well. At this point, the blood bandage was full and satisfied. It withdrew from the blood plum blossom and returned to its original position, knotting itself up around AI Hui's wrist. Jadeite City was located at the core of Jadeite Forest and was the biggest city. Ever since Jadeite Forest was established, instead of falling into a slump, this area became livier.
Everything went well and business within Jadeite Forest flourished. The families involved in its establishment recovered from their initial worry and became highly confident.
Power, status, and so on were easily attainable for these core families.
Quan family was one of the mightiest families in the whole of Jadeite Forest.
There were 3 main supreme families.
The most reputable and unsurpassable clan would be the Duanmu household. Duanmu household was the most well-known family within Avalon of 5 elements and possessed a lot of inside information. Furthermore, Duanmu Huanghun was Dai Gang's disciple. Jadeite Forest never would have been possible without Duanmu household's support.
Other than the Duanmu family, there were 2 other comparable families, and one of them was Lu family.
Lu family used to be pretty influential in the past, but still not as much as Duanmu family.
Now, with the chance to contribute to the establishment of Jadeite Forest, Lu family made a great leap and became one of the most supreme families.
Like Duanmu family, Lu family had a disciple under a grandmaster.
Not only was Lu Chen Dai Gang's disciple, he was the first disciple.
Even Duanmu Huanghun had to address him as senior when they meet.
Able to squeeze its way into the top-ranking families without Duanmu household's inside information, Lu family had not only Lu Chen to thank but also Lu Feng.
That year where Deathgrass's division's leader Zhang Yuanhong refused to surrender, the whole division underwent a blood purge.
Thereafter, Yu Mingqiu left his village and Deathgrass division fell into a downward spiral. At the time of calamity, Lu Feng undertook the role of leading Deathgrass division. It was this appointment which people were not optimistic about, but the results were extraordinarily favorable.
Lu Feng was outspoken, straightforward, and loyal.
Within a short period of time, he managed to reorganize and transform the atmosphere of the division, tidying up the previous ruins. Other than Duanmu and Lu family, there was yet another family that stood at the peak of the food chain, Quan family. If one were to say that Duanmu family set Jadeite Forest in place and Lu family took the opportunity to drive their influence, then Quan family bore the first evildoer. The Deep Sea Enterprise, created by Quan family, was the biggest underground organization that had every commodity under the sun.
Although Quan family was wealthy, they had no power and did not bear any top-notch fighter. Since ancient times, merchants were the lackeys of tyrannical aristocratic families. They had plenty of money but were without status. The head of Quan family, Quan Wide, had his own interpretation of the situation and initiated a provocation regarding the establishment of Jadeite Forest. And in order to gain the approval of Duanmu family, Lu family and Grandmaster Dai Gang, Quan Wide spontaneously offered Deep Sea Enterprise. The merchants of Jadeite Forest ridiculed Quan Wide's action and felt that he was simply being silly. Handing over his own chamber of commerce was like trying to draw water with a wicker basket. The greedy families would definitely take thorough advantage of him and reduce him to nothingness. Who would have thought that not only did Quan Wei Dai not get swallowed up, a few big families joined hands to enter Deep Sea Enterprise. They invested a large amount of money and manpower to expand it. From then on, the trading world also became Jadeite Forest's national policy. More importantly, Quan Wide was Deep Sea Enterprise's authority figure. Just like Lu family, Quan family shot their way up to become one of the most reputable families that carried the money bag of Jadeite Forest. Even Dai Gang encouraged him to do a proper job and Quan Wide did not disappoint. Under his leadership, Deep Sea made astonishing gains, filling the big family's pockets with money, and so, they were especially courteous to Quan family as well. It had been said recently that Dai Gang might be taking in an unofficial disciple from Quan family. This was buzzing news that drew many visitors to the household. Quan residence was filled with visitors tonight as well. The wine and food were intoxicating and the lights were bright and splendid, as if it was daytime. More than half of Jadeite Forest's most important figures were here and their usual stern faces were replaced by cheeriness. Occasionally they raised their glasses to celebrate and enjoy this moment of recklessness and tipsiness. Many hoped to mingle with familiar-looking people, going forward to start chats. And beyond the high perimeter walls, so many people were racking their brains trying to get in. Quan family feasts were usually well known since Quan Wide enjoyed lavish fun and many other fresh things. Over time, the family also became a place for many children from influential families to hang out. They held an astonishing record of hosting a party for over 200 days straight. Tonight's feast was exceptionally grand. Quan family had spent many days preparing for this. When a lady in red appeared, the whole household quietened down. That beautiful and tender face had already gotten the gentlemen holding their breaths. Her blooming red clothes floated gracefully like smoke, carrying a tinge of languidness and charm. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands that grabbed everyone's hearts. Quan Minglong, who stood beside her, was looking at this goddess-like lady passionately as well. The lady in red smiled sweeting, instantly brightening up the whole hall. Quan Minglong's heart was beating so fast, as if a voice was booming inside. He must have her. No matter what, he must have her. This voice was raging within his chest like a fierce storm. Quan Minglong radiated a whole new kind of vigor as he just found the biggest desire of his life. The lady in red was unaware of how the gentleman beside her was feeling, but she wouldn't care even if she did. She did not have time to care since so many men were interested in her anyway. She handled the scene skillfully, giving the right amount of smile, words, and charm. Everyone who met her couldn't help but admire and praise her inwardly. The emergence of blood of God was indeed not a fluke. The lady in red, Shi Yu, was indeed out of the ordinary. Shi Yu was sent by blood of God on a diplomatic mission. She had heard that Duanmu Huanghan was of a marriageable age and blood of God hoped to build ties with Jadeite Forest through marriage. Quan Minglong was somewhat jealous. If he was Duanmu Huanghan, he would immediately accept the proposal. Thinking about how the host was still indulging in fun while here he was burning inside, Quan Minglong's spirits fell instantly. Everything will change once he became Dai Gang's disciple. By sending such a beautiful angel like yourself on a mission, God Nation is just trying to get poached Jadeite Forest's best talent over to blood of God. A steady and grave voice sounded and others started muttering in low voices. Guests who stood beside the old man immediately moved aside to make space for him. A rather stout middle-aged man went forward slowly. He was an authority figure of Jadeite Forest, Gong Wen Yu. Quan Minglong quickly bowed. Uncle Yu. You're here too, Minglong. Gong Wen Yu said as he gave Quan Minglong's shoulder a pat. Shi Yu blinked her eyes. Mr. Duanmu and I have had the chance of meeting. I really hope you're right, sir. That way, Mr. Duanmu will not treat me so harshly. Her words shocked everyone present. Gong Wen Yu was rather surprised as well. Could it be that Miss Shi Yu and Duanmu had a conflict? Shi Yu smiled playfully. There was a time when I happened to be near Central Pine City. Everyone suddenly understood and momentarily, there was an awkward silence. The blood disaster in Induction Ground was a taboo topic within Jadeite Forest.
The peaceful relationship between Jadeite Forest and Blood of God caused much controversy within Jadeite Forest since many sons from Jadeite Forest families had lost their lives in the blood disaster. While both aligned with each other for mutual benefits, the hatred did not disappear. Gong Wenyu knew as well that this topic was not discussable, and so he simply laughed it off. You youngsters go ahead and get close to one another. There's no need to care about us old fellows. Minglong, I'll leave Miss Shiyu to you. I'll hold you responsible if anything goes badly. Quan Minglong was overjoyed. Yes. Shiyu smiled as she gave Gong Wenyu a respectful bow before following Quan Minglong to join the gentlemen from respective families. The young ladies present observed Shiyu curiously, whereas the young masters acted restlessly as if they'd been injected with chicken blood. Shiyu casually played along with her perfect smile. Suddenly, her heart trembled as a peculiar sensation hit her arm. She remained composed as she casually placed her left hand over her left arm. Over her clothes, she could clearly feel the blood plum blossom on her arm emerging from her skin, as if it was floating up to the water surface. She got distracted momentarily. The many things that happened 3 years ago and the frightening images surfaced within her mind. For 3 years it seemed that Ai Hui had vanished from this earth, and she had practically forgotten about this. Who would have expected the flower to bloom only after 3 years? At that time, when she was shaken by Ai Hui, she picked an opportune moment to plant a seed. Now that the seed was actually about to mature, she was somewhat surprised but largely pleased. The seed took less than 3 years to mature, a sign that Ai Hui had outstanding innate skills. But it also proved that her foresight was accurate. Then, she had placed heavy faith on Ai Hui and had to pay a high price for it. It was all worth it. The long-destroyed secret technique reappeared in her hands. If this news was to spread, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. Shiyu was excited, her eyes bright and clear. Suddenly, a voice rang. Did Miss Shiyu encounter something happy? Care to share? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 287, What Happened? Chapter 287, What Happened? Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ/KLKL. Quan Minglong's words caught everyone's attention. A smile appeared on Shiyu's face. I feel really happy to meet everyone. The smile on her face was genuine and her gorgeous eyes were glittering. Her absolutely ravishing face was brimming with sincerity, making everyone believe that she meant her words without the slightest doubt. However, at this point of time, she was actually placing all her attention on the blood plum blossom on her arm. She could clearly feel the petals of the blood plum blossom extending outwards. The petals were already protruding halfway out of her arm. Once the plum blossom was fully protruded from her skin, it would fall off her arm. No one knew how excited she was deep down. Once the plum blossom fell off, it would be an exceptional priceless treasure in the whole of Nation of God. It would be a supreme elixir that everyone yearned for. Once she swallowed the plum blossom, she could effortlessly rise through the premier ranks in the Nation of God. Right now, what she needed to do the most was not to attract any attention to herself. For any blood elementalist, this plum blossom was an irreplaceable priceless treasure that could directly raise his or her base level significantly. If the high priest was to know of its existence, even he himself would covet after it. In the past, she used to despise and disdain people looking at her with such burning envy. However, at this moment, she was extremely pleased by these gazes. Was there better cover than hiding among these people? If those old foxes were around, she would have let the cat of the bag. The rest of the diplomatic mission were at least 20 meters away from her, it would be impossible for them to sense it. The smile on her face became increasingly alluring. Quan Minglong could not help but feel overjoyed and smiled. It seems that Miss Shiyu gets along with us quite well. At this point of time, even fools could tell that Quan Minglong was very interested in Shiyu. Has anyone realized that when Miss Shiyu and Mr. Quan stand together, her radiating beauty and his imposing dignity complement each other really well? Sigh, there's really too much pressure standing beside these two individuals. It's okay if we lose out to them in terms of capabilities. However, right now, even our looks lose out to them. Someone please help us. A person in the crowd shook his head and sighed, putting on a self-pity look on his face. Quan Minglong was delighted as an aloof smile appeared on his face. Why didn't he find this guy so pleasing to the eye in the past? Can we even be compared to Brother Minglong? He is the first young master of the Quan family. The surrounding people started flooding the Quan Minglong with flatters. The Quan family was powerful and influential. As the first young master of the Quan family, Quan Minglong was always highly flattered wherever he went. Quan Minglong was born in a family of merchants. His father had enforced strict discipline on him since he was young, and as such, he was not tainted by bad business ethics. His father also knew that if one did not have any fighting capabilities, he or she would not survive and excel in an era of killing and bloodshed. Since the day Quan Minglong was born, he had displayed extraordinary talents and had become the main focus of the Quan family to nurture and groom. As a child, Quan Minglong trained diligently every day. Even though Quan family was well known for its extravagance, Quan Minglong was not fond of indulging himself in such habit. Usually, those who wanted to bootlick Quan Minglong to win his favor were not able to succeed as Quan Minglong did not endorse such behavior. However, today Quan Minglong seemed to be a changed man. Apparently, he was very happy and was beaming with joy. Thus, everyone started to flood him with flatters. Shiyu, who had been smiling brightly on the surface, suddenly felt a shiver went down her spine. The blood plum blossom that was emerging from her arm had stopped in its tracks. What happened? Before she could find out what had happened, the blood plum blossom began to sink back into her arm. She became anxious instantly. What was going on? What exactly had happened? The blood plum blossom did not hear the cries in her heart and continued to sink back into her arm. The speed at which it was sinking was much faster than usual as well. Shiyu had never panicked like this before. The exceptional priceless treasure that she was about to get her hands on was disappearing right under her nose. Her mind went into a blank and she was stunned. Even though she was surrounded by a clamorous crowd now, like a bright moon that was surrounded by a myriad of stars, she felt as if she was in a boundless wilderness, lonely and isolated. The feeling of losing something she just obtained felt so terrible. The turn of events was so devastating that she thought how ridiculous it was for her to feel so happy and excited just now. Disappointment engulfed her like a black hole, leaving her isolated and helpless. Quan Minglong noticed the smile on Shiyu's face had disappeared and she looked slightly pale. He was preparing to ask her what had happened. In a few months' time, Brother Minglong is going to become Master Dai's disciple. Come on, let us congratulate Brother Minglong beforehand. Shiyu's body turned cold. The blood plum blossom had completely sunk back into her arm. Her arm became smooth once again and her face had turned deathly white. She was being played by fate. She felt extremely terrible. It just so happened that she heard someone was talking about congratulating Quan Minglong and her patience and putting up with everyone collapsed instantly. She coldly snorted. Disciple in name? If my memory serves me right, Duanmu Wanghun is the last official disciple of Dai Gang? A dead silence swept across her surroundings. Everyone widened their eyes and stared shockingly at Shiyu. Quan Minglong's face turned ashen. At this moment, Shiyu also realized she had said something wrong. However, she was too lazy to explain as she did not care about these people at all. With a cold and indifferent look on her face, she bowed and bade everyone farewell. I'm sorry, I feel unwell and I have to leave in advance. After finishing her sentence, Shiyu turned and left the place without bothering about anyone. A valley in the wild. Ai Hui woke up and opened his eyes unhurriedly. At the instant when he opened his eyes, he was stunned. There were numerous glowing wisps floating before his eyes, resembling a veil of mist. These glowing wisps were elemental energy. Traces of wood elemental energy were emitting from the plants and trees around him. The closer one got to the ground, the stronger the earth elemental energy he or she could feel. In the midst of the earth elemental energy, one could also see speckles of silvery light. Those were the metal elemental energy from the ore veins under the ground. The water elemental energy in the sky was flowing with the moving clouds. Occasionally, one could see a few faint traces of water elemental energy lingering in the valley. The naked boulders that made up the mountain peak was emitting a red glow. That was the fire elemental energy. That must be the fire elemental energy that was left over from the lava that formed the boulders in the ancient past. The morning sunshine scattered fire elemental energy all over the valley. The fire elemental energy was faint, but its range was extremely wide. It also contained a trace of wood elemental energy. The whole world was vivid, animated, and full of vitality. Elemental externalization. He had attained elemental externalization. Ai Hui was overjoyed. A wide grin spread across his face. Eventually, he was grinning foolishly to himself. Then, he suddenly remembered that the blood plum blossom almost killed him when he was about to achieve a breakthrough. How did he survive after that? Did the blood plum blossom spare his life? Ha, what a joke. 1,000 Yuan's heart was extremely vicious, she only wanted to kill him, not spare him. The bloodstains all over his body indicated how dangerous his condition was at the time when he was achieving his breakthrough. Everything was not a misperception. He quickly took off his clothes and looked at his chest. The blood plum blossom was still there. Other than its color becoming slightly fainter, there were not much changes.
Slightly fainter? AI Hui was baffled.
From his understanding towards things that were related to blood elementalists, the brighter the color of something was, the more dangerous it was.
Why did the color of the blood plum blossom become fainter? What had happened? AI Hui examined his body and remained confused. He then thought of how the blood bandage had saved his life in the past. Could it be the blood bandage? He took off the blood bandage and examined it. When he saw the blood eye on it, he immediately knew what was going on. The blood eye had completely transformed. The color and luster of the blood eye did not change, but it gave AI Hui a completely different feeling, an indescribable one. It was as if the blood eye was a living thing. AI Hui could not help but take a closer look at. His gaze gradually became blank and a surprise slowly crept upon his face. He stared blankly at the blood eye, motionless. After an unknown amount of time, AI Hui returned to his sense abruptly as a cold shiver went down his spine. Astonishment flashed across his face. The sunset in the distance dyed the entire valley in orange. The sunset glow was dazzling and golden bright, extremely beautiful. The evening breeze was cool and refreshing, and yet, AI Hui felt his body was doused in chilliness. Just a moment ago, it was still early morning. Now, it was already sunset. He did not seem to have any recollection of what happened between then and now. He did not even feel the passing of time at all. An indescribable fear engulfed AI Hui. The blood bandage, the blood eye, it was indeed an extraordinary object. In the past, he already knew that the blood bandage was an extraordinary object, but it was only at this moment that he realized that it was far more powerful than what he expected. Even though he had already attained elemental externalization, he still fell into its trap. The blood bandage was indeed an evil object. Mistress never would have thought that her blood bandage was so powerful. When AI Hui thought of his mistress, his fear towards the blood bandage immediately reduced significantly. His gaze became much gentle as well. No matter what, the blood bandage had saved his life several times. So what if it was an evil object? AI Hui patted the blood bandage and said, "Don't worry, I won't lose you, but..." After the fright from the blood bandage, AI Hui's ecstasy over his attainment of elemental externalization had dampened a lot. He thought about the spoils of war he looted from Shi Guang. At that time, he was in a hurry to escape, hence, he did not really see and check what they exactly were. Since he was free now, he might as well arrange an account for the spoils of war. Shi Guang had been a reputable expert for many years, he definitely had an immense amount of wealth. At least, he was not as poor as AI Hui himself. He took out the items one by one. Initially, there was a bunch of earth elemental materials, presumably for sand puppets. There were also a few rare items that made AI Hui's eyes lit up. He had been thinking for quite long on giving Lu Lan's body an upgrade. However, earth elemental materials were in high demand and those high-grade ones were extremely expensive. Meteoric sand was an extremely dense and heavy material. It was a well-known heavy sand and had a special ability of breaking armor. The meteoric sand was produced in the depths of the thick sand sea in Yellow Sand Corner. This type of heavy sand were only flushed out of the ground by quicksand occasionally. They were very rare and could not be found on the market. They were usually used to make the offensive parts of sand puppets, such as their fists. Soft sand, also widely known as dough sand, was a very unique type of sand. They behaved like dough, which shape could be easily changed. Using this type of sand to make a sand puppet, the sand puppet's body could be pulled as long as noodles without breaking. Soft sand was produced using clay. Even though clay and sand were both earth elemental materials, they had completely different characteristics. Soft sand was usually produced at the border of sand sea and wasteland. The other materials were of high grade as well. It was clear that Shi Guang's sand puppet was of high grade tool. He was an expert that had been reputable for many years. Could he afford to be so petty with his money? How could he have the nerve to be petty with his money in the first place? What would other people say of him if he was to be so petty with his sand puppet? Would he dare to use his sand puppet if he was to be so petty with him? Would his sand puppet still be capable of protecting him? Sarcastic tone. AI Hui was over the moon. Even though he had made a small name for himself after going through all kinds of battles during the last 3 years, this was the first time he made such bountiful gain. As the proverbs in Avalon of 5 Elements said, "A horse won't get fat if it doesn't secretly chomp on grass at night, a man won't get rich if he doesn't have a windfall." If you ask me how melancholy I am now, I can tell you I feel like a poor man who was gifting his head away. 1. When AI Hui took out the last item, he was so excited that he jumped up from the ground. Note. 1. This is an altered version of a line from Li Yu's poem in the Song Dynasty.
Basically, this line means that it's useless for one to kill a poor man as he or she will not be able to reap any benefit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 288, Sand Compass and Bad Reputation. Chapter 288, Sand Compass and Bad Reputation. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ/KLKL.
It was a palm-sized sand plate that was covered with densely packed vein patterns and characters, resembling a compass. Its name was called Sand Compass.
Sand compass was one of the greatest inventions by Earth elementalists. It was created by the great Earth elemental Master Luo de 700 years ago.
Before Master Luo de, people treated the flow of the elemental energies in the nature like water and air. Master Luo de was the first one to propose that when the concentration of an elemental energy had reached a certain point, the nature of its flow started to change fundamentally. At that time, Master Luo de's theory was unconvincing and a lot of people thought that he was indulging in his own fantasy.
However, eventually, Master Luo de was able to use his ingenuity and creativity to prove his theory.
Sand compass was the what he used to prove his theory.
Luo de realized that entire Avalon of 5 elements sat on a huge continent.
Even Jadeite Forest, which consisted of numerous islands, shared the same continent as the other 4 elemental factions. This implied that the Earth elemental energy at any places in the Avalon of 5 elements were interconnected, forming a massive base of Earth elemental energy beneath the Avalon.
Deep under the ground, the concentration of such immense amount of Earth elemental energy was extremely high.
This knowledge formed the basis of the proof to his theory. As such, he created the sand compass. Beneath the ground, he opened up a stable Earth elemental space.
Every Earth elemental space would have a particular sand compass that it corresponded to. On the Mid-Autumn Festival 700 years ago, under the invitation of Master Luo de, the Jadeite city was packed with elders, division leaders, and elementalists. Everyone in the Jadeite city turned up as they wanted to witness the miraculous night.
Under the watchful eyes of the people, Master Luo de and the Great Elder jointly placed a mooncake that contained the latter's token onto the sand compass. Following which, the mooncake was slowly devoured by the quicksand on the sand compass. The sand compass was immediately placed in a unique metal box that was being sealed up afterwards. Then, the metal box was being taken by the fastest flying elementalist at that time, Zhou Mingkue, who was also known as the Hurricane of the North Sea, to the biggest city in Silver Mist Sea, Silver City. He traveled day and night and flew towards his destination in his fastest speed. And at this point of time, the Silver City was already fully packed with people. They were stretching their necks, waiting anxiously for the arrival of Zhou Mingkue. 2 days later, when Zhou Mingkue descended from the layer of clouds in the sky, draped in the first glimmer of dawn and mist, the people in Silver City exploded into cries of joy. The bone-tired Zhou Mingkue took off the metal box on his back and passed it to the mayor of Silver City. Under everyone's attentive gaze, the mayor opened the metal box and took out the sand compass and placed it on the ground. Holding their breath, everyone looked on as the sand compass transformed into a very small sand whirlpool. Following which, a piece of mooncake emerged from the sand whirlpool. At this moment, everyone cried out in surprise. To the mayor's surprise, when he broke apart the mooncake, he saw the Great Elder's token. The mayor held the Great Elder's token up high in the air. However, at this point of time, his surroundings had already broken into an uproar. Surging waves of deafening cheer almost overturned this time-honored city. Everyone understood that this day would definitely go down in history. They also knew that this day signified the coming of a new era. The creation of Sand Compass enabled people to have a treasure box that could open anywhere and any time, not restricted by the dimensions of space and time. Master Luo de became everyone's hero, receiving supreme prestige and a terrifying amount of wealth. Those Earth elementalists that followed Master Luo de kept on improving the Sand Compass. They made it more safe by adding a lock to it, increased its space, reduced its construction cost, and etc. However, until now, Sand Compass was not something that ordinary individuals could use. Even AI, we had only heard of it and not seen it before. However, it was appropriate for him to feel so excited. After all, a fugitive like Shi Guan would hide his most valuable things in it. Unlocking the Sand Compass might be a problem to many, but not Lu Lan. To him, unlocking the Sand Compass was a piece of cake. The technology of Sand Compass might be improving, but so did the technology of unlocking it as well. AI, we knew of elementalists that knew how to unlock a Sand Compass. If he used the identity of Chu Xiaoyang, he could definitely find people to unlock it for him. However, by doing so, it would be very difficult for him to maintain secrecy. AI, we looked forward to seeing what kind of treasure would be kept inside the Sand Compass. If the items that Shi Guang brought along with him were already so valuable, the item that he stored in the Sand Compass would definitely be an even more valuable treasure. Wiping off the saliva stain on his mouth, Ai Hui carefully kept the sand compass.
It was already nighttime, but Ai Hui did not want to waste any time. He had already wasted a lot of time. He needed to find out where the nearest town was to determine his current location. Luckily, it was already nighttime and the layer of clouds in the sky had cleared. This enabled him to quickly locate a dimly lit place in the distance after flying up to the sky. The pair of azure wings on his back spread and he flew in the direction of the dimly lit place in a burst of light. He could feel something different with his body. The elemental energy in his body was surging violently, increasing his flying speed sharply. At this moment, he realized why everyone only cared about base level. He felt so powerful just by achieving elemental externalization. Even though he was flying with reservations, his current flying speed had already surpassed the highest speed he achieved in the past. Ai Hui became excited and increased his speed to its maximum. He felt like an extremely sharp sword that was slicing madly through the air. It was too fast. His current speed was at least twice his top speed in the past. The starry gem sword wings was able to withstand the test. Even when Ai Hui was flying at such a high speed, the starry gem sword wings did not tremble the slightest bit. Not only that, Ai Hui could also feel the pair of azure wings still had potentials that had yet to be unveiled. The thing that amazed Ai Hui the most was the metal elemental energy in the wind kept on gathering around him, forming a metal elemental force field around him. The wind around him was not metal wind and only contained a small amount of wind elemental energy. After a while, the metal elemental energy surrounding Ai Hui increased and was extremely spectacular. With the metal elemental energy surrounding him, Ai Hui felt unusually comfortable. Not only did the metal elemental energy negate the violent wind that was blasting against him, it also greatly reduced the amount of elemental energy his azure wings exhausted. Ai Hui knew that achieving elemental externalization would allow one to use the elemental energies from the nature, but this was the first time he experienced it. It was also at this moment that he felt fear when he thought about the fight with Shi Guang. He now then realized how lucky he was to be able to kill Shi Guang. If not for the fact that Shi Guang was severely injured beforehand, his sand puppet was destroyed and he underestimated his enemy, Ai Hui would not stand a chance against him. Luckily, he eventually defeated Shi Guang and attained elemental externalization. The thrill from his extreme flying speed made him felt on top of the world. It felt truly blissful to have a life like this. After flying for approximately half an hour, a brightly lit city appeared in his sight. At this time, the air traffic had become much more busy. Ai Hui saw a lot of elementalists with a flustered look on their faces. He did not activate the silvery light on his azure wings as it would be very eye-striking at night. He used a black-colored glow that was surrounded by swirling traces of metal elemental energy, preventing people from getting a clear view of him. He turned his body and lowered his flying speed and flew towards the city. After a few minutes, he landed in the city. He finally knew where he was after inquiring with a pedestrian. Rain City. Ai Hui knew about this city. There were two given explanations for the origin of its name. The first one was that this city was located in an area where there was an abundance of water elemental energy. This caused a buildup of thick clouds and frequent occurrence of heavy rain, and hence, the name Rain City was given to this city. The second one was related to the ancient rain spell. The rain spell was a spell that existed in the cultivation era. This spell was commonly used for growing crops. Reportedly, the weather of Rain City used to be bright and sunny whole year long. The first mayor that the Elders Guild sent here to establish tillage in the city was obsessed with rain spell. He wanted to develop an inheritance that was of similar nature to rain spell. One day, he accidentally succeeded in doing so and caused an immense amount of rain clouds to form continuously over the city. Eventually, the climate of the city became cloudy and rainy and it lasted until today. The reason why Ai Hui knew about rain spell was that many swordplay manuals he read had mentioned about it before. Reportedly, the first man who mastered this spell in the cultivation era was called Zuo. However, there were also a lot of swordplay manuals that stated historical records of Zuo practicing the rain spell were unofficial and inaccurate. Usually, when a spell was much more distinguishable when it was associated with a legendary figure. However, when that particular legendary figure lived in the ancient past, debates over the accuracy of the historical records would arise. After buying a map in a shop, Ai Hui was able to understand the specific location of Rain City. There were 5 cities in between Rain City and his destination, the Magic Cloud City. However, Ai Hui did not intend to travel with caravans. Right now, he was running tight on time. If he was to encounter any trouble again, he would really be late. He decided to fly straight to Magic Cloud City from Rain City by himself. Since Ai Hui had just attained elemental externalization, he was extremely confident with his capabilities.
Now, he had the confidence to do things that he felt were impossible in the past. As AI Hui walked out of the shop, he suddenly sensed something. After achieving elemental externalization, all his senses had become sharper significantly. Not far away, there was a man staring furtively at him. AI Hui feigned ignorance and casually walked into a secluded alley. The man's eyes lit up. After a while, he followed AI Hui and walked into the alley as well. However, when he saw the alley was empty, he was stunned. When he noticed there was a side road deep within the alley, he hurriedly ran over. Just as he turned the corner, a powerful force blasted upon him. His body flew across the air and slammed forcefully onto a wall. His eyes dimmed and he became dizzy. When he returned to his senses, he realized a sword was placed upon his neck. The ice-cold blade of the sword sent a cold shiver down his spine. In an instant, his face turned deathly pale. After a period, AI Hui left the alley. He took off his mask and revealed his true self. The color of his eye-striking azure wings had turned muddy yellow, completely indistinguishable. He had killed the elementalist who followed him just now. AI Hui was extremely vexed by what he had found out from that elementalist via torture. Right now, there were rumors everywhere saying that Chu Xiaoyang infiltrated the Great Way Enterprises caravan, auspicious, to steal an ancient treasure and blew up the caravan to make his escape afterwards. The Great Way Enterprise had ordered the arrest of Chu Xiaoyang and put a bounty on him everywhere. The amount of the bounty was extremely generous, prompting countless people into searching for Chu Xiaoyang. An individual who merely attained elemental internalization could actually escape from the numerous experts in Great Way's caravan. Because of this, everyone now knew of the name Chu Xiaoyang. The information that Chu Xiaoyang was heading to Magic Cloud City had spread everywhere as well. Even though a lot of people felt that was a diversion tactic by Bandit Chu, there were still many people guarding the road to Magic Cloud City. Not only that, there were many people in the vicinity of the incident searching for Chu Xiaoyang. In the Rain City, there were also many elementalists looking for Chu Xiaoyang. That killed elementalist unexpectedly saw AI Hui's face and found him look somewhat similar to the picture on the bounty. As such, he decided to follow AI Hui. AI Hui's face turned ashen as anger blazed within him. In the end, he still fell into the Great Way Enterprises plot. He spent 3 painstaking years to build the identity of Chu Xiaoyang. It took him great pains to build a great reputation that would not attract much attention for Chu Xiaoyang. Right now, the reputation of Chu Xiaoyang was tainted and his 3 years of painstaking effort had completely gone down the drain. One could imagine how infuriated AI Hui was. The thing that troubled him the most was this turn of events would have great impact on his subsequent operations. Until now, he did not know the impact was a positive one or a negative one. He could only bitterly smile to himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 289, A Turn of Events. Chapter 289, A Turn of Events. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ/K Kermit. After changing back to his original appearance, a calm look appeared on AI Hui's face. He swaggered along the street and no one cared about him at all. Nowadays, AI Hui was slightly wealthy. Naturally, he had no qualms about buying things. He found the shop he was looking for, went in, replenished his equipment, and left the shop without any hesitation. No matter how chaotic the situation had become, he still had to get to Magic Cloud City first before he could decide on doing anything. Along the way, no one noticed him. No matter which angle one looked at him from, he bore no resemblance to Chu Xiaoyang. He had a youthful face, muddy yellow azure wings, and attained elemental externalization. No one would suspect him of being Chu Xiaoyang. However, AI Hui was still extremely vexed. Along the way, he encountered several people who asked him whether or not he had seen a middle-aged man with a pair of silver-colored azure wings. It was at this moment that he realized how infamous Chu Xiaoyang had become. He had a deep hatred for Great Way Enterprise. They'd better not bump into him. Humph. After a few days, when AI Hui landed in Magic Cloud City, before he could even keep his azure wings, he heard a sneer from nearby. Another fellow who fantasizes about getting rich. Does he think Chu Xiaoyang is really that stupid? Why would he come here when he knows that there are so many people waiting for him? Bandit Chu purposely came up with this diversion tactic and has already made his escape. Money is the root of all evil. Look at him, he's still so young. It's understandable why he's doing this. When AI Hui heard the whispers between the two men, he stumbled as he was landing on the ground. Alright, I will pretend I never heard what they said. AI Hui consoled himself. However, after he had walked a few meters, he started to feel really uncomfortable. Everyone on the street had their eyes twinkling brightly, skeptically, and warily examining each other.
There were even some people who occasionally twitched their noses to sniff at each other, looking extremely like hunting dogs. Having traveled extensively for so many years, this was the first time we came across such a scene. Everyone was mad. We was filled with helplessness and agony. How could he communicate with others like this? When he saw the wanted poster on the street and saw the astronomical reward of 10,000 essence elemental beans being offered, for a moment, he had the urge to give himself up to Great Way Enterprise. Troublesome. No matter how dull we was, he still knew how troublesome the situation he faced was. We felt unsure about his contact. If he was also interested in capturing we for the reward or coveted the so-called ancient treasure, then we would be in danger. At this very moment, we heard someone yelling, "Caught! Caught!" We could feel that the street was about to erupt into a commotion. Has Chu Xiaoyang been caught? Who caught him? Where? Where? Which bastard was so lucky? Everyone was annoyed. They could only look on helplessly as the windfall of 10,000 essence beans disappeared into thin air. No, it's Great Way Enterprise that was caught. The ancient treasure was in their hands all along, and the Chu Xiaoyang incident is a cock and bull story set up by them. Whoa, the Great Way Enterprise is so cunning. Thief crying thief. Too treacherous. Serves them right. I have said it before, how can Chu Xiaoyang be so stupid? If he really wants to steal something, why would he tell other people about his destination? You don't say? That's hindsight. Aren't you here in the end? Why are you all still talking about Chu Xiaoyang? What exactly is the ancient treasure? It's in whose hands now? Karakoram. Karakoram is rich this time around. Upon hearing the bits and pieces of everyone's discussion, we was between laughter and tears. Nothing could describe what he was feeling now. First, he boarded a caravan and was made a scapegoat. Then, the incident got blown out of proportion. In the end, Great Way Enterprise got into big trouble. He rejoiced in Great Way Enterprise's misfortune. They deserved it. Great Way Enterprise never expected themselves to screw up this badly. We heaved a sigh of relief. He had spent so much effort building the identity of Chu Xiaoyang, and this identity was extremely important to his subsequent operations. He would vomit blood if he could not use it anymore. This incident reminded him that he should make a few more identities. Preparedness averts perils. In case something like this happened in the future again, he would not be stuck with just one identity. Instead of going straight to the meeting point, he stayed in Magic Cloud City. After 2 more days, no one talked about Chu Xiaoyang anymore. The whole city was filled with heated discussions on Karakoram and the ancient treasure. Some said that the ancient treasure was actually an ancient sword art that had belonged to Karakoram in the past. Some also said that the ancient treasure was an exceptional elixir. There was not only one, but 100 of them. Anyway, the main idea of every discussion was that Karakoram struck a windfall and swordsmanship was going to make the big time. We also learned that almost all of Great Way Enterprise's experts had been killed. The captain, Madame Xiao, was nowhere to be found, and no one knew whether or not she was alive. A lot of people lamented at the thought of her. It would be a pity if such a great beauty died just like that. It would be a real pity if she was just nowhere to be found, Hui mumbled to himself. He thought about how he had been set up by them. Alright, now he did not even have the chance to take revenge after being made a scapegoat for so long. Of course, he had long forgotten about the 100 essence elemental beans they had given him that day. After making sure the coast was clear, Hui put on Chu Xiaoyang's elemental mask and walked onto the street. Isn't that Chu Xiaoyang? Sigh. There go my 10,000 essence elemental beans. Forget it. He was able to blow up the auspicious and escape. You will only be seeking death if you take him on. Forget it, he's not worth it. Upon hearing these words, Hui was finally at ease. It was just that he felt these people seemed to be looking at him with disdain. Perhaps it was his misperception. After roaming around the city for quite a while and making sure no one was following him, Hui walked into an alley. After making several turns, he reached a huge residence. The large vermilion entrance doors were tightly shut. Hui knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened and a muscular man appeared. When he saw it was Hui, he said expressionlessly, "You're late." "There's nothing I could do about it," Hui replied helplessly. "You should know about my situation." The muscular man grinned and stepped aside for Hui to enter. Hui walked into the courtyard and looked around. The courtyard was unadorned and filled with various kinds of flowers and plants. Deep down, however, Hui knew that these beautiful flowers and plants were actually hidden killing machines. This muscular man, who looked like a blacksmith, was actually a wood elementalist, a very powerful one. Hui had once witnessed a rather powerful guy try to fight with this wood elementalist and end up dying on the spot. He did not know the muscular guy's real name. Everyone called him Hua Kuei. In Chinese, it means Queen of Flowers. Whenever Hui thought about the muscular man being named Hua Kuei, his hair stood on end. The rest have left. Hua Kuei cast a glance at Hui and said, "Since you have a valid reason this time around, the higher-ups won't pursue the matter of you being late. However, this shall not be taken as a precedent." Hui furrowed his eyebrows and his face turned ashen. "Of course. I know this." Hua Kuei was not angry and smiled. "It seems like you have attained elemental externalization. Congratulations." He had never seen anyone in the organization that had merely attained elemental internalization complete so many missions before. "My reward," Hui replied, not wanting to waste any time. "You did a great job for your last mission. The higher-ups have decided to double your reward." Hua Kuei passed a piece of leaf to Hui. "This is the information on the secret arts of blood elementalists that you wanted. Actually, given your scope of authority, you have no right to read this information, but the higher-ups made an exception for you. Of course, this information is from 3 years ago. It is unknown whether or not they have developed other secret arts during these 3 years. Remember, don't leak this information out. I don't need to remind you of the consequences." Excitement arose in Hui's heart. The information from 3 years ago was more than enough for him. He acted nonchalant and kept the piece of leaf. Then, with an unhappy tone, he said, "It seems like you have a lot to say today." Hua Kuei chuckled and continued, "The second reward is an opportunity for you to learn something new." "An opportunity to learn? A swordsmanship inheritance?" Hui's eyes lit up. "Don't use some trash to fool me." Hua Kuei smiled and replied, "For a swordsmanship inheritance, you will have to depend on yourself. However, we can send you to Karakoram to train in sword formation for a week. How about it? Are you interested? Karakoram is our ally?" Hui's eyes shrunk. Hua Kuei smiled and did not say anything. 3 years ago, when Hui left Central Pine City, he brought along the message tree in Vanguard Training Hall. The organization that the old prisoner was a part of was called Assembly of Patriarchs. This organization was the archenemy of the blood of God. The enmity between the two organizations could be traced back to the ancient past. Hui knew that one man was not enough to deal with the blood of God. He had too little knowledge of the blood of God. Since the old prisoners' organization was the archenemy of the blood of God, then they must have a lot of information about them. Furthermore, the old prisoner had told Hui that the blood plum blossom on his chest must be a secret art of the blood elementalists. However, when Hui suggested joining the Assembly of Patriarchs, the old prisoner had raised a strong objection. This surprised Hui. The old prisoner did not give him many details, but he revealed his suspicion and lack of trust towards the organization. This made Hui realize that there was more than meets the eye with regards to the organization. Putting the blood elementalist secret art that was on Hui's body into consideration, the old prisoner and Hui decided to use a fake identity for the latter to use to enter the organization. The old prisoner used to be a core member of the Assembly of Patriarchs and he knew everything about the organization. The Assembly of Patriarchs' stringency and prudence exceeded Hui's expectations. If not for the old prisoner's assistance, Hui's situation would have been very dangerous. With the old prisoner's guidance, Hui started from the position of an external member and rose through the ranks. After spending 2 years in the organization and completing numerous missions for them, he finally became an official member. Deep down, Hui suspected a long time ago that Karakoram was tightly linked to the Assembly of Patriarchs. Swordsmanship inheritances. When Hui first discovered that the Assembly of Patriarchs possessed a huge amount of swordsmanship inheritances, he had been startled. Swordsmanship had been irrelevant for many years. Even sword moves like the 3 moves from his sword pill were extremely hard to find. As such, how could Hui not feel shocked when he suddenly discovered an organization that possessed so many sword inheritances? Hui soon realized that the Assembly of Patriarchs had been experimenting with their swordsmanship inheritances and obtained a lot of desirable outcomes. What surprised him the most was that the outside world had zero knowledge about what they were doing at all. It was at this moment that he realized that he had underestimated the Assembly of Patriarchs in the past. With the sudden appearance of Karakoram, Hui suspected that the Assembly of Patriarchs might have something to do with Karakoram. He could not help but feel suspicious about the sudden appearance of a long-lost sword art in an organization that specialized in swordsmanship. Today, his doubts had finally been confirmed. Hua Kuei did not admit nor deny it. He merely cackled. Sword formation was a secret sword art of Karakoram. Even though it can't be compared to the sword arts in the cultivation era, it is still very powerful. Every time it is activated, 200 essence elemental beans will be consumed. It is usually reserved for those core disciples to practice. You have made a bountiful gain this time around. 200 essence elemental beans. AI Huey's eyes widened in an instant. I will go. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 290, Back Home. Chapter 290, Back Home. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ/K Kermit.
The clean and unadorned room did not have a lot of furniture nor decorative items. The old-fashioned table was filled with ancient blotches of peeling paint. The elm wood, which made up the pillars of the room, was rustic and firm. On the white wall, there was a hanging scroll placed upon it. 2 words were written on the hanging scroll with forceful strokes, Beihai. Plip, plop, plip, plop. The sound of raindrops falling on the eaves of the roof could be heard. 2 cups of steaming hot tea were placed on the table, separating the father and daughter sitting opposite each other. Shur Beihai wore a blue-colored robe. His facial features bore a resemblance to Shur Shuemon's, but his expression was grave and stern, looking as if he was carved out of a coarse boulder. His neatly trimmed beard exuded vigor and hardiness. Looking at his daughter who bore a resemblance to himself, Shur Beihai could not help but think of his late wife. Her gaze had been much gentler and more heartwarming. He picked up the cup of tea and took a sip. The aromatic bitterness of the tea diffused in his mouth. If his wife was still alive, she would definitely not have wanted him to raise Shur Shuemon like this. Shur Shuemon did not drink the tea. Her father liked bitter tea, the most bitter kind. She was not used to drinking bitter tea as she preferred sweet-tasting tea. How do you feel about Duan Mu Huanghun? Shur Beihai suddenly asked. Little brother Huanghun? Shur Shuemon though of the rumors that had been circulating around and seemed to understand what was going on. Don't tell me the Elders Guild is trying to matchmake me with him? Someone mentioned it. Shur Beihai nodded. I'm not interested, Shur Shuemon replied bluntly. Got it. Shur Beihai took another sip of tea and cast a glance at his daughter. Even though his daughter had concealed her anger rather well, he could still sense it. He smiled in his heart while his face had a nonchalant look. I have already dispatched the guy who mentioned it to the front line. Shur Shuemon felt a hint of warmth in her heart, but was also slightly worried at the same time. Will anyone say that you are disregarding the general interest? She disliked office politics, but that did not mean that she did not know what was going on among the higher-ups of the Avalon of 5 Elements. I am Shur Beihai. His indifferent tone contained an overwhelming aura of dominance. He was more than qualified to say such words. Ever since the 13 divisions had collapsed, the status and importance of division leaders had far surpassed what they had been in the past. Even though the Avalon of 5 Elements preserved the organizational structure of Mountain King, Lord Zen, Icy Flames, Ardent Flower, Deathgrass, and Truewood, these 6 divisions only remained in name and had died out in reality. Meanwhile, assassination attempts had been launched on the division leaders of the remaining North Sea, Rainbow Raiment, Sky Edge, and Infantry not too long after the blood catastrophe broke out. Only the division leaders of the North Sea and Rainbow Raiment divisions had survived the assassination attempts. The division leader of the Sky Edge division had been killed while the Infantry division's division leader was severely injured and had yet to recover. The strength of the 4 divisions had reduced significantly. The Vice Division leaders suffered an even more terrible fate. 4 of the Vice Division leaders were either severely injured or dead. The only thing that set the Elder Guilds at ease was that 3 central divisions were still completely intact. Otherwise, the Avalon of 5 Elements would not know how to withstand the military offensive of the Blood of God. Shur Beihai then continued, we shall leave the issue of political marriage to the Elders Guild. For now, you have to make some preparations. I have decided to let you lead the diplomatic mission this time around. Why? I'm not good at negotiating. Shur Shuemon was slightly puzzled. Indeed, Shur Shuemon was not good at negotiating. She was better at fighting while risking her life with real swords and spears on the battlefield. The one leading Blood of God's diplomatic mission is Shiyu. As such, I thought you might be interested in going. Upon hearing the name Shiyu, Shur Shuemon nodded without any hesitation. I will go. She had been through many battles in the past 3 years, but her most memorable one was still the Battle of Central Pine City. Even when she thought about it now, her body would tense up involuntarily. She did not know how many times she had dreamt of Ai Hui kneeling in front of that grave in the torrential rain. Shur Shuemon could not forgive Shiyu for taking advantage of Ai Hui's misfortune at the most critical juncture. When Shuemon returned to her room, she sat in front of the window and stared blankly at the sky. After a while, she walked to the message tree in the courtyard and fixed her eyes on the piece of age-old leaf. Numerous thoughts formed in her head, but she did not know what to say to him. Suddenly, she broke into laughter and wrote, "When are you returning my 80 million yuan?" She felt an indescribable joy when she thought of the image of Ai Hui being in agony after receiving the message. Every month, she would send him a message to urge him to repay the debt. This was such a great amusement for her, especially during hectic and tiring days.
Money-losing deal.
To this day, Ai Hui still did not know that the money-losing deal he had been talking about was her. She felt that she was very quick-witted. Ai Hui thought he could hide from everyone, but he did not know that the message tree he had brought with him had one of its leaves plucked off. Oh right, she was the one who had plucked the leaf. However, that was not important as long as she could urge him to repay his debt. After writing down her debt-chasing message, Shuemon felt her mind clear up. Right now, the Avalon of 5 elements was unstable, having both internal and external problems. As the daughter of Beihai, she was also caught in the maelstrom. However, everyone knew that Beihai loved his daughter. Given his domineering character, no one dared to mess with her. Even so, she still frequently felt mentally and physically exhausted. Her father was as staunch and strong as a boulder. Sometimes, she wondered if anyone around her was as strong as her father.
Perhaps Ai Hui was the only one?
She did not know when Ai Hui would be able to walk out of his nightmare.
Shuemon became lost in her thoughts. Ai Hui made it back to Peace City looking travel-worn.
He was soon shocked by the bustling sight before his eyes.
Did he come to the wrong place?
The outside of the city was filled with densely packed people resembling colonies of ants. Trees were being cut down, ground was leveled, ditches were dug, and canals were built.
Countless fully loaded bamboo carts were flying back and forth through the air.
Heaps of items were piled everywhere. Fortunately, Ai Hui saw some familiar faces and knew that he hadn't come to the wrong place. Avoiding the crowds, Ai Hui entered the city and returned to his training hall.
Lu Lan!
Ai Hui yelled at the top of his voice. A crowd of mini Lulans ran out of the house holding sand letters that were many times bigger than their body size.
The sand letters read, "Welcome back, Ai Hui." Ai Hui burst into a hearty laughter. Seeing Lu Lan always made him happy. The sand letters dissolved and transformed back into Lu Lan. What's going on outside? A puzzled look appeared on Ai Hui's face.
Just now, I saw a large-scale construction happening outside.
Are they trying to build something?
I heard they are trying to build a lesser Avalon of 5 elements, Ai Hui, Lu Lan explained. They want to provide a place for fire elementalists, earth elementalists, and wood elementalists to train, so they are building a lesser Avalon of 5 elements.
To build it, they are going to connect 5 cities together.
Peace City and Cloud Ridge City have already been confirmed as 2 of the 5 cities.
No wonder there are so many people. Ai Hui realized what was going on. Peace City is too small, so they need to expand it, huh?
We do need a lesser Avalon of 5 elements, otherwise everyone will leave this place.
Although, Peace City will be much livelier from now on.
3 years ago, the reason he'd chosen to come to Peace City was that this place had fewer inhabitants and was quieter than other cities. He had not expected the main trade route to pass through Peace City, making it a strategic trading hub. With Peace City now being confirmed as one of the 5 cities in the lesser Avalon of 5 elements, this place would definitely become more prosperous and busy in the future.
Yes, Ai Hui.
Recently, there are many foreigners pouring into Peace City, Lu Lan replied.
We are foreigners too. Ai Hui chuckled. Did anything happen while I was away? There are 3 things, Ai Hui, Lu Lan replied.
The first is that a person named Fu Yangu has requested to be your disciple.
He has already been here twice. Fu family?
Ai Hui was slightly shocked.
Touching his chin, he muttered, "What are they trying to do?" Lu Lan doesn't know. Lu Lan shook his head innocently. He still came twice. Ai Hui pondered. Is that considered sincere? Lu Lan, how much is our enrollment fee? 1,000 elemental energy points, Ai Hui. We are that cheap?
Ai Hui furrowed his eyebrows.
With the essence elemental beans in his pouch, he no longer cared for the small amount of money.
Since he is already so old, the enrollment fee will be different for him.
10,000 elemental energy points and 2 essence elemental beans. Alright, Ai Hui.
Lu Lan did not raise any objections and continued, second thing, someone wants to buy our training hall.
His offering price is 500,000 metal elemental energy points. Not selling.
Ai Hui rolled his eyes.
He wants to buy such a huge place for just 500,000 elemental energy points? Is this guy stupid? How dare he come here and try to take advantage of us? We completely forgot that he'd only paid 1,500 elemental energy points for this place 3 years ago. This place used to be Su Qingye's family's warehouse, but since it was located in a secluded area, it was not used very often. At that time, we had needed a huge place near the Silver Mist River, so he'd chosen this area. Then, because Su Qingye's father knew that we had wanted to open a training hall, he decided to send Su Qingye to Hui's training hall. Thus, Su Qingye became Hui's first student. After becoming a part of the Lesser Avalon of 5 elements, Peace City's status would rise sharply. One could see that Peace City would definitely become a large-sized city, as well as one of the most important cities of the Avalon of 5 elements in the future. So why did the higher-ups want Peace City to be expanded? That was because the current Peace City could no longer hold and sustain the many elementalists. The land prices in Peace City had skyrocketed an unknown number of times. Using his toes, we could also see that land in Peace City would be extremely expensive in the future. As such, if he sold his training hall now, wouldn't he suffer a huge loss? We definitely would not agree to a bad deal. Alright, Hui. Lulan completely agreed with Hui and continued, "Third, the message tree has a new message for Hui." Who sent the message? What does it say? Hui asked casually. Miss Det, Lulan replied cheerfully. She asked about when you are going to return the 80 million yuan. Hui's face turned ashen in an instant. This money-losing deal is killing me. She has to do this to me every month. This is really killing me. I shouldn't have let her pluck that piece of leaf from the message tree. Hui, are you trying to renege on the debt? Lulan widened his eyes. Am I that kind of person? Hui put on a righteous front and yelled, "Tell the Fu family that the enrollment fee is 4 essence elemental beans. No discount." Alright, Hui, Lulan replied happily. There's nothing else from me. How did Hui do this time around? It was at this moment that Hui raised his eyebrows and yelled with excitement, "Ha! I made a huge gain this time around, dot." Hui, really? Lulan's face was filled with surprise. Look, what are these? Hui smirked as he took out the things to show Lulan. Meteoric sand. Soft sand. Lulan's voice was brimming with surprise. With these two materials, his body could be upgraded substantially. Right now, his body could not keep up with the operating speed of his sand core, Midnight. He had no choice but to limit Midnight's operating speed to a very low range. He could be of more assistance to Hui after upgrading his body. Are you breathless already? They are merely meteoric sand and soft sand. Hui smirked and took out another object to show Lulan. Look at this. Sand compass. Lulan's eyes opened even wider. Feeling pleased with himself, Hui threw the sand compass at Lulan and said, "That's right. However, it hasn't been unlocked yet. I will have to depend on you to unlock it." No problem, Hui. Lulan loudly acknowledged Hui with the demeanor of a soldier. Leave it to Lulan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 291, I don't like your face. Chapter 291, I don't like your face. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ/K Kermit. Hui sat in front of a table in a pitch-black room. He had already placed the prepared film-spitting tortoise on the table. The film-spitting tortoise was slightly bigger than Hui's palm. On the surface of the tortoise shell, there was a streak of dark red blood trace. The film-spitting tortoise was a product developed by the blood of God. Even though the Avalon of 5 elements and blood of God were arch-enemies, the elementalists were still fond of using products developed by the blood of God. What an irony! The blood of God excelled at breeding and rearing blood fiends. They had bred a lot of new species that had not existed in the past. Some species were actually very useful, such as the film-spitting tortoise. The creation of the film-spitting tortoise had led to a decrease in the use of mirage bean pods. Mirage bean pods had already been replaced by film-spitting tortoises in high-end markets. The quality of the film projected by a film-spitting tortoise was much clearer than that of a mirage bean pod. This had created huge losses for the wood elementalists in Jadeite Forest. As such, the wood elementalists were extremely anxious to breed more remarkable species of plants. In the past, the wood elementalists made big bucks off the mirage bean pods, and now they were facing an extremely powerful competitor. Regardless, to an ordinary person, usefulness mattered more than anything else. Hui fed the film-spitting tortoise a few elemental beans.
Even though it was a blood fiend, it had an insatiable thirst for elemental energy. When the film-spitting tortoise ate the elemental beans, the blood trace on its shell began to glow. The green-colored tortoise shell immediately became mixed-colored. The color of every section of the shell was different, they were colorful and gorgeous. The colorful sections glowed and dimmed rhythmically, looking as if they were breathing. Aivui took out the piece of leaf that Hua Kuei had given him and placed it before the film-spitting tortoise. The film-spitting tortoise stretched its neck and completely devoured the piece of leaf. Crunch, crunch. The blood of God was Aihui's mortal enemy, yet he was using their film-spitting tortoise. Aihui found it hard to describe what he was feeling now. The only thing he could think of was that the piece of leaf could only be used and seen once. This was for the sake of maintaining confidentiality. After eating the leaf, the film-spitting tortoise turned motionless. Even though Aihui had used the film-spitting tortoise several times, he still felt the film-spitting tortoise was somewhat dumb. The rhythmically glowing tortoise shell suddenly released a burst of light, following which, a beam of light erupted from one of the sections on the tortoise shell and shot into the air. One by one, the colorful sections of the shell lit up and beams of light shot out. All the beams of light converged at a point in the air 20 centimeters above the tortoise shell. An image formed and went from a blurry state to a clear one in an instant. Blood Elementalist Secret Arts Database. Upon seeing these few words, Aihui became energized and his body involuntarily straightened up. There were descriptions of numerous Blood Elementalist secret arts, but each description was a brief one. Some of them even mentioned the origins of these secret arts. None of the information included anything about how to practice and master those secret arts. Aihui stared at the information very carefully. The blood of God was not only the Assembly of Patriarchs' enemy, they were also his mortal enemy. Only the Assembly of Patriarchs, which had been fighting the blood of God for hundreds of years, would possess so much detailed information about them. This information could not be found outside and was extremely valuable. This was the main reason why Aihui had wanted to join the Assembly of Patriarchs. He knew that he would have limits if he chose to fight the blood of God single-handedly. He needed to understand his enemy well if he wanted to take revenge, just like how a hunter must understand his or her prey. On the other side of the training hall, Lu Lan was completely focused on unlocking the sand compass. The glow in his eyes kept flickering while his sand core, Midnight, operated at full force. The master and his sand puppet were working back to back with extreme focus. At this point in time, the training hall was filled with absolute silence. The most famous high-end brothel in Jadeite Forest had a weird name, Circle of Flowers. The Circle of Flowers was located in the northeast corner of Jadeite City. That area used to be a crater, with the terrain caving inwards like a bowl. Every time it rained, the crater would be quickly filled with rainwater. Once it was summer, it would become a breeding ground for mosquitoes and flies, causing the air to be filled with stench. No one had been interested in that plot of land. No one expected that a ring-shaped building could be built there after terrain was dredged for a few hundred meters and then miraculously transformed. Fresh spring water was directed into the crater and flowed around the ring-shaped building endlessly, forming a well-known ring river. With such an unique architectural style and a weather-resistant barrier in place, it immediately garnered a lot of popularity on the day it was opened. If one considered Quan's Night Feast as the gathering place for influential government officials, then Circle of Flowers could be considered as the gathering place for wealthy merchants. As long as one was wealthy enough, he could have unlimited pleasure in the Circle of Flowers. Delicacies, fine alcohols, beauties, anything that one desired could be found here. If one wanted to vent his anger or stress, he could go to the free dueling arena beneath the Circle of Flowers. If one wanted to gamble, the Circle of Flowers had the largest casino in Jadeite City for his pleasure. The Circle of Flowers was well known in the Avalon of Five Elements for its money-squandering establishments. A purple-clothed, frivolous-looking youngster was talking animatedly. None of you know how much those people wanted to kneel down and bootlick Quan Minglong that day. In addition, Quan Minglong is blind. He actually took a fancy to Shiyu. At least 20 members of the Quan family had died in the induction ground. He's such a forgiving guy. Wu Qirong's face was filled with worry. He looked around anxiously and lowered his voice. Z, speak cautiously. Cautious my foot. Ze agitatedly stood up. Not only did he not lower his volume, he raised his voice instead. Did I say anything wrong? How many of our people have died in their hands? Are we going to treat them as if nothing happened? Political marriage. Political marriage my foot. The guests seated at the surrounding tables shifted their gazes in unison towards Yu Zi's direction. Wu Qirong panicked and tried to pull Yu Zi back into his seat. Z, you're drunk. Yu Zi had yet to lose his last bit of sanity and sat down grumpily. He and Wu Qirong were lucky to have made it out of the induction ground alive.
After witnessing so many of their family members and friends die in the blood catastrophe, how could they so easily forget their hatred for the blood of God? Yu Zi's words garnered a lot of approval from the surrounding guests. There were also some guests who were infuriated by Yu Zi's words. They wanted to confront Yu Zi, but when they saw the guy sitting beside him, their facial expressions changed and they quickly withdrew. As if he had never heard Yu Zi's grumblings, Duanmu Huanghan picked up his wine cup and drained it in one gulp. His devilishly handsome face contained a tinge of morbid paleness. His hair was in a mess and his eyes were in a daze. A strong smell of alcohol surrounded his body. Every lady that walked past Duanmu Huanghan would look at him with pity, wishing that they could pull him to their chest and cuddle him. There was nothing new about Duanmu Huanghan drowning his sorrows with alcohol every day. It was not only the citizens of Jadeite Forest who knew about this issue, even the Avalon of 5 Elements and Blood of God were well aware of it. Cup by cup, Duanmu Huanghuan's face became increasingly pale and the melancholy in his eyes became more and more obvious. He'd rather stay in the smoke-filled and blood-soaked Central Pine City than stay in Jadeite Forest for one more day. Central Pine City, the place that had been overrun with blood, appeared in his dreams countless times. Death, struggle, and fear were always unforgettable. Similarly, the happy times that he'd spent with everyone were also unforgettable. However, the decision that his family and his master had made for him turned these unforgettable memories into a joke. He did not have the strength nor a method to resist the decision. The entire family benefited from it, while he was the biggest beneficiary. Is this fate? His mouth curled into a bitter smile. Fate. He suddenly thought of Ai Hui. A mysterious thought crept into his mind. If it was Ai Hui, what would he do? His fingers that were fiddling with the wine cup froze as he became lost in thought. Fate was really too cruel to that bastard. Ai Hui's expressionless face involuntarily appeared in his mind, but in the blink of an eye, that expressionless look turned into a smirk filled with disdain. In his mind, that disdainful smirk was so clear, so hateful. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, Duanmu Huanghan felt that it was ridiculous for him to wallow in self-pity. How could he lose to that bastard? All of a sudden, he stood up. His face still looked drunk, but his eyes were unusually limpid. Let's go. Yu Zi and Wu Qirong were stunned. Go? Yu Zi asked with a pair of sleepy eyes. What time is it now? It's only 8 o'clock. Wu Qirong was puzzled as well. What's going on with Brother Huanghan? According to their usual routine, this was only the beginning. Duanmu Huanghan ignored them, stood up, and walked down towards the basement. He wanted a good fight all of a sudden. There were various types of arenas in the basement and numerous experts. After being in a slump for so many days, he needed an epic fight to revitalize himself and expel the perplexity that he was feeling. There was only one thought in his mind. How could I lose to that bastard? As Duanmu Huanghan walked down the staircase, his vision became clearer and clearer. Even though he was still walking with a bit of a stagger, his aura became sharper. Yu Zi and Wu Qirong, who were following him, were shocked. Both of them looked each other in the eyes and quickly caught up to him. At this moment, Duanmu Huanghan heard a voice coming from below. She's too much. She should thank the gods for Brother Minglong taking interest in her. Does she really think that she is a goddess? Humph, she doesn't know what's good for her. She's so arrogant at such a young age. Blood of God? They still have to come and beg us in the end, right? If they are so capable, then don't come looking for help from Jadeite Forest. Minglong treated her with so much respect, yet she reciprocated with nothing but arrogance. She doesn't know that we are not to be trifled with. How dare she act so arrogant in our territory? Is she tired of living? What did she say again? Disciple in name? If my memory serves me right, Duanmu Huanghan is the last official disciple of Daigang. Someone mimicked Shi Yu's words to perfection. Just as that person was about to add in another sentence, which was something along the lines of a disciple in name can still make her kneel in front of him if he wants to, an indifferent and arrogant voice came from above them. Is she wrong to say that? Quan Minglong, who was drinking his wine dejectedly, raised his head in an instant while his eyes surged with fury. A white-robed guy with a handsome, pale white face slowly walked down the staircase. His chin was slightly raised as he stood high and looked down at the people below, not trying to conceal the arrogance and disdain in his eyes. The one who had been mimicking Shi Yu became tongue-tied and froze on the spot. When the surrounding guests saw Duanmu Huanghan and Quan Minglong, they quickly kept quiet, but their gazes continued to shift towards the direction of the duo involuntarily. Quan Minglong stared at Duanmu Huanghan. One by one, these words left his clenched teeth. What does young Master Duanmu mean by those words? What do I mean by those words? A smirk appeared on Duanmu Huanghuan's pale white face.
He leaned his slightly drunk body over the hand railing of the staircase, waved his hand, and spoke in an arrogant and condescending tone.
I don't like your face. Quan Minglong's face turned ashen. He stood up slowly and replied, Today, I have to seek guidance from young Master Duanmu. Are you even fit to do that? Duanmu Huanghan sneered. Without taking a second look at the fuming Quan Minglong, Duanmu Huanghan took a step forward and disappeared like a ghost. Quan Minglong's facial expression changed slightly. Just as he was going to brace himself for an incoming attack, a blur flashed across his eyes and he lost sight of his target. Duanmu Huanghan appeared in the air above the circle of flowers. Following which, he shot upward like a comet and flew to the sky above Jadeite City. Shiyu, do you dare to come out and battle me? A cold and arrogant voice blasted across Jadeite City like thunder. Everyone in the circle of flowers, including Quan Minglong, had their facial expression change drastically. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 292, Life and Death Flower Sacrificial Art. Chapter 292, Life and Death Flower Sacrificial Art. Translator, TYZ Editor, X/TYZ. In the dark, we carefully looked through the Blood Elementalist Secret Arts database. Eventually, he found the secret art for the Blood Plum Blossom on his chest. Life and Death Flower Sacrificial Art. This was a Blood Elementalist secret art that existed only in theory and had never before been used in practice. Reportedly, this art was based on the Cultivation Era's Flower Demon Secret Art and Blood Sex 9 Tripod Cauldron Secret Art. The requirements for one to practice this secret art were extremely stringent. The one who cast the spell was known as the Flower Master, while the one whom the spell was cast upon was known as the Flower Slave. The Flower Master needed a powerful soul, while the Flower Slave needed a vigorous life force. To practice this secret art, the Flower Master had to first form 2 seeds. One seed was to be placed in the Flower Master himself, while the other was to be placed in the Flower Slave. The seeds were formed using the essence, blood, and spirit of the Flower Master. Once the formation of the seeds was completed, the Flower Master's strength would be greatly reduced. On the other hand, the seed was greatly beneficial to the Flower Slave. In a short period of time, the seed could sharply raise the Flower Slave's strength. The Flower Slave's body would be cleansed until it was free of all impurities. When the Flower Slave was in the process of being inoculated with the seed, he had to be willing to do so. Otherwise, the seed would either be destroyed or the Flower Slave would explode and die. Once the inoculation was successful, the Flower Slave would be like a plot of soil, providing the seed with an endless stream of nutrients. Even though the Flower Slave's energy would be devoured by the seed would also provide the Flower Slave with immense powers in return. Eventually, the Flower Slave would find himself addicted to the powers that the seed provided him, unable to free himself from the addiction. The seed in the Flower Slave's body was an embryo of emptiness, which would grow into a flower of destruction. The seed in the Flower Master's body was an embryo of fullness, which would grow into a flower of life. Both flowers were complementary embodiments of yin and yang. When the Flower Slave's embryo had matured, it would become the flower of destruction and fall off his body. By then, the Flower Slave's life force would be completely devoured, and he would eventually die. On the other hand, when the flower embryo on the Flower Master matured, it would become a flower of life and drop off from his body. The flower of life would contain all the life force, elemental energy, the 3 incorporeal energies of essence, breath, and spirit, as well as the soul of the Flower Slave, becoming a supreme treasure. The Flower Slave and the Flower of Destruction were the sacrificial offerings. Upon reading this information, a cold shiver went down Huey's spine. He had never heard of or seen such evil secret art. The information did not mention any methods to undo the secret art. Perhaps even the Assembly of Patriarchs would not believe that anyone could master such a secret art. Huey went into a daze before returning to his senses after a while. He tried to suppress his fear and carefully read through and memorizing the remaining information on the secret art. This information broadened Huey's knowledge of Blood Elementalists and their secret arts. The Blood Elementalist secret arts were weird and unique. The ideas behind these secret arts were ingenious and evil at the same time, causing him to exclaim in admiration. When compared to these secret arts, the mysterious technique of developing a sword embryo did not seem that mysterious anymore. However, the database had also mentioned that most of the secret arts were only theoretically possible. Some were restorations of secret arts from the ancient blood sects and some were newly developed by the Blood Elementalists. Huey heaved a long sigh. When he raised his head and looked out of the window, the sky was speckled with the luster of dawn. Another night had passed. At this moment, Huey suddenly heard Lulan screaming happily, Huey, Lulan did it. Huey was stunned. Then, a joyful look appeared in his face.
He tiptoed, backflipped, and landed gracefully beside Lu Lan. On the ground beside Lu Lan, there was a swirling whirlpool of quicksand. The quicksand whirlpool kept on swirling as the heart of the whirlpool caved in. Aihui rubbed his hands as his impatient-looking eyes surged with greed. Let's see what treasure the famous Shi Guang has for us.
Aihui! Come on! Lu Lan yelled, brimming with expectation.
Aihui reached his hands into the heart of the whirlpool. After a while, he pulled out a box. He opened the box and found that it was filled with sparkling essence elemental beans.
There were roughly 200 of them. This is the way to go. How can the great Shi Guang be a poor fellow? Does that even make sense?
When Aihui saw these essence elemental bean, his eyes glittered like a hungry wolf's. He continued to feel around inside of the quicksand whirlpool with his hands. After a while, he dug out a piece of crystal. Inside the crystal, there was a faintly discernible light flowing about.
An inheritance? Aihui squinted his eyes and identified the item.
Then, he casually threw it to Lu Lan and asked, Lu Lan, take a look.
What inheritance is it? Lu Lan's palms transformed into a puddle of quicksand and engulfed the piece of crystal.
The red glow in his eyes flickered for a while and he replied, Aihui, it's the Earth Elemental Deciphering Technique. This technique can decipher the chaotic Earth Elemental energy waves on the ground and obtain relevant information. For example, this technique enables one to track the path that someone recently took, identify the types of ore veins underground, etc. Aihui thought about how he racked his brains and still could not escape from Shi Guang.
The Earth Elemental Deciphering Technique. Can Lu Lan learn it? No problem, Aihui, Lu Lan replied. Lu Lan should learn it then. Aihui chuckled. Next time Lu Lan will be my tracking master. Yes, Aihui.
Upon knowing that he could help Aihui in a new way, Lu Lan was overjoyed. Next, Aihui pulled out a yellowish tome entitled. Upon seeing this book, Aihui suddenly came to a realization.
No wonder Shi Guang was so powerful. He was a transfigured elementalist.
Upon learning that he had killed a transfigured elementalist, he felt rather pleased with himself.
I will give this to you as well, even though you have no use for it. Aihui threw the book to Lu Lan.
Body transfiguration was specifically designed for elementalists and was worthless to sand puppets.
Lu Lan took a closer look at it and replied, Alright, Aihui. Lu Lan will treat it as updating my knowledge base.
Subsequently, Aihui pulled out a pile of stuff that was mostly earth elemental materials. Currently, there were more than enough materials to upgrade Lu Lan's body. Even though there weren't many things that Aihui could use, he was still very happy since these things could be used by Lu Lan.
Oh, there's one last thing. Is this a letter?
Aihui pulled out a letter from the quicksand whirlpool.
By the way, does Lu Lan know how to bind a sand compass?
If you know how to do it, then we won't need to bring our luggage along when we travel in the future.
Aihui, Lu Lan knows how to do that. Lu Lan is great.
Alright, this really is a letter. Puzzled, Aihui looked at the letter in his hand.
Who still writes letters nowadays? Wouldn't it be much more convenient to use a message tree? Sigh, how good would it be if the skank wrote letters instead? Then, I wouldn't need to be vexed by her every now and then. Yes, Aihui, Lu Lan agreed with Aihui. I like your honesty, Lu Lan. Haha, let's see what's written in this letter. Aihui flipped open the letter in his hand and read it.
Subsequently, he exclaimed in surprise, wow, I couldn't tell that Shi Guang had such wide connections, but... The letter was not really long and mainly asked Shi Guang to think of a way to snatch the ancient treasure from the Great Way Enterprise, explained how important that ancient treasure was, etc. Judging from the tone of the letter, the sender and Shi Guang were very familiar with each other. One could sense an authoritative undertone from the sender as well. This implied that the sender was of a higher status than Shi Guang.
Aihui did not find this weird at all. After all, transfigured elementalists had always been looked down upon by people.
There would also be underground organizations that accepted them for who they were, mutually benefiting each other in various ways. It was a pity that the letter did not mention what exactly the ancient treasure was. Aihui was extremely curious about this so-called ancient treasure. The Great Way Enterprise had suffered a lot and lost almost everything because of this ancient treasure.
In the blink of an eye, Aihui put all of these thoughts out of his mind.
The so-called ancient treasure had nothing to do with him. Lu Lan was currently sorting out the various materials and treasures. Upon seeing Lu Lan working hard and seriously, Aihui could not help but smile. This time around, he had gained more than he had expected, especially with regards to the earth elemental materials.
Lu Lan's body could now be significantly upgraded. He looked forward to an upgraded Lu Lan. How powerful would he be then? Actually, AI Hui felt that the current Lu Lan was already very powerful. For the last 3 years, if AI Hui had not had Lu Lan, he would have led a miserable life. The only reason AI Hui could continue improving while his elemental energy was devoured by the blood plum blossom was because Lu Lan kept on making elemental food for him. AI Hui did not bother Lu Lan and began to think about the blood plum blossom on his body. He had regained his calm. The life and death flower sacrificial art was mysterious and unpredictable. The database stated that no one had succeeded in perfectly executing this secret art yet. 1,000 yuan was far more powerful than he expected. AI Hui felt fear and worry, but he did not harbor a grudge toward her. It had been a deal. At that point in time, did he not know that the blood plum blossom was something harmful? Yes, he knew. The Iron Lady and the others hated 1,000 yuan for taking advantage of his misfortune. However, from AI Hui's point of view, what 1,000 yuan did was fair. Was 1,000 yuan obligated to help him? No, she was not. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Back then, he was like a penniless gambler who had lost it all. Other than his wretched life, he had nothing left. Without 1,000 yuan's blood plum blossom, he would not even have had the power to make his final decision. Actually, AI Hui felt grateful for this deal since it helped him to fulfill his master and mistress's wish. He was willing to pay any price just to fulfill this wish. Any price. However, despite feeling grateful for the deal, AI Hui did not intend to resign to his fate. Right now, whether 1,000 yuan got what she wanted or AI Hui broke free from the curse would depend on their individual capabilities. A deal was supposed to be risky. A cool-headed AI Hui had recovered the clarity of his mind. Even though the life and death flower sacrificial art was powerful and mysterious, that did not mean it did not have any flaws. The relationship between flower master and flower slave resembled that of master and servant, but there was no guarantee that the slave would be dominated by the master. The flower of life and flower of destruction were embodiments of yin and yang. They affected each other and restricted each other. For example, 1,000 yuan definitely would not want AI Hui to die. If the flower slave was to die, the flower master's body would begin to devour itself. In mild cases, the flower master would become a handicapped person. In severe cases, the flower master would die. This was an important factor that AI Hui could take advantage of. If he purposely went to some dangerous places, would 1,000 yuan follow him? His life was wretched anyway. If he really died, then so be it. On the contrary, 1,000 yuan enjoyed a sublime status in the blood of God and had boundless prospects. Wouldn't it be a pity if she died? So what if she didn't want to die? Then she had to sit down and have a good discussion with him. How about compensating me with some capable bodyguards? Nah, bodyguards would be rather inconvenient for me. It would be more practical to compensate me with essence elemental beans. If not, I'm fine with blood crystals and blood cores as well. How could I feel safe without money? How could I live comfortably without money? You must pay me some remuneration for helping you grow your flower. Alright, let's not talk about the remuneration right away. If you don't nourish me, how can I provide enough nutrients for your flower? How would the nutrients be enough? Once AI Hui started to think clearly, ideas flowed into his mind endlessly. The yin and yang relationship between the flower of life and flower of destruction could be taken advantage of as well. Since the flower of destruction was a projection of the flower of life, if he could control the flower of destruction, then wouldn't it be possible for him to control the flower of life as well? Sure, it might be unlikely for him to control the flower of life, but what about affecting it? Could he affect the growth of the flower of destruction and flower of life? AI Hui's eyes became brighter and brighter. The life and death flower sacrificial art was indeed a good thing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 293, The Shah Family. Chapter 293, The Shah Family. Translator, TYZ Editor, X/TYZ. The city woke up from its deep sleep as the night scene receded into the horizon. After working hard for the whole night, AI Hui let out a yawn. He had yet to fully understand the nuances of the life and death flower sacrificial art. He did have some ideas about it, slightly setting his mind at ease. He would first need to test out whether or not 1,000 yuan would be injured if he died, or rather, if she would care about him. Controlling the flower of death might sound easy, but in reality, AI Hui had no idea how to execute it. The game had just begun. After greeting Lu Lan drowsily, AI Hui lay down and fell into a deep sleep. For the past few weeks, he had been traveling non-stop, and his mind was stretched taut. Only when he came home could he then relax.
The esoteric, life and death flower sacrificial art, the ancient treasure, the great way enterprise, the assembly of patriarchs, and everything else had been cast to the back of his mind. Right now, he only wanted to sleep until the end of time.
Lu Lan did not disturb Ai Hui.
After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, Ai Hui vaguely heard someone quarreling in his dream.
For essence elemental beans? Ha! Why don't both of you rob a bank instead?
I have never heard of any training hall that dares to quote such a price.
It's not that I don't have essence elemental beans. I just don't want to get scammed by the both of you. Do you think I'm stupid? Do both of you think that you're some big shot? How dare you both take me for a fool? Wait and you shall see.
Soon after, Ai Hui again faintly heard someone quarreling in his sleep.
Not selling? 500,000 elemental energy points is enough for you to make a huge profit. People who are too greedy don't usually come to a good end. I think both of you should reconsider your decision. Ask your master to come out now. What's the meaning of letting a sand puppet deal with me? The person talking was getting increasingly agitated, and his voice grew louder and louder. Ai Hui, who was in a stupor, could no longer carry on sleeping. Awakened by the noise, Ai Hui's face turned gloomy. All he wanted was to have a good sleep, but he kept getting disturbed by other people. Even a gentleman would get angry at this point. Wait, was Ai Hui a gentleman? He stood up and walked out of the warehouse. From a distance, he saw an obese middle-aged man, who seemed to be a butler. As he spoke, his face was filled with anger and his arms waved through the air from time to time. When the obese butler saw Ai Hui, he became even more agitated. He walked aggressively toward Ai Hui and asked rudely, "Are you the owner of this training hall?" Ai Hui tilted his head and looked at him. "Let me tell you. No matter what, today you're selling this training hall to me. If you're tactful enough, you can still get 500,000 elemental energy points. If you're not tactful, don't blame our Shah family for being ruthless. Your daddy, I, have come across plenty of trash like you. How dare you put on airs in front of our Shah family? You must be tired of living." Shah family? What Shah family? Ai Hui looked baffled. What Shah family? The obese butler replied with arrogance, "There is no sand that the Shah family can't make into sand puppets." Oh, that Shah family, Ai Hui came to a realization. He had heard of the Shah family before. They were also known as the home of sand puppets and specialized in making sand puppets. There was a famous saying, "There is no sand that the Shah family can't make into sand puppets," which meant that any type of sand could be refined and manufactured into sand puppets in the hands of the Shah family. The obese butler looked extremely pleased with himself. He cast a haughty look at Lu Lan and said, "Our Shah family is upright and fair. By buying your dilapidated warehouse for 500,000 elemental energy points, you will have made enough profit. Lad, don't be too greedy. I'm afraid you won't have the appetite to digest if we give you too much. If we can reach an agreement today, we will even exchange your sand puppet for a free Earth Dragon sand puppet from the Shah family. I'm sure you know the price of an Earth Dragon sand puppet." Ai Hui put on an innocent look and replied, "Exchange? You might as well just give me an Earth Dragon." "No," the obese butler answered in a stern tone. "If I do that, I will be taking on a huge risk. If the higher-ups find out about this, I will be in deep trouble. I need to take your lousy sand puppet so I can keep the same number of sand puppets in my warehouse. This way, the higher-ups won't be able to tell what I have done." Thump! The sole of Ai Hui's foot landed squarely on the obese butler's face, sinking deeply into his fat, pudgy face. As if he rammed by a wild beast, the obese butler flew out of the training hall's entrance. The facial expression of the Shah family's guards changed drastically. "How dare you!" One of the guards reached out to catch the butler. The butler was Madam's relative and had gained the trust of both master and Madam. Hence, he had extremely high authority in the family. If anything was to happen to the butler, all of them would be in deep water. Just as the guard made contact with the body of the flying butler, his facial expression changed. The guard felt a violent force pass through his body. By now, it was already too late for him to respond. The body of the butler collided heavily with his body. Bang! Both of them smashed into the wall. Crash! The wall collapsed like a pile of toy building blocks, burying the two. Ai Hui withdrew his leg and muttered, "How dare you say my Lu Lan is a lousy sand puppet? You must be tired of living." At this moment, the rest of the guards summoned their sand puppets. Ai Hui's gaze landed on these sand puppets and asked Lu Lan curiously, "Lu Lan, are these Earth Dragons?" The sand puppets looked very weird. Even though they had a humanoid form, their spines were swollen. Each section of their spinal column could be clearly seen.
The Earth Dragon sand puppets were entirely black in color. Their limbs were thick and solid, but not swollen. Their gazes were cold and austere.
Yes, AI Hui. Lulan explained as if he was reciting from a book. Earth dragons are the Sha family's elite sand puppets.
They are mainly composed of matte black sand, square stone, and gray clay. They have powerful strength, outstanding survivability, formidable fighting capabilities, and are very obedient. Their weakness lies in their sand core. Their sand core is made up of 1,000 water stone, which is not particularly intelligent. Lulan's words sent a cold shiver down the spines of the Sha family guards. At a loss, they looked at each other.
Who exactly were these people? Why were they so familiar with Earth dragons?
The Earth Dragon sand puppets were new sand puppets that were developed only 500 years ago. Their construction blueprints were the Sha family's well-kept secret, and they were the main sale product nowadays. A furious look flashed across the guard leader's eyes.
He yelled angrily, "Audacious spy! How dare you spy on our sand puppets? We will not forgive you. Everyone, shoulder to shoulder. Advance."
The guard leader knew that the butler was a petty individual. If they returned completely unharmed, the butler definitely would bear grudges against them. The guard leader also could tell that the training hall's owner was someone not to be trifled with, and as such, he charged him with a crime first. Whether or not they won this battle, the Sha family would have an excuse to denounce him afterward. No matter how powerful the training hall's owner was, he still could not contend against the Sha family. Upon seeing the incoming sand puppets and hearing the guard leader's words, AI Hui laughed coldly. AI Hui was experienced enough to know what the other party was up to just by listening to his words.
Lulan, freeze the Earth dragons. Okay, AI Hui.
Lulan replied cheerfully as his eyes began to glow.
All along, he could not help AI Hui much during battles.
He often reminisced about the blind battle that he previously fought with AI Hui.
Finally, he could fight alongside AI Hui again, but
over the past 3 years, AI Hui was not the only one improving. Lulan had improved as well. Even though Lulan's body could not be completely upgraded due to the lack of materials, he still managed to absorb many blood crystals and blood cores and also made many minor alterations to himself. Lulan was still unfamiliar when it came to dealing with elementalists, but when it came to dealing with sand puppets, Lulan was an expert. Since he was a sand puppet just like the Earth Dragons, he knew everything about their moves. It was more than enough for Lulan to know that the Earth Dragons' weakness lay in their sand core. Furthermore, he even knew that their sand cores were made up of 1,000 water stone. As such, he knew properties of the cores and how to make them sluggish. He also knew that if the concentration of elemental energy between the matte black sand and gray clay was lower than a certain critical point, these two materials would repel each other. Lulan dissolved into a pile of sand and seeped into the ground. Just as the Earth Dragons were about to reach AI Hui, they suddenly froze, looking as if a freezing spell had been cast on them. The glow in the Earth Dragon's eyes continuously lit up and extinguished. After around 10 seconds, the square stones on the Earth Dragon's backs loosened and fell to the ground. The faces of the Sha family guards became ashen as they looked blankly upon this scene. What had happened completely defied their logic. Why? When they saw AI Hui striding toward them, they started to panic. They tried to put on a brave front and asked, What are you trying to do?" AI Hui grinned and revealed his teeth. "Since all of you are my guests, you will have to stay here today." He did not give these Earth elementalists any chance to react. Like a lightning bolt, he knocked them out in the blink of an eye. AI Hui silently shook his head. He really did not know what these Earth elementalists were thinking. Nowadays, Earth elementalists were in such a dire situation, yet they still had the nerve to do things so arrogantly. Weren't they seeking death? Lulan, tie them up. AI Hui waved his hand. No problem, AI Hui. Simultaneously, countless voices came out from all corners of the courtyard. Pea-sized mini Lulans emerged from the ground and yelled cheerfully in unison, Lulan is coming. Happily, they rushed to the fainted Earth elementalists and jumped on their bodies. A few mini Lulans carried ropes that were thicker than their bodies, threw them on top of those elementalists, and yelled together, Lulan, catch the rope. The several mini Lulans standing on top of the fainted elementalists spread their arms and yelled together, Lulan caught it. Lulan is beginning to tie a knot now. Lulan has completed tying the knot. Lulan is preparing to carry him. Lulan is coming, Lulan is coming. Lulan is coming. Upon seeing the bustling scene, AI Hui was deeply moved. The scene very much resembled the expansion project outside of the city. In the blink of an eye, the Sha family guards and the butler were tied up. AI Hui was very sly. When the butler said he wanted to trade Lu Lan for an earth dragon, Ai Hui knew that they would not peacefully resolve the issue.
Even though the butler was fat, he was sharp-sighted.
He could tell that Lu Lan was an extraordinary sand puppet and coveted him. Even though the Shah family was currently in a dire situation due to the loss of the Yellow Sand Corner, they were still very powerful.
If Ai Hui had not attained elemental externalization, he would be very fearful of them.
However, since he had attained elemental externalization, his fighting capabilities had improved tremendously and his confidence was greatly boosted. The poor were not intimidated by the rich. It would only spell trouble for a rich and powerful family like the Shah family to encounter a fellow like Ai Hui. Ai Hui liked to keep a low profile and did not like to stir up trouble, but that did not mean that he was afraid of causing havoc.
No matter how powerful the Shah family was, were they more powerful than the blood of God? Since they could not resolve the issue peacefully, Ai Hui had to resort to his fists. Recently, there had been an increase in criminal activity in Peace City. With the establishment of a lesser Avalon of 5 elements, Ai Hui knew that many people would be interested in his plot of land. In the city, there were very few properties that were as big as his training hall. There were a lot of people eyeing his training hall. If he displayed any sign of weakness, plenty of greedy individuals would pounce and completely devour him. Ai Hui was hoping that this training hall would sell for a good price. The Shah family was trying to scam him. Looking at the empty entrance of the training hall, he gave a sinister smile while his eyes glittered with the glow of essence elemental beans. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 294, Rising Storm. Chapter 294, Rising Storm. Translator, Irene. Editor, TYZ/KLKL.
The news that the Shah family had been beaten up spread across the whole of Peace City as if it had wings.
The undercurrent surged in Peace City.
It was apparent from the number of property transactions that close to 70% of houses in the city had new owners. The power of money, fist, and authority were displayed vividly through different ways. Lucky homeowners could earn a big sum of money and unlucky ones would find themselves in a worse situation. While it wasn't to the extent of becoming bankrupt or losing lives, injuries were common.
Peace City was like a feasting place, fertile and replete.
Peace City was a small place and played no impressive roles.
It couldn't provoke fellows that had a strong background.
As for other matters, it was fine as long as they did not go overboard.
Going overboard would bring shame to the family and they still wanted to keep their reputation. Most families would choose to offer a pretty decent price along with some threats in order to achieve their goals. A little bit of money meant nothing to big families. There was no need to complicate matters over such an insignificant amount of money. While there were many undercurrents in Peace City, it was buzzing with activity on the surface and there was no sensationalized news. As such, the news of the Shah family getting beaten up created such a big stir.
Some felt rueful over the Shah family's decline.
The Shah family from 3 years back had still been a well-celebrated family in the Avalon of 5 elements.
Yet, in just 3 years they fell into poverty and were taken over by a small and remote training hall. The whole affair would make you sigh.
The occupation of Yellow Corner Sand was a devastating blow to influential Earth elementalist families.
It only took 3 years for the Shah family to lose their power and fall into such decline.
In another 3 years there might not even be a Shah family anymore.
It was no wonder the Shah family was so desperate.
They had no choice.
A pity the Shah family wasn't in luck and had stumbled. The news of Wang Han and the swordsman school had already reached the desks of respective homeowners. There wasn't anything noteworthy about the news other than the interesting nickname, King of Anglers, given to Wang Han.
It was said that Wang Han had just attained elemental externalization, so how great could he be? Could it be that the Shah family's abilities had already reached such a frail state? Some people were secretly affected.
Although they couldn't make sand puppets without sand, there were still many good things about the Shah family. At least the manufacturing method was invaluable. The Elders Guild would absolutely disallow only metal and water elements to exist long term.
It was evident from the establishment of the small Avalon of 5 elements that Elders Guild was trying. Their determination was apparent as well.
One could tell, from the construction of the small Avalon of 5 elements, that Elders Guild had already realized that regardless if it was the Fire Prairie and Yellow Corner Sand, occupied by Blood of God, or the independent Jadeite Forest, none would return to the hands of the Avalon of 5 elements anytime soon.
The war would not end soon, and once the small Avalon succeeded, the rebuilding of the Avalon of 5 elements would immediately begin.
As long as the Elders Guild pushed through the challenging phase before them and gained strength, the situation would improve greatly. The difficult situation faced by earth, fire, and water elementalists was only temporary.
They would recover their elemental energy upon the reconstruction of the Avalon of 5 elements.
These families were at their weakest right now, which meant that now was the best opportunity to swallow them up. If these weakened families were taken over now, the spoils of war during the rebuilding of the Avalon of 5 Elements would earn them a large sum. Quickly, many families became restless and threatening.
Evergold Enterprise. Fluorescence elemental beans, asked the Fu family's elder sister. Fu Yanhao replied angrily, yes, sister. This man is crazy about money. Treating me as a fool? I was so angry that I almost quarreled with them. So did you give them to him? The lady asked while looking at him.
Fu Yanhao felt weak from his sister's gaze but answered firmly, of course not.
I'm not stupid.
His sister shook her head. Fluorescence elemental beans in exchange for a fair chance to get close to him.
What's bad about it?
In any case, I don't want to be slaughtered like an idiot. Fu Yanhao stiffened his neck and repeated indignantly.
The Fu family's elder sister asked directly, then have you seen the Xia family's battle process? I've seen it.
Fu Yanhao felt at ease upon seeing that his sister wasn't angry. He continued, I left the alley and saw them not far away. I heard the housekeeper mumbling something about buying over the training hall and immediately knew that they were going after Wang Han.
His sister asked hurriedly, how? Out of curiosity, others looked over as well.
Fu Yanhao had a strange expression. Wang Han did not look very impressive, but his sand puppet was pretty capable. The guards' earth dragons were all defeated by Wang Han's sand puppet.
Taken down by Wang Han's sand puppet? This outcome was surprising. Yeah. Fu Yanhao was puzzled too. Isn't the Xia family well known for their sand puppets? While earth dragons are not considered first-rate sand puppets, they are pretty good at combat. How did they get defeated by a single sand puppet so easily? Has the Xia family really fallen into such a sorry state? Fu Renxian couldn't help but ask, where's Wang Han's sand puppet from? Isn't he a metal elementalist?
Fu Yanhao spread his hands out. Regardless, the Xia family can only brace themselves, the Fu family's elder sister added, if they cower now, they will have to succumb to their fate of getting swallowed up. Not only do they have to win beautifully in order to intimidate those greedy fellows.
Fu Yanghao's eyes lit up. A good show's coming up. Swordsman Training Hall. AI Hui, am I really going to start upgrading my body? It's going to require a very long time. Lu Lan spoke. How long? 6 to 8 days. Oh okay, start as soon as possible once you're ready, But what would you do if enemies appear? Ha, don't worry, what's there to be afraid of? We're in school. AI Hui really wasn't worried.
He wouldn't be so sure if they were in some other place, but since they were in Swordsman Training Hall, he was highly confident.
This was his home ground.
As someone who was always cautious, he placed much more importance on his nesting place as compared to most people.
Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep in peace.
Ever since he left Central Pine, he had accumulated a significant number of heaven merit points. He was supposed to get an inherited manual, but with additional points, he exchanged it for an absolute arc manual for training sky palaces. He then used the rest of his points to obtain all sorts of uncommon ingredients. And he used most of these ingredients to make elemental food for upgrading Lu Lan's body and for Dragon's Pine tempering. For AI Hui to be able to progress steadily in spite of the life and death flower sacrificial technique art, these ingredients played an important role.
The remaining ingredients were used in his training hall.
All the resources were taken away by the Elders Guild for Wang Shouchuan's, treating the city as a piece of cloth, planned during the War of Central Pine City. Even Wang Shouchuan's daily notes that had been found were kept safely. The Elders Guild saw these pieces of information as treasures and were highly secretive about them. No one would have thought that there was still someone who remembered the complicated and meticulous proposal from that time.
And that person was AI Hui.
He had been in touch with Teacher's ideas on a regular basis, and when the proposal was out he visited Teacher, who explained it all to him without stopping. As such, AI Hui had a much deeper understanding of the whole plan since he'd been following up with it from start to end.
The plan was so grand and full of complex scenarios, things that AI Hui wasn't able nor required to try.
Thus, he specially made smaller-scaled, simplified versions to fix up the hall and increase security. As his understanding of sword mastery and Teacher's theory deepened steadily, he continued improvising the installations. No one would have thought that this shabby-looking training hall had its own mysteries.
Even people like Su Qingye, who practiced here regularly, did not sense anything abnormal.
When AI Hui knew that there might be danger, he informed all the students that classes would stop for half a month so as to prevent getting involved in this affair. Lu Lan started upgrading his body and the hall quieted down.
AI Hui did not waste any time as well.
He had just broken into external externalization, which was the best time to train.
The change in elemental energy offered him a different revelation. Attaining elemental externalization meant that elementalists could directly engage nature's elemental energies, precisely the reason for their formidability. For example, currently, AI Hui could engage elemental energy from within a radius of 50 feet. As he upgraded his level of training, this range would widen as well. Attaining elemental externalization was merely the beginning. There was a huge difference between being able to engage elemental energy from within a radius of 50 feet versus from within a radius of thousands of feet. Along with a deeper understanding of elemental energy, elementalists would not only be able to increase their control over a larger area, they would even be able to engage elemental energy that was not of their own element. The finest thing about the 5 elemental energies was how they affected one another. Nature's elemental energies in itself resided in circulations. Those masters were able to convert other elemental energies into the one that they needed. This was also the reason why, although Han Yuqin's combat abilities weren't as strong as Yu Mingqiu, she was able to complete the treating the city as a piece of cloth plan. When one's base level was high enough, elemental energy was no longer divided. In her hands, any type of elemental energy could be converted easily. Of course, this was the ultimate goal for elementalists. None had been able to achieve it so far. According to recent rumors, the person closest to reaching this goal was Grandmaster Dai Gang. To AI Hui, these were beyond his reach. He had just attained elemental externalization and was a thorough rookie. Many experiences were still very foreign to him. He could feel the elemental energy in the ground beneath his feet dragging him along. The elemental energy flow was completely different from before. AI Hui was full of curiosity, his eyes flickering brightly. As he moved, the dragon spine started operating slowly. Within these 3 years, if there was one area which he improved the greatest, it would have to be his sword mastery. He had already attained a higher mastery level when he was still in Central Pine. 3 years of perseverance, fumbling and bitter trainings really refined his swordsmanship. He did not use heaven merit points to exchange for the sword techniques. He did not care for those. But Karakoram's swordplay really made his eyes light up. Nevertheless, his own fighting style had started to infuse with his swordplay. Learning swordplay from others would instead be disadvantageous. He could borrow them as references but could not completely imitate them. What he needed to do now was to persevere. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 295, The 3 Smalls. Chapter 295, The 3 Smalls. Translator, Irene. Editor, TYZ/KLKL. How can we help, teacher? Hua Xiaoyun was 13 years old, but her cute, apple-shaped face was currently filled with worry. Her body was frail, as if the wind could easily blow her away. The brown curls on her head were the most eye-catching. Her fluffy hair resembled that of a poodle. Because of this, she was often laughed at and called Little Hua Doggy. She was a feeble but kind girl. Upon hearing that teacher had offended the Sha family, she got extremely worried and specially made a trip down to Peace City from Cloud Ridge City via 3 Leaves bamboo cart, in search of Su Qingye and Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen held onto his heavy sword without a word. Su Qingye listlessly teased his new sand puppet. After his previous sand puppets reported the expenses, his father finally bought him a new one. Because of Su Weijuan's praise of Su Qingye, his father was more than happy to get him a new and much more improved sand puppet. At the beginning, Su Qingye was extremely pleased with his new sand puppet since it was much stronger than his previous one. But when he found out that an argument arose between teacher and the Sha family, Su Qingye became gloomy. His new sand puppet, Cuttlefish, was a product of the Sha family. Fate was fooling with people. Su Qingye's childlike face was now full of sorrow as he sighed toward the sky. Say something, you guys. Hua Xiaoyun spoke urgently. Why aren't you guys talking? I'm so worried. Teacher doesn't need our help, the mysterious Zhou Wen said all of a sudden. Are we just going to sit and watch? Teacher has to deal with so many enemies. What if he can't handle them? The more Hua Xiaoyun thought about it, the more worried she got. We're so weak, how are we going to help him? Su Qingye was a businessman's son after all and had rich life experiences. What we should do now is make sure that we don't become a burden and a cause for worry. Having said that, Su Qingye felt sullen himself. Stupid Sha family. How hateful. Then what's going to happen to teacher? Hua Xiaoyun asked on the brink of tears. I trust teacher. Zhou Wen said. Me too. Su Qingye consoled, don't forget that there's still Lu Lan. Lu Lan is powerful. We wouldn't be able to win against him even if we joined forces. Just then, a group of hooligans appeared from not far away. After some brief eye contact, they walked over with bad intentions. Hey, take out all your money.
As the three of them were too preoccupied with worrying, the gangsters had already surrounded them when they were finally able to react. Zhou Wen stood up coldly and kept Hua Xiaoyun close to him.
Su Qingye wrinkled his brows and berated, "Who are you guys? You all look unfamiliar. Why? Coming all the way here to cause trouble?"
While Sea Pacific Enterprise wasn't considered big, it had been standing for many years and the local societies and businesses were beyond familiar with it. Su Qingye had been interacting with these people since he was young and had no fear.
What kind of storm could a small city like Peace City cook up? Su Qingye was more than certain that he'd not seen these people before.
There was an influx of foreigners into Peace City recently and security had become less ordered.
How arrogant!
The lead gangster stepped out, an evil grin appearing on his face.
You'd better take out all your money now if you don't want to get beaten up. Or else, don't blame us for being impolite. We can give you the money, but you have to let us go. Su Qingye said while fishing out money.
Seeing that Su Qingye gave in, the hooligan let his guard down momentarily, saying, "Don't play any tricks and you'll be fine." Even before he could finish speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his thigh. He looked down and saw a sandsword jutting out from his thigh as fresh blood poured out. Before he could react, his little brothers had already fallen into a pitiful state. Zhou Wen had already completely powered his sword.
It was like a solid hammer.
Taking a hit would usually cause a sore, bone-shattering sound. While he did not look strong on the outside, he was as brave as a fierce tiger. Hua Xiaoyun followed closely behind as the swords made from fog became agile and sharp arrows, unceasingly landing on their enemies' bodies and leaving wounds.
"You're courting death."
The leader had a sinister look on his face, but right in front of him, Su Qingye was all smiles. Even before he could react, his other thigh got stabbed as well.
Plop, dot. The gang leader's legs turned weak and he sank to his knees.
A sandlock chained around his neck transformed into a collar, where saw teeth were spinning slowly around the inner side of it.
"Stop." Su Qingye spoke up as the saw teeth tightened suddenly and a blood streak surfaced on the gang leader's neck. The gang leader turned pale as he quickly instructed, "Stop. All of you, stop."
Seeing the state their leader was in, the rest of the gang hesitated a little before stopping.
Bang bang bang. Ferocious Zhou Wen had no intention to stop.
Instead, he charged forward and took down the remaining hooligans in the blink of an eye.
The gang leader's expression worsened.
He knew he had provoked the wrong person and lowered his noble head.
Su Qingye asked calmly, "How long have you guys been in Peace City?" The gang leader answered in all honesty, 3 days.
Chuckling, Su Qingye asked, 3 days and you guys are feeling restless already, but?
The leader hurriedly replied, "I must be blind to have offended you all. Haha, let's talk things over." Su Qingye changed the topic suddenly. "Who asked you guys to come over?" The gang leader's expression changed slightly but he remained silent.
Zhou Wen and Hua Xiaoyun exchanged glances.
I thought it was strange. Coming for money straight away, how ignorant. Not even a greeting or an excuse, do you take me for a fool? Su Qingye smiled coldly. He was very familiar with how things went on the street. You better be honest with us or I'll kill you. Heard of Huang Dahai? Entering someone else's territory, have you paid your respects? Still have the guts to rob?
You'll get seriously hurt if I hand you over to him.
He would have to thank me and invite me to attend the ritual. Upon hearing Huang Dahai's name, the gang leader's face turned a deathly white.
Huang Dahai was the big boss of a few streets nearby and was vicious and merciless.
If the gangster fell into Huang Dahai's hands, he would have a miserable ending.
The gangster's body shook uncontrollably at the mere thought that Huang Dahai might deal with him cruelly.
He bit his teeth. Yes.
A green light flashed abruptly and hit the gang leader right between his brows.
A grunt sounded and ended spontaneously.
There was a bloody hole in between his brows as blood flowed down.
This sudden change of events stunned Su Qingye for a while.
Because teacher attached much importance to real combat, the three of them were used to confrontation. He had fought before, but killing people. The gang leader on the ground was no longer breathing, his eyes wide open and expressionless. The emptiness was uncomfortable to bear.
Su Qingye blanked out. Boom!
A huge force knocked him down, which also allowed him to snap out of it.
It was Zhou Wen.
He had left a pit in the ground. Habitually silent, Zhou Wen lived in an even harsher environment and thus had a higher psychological endurance than Su Qingye. He was fighting against the attacker who launched the sneak attack now. Soon, Hua Xiaoyun threw herself out there as well. Her fish-like cloud sword made concentrated shuffling sounds. The frail-looking brown-haired girl was actually stronger than she appeared.
Clap. Su Qingye gave himself a slap, shame filling his chest. Cuttlefish seeped into the ground and went for the opponent like a pool of ink.
The attacker was a middle-aged man. He had an average appearance, a face that would fade in a crowd. However, he was exceptionally strong, taking on 3 opponents by himself, yet maintaining the upper hand. Zhou Wen's subtle sword strokes were effortlessly blocked off by the man. The man could also easily dodge Hua Xiaoyun's crafty cloud sword, as if he'd long predicted its moves. Cuttlefish's speed increased, and in the blink of an eye, it was already under the man's feet. A pool of ink wrapped around his legs. Su Qingye saw the sneer in the man's eyes. Boom! The man did not move his legs, but the black ink around them exploded into a puff of sand. Their opponent was simply too powerful. His realm, fight and even battle experience far exceeded theirs. If you meet an enemy that's too powerful, don't run. You can't outrun him. Keep in mind what I'm about to teach you. Teacher's words suddenly floated into Su Qingye's conscious mind. Su Qingye remembered these words very clearly since teacher made sure to explain the content to them when they were all present. Teacher wasn't very responsible in the sense that he appeared and disappeared unpredictably, and just mostly wasn't around. Lu Lan was the one who had been monitoring their trainings. They really liked Lu Lan and felt he was more like a teacher. Su Qingye was somewhat vexed. They'd never tried practicing what teacher had taught them. His relationship with Zhou Wen wasn't considered friendly, and Hua Xiaoyun only visited twice a week, so no one had thought of practicing the drill together. They could only push their way through, even if it was beyond their abilities. 3 elements. Su Qingye shouted suddenly and dashed behind Zhou Wen. The dispersed ink sand on the ground assembled and moved toward him as if it was attracted by something. Upon hearing Su Qingye's loud roar, Zhou Wen retreated suddenly without the slightest hesitation. He stood about 10 feet to Hua Xiaoyun's right as Su Qingye stood about 30 feet to her left. The 3 of them formed a polyline angle. Their opponent did not interrupt them. Instead, he observed them calmly. A pentagon has 5 points. The 3 of you occupy 3 connecting points. Remember, Hua Xiaoyun right at the front, followed by Zhou Wen and finally Su Qingye. At this moment, Su Qingye was beyond thankful for his daily trainings. Teacher had strict requirements when it came to their sense of space. He felt that having a precise sense was very helpful in battles. As such, the 3 of them had undergone countless extra trainings and punishments. Basically, they suffered quite a lot of hardships to perfect this part. And finally, in this moment, all their hard work would be put to good use. Without any adjustments, Su Qingye knew their positions were completely accurate. Teacher, you must mean what you say. Su Qingye prayed inwardly to each and every god he knew. His hand movements were super fast, his arms unoccupied. The black ink sand shuffled its way up off the ground and formed a sphere, which spun around between his arms. Gathering all the elemental energy within his body, Su Qingye made a strong push with his arms, and the fast-spinning black sandball in front of his chest transformed into a black sandsword, flying toward Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen had a stern expression on his face as he used both hands to grab his sword. Silhouette like a bow, he thrusted his sword unhurriedly. A silver bright glow swiftly lighted up. The black sand sword, as if attracted by something, flew toward the sword light from Zhou Wen's attack. The moment the black sand sword shot into the bright sword light, the light dimmed and an indescribable grandeur shrouded the whole place. The sword ray appeared in front of Hua Xiaoyun in a flash. Hua Xiaoyun condensed 6 cloud swords, and like vines, they wound around this sword ray. The middle-aged man's face changed greatly. Just then, the sword ray made a shocking transformation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 296, Probe. Chapter 296, Probe. Translator, Irene. Editor, TYZ/K Kermit. All the force within the sword ray collided with the vine-like cloud sword. Poof! The cloud sword swiftly turned into a ball of fog that was even more dazzling than a rainbow, but in the blink of an eye, the splendid fog was torn apart into thin sword rays. Su Qingye and gang were stunned by this sight. They were the most beautiful sword rays ever. The thin sword rays were as if they'd been ground into mica sheets, overflowing with light and brilliance like the world's most beautiful colors. There were specks of golden sand on top that appeared to be moving about. The sword produced a sweet-sounding sword chime, which spread across the whole city like surfacing ripples. Upon hearing the sword chime, Ai Wei, who was meditating, lowered his gaze and spread open his azure wings. He flew up and saw the splendor from far away. Without hesitating, he dashed toward that light. Not just him, but many elementalists could be seen flying in that direction. Opposite the 3 students, the middle-aged man's face had completely changed. He saw the overflowing aura of death emitted by the beautiful sword ray. Beautiful things were usually fatal. He'd seen poisonous snakes in beautiful women, but in front of these sword rays they paled in comparison. Whether it was beautiful or fatal, how did these three brats command such a sword ray? There was a second where his heart was filled with regret. He regretted offering his support and underestimating his enemies. In a flash, the hesitation in his gaze was swept away and replaced with unwavering determination. His experience taught him that the more dangerous a situation was, the more he had to risk his life. Any hesitation or fear would lose him his chances of survival. With a bellow, the elemental energy within his whole body started circulating and rich metal elemental energy crawled from the ground up his body. Elemental externalization. Another egg-sized clay figure appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. Concentrated earth elemental energy was channeled into the mini clay figure and it shattered with a clap, transforming into a ray of light before disappearing. Rumble. A huge rumbling sound emerged from underground as a huge sandstone arm surfaced above ground. It was over 10 meters long and extremely thick and solid. 3 people would be needed to surround it and still wrap their arms around each other. While it seemed slow-moving, all this had happened in an instant. The enormous palm spread its fingers wide like a big web and grabbed toward that splendid, yet fatal sword ray. Boom! The sword ray shot into the giant palm and the palm closed up. The middle-aged man sighed a breath of relief, but the next moment, his face changed yet again. Countless beams of light broke through the giant palm and shot out as fragmented rays, each of which were extremely dangerous. The middle-aged man was unable to dodge and a blood streak appeared on his shoulder. He had actually felt no pain when the fragmented ray swept past, a sign that the shattered ray was beyond sharp. The giant palm, at this point, looked badly damaged and only 4 fingers remained. The middle-aged man looked terrible. He was dealing with 3 schooling brats with his elemental externalization realm, but was still forced into this pitiful state. His face was scorching red. The giant sandstone palm wriggled about, and in a flash, another finger grew out and the palm was just as good as before. The middle-aged man had a malevolent look on his face as he said viciously, "Good. Very good. Let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeves, nut." The 3 kids turned pale. They had already consumed their last bit of elemental energy and were on the verge of collapsing. Their faces were white as a sheet but no one pled for mercy. This move is pretty formidable, but most importantly, it causes a big enough scene. Su Qingye gasped roughly for breath as he muttered to himself non-stop. "Teacher, you'd better be reliable." It seemed that he could only reduce his fear by doing this. "Tremendous elemental devil palm, how impressive!" The cold voice sounded from the sky. Hearing this, Su Qingye's tensed nerves loosened up immediately as he plopped to the ground. A short-haired lady descended and landed in front of the kids. It was actually Huaijuan. Su Qingye was full of gratitude towards his aunt right now. He shouted obediently, "Aunt." Huaijuan ignored him and looked the middle-aged man right in the face, then said in all coldness, "Why? Sha Weiyuan, do you dare not reveal yourself? Or does the Sha family only dare to do such shady acts?" The middle-aged man took the elemental energy mask off his face, revealing a meager, apathetic face. "I heard Sea Pacific Enterprise will be operating here for a long time to come. I've been so curious as to who would have such foresight to prepare the layout so early on. It's a great honor to be able to meet you today." Huaijuan remained unmoved. "Sea Pacific Enterprise is not big, but we will not tolerate any humiliation. You've actually attacked the younger generation, so there's no way around this. Both families will have to settle all scores today no matter what." There was a jade bamboo as thick as a thumb in her hand. It was a fresh, green jasper jade bamboo and there were even a few bamboo leaves hanging on top of it. Sha Weiyuan's pupils shrank. "Su Huaijuan, . He said slowly, "I was wondering which Su family it was. Turns out you are from the Sanmo Su family. My bad, my bad. We have been at peace and close like family. This misunderstanding was caused by my hastiness and I'd almost disrupted our harmony. I heard you're an earth elementalist. This sand puppet, Shadow, is a little gift from me. Please accept it, sir." The Shadow was a precious treasure among the sand puppets produced by the Sha family. It was difficult to obtain even before Yellow Sand Corner was taken over. Unfortunately, it was unlikely that the current Sha family would be able to produce many of these shadows anymore. Huaijuan's face softened slightly as she said to Su Qingye, "It's okay, stop now." Su Qingye gave Sha Weiyuan a hateful look, but knew he had to listen. He could tell that while his father was the one managing the enterprise, his aunt held a more admirable position. Sha Weiyuan heaved a sigh of relief. Within the information gathered on Wanghan, Sea Pacific Enterprise was Sha family's only doubt.
Su Qingye was Wang Han's student. What kind of relationship did Wang Han and Sea Pacific Enterprise have? Who was backing up Sea Pacific Enterprise? The ways of the world were chaotic. Enterprises without any backing wouldn't be able to survive. For being able to live in Peace City for so long, Sea Pacific Enterprise must have its backing. Xia Weiyuan had bribed the gangsters to target Su Qingye in order to scout out information about the Su family and to get a gauge of Wang Han's standards. Who knew the gangsters would be so useless, causing him to have to deal with the kids himself? Su Huaijuan's choice to end the fight made him feel rather embarrassed as well. The good thing was that he'd already gotten the answer he wanted the most. The whole Xia family knew that they simply couldn't afford to lose this time. Once they lost, it was inevitable that they would be swallowed up. Xia family's decline in the past 3 years had been observed by many, and Yue had been the one bracing the family. If they lost, their last semblance would be taken down and Xia family's vulnerability would be completely exposed, revealing exactly how weak they were. The wolves in wait would pounce on them without hesitation and swallow them whole. The Xia family simply couldn't lose. This put them under extreme pressure. Xia Weiyuan's gaze was shrewd and ruthless. He could feel the whole of the Su family's attitude from Su Huaijuan's bearing. Su Huaijuan did not mention Wang Han at all from start to finish. The Su family did not want to get involved in the dispute between the Xia family and Wang Han. This was the outcome he wanted, so he felt much more relaxed now. As long as the Su family did not chime in, what kind of storm could Wang Han raise alone? Almost losing his life, Su Qingye wasn't planning to let things go so easily, but his aunt had no intention of making a move. He rolled his eyes and shouted out loud, "There are 3 of us." Su Huaijuan gave him a look, warning evident in her eyes. Xia Weiyuan was taken by surprise, but he'd been around for a long time. Seeing that Su Huaijuan glared but did not outright oppose Su Qingye, he said calmly, "The other 2 kiddos, 500 elemental energy points each. A little gift from the bottom of my heart. What do you think, Miss Su?" Su Qingye's gaze fell upon a silhouette within the crowd and was stunned for a bit. Su Huaijuan nodded. "Okay." Zhou Wen burst out, "Who wants your money?" Surprise filled Su Qingye's face. He knew how poor Zhou Wen was, yet this fellow actually had backbone despite his horrible personality. He quickly pulled Zhou Wen and winked at him vigorously. Zhou Wen did not really understand what Su Qingye was trying to do, so he just shut his mouth and said nothing. Su Qingye winked at Hua Xiaoyun this time and she nodded subtly. It wasn't the first time Xia Weiyuan had heard an angry rebuke like the one made by Zhou Wen. With a slight smile, he threw a bag of essence elemental beans toward Su Huaijuan before turning around to leave. Without opening it, Su Huaijuan threw the bag to Su Qingye before leaving as well. The sky was packed with observing elementalists. The resounding sword chim from earlier had alarmed all of them. Who would have thought that Sea Pacific Enterprise has the Su family backing it up? Sanmo Su family is also a well-known family. Why didn't they go to Jadeite Forest? We have to say something good about Avalon of 5 elements. The Avalons never treated these families badly. Things are going to get lively in Peace City. The Xia family, Su family, and perhaps other families are also here. Tongues were wagging in the sky as the Sanmo Su family suddenly emerged from beneath the water's surface, causing a stir. Fu Rinxian was moved. I can't believe the Su family is here too, but it makes sense. The Earth Elemental, Fire Elemental, and Wood Elemental families are all waiting for the construction of the Lesser Avalon of 5 elements. The Fu family sister turned around suddenly to ask Fu Yanghao, was that move worth 4 essence elemental beans? Fu Yanghao's face turned red and he kept silent. The move from earlier was beyond breathtaking. Although people only saw the aftermath of the sword ray and heard the sword chime, they were all shaken by the swordplay. Thinking about it again, this impressive swordplay was executed by 3 immature and inexperienced babies. How deep were Wang Han's sword mastery and achievements? Upon noticing this, Fu Rinxian hurriedly smoothed things over. Who knew Wang Han's sword master would be this excellent? Wonder if it has anything to do with Karakoram? The Fu family big sister seemed lost in thought as she commented suddenly, Xia family is likely going to have a difficult time. No one was surprised and Fu Rinxian couldn't help but add, perhaps sister thinks Wang Han can win this battle? Fu Yanghao blurted, sister, you overestimate Wang Han. The Xia family is a big family after all. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Can one person like Wang Han overturn the whole family? Unbelievable. The Fu family big sister did not answer. Instead, she gazed at Xia Weiyuan's disappearing figure and said faintly, acting cowardly before the battle. Not a good omen. No one noticed a figure left the crowd quietly and followed far behind Xia Weiyuan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 297, Silent Strike. Chapter 297, Silent Strike. Translator, Irene Editor, TYZ/K Kermit.
Although Sha Wuyuan had embarrassed himself somewhat, he had still obtained the result he'd wanted and, compared to victory, a blow to his pride meant nothing. Ultimately, the Sha family was still a big family. It was absolutely not an easy task to migrate and redevelop the whole family. Those managing now were only the vanguards. Sha Wuyuan felt that he had enough power since there was just one person in the so-called swordsman school. If not for the association between Sea Pacific Enterprise and Wang Han, Sha Wuyuan would have gone straight to the front door. He was in a foreign land, so it did not hurt to be more cautious. After probing came a thunderous fury. Only then would the world be able to witness the Sha family's power, and only then could the family crush the ingrates' desire to take them down. Amidst the steady flow of people moving about the busy streets, a heroic spirit rose suddenly within Sha Wuyuan's chest. Having been poverty-stricken for 3 years, members of Sha family had been indecisive and at a loss, but also held in a certain enthusiasm.
The construction of the mini Avalon of 5 elements finally gave them some hope.
The Sha family of the past had been beyond well regarded.
The no puppet without sand, mighty and well-celebrated Sha family had carried an unparalleled influence amongst all wood elementalists. Countless numbers of them had traveled thousands of miles to visit the family to request for a sand puppet. When the Sha family had been about to release a new series of sand puppets, all the business giants had responded instantly by waiting anxiously outside the Sha family's door. The current situation was all thanks to that damned blood of God. The claim over Yellow Sand Corner had not only caused the Sha family to lose its most important raw material supply, but had also swept away all its power in Yellow Sand Corner. Close to 70% of the Sha family's power had been in Yellow Sand Corner, so its occupation greatly damaged the family's strength. Otherwise, the Sha family wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. Sha Wuyuan's thoughts started to float away. During the decaying, bleak period of war, the big-scale construction in Peace City was exceptionally attention-grabbing and spirit-raising. There was an endless stream of people brushing past him, their faces full of urgency but also carrying an unique type of liveliness, just like the Peace City which was full of vigor. Just then, a warning signal rose in Sha Wuyuan's chest.
Even before he could react, he felt a sudden, sharp pain in his lower back.
A wisp of sharp elemental energy had pierced into his lower back. Not good. Sha Wuyuan's face changed completely. The enemy was so good at concealing their odor that Sha Wuyuan wasn't even able to detect them standing by his side.
The moment the elemental energy invaded his body, the elemental energy within his body started resisting. This wisp of elemental energy was like a sharp awl, however, and broke open his elemental energy to destroy his body effortlessly. Pop, a faintly discernible sound rang in his ears like a clap of thunder.
Clap. Densely packed cracks started surfacing on a round-headed mini sand puppet that hung on Sha Wuyuan's neck. Shortly, it shattered into a pool of quicksand and spilled onto the ground. His stand-in puppet. Fear and anger flooded Sha Wuyuan's heart simultaneously.
The shattering of the stand-in sand puppet meant that the earlier blow would have killed him if not for the puppet. The stand-in sand puppet was the Sha family's supreme puppet.
It was absolutely not for sale and had no combat abilities.
Its only use was to help its owner take a blow during a disaster. Every single one of the ingredients needed to manufacture a stand-in sand puppet was extremely precious, and the secret method used in the production process would overdraft the creator's life. Even during its peak, the Sha family had not produced many of these stand-in puppets.
The one on Sha Wuyuan's neck was one of the 3 left in the family.
Sha Wuyuan knew that the most important thing was not to attack the opponent or attend to his injury, but to increase the distance between the enemy and himself. Only then would he be able to unleash his power and gain the opportunity to strike back. Ignoring the acute pain in his lower back, he suddenly charged toward the side of the street. We felt the elemental energy that he'd released get absorbed by something as a feeling of emptiness came through.
Stand-in sand puppet.
We immediately understood because thanks to Lu Lan, he had a rather deep understanding of sand puppets.
Why wouldn't we know about the stand-in sand puppet?
It was a rare gem among all sand puppets.
He was rather shocked that such a precious item would be in Sha Wuyuan's hands.
Stirred up by the Sha family's riches and overbearing attitude, we attacked more ruthlessly.
Sha Wuyuan's sudden dash forward sent the streets into chaos. There were people all around, but that did not give Sha Wuyuan a sense of security. The wisp of faintly discernible odor followed behind him like the undispersed soul of a deceased person. It was like a bone gangrene.
A chill went down his spine and overtook his whole body. He dared not turn around, but dared not hesitate as well. There was no time for him to open his azure wings since the enemy was a proficient assassinator.
Currently, it was as if he was standing on the edge of a cliff. Any mistake would mean a horrible death. The elemental energy within his body rushed frantically toward his back. A layer of thick, sandy soil armor appeared on his back, growing visibly to the naked eye. A ruthless expression flashed across Xiao Yuan's face as he ran madly for his life. He had no intention to stop. He arched his back, covered with the sandy soil armor, as if he was raising a thick and solid shield, and charged backwards with full force. The next moment, Xiao Yuan's face changed thoroughly. There was nothing but emptiness behind him. How was that possible? Wasn't the opponent following close behind? Had it been an illusion? No. It definitely wasn't an illusion. While Xiao Yuan was feeling bewildered, a sword ray as bright as stars rose high into the air from beneath his feet. Sword ray. Xiao Yuan's pupils shrank as he realized who the perpetrator was. Wang Han. Swordsman Training Hall's owner, Wang Han. Was this fellow crazy? How dare he? A fellow he'd never paid attention to, a fellow that was as good as dead to him, had actually initiated an attack on the Xia family. What was the Xia family? A huge monster dominating the food chain. A sneeze by the Xia family would cause many to tremble in fear. Today, however, he had actually been harassed by an insect-like, powerless fellow. This slight to his dignity seemed to forebode the Xia family's decline. Disappointment and humiliation flashed past Xiao Yuan's heart, accompanied shortly by an intense fury. His rage was so intense that he couldn't help but shake uncontrollably. How gutsy! What a daredevil! Not only did Xiao Yuan not dodge, he charged toward the sword ray with a bellow. In front of the ray, the thick, sandy soil armor was like paper. The pain in his abdomen seemed to have turned Xiao Yuan into a wounded wild elephant as he started acting even crazier. With a flip of his hand, a yellow glowing ring appeared on his palm. Heavy soil ring. This skill formed a confinement area with a radius of about 100 feet. Those trapped within would feel their bodies become exceptionally heavy. Xiao Yuan was particularly skillful with this move. He could make his enemies feel as if their bodies were 26 times heavier. Those confined would be unable to move a single step, and their heavy bodies would make even breathing a challenging task. Unknowingly, a giant arm rose up from the ground far behind Xiao Yuan. With its fingers spread open, the palm swatted at Ai Hui like a huge web. A shadow descended upon Wang Han's head. The giant palm was pressing down towards his head with a horrifying whizzing sound. An evil grin appeared on Xiao Yuan's face. Let's see where you're going to run. Boom! The giant palm clapped down fiercely, and everything within a 50-foot radius, Xiao Yuan included, turned into fine powder. The solid ground rose up like a soft water surface, and an intense shockwave carried and blasted the shattered rock pieces in all directions at a shocking speed. Ha ha ha! Wild laughter sounded from underground. Xiao Yuan was still in one piece as he emerged from the sandy giant palm, looking as if he were floating up to the water's surface. The fresh blood oozing out of his abdomen was a horrible sight, but he did not care at all. Earth elementalists usually disliked air warfare because their elemental energy became thinner once they left the ground. As for Earth elementalists in the realm of elemental externalization, they were like a firm fort, difficult to destroy as long as their feet did not leave the earth. The weakening effect was stronger in the city because he was unable to control as much elemental energy as when he was in wild areas. To Xiao Yuan, however, this was sufficient. He felt very clearly that he'd managed to trap the opponent. The power of the devilish, giant elemental energy palm could pulverize all living things. The passers-by observing from afar were all terrified and in awe, making him laugh uncontrollably. That was all. He had thought that Wang Han had powerful tricks, but that was all. His laughter spontaneously came to an end as he suddenly felt danger from somewhere below. He spread his azure wings hurriedly and charged toward the sky. A sharp, curved sword ray shot out from the giant elemental devilish palm. The palm was like a lump of soft dough, splitting into two around the ray. Xiao Yuan opened his eyes wide, his expression stiffening up. His giant palm wasn't just an earth elementalist's inheritance, but also a sand puppet. It was just that this sand puppet had a unique form. It was in the shape of a giant's arm. It possessed unmatchable power and force, and was exceptionally solid. Even a diving, high-speed javelin would not be able to damage it at all. Yet, it had actually split because of a sword ray. What kind of sword ray could possibly have such formidable power? Fear overtook Xiao Yuan like an oncoming darkness, abrupt and boundless. Ai Hui's body and bones were about to fall apart as his limbs went weak and his forehead started buzzing. He had suffered greatly from that hit by the giant elemental devilish palm. But thanks to 1,000 yuan lady.
If not for the remodeling effect the blood plum blossom had on his body, the fact that his body was much stronger than others and that he had the protection of the blood bandage, that hit would have sent him to his last breath instantly. The elemental energy within his body recovered faster than his flesh, and shortly after he lost control, his speed returned to normal, allowing him to execute Crescent Moon. The Crescent Moon today was more powerful than it had been when he was still in Central Pine City. Be it his understanding of swordplay or the vigorousness and purity of the elemental energy within his body, both had improved tremendously and incomparably.
We thought about how to claim victory with his weakened limbs. His body was numb and he could only utilize elemental energy.
This was undoubtedly the most dangerous moment.
Just then, he suddenly noticed a change in Xiao Weiyuan's expression. His eyes lit up.
Perhaps. Hui's heart shook as the sky palace between his brows started operating. His body jolted and a devilish glow lit up in his eyes. A few fine threads appeared within Hui's field of vision like floating fishing lines in water. Each fishing line tip was connected to a mini dragonspine sword that swam silently like a fish and vanished in midair.
Fear overtook Xiao Weiyuan's last wisp of fighting will, and so he turned around to flee. Just then, the silent strike happened.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 298, Xiao Weiyuan's Death. Chapter 298, Xiao Weiyuan's Death. Translator, Irene. Editor, TYZ/K Kermit.
A fine sword ray flashed before Xiao Weiyuan's eyes.
Xiao Weiyuan's face turned pale in fear.
He felt his enemy was everywhere, appearing and disappearing, at times before him and at times behind him.
He simply couldn't guard against such unpredictability.
All he wanted to do now was escape.
The further the better.
Hatred grew within his heart. He planned to show his best hands when he got back, and that damned fellow Wang Han would have nowhere to run. Xiao Weiyuan's attack was beyond vicious, and once he decided to escape, he did it without the least bit of hesitation or sloppiness. Protecting his vital organs with both arms, he operated the elemental energy within his whole body as if he was getting ready for battle. With a bellow and a spread of his azure wings, he charged forward.
Bang!
A sword ray that was directed at his throat hit his arms, causing sparks to fly in all directions. Xiao Weiyuan noted that this fine sword ray was much less powerful than the one from earlier.
At this point, elemental energy was circulating within his whole body.
He wasn't operating any high-level moves, but rather, sand armor, which was a skill most earth elementalists knew. It was a staple, inherited skill that was actually considerably practical when in the realm of elemental internalization.
Xiao Weiyuan was in the realm of elemental externalization, so the ordinary, sand armor, was impressively formidable in his hands. It appeared as if his whole body was heavily armored as the light ray was circulating.
The veined patterns on the armor were exquisite and clear.
A true armor indeed.
The most praiseworthy aspect of the sand armor was that there were no blind spots. It could form successfully wherever the elemental energy could reach and circulate.
Ding, ding, ding.
Fine sword rays hit his body continuously but were unable to break his sand armor.
Xiao Weiyuan could finally calm his worried heart.
He did not know if that curved sword ray was his opponent's fatal move, but at this point, being almost exhausted, he dared not gamble. These consecutive hits left quite a major trauma in heart and mind.
Going back for assistance was still the safer choice.
Just then, the wound on his abdomen ached suddenly.
Xiao Weiyuan's body stiffened as there seemed to be something that pierced into his abdomen.
He was frightened soulless and his face turned deathly pale. The sand armor covered every corner of his body, but he had forgotten about his wound. Where there was a wound, elemental energy would not be able to circulate smoothly, and thus it became the armor's only vulnerable spot. A sword ray had entered his body through the wound. Xiao Weiyuan did not understand how his opponent could do something so unimaginable.
What technique was this? No, what swordplay?
He now knew he had been defeated thoroughly without a chance of overturning the situation.
Between life and death, he had to make a choice. Decisively, he said, "I surrender."
The words that were about to come out stopped suddenly. Flying at high speed in midair, Xiao Weiyuan's eyes flew wide open and his body went rigid. He lost control of his wings and, like a bird with a broken wing, dove straight down into the signboard of a roadside shop.
Crash! Both Xiao Weiyuan and the signboard smashed onto the ground.
Alarmed cries could be heard on the street and no one dared approach the scene.
Those who recognized Xiao Weiyuan turned pale.
The devilish ray in Hui's eyes gradually dimmed and his numbed Xian blood started to recover.
Shortly after, he landed beside Xiao Weiyuan. Xiao Weiyuan's eyes were wide open and completely absent of life. A grievance-filled death.
Without needing to check, Hui knew that the fellow was already as dead as could be. The mini sword that had entered his abdomen had already destroyed his body.
No one could, under any circumstances, survive this.
Without delay, Ai Hui skillfully swept up all the valuables from Sha Weiyuan's lifeless body. Getting up, he saw a pail belonging to a shop assistant whom he recognized as Zhang.
With a flick of his fingers, an essence elemental bean fell before the assistant. Money to fix the signboard.
He then turned around to leave. He moved fast as lightning and vanished into the crowd in the blink of an eye. Before, Ai Hui had held the Sha family's housekeeper and guards captive merely to collect a ransom. However, seeing how Sha Weiyuan had attacked Su Qingye and gang, he felt the desire to kill. While the three Smalls were not his official students, 3 years of interaction had built a certain level of affection. Ai Hui could more or less guess Sha Weiyuan's intention towards the three Smalls, but that was unimportant. What was important was the fact that Ai Hui would absolutely never tolerate people hurting those around him.
Since it was going to be a death match, you should die first. Ai Hui's logic was simple and practical. Alone, Sha Weiyuan was the ideal target to sneak an attack on.
Ai Hui had confidence in his assassination skills. The Assembly of Patriarchs was an underground organization, so naturally it did not lack skills for assassinations. Ai Hui had never thought that he was gifted since he had a poor affinity with elemental energy. If not for Lu Lan's elemental energy soup, his energy growth would be as slow as a tortoise. Swordplay-wise, he had also been a mess. As compared to those who had started creating their own absolute art even before they hit 20, Ai Hui wasn't considered great. But when he'd been introduced to assassination techniques, he'd found his talent for the first time. He wasn't sure if it was because he had trained with the sword embryo or because he had been battling in the wilderness for 3 long years, but he had a keen intuition when it came to sensing danger. His calmness, patience, and perseverance made him an even more dangerous assassin.
This was also the reason why Chu Xiaoyang, who had achieved only elemental internalization, could gain a decent reputation. Sha Weiyuan never would have thought that Ai Hui would attack him so soon, so timing-wise, Ai Hui had already gotten the upper hand. If he couldn't even get rid of Sha Weiyuan at such an opportune moment, it just meant that their disparity in skills was too wide. Then Ai Hui would immediately take Lu Lan and flee to the other end of the world. Su Huaijuan sat herself down upon bringing the three Smalls back to see Pacific Enterprises Training Hall. The kids were in low spirits and a sulky mood. Without straightening anything out, Su Huaijuan instructed, "Do not leave the hall these few days. I will ask for letters to be sent to your families and they will pick you up." The kids ignored her, but she did not mind as long as they did not cause any trouble. She had Su family's interests at heart. Getting involved in this battle brought no benefits to the family. Not just the Su family, but no family would get themselves tangled in this war. Wang Han simply overestimated his abilities. She shook her head and reached for a teacup. Just then, Su Qingye's father dashed in, looking flustered. Sha Weiyuan was killed by Wang Han. The teacup stopped by her lips as Su Huaijuan's face froze up. She spoke up not long after. "What happened, Dot? After parting with you guys, he was secretly followed by Wang Han and eventually got taken down in the middle of the street. He died on the spot." Father Su's voice was trembling. The 3 kids' eyes lit up as they gave each other a look. They saw the same excitement in each other's eyes. Su Huaijuan's mind was buzzing nonstop and only one voice echoed within. Wang Han had actually initiated an attack on Sha Weiyuan. How daring! How ruthless! How crazy! It wasn't any secret that the Sha family was after Wang Han, but it was beyond her imagination that as the weaker party, Wang Han had actually dared to make the first move. An indescribable shock overtook her, but when she calmed down, she realized how exquisite Wang Han's move was. She had to admit that she had belittled him. He was actually such a powerful and fierce character. Back in his own training hall, Ai Hui was sure that he would face the Sha family's outburst. He'd better prepare for it. Lu Lan was upgrading his body. If he hadn't been, Ai Hui would have gotten his assistance and not killed Sha Weiyuan personally. He was used to being hands-free. Now that he had to deal with these things, Ai Hui couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Dashing into the warehouse, he opened a chest lying in a corner. The boss of the shop he frequented would go crazy if he were to see this open chest. The chest was filled with weasel bristle arrows, commonly referred to as "see you later." Why wouldn't the boss go crazy? When had "see you later" ever come in a whole chest? Selling 8 or 10 arrows was like dripping blood. As such, every time the boss sold "see you later," he would feel an inevitable sense of guilt. There would always be a devil-like voice urging him to sell one less arrow. Just one less arrow. When the boss finally became determined to sell them, that voice started shouting, "Raise the price a little, just raise it a little." The whole chest was filled with "see you later" and Ai Hui hadn't kept records on the exact number.
Each time he made them, he would keep a third aside for rainy days. Who knew that rainy day would really come? Aidhui took out another chest that was much smaller. It was as small as a jewelry box. Upon opening it, all kinds of light rays shone through the cracks at the edges. There were many compartments inside the chest and each contained a piece of artifact remnant.
The box was full of artifact remnants. There were around 40 pieces of them.
They were of different shapes and sizes, and were evidence of the King of Angler's military successes. Within each compartment was a label indicating that these remnants had been analyzed. While Lu Lan's Midnight Sand Core was unable to operate at full force, it could still do many things like analyzing artifact remnants. These remnants must be of excellent quality for them to have survived the test of time.
Other than that, there must have been some kind of seal that allowed them to be preserved during the elemental energy era.
These seals were what Lu Lan had been trying to analyze.
Although they were in poor condition, the research value was still exceptionally high in Lu Lan's eyes.
Lu Lan had already drawn out many badly damaged seals, and even then, they were extremely complex. In this elemental energy era that placed simplicity and practicality above all things, no elementalist would waste time and effort on something so fruitless, just as how few would practice swordplay like Aidhui. The reason why Aidhui was interested in these seals was because he found similarities between them and some of Teacher's plans. Teacher's, treating the city as a piece of cloth, had been very complex and he knew every detail inside out.
He would even ponder over it at times. This was the only way he could reminisce about his teacher.
The 40 artifact remnants all had different kinds of seals, which gave Aidhui sufficient options. He had a few backup plans on hand that he and Lu Lan had come up together. He offered ideas while Lu Lan perfected the details. When it came to complicated and dull details and calculations, no one could settle them better than Lu Lan.
Aidhui took out whatever essence elemental beans he had. There were a few hundred.
The biting cold rays of see-you-laters, the brightly colored remnants glow, and the soft light of the elemental beans lit up the whole warehouse along with Aidhui's somewhat agonized but resolute face. He had sacrificed everything and returned to the state of poverty that he lived in before the blood catastrophe broke out. He would lose too much if he created too small a stir.
It's time to intensify the storm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 299, God Subduing Peak. Chapter 299, God Subduing Peak. Translator, Irene. Editor, TYZ/KLKL.
The golden wind whistled above the sea of clouds, and under the jade blue dome of heaven. The sunlight here was much more glaring and blazing as compared to when it reached the ground. A rarely seen mountain peak was flying speedily. Elementalists that flew past it looked at it with curiosity in their wide open eyes. The topography of the mountain peak was precipitous. From its waist down, the mountain was enveloped by clouds, so it looked as if a big sheet of cloud was propping a mountain peak. There was a metal-made silver pond on the summit, and the pond water was so clear that the bottom of the pond could be seen. The walls surrounding the pond were engraved with complicated, silvery patterns. Light circulated within these patterns along the walls, one round after another relentlessly. The pond spurted a steady flow of water. The fine vapor which was floating around the summit converged with the sunlight to form a rainbow. The overflowing pond water meandered down and along the windings of the mountain to form a waterfall. From afar, it looked like a snow-white stretch of shining silk. Pouring into the clouds, the waterfall formed mist ceaselessly. The mountain peak was lined with shade-providing trees, and the tough and solid old vines hung down, reaching within the clouds and mist like an anchor in chains hung off a ship.
Threads and wisps of wood elemental energy flew into caverns of the mountain. Deep within the caverns there was raging lava, and its entrance flickered with a blazing red glow, resembling the breathing and heartbeat of a mythical animal. 9 lava caves could be found throughout the mountain, and they were connected by a silver line, as if they were stars of a constellation in the sky. There were a few terraces of different heights laid out disorderly on the mountain peak. There were buildings everywhere, a pavilion, a pagoda, an arrow tower, and an ice castle hidden at the foot of the mountain amid the clouds and mist. The most eye-catching was a palace located beside the silver pond on the summit. Each building emitted different, faint light rays. They were the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elemental energies. The emitted lights blended in with one another to form a huge dome of light that enveloped and wrapped over the whole peak. This layer of faint light cover was close to being transparent, but occasionally a magnificent light ray would flash across the top of the cover, reminding people of the dome's existence. The mountain moved steadily, the biting cold metal wind unable to defeat it. There were 4 vermilion words, guardian of 5 elements, engraved on one of the cliff walls. The calligraphy was strong and powerful. Next to the words was the emblem of Elders Guild, a mark that showed that this mountain belonged to them.
It's all thanks to you, or else we would have to travel by the bamboo cart and not feel as comfortable. The man who spoke up stood on the peak admiring the scenery. He couldn't feel the gale and shake at all. He could only feel the sea of cloud beneath his feet moving backwards as fast as lightning. He was tall and had long arms. He looked older than he was, which contributed to the majestic aura that surrounded him even as he stood casually.
Shi Shuemon looked at Jiang Wei from behind.
They hadn't met for 3 years and Jiang Wei had become even more mature and stolid. She had more inside news and knew that many of the higher-ups thought highly of this man, the young leader of a small team in Sky Edge Division, and his future.
Sang Jijun was very happy to see Jiang Wei as well since they'd been partners for 2 years and got along well. 3 years ago, after Ai Hui's departure, Jiang Wei rejected Shi Shuemon's invitation and joined Sky Edge Division alone.
He worked his way from the bottom as a soldier, up to the small team leader that he was currently.
Sang Jijun took up the role of Shi Shuemon's assistant and helped her to organize and manage the troops. Sang Jijun introduced, "This is a newly manufactured God-subduing peak.
It is faster than fiery floating cloud and has greater defense and combat power. This is, in these past few years, Elders Guild's greatest achievement."
The release of Guardian of 5 Elements sent fiery floating cloud and bamboo carts to the bin.
Elders Guild used this on a diplomatic mission in order to display its power. You can tell who it's going to be used against just by its name, God-subduing peak.
Jiang Wei's eyes lit up.
Who knew Elders Guild kept something this good hidden? Blood of God called itself God Nation and practitioners were called God Elementalists, so it went without saying that God-subduing peak aimed to deal with them.
Shi Shuemon agreed.
Although they based it on Master Wang's theory, Elders Guild must have its own talent for them to be able to fashion something so great.
Jiang Wei was stunned. Which Master Wang? Knowing she had been unclear, Shi Shuemon explained, Ai Hui's teacher, Wang Shoushuan.
Elders Guild has already decided to confer the title of Master on Wang Shoushuan, except that they have yet to announce it. The plan of treating the city as a piece of cloth had been sent to Elders Guild as top secret. I've heard that over these 3 years, Elders Guild has been concentrating their research on it, and indeed, results have been produced.
Ai Hui, Wang Shoushuan.
The stifling image of the final war of Central Pine automatically surfaced in Jiang Wei's mind, causing him to feel all sorts of emotions rising in his heart.
Wang Shoushuan wasn't a well-known individual with memorable accomplishments. What was Ai Hui's reaction upon hearing this news? Thinking about that unique fellow, Jiang Wei couldn't help but inquire, where's Ai Hui?
Haven't heard about him, as if he's evaporated from this world.
Shi Shuemon replied, that fellow will live very well, wherever he is. Jiang Wei felt at ease. That's true.
The name Wang Shoushuan carried a certain graveness and braveness and wasn't suitable for casual chit-chat, so Jiang Wei initiated a change in topic.
God-subduing peak requires how many elementalists? Are there any minimum requirements in terms of the elementalists' realms?
When will the front line be equipped with it?
Sang Jijun answered in all familiarity, elementalists have to attain elemental externalization and any element type will do.
A minimum of 5 is required to control it, but approximately 50 will be needed to unleash its full potential. Of course, this is in the case where there's no expert.
If there are experts, less manpower is required.
A master can control the whole God-subduing peak alone.
As to when the front line will be equipped, I'm not too sure. Shi Shuemon added, the second God-subduing peak is about to be completed and will be given to Sky Edge Division.
The name your division suggested to Elders Guild has already been approved. Sacred Blood. I heard that the name originated from the remains of a book, which talked about the Bizarre Land, where sacred blood was the first demonic sword. There was a row of small words, consume the sacred blood to know its taste, on it. Your division leader really liked this sentence. Elders Guild felt that this name symbolized the determination involved in this deathmatch between the Avalon of 5 Elements and God Elementalists. Jiang Wei muttered, sounds too aggressive. God-subduing peak is a good thing, but whether or not it is able to change the outcome of the war, we can only find out after combat. The problem now is that God-subduing peak consume ingredients too fast. Even the usually ample supply of cloud material is starting to become a problem. The cloud-based material produced by Pallet Cloud Village has been stuffed into all of it, causing the market price to rise exponentially. If this supply problem isn't solved soon, God-subduing peak will not be able to be engaged extensively at the front line, and a third will not be produced in the near future.
Shi Shuemon pointed out this bottleneck calmly. It's always a good thing. Jiang Wei was a practical guy. He had always been on the front line and understood it better. The people needed something to boost their morale. At least they know that Elders Guild is actually doing something instead of plotting against one another. Shi Shuemon couldn't help but feel concerned. The soldiers at the front line had such low morales? very low.
Jiang Wei added helplessly, we haven't clenched any decent victories, and lost Yellow Sand Corner and Fire Prairie instead.
Many enemies used to be friends and no one wanted to fight. Not just us, but the other side as well. Jadeite Forest is independent as well, so people are more separated now. Sai, the conflict between new citizens and influential families is more intense than ever.
Sure, Shuemon stayed quiet for a while before asking him to continue. Blood of God is putting in a lot of effort to rope in new citizens.
Furthermore, the process of elementalists converting into blood elementalists is much more safer and easier now.
Blood of God promises that these elementalists could bring their families along and even raise their family names. The new citizens from Old Territory mostly had families, so being able to take them along to live better lives wavered their decisions naturally.
You definitely know more about the aristocratic families than I do. Sure, Shuemon did indeed.
Ever since Jadeite Forest became independent, it had undoubtedly set an example for the aristocratic families. Although, having learnt their lesson from previous mistakes, Elders Guild held even stricter control over Silver Mist Sea and Pallet Cloud Village. But the vast wilderness carried unlimited opportunities.
Sure, Shuemon knew much more.
She hesitated before speaking softly. Elders Guild is considering whether or not to grant people the liberty of building cities in wilderness.
Sang Jijun gave an alarmed cry as Jiang Wei stood dumbstruck.
It pained Sure Shuemon to say this, but she did anyway, quietly, to the higher-ups. It's enough for the front line to persevere.
What's the point of snatching Yellow Sand Corner and Fire Prairie back? Elementalists can become god elementalists, but not the other way round.
The land there's already been corroded by blood poison.
It cannot be restored even if we get it back. Seeing Jiang Wei's soulless expression made Sure Shuemon crestfallen as well.
Getting Yellow Sand Corner and Fire Prairie back had been their war slogan, and Jiang Wei had witnessed countless people sacrificing their lives for this. The fact that this was merely a scam was hard for Jiang Wei to digest.
Jiang Wei asked suddenly, if that's the case, why fight against Blood of God? Why not negotiate instead? Blood of God is not down for negotiation. Sure Shuemon shook her head. Don't you think it's strange? The speed at which the blood poison is corroding Yellow Sand Corner and Fire Prairie is so fast, but have you heard of the wilderness being corroded? Jiang Wei was stunned.
Giving him a look, Sure Shuemon continued, while the reason is still unknown, Elders Guild is certain that the blood poison is unable to invade the wilderness.
Jiang Wei understood it quickly. So the blood of God can only expand in our direction? Yes.
Blood of God has 3 directions to expand itself: Silver Mist Sea, Old Territory, and Jadeite Forest, but ultimately it will be us, Sure Shuemon added. On the contrary, if we are unable to rebuild the Avalon of 5 elements and the elemental energy is unable to circulate, it will only wither, causing us to weaken. So, we can only advance in the direction of the wilderness and obtain resources from there. Breaking sufficient grounds would allow us to rebuild the Avalon of 5 elements.
Thinking about his own mission, something dawned upon Jiang Wei. Lesser Avalon of 5 elements was a trial? Yes. Sure Shuemon continued, the front line is a protective screen to obstruct Blood of God's expansion. Its purpose is to win more time for the reconstruction of the Avalon of 5 elements.
Elders Guild created God Subduing Peak in the hope that it can stand guard and advance forward steadily, so as to reduce the number elite troops needed on the front line. The Elders Guild also hopes to find a method to destroy the blood poison in the wilderness.
All at once, the 3 fell into silence.
Only silence was appropriately describing their complicated emotions. There was disappointment, hopefulness, uneasiness, indecisiveness, and more so, they were at a loss. The future was clear to none, like a faraway place that was enveloped by a thick fog.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 300, The Allure of Red Muslin. Chapter 300, The Allure of Red Muslin. Translator, Irene. Editor, TYZ/KLKL. Sha family did not attack them directly. This took Ai Hui by surprise. They must be preparing for a big move. He had to be better prepared. Unassured Ai Hui was like a diligent bee. The details he had been too lazy to ponder over are filling his mind up. He was still unaware that Sha Woyuan, whom he murdered, was the in charge of Sha family's branch. After Sha Woyuan's death, Peace City's Sha family branch was leaderless. Plus, Ai Hui's ruthlessness intimidated the remaining people and none of them dared to make a move. What made them feel more at ease was the fact that Sha family's elite troops were all deployed and were rushing to Peace City without resting at all. Sha Woyuan's violent death on the street shook Sha family greatly. With a big dip in Sha family's strength, Sha Woyuan was considered the cream of the crop. Or else, he wouldn't be sent to lead the fight and be the in charge.
It wasn't Sha Wuyuan's death that shocked Sha family but the absolutely unrestrained and powerful attack Wang Han had displayed. In the eyes of Wang Han, Sha family meant nothing. This was a ruthless and firm, exceedingly strong, reckless yet calm and meticulous enemy.
Sha family was having a headache already. Enemies like Wang Han were those they did not want to provoke.
Even when the family was at its peak, these kind of enemies were to be avoided, as learnt from past mistakes. There used to be a well-celebrated in family that developed an animosity towards a misfortuned earth elementalist. For 20 years, that elementalist harassed and attacked the family perpetually. And family brought together many to hunt him down, but he was extremely crafty and managed to escape every time.
What followed was an even more intense revenge operation as in family branch kept getting wrecked.
Their disciples were killed and the enterprise was burnt. Each revenge added a wound to the colossal and family.
After 20 years of feud and blood loss, the Colossus finally succumbed and collapsed.
On the 22nd year, this earth elementalist secretly persuaded 7 less powerful clans to join forces to dismember in family, causing it to perish. No one knew this period of history better than Sha family since they had been one of the 7 clans.
Sha family's sudden rise in status also attributed to that military campaign against In family.
Revenge exacted, the earth elementalist went on to become a grandmaster 5 years later.
He then accepted Elders Guild's invitation and became the leader of Lords in Division for 12 years.
Within these 12 years, Lords in Division leapt its way up from the bottom, into becoming the head of the 13 divisions. The younger generation he carefully nurtured was as brilliant as he was, and in the next 60 years, Lords in Division maintained its position as the top 3. Historically speaking, this earth elementalist was a legendary grandmaster, whom countless other earth elementalists worshipped greatly, and his name was Mo Chishur, Lord Mo of Sand.
Leading Lords in Division, Mo Chishur charged to the front line.
It was a piece of news that shocked the wilderness, immediately causing them to pull back over 900 miles. He was then crowned Lord Mo of Sand, a name that rose to extreme fame. And family's land had already become ruins where weeds grew rampantly and filled with jackdaws' calls. The bones that covered the fields were left unburied. If Sha family knew how powerful Wang Han was, they would never have provoked him. It was a pity that this world did not allow what-ifs. Sha family's only choice was to calm the dangers before the bloom of Wang Han's feather wings.
The family's current situation was even more dangerous than that of In family's.
Sha family was like a patient gasping for oxygen. They could not afford to fail. But their enemy was craftier than they had imagined. He had seen through their weakness.
Ah, if you ask me how melancholy I am now, I can tell you I feel like a poor man who was gifting his head away.
A sorrowful cry sounded in the shabby training hall.
Aidhui looked at the organized spoils of war in front of him, his face full of anxiety. Didn't Sha Wuyuan have a high position in the family? A significant figure? Sha Wuyuan, Sha Wuyuan.
Are these scraps that you carried around worthy of your identity?
As compared to Shi Guang, the items found on Sha Wuyuan was simply unpresentable. Sha family was really in a bad state, as evident from Sha Wuyuan's belongings. There wasn't even a sand compass.
Aidhui stroked his chin as he was thinking about how he could get rid of the melancholy caused by his poverty-stricken self.
He was crazily poor. War was indeed a gold-swallowing monster.
Although he did not once hesitate when fixing up the place, once it was completed he felt a piercing pain. It was like he was a starving beast, searching for food everywhere.
Since Sha Wuyuan was to be stationed here first, he should have prepared many things including money. Yet, Sha family had yet to make a move.
They were most likely still on the road preparing their big move, which required time.
Wouldn't Sha family branch be empty at this time?
Aihui's eyes lit up and without a word, he dashed into the warehouse and pulled the fat housekeeper out. Even before he could question anything, the fat housekeeper started pissing in his pants, his tears carried the music down his nose. As if pouring beans out from a bag, he revealed everything he knew. Sha Wuyuan was the in-charge of Sha family branch and also the strongest member within the frontline troops. Sha family branch was located at a compound in the east of the city, where there were huge volume of goods and money. Their mission was to construct the house ahead of time for the arrival of Sha family's main army force.
This fellow even revealed the exact positions of the guards in full details.
The information he forced out of the fat housekeeper proved his assumption right. The branch was meaningless and Sha family was in a bad state.
Aidhui could even gauge the strength of Sha family from Sha Wuyuan's position in the household.
Being cautious, Aidhui questioned a few other guards and received unanimous information.
The housekeeper wasn't lying.
Without hesitation, Aidhui took this fleeting chance and headed towards the Sha family branch when the sky turned dark. There were no starlight amid the pitch-black sky. The starry gem sword-wing Aidhui carried with him transformed into a deep black color, allowing Aidhui to silently glide across the sky like a big black bat. The city below was brightly lit and filled with pedestrians.
The construction site outside the city was buzzing with activities. What a great time for murder and arson. Shortly, we arrived and stopped above Shaw family's compound.
The yard was a typical one within this locality, which had a garden that was roughly 2 acres big. Previously the land in Peace City wasn't worth much, but highly priced these days.
The compound was also brightly lit and dog barks could be heard occasionally.
There was an elementalist guard standing atop the Arrow Tower, which was built at the last moment.
There was an inexpressibly tense atmosphere that surrounded the whole compound.
Sha Wuyuan's death caused panic to the branch.
Everyone was feeling jittery and extremely nervous. We saw gaps and loopholes everywhere. For example, there wasn't any warning indicator, neither was a light zone that showed where flying was prohibited built. We chose not to infiltrate.
Instead, he chose a more provoking move. The starry gem sword wing on his back opened up in a swift movement and he shot up into the sky like a sharp arrow. We only stopped when he was thousands of meters above. The golden wind up in the sky was bitingly cold, just like knives. However, it no longer caused any disturbance to him. Holding the dragon's pine, we loosened up his body, allowing it to drop like a meteorite. His descending speed increased continuously as he fixed his gaze on the compound that he was about to land on. His wings were majestic and motionless.
A spark lit up at the edge of the wings, illuminating Huey's cold eyes.
His grave as stone face was filled with murder lust. The spark became brighter as Huey's speed increased continuously. People on the ground started to notice something peculiar in the sky and many stopped to look up. The spark that was descending was like a meteor that lit up people's faces, causing them faintly discernible. Their eyes were all wide open.
That was...
A whistle sounded and in a flash, the sky rumbled and shook, as if there was a hurricane rolling in and sweeping across Peace City. Countless people rushed out of their rooms and looked towards the sky.
Boom! The sparks surrounded we burst into flames.
The fiery blaze that flickered and swayed amid the surging airflow was like a demonic fire from Netherworld, enveloping Hui completely. The rumble was deafening and Hui, who was wrapped in raging flames, had cold as ice eyes that were expressionless, desolate and deep. Suddenly, a speck of ray lit up from the depths of his dark as night pupils. It was as if a little glow had just lit up in a faraway, absolutely dark place. Hui used his sword suddenly. He thrusted the sword out unhurriedly. Dragon's pine was as heavy as 1,000 caddies and the elemental energy in his whole body was stimulated to its greatest point as every bit of his muscle was engaged. Sweat poured out but it evaporated into mist in the blink of an eye, and the mist disappeared into the raging blaze. In the eyes of the audience below, the ball of flames seemed to be stretched, by a pair of invisible hands, into an elliptic shape with its front being slightly sharp. The strange thing was, as the flames dimmed gradually, the sword ray burned even fiercer, like a red-hot branding iron.
Just then, the silhouette wrapped in flames revealed itself.
Rushing out of the room and looking up into the sky, Su Huijuan shouted as her pupils shrunk, "It's him!" Wide in shock, the 3 young ones simultaneously cried out in alarm while looking at that figure in the sky. Teacher. Fu family members were all stunned upon witnessing this scene. Fu Yanhao called out in surprise, "Wang Han!" The rest were all overwhelmed with shock.
By now, those in the Shaw family compound had gotten a clear view of that meteor-like figure in the sky and were all panic-stricken.
They were like a nest of ants, frenetically gathering close together. The sword in Huey's hand trembled incessantly but did not take away his focus. His control over the sword was now instinctive thanks to the arduous trainings he had been through. His move had been majorly improvised but his profound accumulation were like dried firewood, ready to ignite and blaze up the moment an inspirational spark appeared. The elemental energy circulated within his body. His sword seemed to possess a boundless, attractive force as all of the newly born flames entered Dragonspine's sword ray. The hurricane-like rumbling turned into a mosquito-like lingering sound and finally into a silence that belonged to the night.
Everyone couldn't help but to hold their breaths as the whole scene unfolded before them.
They were bound to remember this for life. The figure that dove down from the vast dark sky carried a red-hot sword ray, and the aftermath it stirred up was like a long, dull red muslin that covered several hundred meters. As the whistling sound gradually softened, the red muslin seemed particularly alluring. Time seemed to stop at this point where amid the silence, people were staring blankly at the breathtaking scene that happened in the sky. The more beautiful things were, the more dangerous it was. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.